Wang Chen had traversed the realm of cultivation for a millennium, awakening a system along the way. To his dismay, the self-proclaimed invincible emperor found himself besieged and ultimately vanquished by a multitude of fortunate sons. In his final moments, the image that haunted him most was that of his ethereal empress mentor, whose unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent had garnered the admiration of many within the cultivation world. However, she remained aloof, indifferent to their affections. Yet, these fortunate sons perceived Wang Chen as a threat to their pursuits, leading them to conspire against him. Wang Chen, known for his striking looks and relentless spirit, would not allow his mentor to be besmirched by the advances of other men, resulting in countless enmities. Despite his formidable prowess, achieved through the system's cultivation, he ultimately fell victim to the combined might of thousands of fortunate sons who orchestrated a secretive assault within the abyssal bone pits. If given another chance at life, he vowed never to take that woman as his mentor again. However, upon awakening in the dead of night, he discovered to his astonishment that his former enchanting empress mentor was entwined around him as he slept. In the Eight Desolations continent, within one of the three forbidden zones, the abyssal bone pits lay shrouded in ominous clouds and tumultuous thunder. Standing atop a crumbling peak was a bloodied figure, Wang Chen, who declared, "I have spent a century becoming a sage and a millennium becoming an emperor. Who would have thought I would be cornered by you fortunate sons today?" His laughter echoed with a mix of madness and despair. The howling winds whipped around him, rustling his tattered, blood-stained robes. A figure among the crowd, with striking features and a sword-like brow, pointed at Wang Chen and intoned, "You have succumbed to darkness and wield the heavenly Tao Pearl, a deadly weapon that must be eradicated. Even in death, you shall not find peace." Wang Chen retorted, his sight lost and blood flowing freely. He summoned his remaining strength, his skin fracturing under the pressure, and crushed the golden pearl in his grasp, unleashing a ferocious energy. Panic swept through the throng of fortunate sons as they realized the impending explosion. Wang Chen, feeling his body swell and ready to burst, raised his head defiantly, filled with unresolved bitterness. "Jiang Lingxian, if there is a next life, I will shatter the boundaries of our master-disciple relationship and hold you accountable for your indirect betrayal." With a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the continent, his furious cry was swallowed by the rising flames. A millennium prior, in the vast expanse of the Taishu immortal sect nestled within the imperial desolation region, Wang Chen awoke drenched in sweat, his eyes fluttering open to a narrow slit. Confusion engulfed him as he realized he should have perished. As he lay on the bed, enveloped in warmth and softness, panic surged within him. He strained to fully open his eyes, yet could only discern vague shapes around him, as if bound by an unseen force. Suddenly, a cacophony of chimes echoed in his mind, accompanied by erratic electrical sounds. System? Wang Chen's heart raced with excitement despite his weakened state. "Host, please wait a moment." Rebooting. The system's voice, initially cold and mechanical, gradually regained its composure. "Host, we have been reborn." Overwhelmed by the revelation, Wang Chen instinctively shut his left eye, his mind buzzing with disbelief. "Reborn." The system continued, its voice imbued with emotion. "After thorough analysis, I can confirm it. We have indeed returned from the brink." Wang Chen's thoughts raced as he eagerly sought to understand the timeline of his rebirth, momentarily forgetting the cozy sensations of his surroundings. Well, if the system had a physical form, it would undoubtedly be fidgeting with embarrassment. "What do you mean? Hurry up and tell me. It can't be the day I was taken as Jiang Lingxian's disciple, can it?" Wang Chen's anxiety mounted as he sensed something amiss, his cries for clarity echoing in his mind. "Host, perhaps you should first observe who it is that is tightly embracing you." Upon hearing the system's hesitant suggestion, Wang Chen felt a soft, almost enchanted presence beside him. Summoning his remaining willpower, he strained to turn his head slightly. At last, through his blurred vision, he beheld her Jiang Lingxian, the very embodiment of beauty, her exquisite face nestled against him, seemingly relishing the warmth they shared. In that moment, confusion washed over Wang Chen. How could the woman who had previously despised men now be entwined with him, her delicate hands encircling his form? The ice-hearted empress, renowned for her frigid demeanor, was now so intimately close, her long legs draped over him beneath the covers. What unfathomable twist of fate had led to this? Wang Chen was both astonished and unable to restrain his memories of his past life. He recalled that Jiang Lingxian was not like this at all. However, for him in the present moment, these reflections were of little consequence. What truly mattered was, why? Woe is me. Why must this be the case? I do not wish to take her as my master. I refuse. It was precisely because of this enchanting yet perilous beauty that he had incurred enmities with so many fated individuals in his previous life. This ultimately led to his downfall despite being invincible among his peers. He was besieged and vanquished by thousands of these fortunate souls. While it is true that part of the blame lay with his own arrogance, the root of the issue still rested with Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 2. The first embrace. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to shout, yet it seemed he had been ensnared by some sort of enchantment, rendering his body weak and his voice lost, were it not for his rebirth, and the will of his past self breaking through the effects of the drug and the chill within his body. He would likely be asleep as if in a death-like slumber, completely oblivious to the ministrations of Jiang Lingxian beside him. Wait, something seems amiss. Could it be that my previous life's restful nights at the Taishu immortal sect were due to? Wang Chen appeared to have stumbled upon an astonishing revelation and hurriedly relayed this thought to the system in his mind. But system, you have been by my side all this time, did you not know? Or is it that you refuse to tell me? I truly did not know. Whenever you fell asleep, I also entered slumber. When I asked you for an upgrade, you refused, claiming that the all-day online feature was of no use. Wang Chen, it seems that he was at fault for not wanting to expend source points on upgrading the system. However, host, do you remember that you were the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body, a limited edition physique of the system? What of it? Is this her justification for nightly tormenting me? How am I, a virgin man, supposed to endure this? As for the torment, it could be overlooked. After all, she embraces me every night. Yet when I expressed my affections in my previous life, I was met with nothing but a cold rejection under the guise of our master-disciple relationship. System, could it be that Jiang Lingxian possesses the 9 cold divine body? Simultaneously, she perceives your physique as the supreme furnace body of the 9 Yang? The Chaos 9 Yang divine body encompasses all the attributes of the 9 Yang divine body, yet it contains the essence of chaos. Making it stronger, it is indeed a limited edition physique of the system, and she requires the 9 Yang divine body to suppress the cold energy within her. Is it then that this destined future empress, who will become an unparalleled figure a millennium hence, is only willing to take you as her disciple in the mountains because of this? Damn it. Why is your analysis so astute that I am momentarily left speechless? After hearing this, Wang Chen gritted his teeth, wanting to raise his fist and pound the bed, but he quickly remembered his enchanted and drugged state. Russell. As Wang Chen conversed with the system, Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly clutching him, seemed to be disturbed by the slightest movement. She is that sensitive. Wang Chen was taken aback and hurriedly closed his eyes, feigning calmness. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, still in a daze, first glanced at the small incense burner on the distant table exuding a faint fragrance, before slowly turning her lovely eyes towards the sweating Wang Chen. Are you sweating? Wang Chen, upon hearing her soft yet oddly chilling whisper, felt a surge of anger. What does she mean by asking if I am sweating? That is because I just died once. Thank you very much. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian had no inkling that Wang Chen had cursed her 100 times in his heart as a detestable woman. Although they were master and disciple in their previous lives, their interactions resembled those of familiar strangers. Thus, Wang Chen felt no psychological burden in cursing this seemingly advantageous master. After all, he had likely done so in his mind countless times in the past. What Wang Chen did not see was the tenderness in Jiang Lingxian's gaze as she looked at him, her eyes harboring an emotion that was both heart-wrenching and joyous, with a hint of unnoticeable relief. Finally, she gently retrieved a clean, fragrant white cloth from her storage ring, extending her delicate hand to gently wipe the sweat from Wang Chen's forehead. Jiang Lingxian's movements were meticulous, as if she feared he might suddenly vanish before her eyes. Even Wang Chen, with his eyes closed, could sense the apprehensive demeanor she exuded, as if she were terrified of waking him. This gentle action of Jiang Lingxian, wiping the sweat from his brow, inexplicably transported Wang Chen back to his previous life, where she had cared for him without leaving his side during his grievous injuries. Host, at this moment, swiftly open your eyes and see if you can startle her. No, system, you fool. Do you see that I am not dying as quickly as in my previous life? If she were to discover that I am awake during such a deeply private moment, she would surely imprison me. Wang Chen was unaware of how many times Jiang Lingxian had utilized him in the dead of night to suppress her cold energy in their previous life. However, he knew that he was no longer on the same terms with Jiang Lingxian as he had been when they shared a bond. If he were to open his eyes now, she might very well gouge them out or cut out his tongue to prevent him from speaking. Nevertheless, Wang Chen had all but confirmed that today marked the first day of his apprenticeship at the Taishu immortal sect. This meant that today was the inaugural occasion of their clandestine embrace under the moonlight. Wang Chen, in both lives, had never anticipated that the aloof Jiang Lingxian would hold him close at night. While it was ostensibly to suppress her own cold energy, the situation was undeniably intimate. Today marks the host's first embrace with the future empress. Remember this as a keepsake, According to the timeline of Blue Star, the current date should be February 2nd, 2222. Fool. But system, shouldn't the cultivation of the furnace body proceed in a different manner? Listening to the system's voice, Wang Chen cursed under his breath before inquiring about his lingering doubts. But why is she merely holding me now? Cough, cough, system. Do not misunderstand. I am not that kind of person, merely curious. Wang Chen savored the fragrant aroma emanating from Jiang Lingxian beside him, along with her delicate touch as she wiped the sweat from his forehead. Logically speaking, cultivating with your furnace body would indeed yield better results. However, she may be ignorant of such matters, or perhaps she simply does not wish to pursue them. I suspect that merely being able to embrace you is already the extent of her comfort level. Reflecting on my previous life, I was met with her frosty gaze for quite some time after I dared to hold her even once while awake. I feel you are correct. Russell. Just as Wang Chen finished contemplating the system's words, Jiang Lingxian, having wiped away the sweat, nestled closer once more. Whoa. No, this is not the time for that. Feeling Jiang Lingxian's soft form press against him again, especially the gentle touch against his arm, combined with her delightful fragrance, sent a rush of warmth through Wang Chen's heart. In his previous life, he had never realized that such benefits awaited him each night after taking Jiang Lingxian as a master. In Wang Chen's clear memories, Jiang Lingxian had always projected an icy demeanor towards everyone, a veritable ice queen who could not be thawed. Thus, upon his rebirth, he had initially wished to avoid her as a master, biding his time until he gained strength to confront the one who had indirectly caused his demise in the past. Yet, as his heart fluttered, he began to contemplate how he might escape the next day. Never mind, tomorrow's matters could wait. For now, he would savor the beauty of the moment. It must be said, Jiang Lingxian's delicate form was quite enchanting, and her subtle fragrance brought him a profound sense of tranquility. Chapter 3, Jiang Lingxian, also reborn system mission. Wang Chen, who had already been lulled into a drowsy stupor by the enchanting incense, gradually succumbed to sleep in the warmth of Jiang Lingxian's embrace. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted deeper into slumber, Jiang Lingxian inched closer to his sturdy frame, tightly wrapping herself around him. Her exquisite face gently pressed against his chest, and her eyes, unbeknownst to her, shimmered with unshed tears. Disciple, in this life, I shall ensure that all those who bear a grudge against you are utterly annihilated. Jiang Lingxian, with tears brimming in her beautiful, reddened eyes, gazed longingly at Wang Chen's face. Finally, she leaned her delicate profile gently against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart as he slept. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist, as if she feared losing him once more. In the enveloping darkness, her heart-wrenching demeanor suggested a profound fear of abandonment. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, under the influence of the fragrant elixir, was blissfully unaware of this poignant scene, lost in slumber. Disciple, after your passing, Master truly longs for you. This time, I will never allow you to leave me again, never. Jiang Lingxian's delicate embrace tightened around Wang Chen, as if she wished to absorb him into her very being. At this moment, she seemed to find solace only in the warmth of his presence. Yet, she lamented the reality that this was but the beginning of their acquaintance. Her exquisite face rested gently against his chest, and despite her efforts, the tears she held back eventually fell, leaving a damp mark on Wang Chen's blue shirt. The following morning, Wang Chen jolted awake, opening his eyes in a panic, confirming his rebirth before allowing himself to relax. It was then he noticed that the person who had been by his side last night had already departed, leaving behind only the lingering sensation of weakness and the faint, cool fragrance that had enveloped him. It felt as though the entirety of the previous night had been a mere dream, yet he was certain it was not a figment of his imagination. Drawing upon his memories from his past life, he vaguely mapped out the layout of the Taishu immortal sect. Once he devised an escape route, he prepared to slip out of bed and stealthily flee the sect. However, just as he turned over, a cold voice from his mind interrupted him. Beep. Detecting one of the significant causes of the host's previous demise, the future empress, Jiang Lingxian. Beep. Mission: eliminate Jiang Lingxian at the source. Reward: 1 imperial pill. Wang Chen, who had been poised to leave, was taken aback. Based on my past memories, doesn't Jiang Lingxian currently possess formidable powers, likely at the Sacred Soul Realm? And here I am, utterly powerless, unable to defend myself against her. What can I accomplish? Beep. Host strength insufficient. Mission updated. Beep. New mission. Capture Jiang Lingxian and become her partner to prevent a repeat of your past demise. Reward. Upon reaching the heavenly sovereign realm, you may instantly break through 10 levels. Goodness. The system seems remarkably insightful. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Wang Chen contemplated the newly assigned mission. In his previous life, he had harbored feelings for his seemingly cold and beautiful master, even attempting a series of pursuits. Yet, despite her occasionally blushing at his crude remarks, the outcome was always the same. He would be reprimanded and punished, leading to the extinguishing of his affections. This buried sentiment within him now reignited. And he knew all too well the challenges of ascending to the heavenly sovereign realm. It was akin to scaling the heavens. Should he succeed in winning over Jiang Lingxian, he could leap from the heavenly sovereign realm to the emperor realm in one fell swoop. Reflecting on his previous life, he had reached the sacred soul realm within 300 years. However, climbing to the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm and breaking through to the emperor realm had taken him over 700 years. System. Display the attribute panel. Wang Chen. Physique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm. Mortal realm. Technique. Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space. None. Origin points. 0. Overall evaluation. Human machine. System. Do you suggest I stay? Wang Chen glanced at his attributes, which paled in comparison to his former self, prompting his inquiry. He had initially planned to leave, but the system's mission halted his departure. Recommendation. Given your nature, it is likely that after leaving, you would seek to eliminate those who conspired against you in your previous life. Thus, it would be wiser to secure Jiang Lingxian, the most formidable future empress. With a powerful background, Wang Chen inhaled sharply, his resolve wavering as the system's persuasion chipped away at his defenses. Are you truly going to pretend you've forgotten how you pursued Jiang Lingxian relentlessly in your past life? Can you honestly claim that seeing your master does not stir feelings within you? This rebirth presents a golden opportunity if he could win her heart. They could stand united against any adversities and the 8 desolations. Moreover, based on my observations of your interactions in your previous life, you are the only man with whom she has shared such intimacy. As the system's relentless persuasion continued, Wang Chen's inner barriers crumbled, culminating in a decisive moment. All right, let us do it. Wang Chen, a man of few words, made his decision after weighing the pros and cons. Having spent over a millennium as Jiang Lingxian's disciple, he understood her well. In summary, she was utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart, focused solely on cultivation and basic knowledge. It was unfortunate, but Jiang Lingxian had lacked parental love throughout her upbringing. Wang Chen was unaware of the specifics, but he knew that any mention of this topic would chill her demeanor, as if she were on the brink of an outburst. It is said that those who grow up deprived of affection often feel insecure in love, possibly possessing unique attributes. Truth or myth, he could not tell. Chapter 4, Calm Master. Very well, Fairy Sister. Regardless of its veracity, in his previous life, he had failed to win over Jiang Lingxian, which had led him to enmity with thousands of fated children. Ultimately, he had been besieged by them. If he were to fail again in this life, he would be doomed to repeat the same mistakes. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Wang Chen leapt from his bed, clenching his fists and raising them high, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "So, this time, I am determined to win over Jiang." Creak. Just as he raised his fist and shouted, the door swung open, freezing him in place. What was he saying about winning over Jiang? Jiang Lingxian stood at the threshold, holding a Tai Su immortal sect robe and shoes. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized Wang Chen. Jiang. It's just Jiang. Yes, I was thinking of making ginger tea. I seem to have caught a bit of a chill lately. Wang Chen awkwardly lowered his raised fist, wrapping his arms around himself as if he were genuinely feeling unwell. Jiang Lingxian's expression shifted slightly, her gaze on him growing curious, though she did not voice any suspicions. Perhaps it was because I held him too tightly last night, allowing the chill of my 9-in cold divine body to seep into him, leaving him feeling weak today, given his memories from a past life. It should not be the case for his supreme 9-yang divine body. Moreover, last night he had not absorbed its 9-yang energy to suppress the chilling aura within him, just as he had done in his previous life. Jiang Lingxian was utterly perplexed, but at that moment, Wang Chen spoke up. "Sister Fairy, is this attire meant for me?" He approached, rubbing his arms, cautiously observing her expression as he inquired. Wang Chen vaguely recalled that upon his arrival in this realm, the first words he had uttered upon seeing Jiang Lingxian were exactly that. After all, she truly resembled a celestial being, leaving him in awe when he first crossed over. Even now, the sight of her flawless visage stirred an unbidden flutter in his heart. And I must remember to call you master in the future," Jiang Lingxian remarked, her brows knitting together as she stepped into the room, gently placing the Taoist robe and shoes onto the table. She preferred Wang Chen to refer to her as master. regardless of the past or present. Oh, Sister Fairy, I should be able to wear this robe and shoes, right? Wang Chen intentionally posed the question, hoping to avoid the rejection he faced in his previous life when he called her master. The term could not be uttered now, at least not frequently. However, if Jiang Lingxian were to develop feelings for him in the future, he could gradually test the waters. The clothes and shoes are for. I've already said you must call me master in the future. Jiang Lingxian, initially taken aback, quickly reminded him with a frown. All right, Wang Chen responded, adhering to her request for now, planning to reconsider later. He then moved closer to Jiang Lingxian, beginning to remove the garments he wore from the blue star. The rustling sound prompted her to glance back, only to be met with the sight of his brightly patterned shorts. You, Jiang Lingxian stammered, swiftly turning away. Her eyes shut tight, her ears flushing crimson in an instant. Neither in her past life nor this one had she ever witnessed Wang Chen display such audacity before her. Now, he had presented her with a rather overwhelming visual impact. It was the first time in millennia that she had seen him so unreservedly undressing in her presence. What's wrong, Sister Fairy? Wang Chen, seemingly unfazed, donned the Taoist robe he had just retrieved from the table, harboring a subtle intent of retaliation against Jiang Lingxian. Though he aimed to avenge the past, the essence of the matter remained unchanged. After all, they were indeed the same person. Observing Jiang Lingxian's mortified demeanor and flushed ears, Wang Chen felt a fleeting distraction. Had it been her previous incarnation, she likely would have merely cast him a cold glance, her expression betraying no emotion. Indeed, the most genuine connections arise in the nascent stages of acquaintance. How could you so casually change your clothes before me? Jiang Lingxian, still facing away from him, attempted to suppress her embarrassment, though her icy tone carried an undertone of indignation. It's nothing. You needn't apologize. If you've seen it, then you've seen it, haha. Wang Chen stepped in front of Jiang Lingxian, presenting her with his charming smile, countering her frigid demeanor. You are utterly unreasonable and shameless. Were it not for your exceptional talent, I would cast you down the mountain. Jiang Lingxian's words hardened, her fists clenched beneath her white sleeves. Yet, it was evident she could only express her frustration verbally. Should he truly disappear, she would be beside herself with worry. I apologize. I shall be more mindful when changing clothes before you next time. Noticing her reaction, Wang Chen lowered his gaze, hurriedly offering apologies, genuinely fearing retribution. Jiang Lingxian paused, contemplating whether her words had been too harsh. Wait, he still wants another occasion. Jiang Lingxian's thoughts shifted, her brows knitting together in a blend of embarrassment and anger as she fixed her icy gaze upon Wang Chen. Fine, no next time. Wang Chen, feeling her penetrating stare, hastily replied, while silently uttering, well, there will be a next time. Now that you're dressed, come with me, Jiang Lingxian stated flatly, her gaze softening slightly as she led the way. Where to? Although Wang Chen was well aware of their destination, he feigned ignorance. It was indeed the place where Jiang Lingxian would guide him to awaken his powers, where he had first encountered the child of fortune, Qin Yafan. Without further ado, Jiang Lingxian responded coldly and stepped outside. As they walked, Wang Chen, seemingly purposefully, gently tugged at the sleeve of Jiang Lingxian's white gown amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the disciples of the Taisu sect. Jiang Lingxian felt the pull and instinctively tugged back, wishing to maintain the appropriate distance. Having grown accustomed to keeping a subtle distance from her disciple, Jiang Lingxian's actions were quite normal in Wang Chen's eyes, as she had always behaved this way in their past life. Yet, Wang Chen remained undeterred, carefully grasping her sleeve once more. Jiang Lingxian, sensing his persistent tugging, furrowed her brow slightly, pulling her sleeve back again in silence. After several exchanges, she finally turned to face Wang Chen, her expression a mix of exasperation and annoyance. You, Sister Fairy, I feel a bit socially anxious. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish her thought, Wang Chen raised his eyes with a pitiful expression, his handsome features pleading for understanding. Jiang Lingxian found it difficult to endure his woeful demeanor, her icy reprimands faltering. What do you mean? She asked, her brows knitting together as she regarded him. It's just that they keep staring at me, and I'm a bit scared. Wang Chen's words were accompanied by cautious glances at Jiang Lingxian, eager to gauge her reaction. His claim of fear was undoubtedly a ruse. He had faced countless formidable foes in his past life without a trace of fear, so why would he be intimidated now? Oh. Wang Chen's expression dimmed slightly at her response, his voice trailing off in a dejected tone. Indeed, this cold-hearted woman remained unchanged. He distinctly remembered a similar encounter in his past life. However, he lacked the experience of 1,000 years from his past, and the weight of their gazes made him feel somewhat apprehensive. After all, Traversing this path toward the battlefield meant facing over 500 Tai Su disciples scrutinizing him. A mere mortal. Reflecting on the past, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow mixed with a hint of amusement. Realizing how naive he had once been. Just then, he heard a soft sigh escape Jiang Lingxian's lips, piquing his curiosity. As he looked up, he was surprised to see her, as ethereal as ever, slightly extending her sleeve toward him, maintaining an icy gaze as her long, elegant eyelashes fluttered delicately. Wang Chen's heart lightened at the sight, as if he had finally hooked a fish, grasping the sleeve that bore a subtle fragrance. He straightened his posture and began to walk confidently. His previous social anxiety dissipated, as if he had found a pillar of strength. Striding forth without a care in the world. Was he no longer afraid? Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen, who tightly grasped her sleeve and appeared transformed, and inquired with a hint of detachment, "Are you not afraid with the celestial maiden's protection?" As he spoke, he swayed his head slightly, adopting a melodic tone in response to Jiang Lingxian. Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Lingxian's serene eyes gazed at Wang Chen with a touch of dazed contemplation, seemingly lost in recollection. What is it?" Wang Chen, bewildered by her gaze, furrowed his brows and tilted his head in confusion, questioning her with a look. "I have told you to address me as master. Should you refer to me in such a manner again, I shall invoke the rules governing our teacher-student relationship," Jiang Lingxian admonished, regaining her composure and suppressing the flood of memories and emotions from her previous life. As they walked, she corrected Wang Chen's address once more. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of unease and panic stirred within her. She pondered why this incarnation of Wang Chen hesitated to call her master. Could it be that her rebirth had altered his perception of her? "Ah, very well," Wang Chen acquiesced, intending to continue calling her sister fairy in a subtle attempt to reshape her view of him as merely a disciple. "We are almost there, just ahead." Jiang Lingxian gently tugged at her sleeve and raised her gaze to indicate the path ahead. Buzzing. Heavenly forbidden divine body. The awakening steel erupted with a beam of golden light, and a resonant voice emerged from the steel. Below the steel, a frenzied youth marveled at his own hands and body, exclaiming, "I have succeeded. Ha! I shall ascend to immortality. I will wreak havoc upon the heavens." His intense gaze brimmed with murderous intent as he shouted exuberantly, "Get down. Stop disturbing those behind you." Before the ecstatic youth could revel further, an elder on the platform swiftly kicked him off. Jiang Lingxian, remaining composed, guided Wang Chen towards the elder, her white dress billowing in the breeze. This enchanting sight captivated onlookers, halting those eager to ascend the platform, allowing Jiang Lingxian, as the saintess, to proceed first. However, after a brief moment, the crowd's attention shifted to the handsome Wang Chen behind Jiang Lingxian. Who was this man? They wondered, envious and hostile, especially since many had sought Jiang Lingxian's affection during various sect events. Despite their gifts being returned without acknowledgement, their animosity towards Wang Chen lingered. Though he and Jiang Lingxian appeared well-matched in appearance, the disciples of Taishu remained unfamiliar with Wang Chen, fostering resentment, particularly among male disciples. Wang Chen, sensing the scrutinizing gazes, smirked slightly. "Qin Yafan, should I ever have the chance to eliminate you, you shall meet your demise in this life." His eyes, imbued with a hint of murderous intent, locked with those of a jealous disciple below. In his previous life, Qin Yafan had not yet formed an enmity with him. This rivalry would only ignite the day after the awakening when Taishu disciples selected their weapons in the armory. Consumed by jealousy of Wang Chen as Jiang Lingxian's disciple, Qin Yafan had provoked him, leading to a fierce confrontation. As Wang Chen recalled, he had barely begun his cultivation journey when he retaliated with a slap that left Qin Yafan stunned. Now, the latter returned Wang Chen's gaze with a frown, unyielding in his defiance. The subtle menace in Wang Chen's eyes compelled many disciples to lower their heads, for his past was marked by bloodshed. Wang Chen smirked mockingly at Qin Yafan, who turned pale with rage. Yet, as they reached the elder, Jiang Lingxian discreetly pulled Wang Chen behind her. Surprised by her action, Wang Chen refrained from provoking Qin Yafan any further. However, he sensed a change in Jiang Lingxian. Though she remained icy, there was an inexplicable warmth in her demeanor. Was it merely his imagination, or had their shared warmth the previous night altered her? "May I inquire about the purpose of the saintess's visit?" The elder addressed Jiang Lingxian with utmost respect. "For the awakening of your body, please, Elder Zhang, send someone to guide us to an isolated stele." Jiang Lingxian's voice was cold, yet possessed an alluring quality that enticed listeners to hear more. "No need. I shall awaken here," Wang Chen interjected urgently, recalling that in his previous life, his awakening stele had revealed the nine-yang divine body, yet the critical aspect of chaos did not manifest. Jiang Lingxian required his 9-yang divine body to suppress the yin energy within her, hence she would not part with him. Thus, Wang Chen aimed to instill a sense of urgency in Jiang Lingxian, as if he could be taken away by another woman at any moment. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed upon hearing Wang Chen's words. She wished to caution him against awakening here, for numerous female elders would be vying for him. If the news of the 9-yang divine body spread, other sects might seek to poach him as well. Yet, Wang Chen remained resolute, dismissing her concerns. With a swift motion, he released Jiang Lingxian's sleeve and dashed towards the awakening steel, pressing his hand upon it. Caught off guard by a sudden movement, Jiang Lingxian could not react in time to pull him back. In an instant, the steel erupted in brilliant light, and a monumental voice echoed, proclaiming, 9-yang divine body. As the proclamation resonated, Wang Chen felt an influx of energy surging into him. He did not resist, understanding this was the normal response from the steel after awakening. This energy was what enabled him to hold his own against Qin Yafan, who was at the third layer of the spirit-building realm. With the energy coursing through him, Wang Chen felt his realm ascend rapidly, from the first layer of body refining to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. The sensation of breaking through was exhilarating, akin to a fitness enthusiast experiencing the peak of their physical prowess. Once his objective was achieved, he gradually withdrew his hand, feigning humility as he turned back to Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, the scene was already bustling with voices as countless female elders rushed towards Wang Chen from afar. Without exception, all eyes were fixed upon him, eager for him to become their disciple. "Follow me," exclaimed Jiang Lingxian, her expression cold and grim as she observed the elders flocking towards Wang Chen, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping her heart. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt himself lifted off the ground, and in the blink of an eye, everything around him fell into silence. They quickly returned to the intimate chamber they had once shared. Wang Chen stood with his head bowed, while Jiang Lingxian glared at him with an icy demeanor. A familiar sensation from his past life washed over him. If he were not a man, he might have succumbed to a chill. It had been a long time since he felt such an intensity in her gaze, but strangely, it brought him a sense of comfort. Though he dared not speak, his mind was a flurry of thoughts. Why take matters into your own hands? Jiang Lingxian's presence radiated a chilling aura, her voice laced with a furious frost. I did not know I would possess such a constitution," Wang Chen stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, clearly intimidated by her wrath. "The master has expressly forbidden it. Why did you insist on touching the awakening steel? The emergence of a supreme, 9-yang divine body will undoubtedly lead to immense trouble." Her words were sharp, each syllable punctuated by her ire. Feigning fear, Wang Chen slightly raised his head and took a small step back, appearing visibly apprehensive. Observing his attempt to distance himself, Jiang Lingxian's irritation flared, and she advanced towards him once more. Wang Chen continued to retreat, further provoking her anger as she relentlessly pursued him until he found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape left. Unable to endure any longer, he feigned determination, preparing to speak. "If you find this troublesome, why not hand me over to someone else as a disciple? There is no need for you to suffer." Wang Chen presented himself as considerate, yet he was merely using retreat as a tactic to catch Jiang Lingxian off guard. Taken aback by his words, Jiang Lingxian's anger faltered, her icy demeanor momentarily softening as she gazed at him, her eyes unwittingly glistening with unshed tears. A pang of heartache gripped her chest. Realizing the emotional tide, she swiftly turned away, not wanting him to see her distress. The moment he suggested seeking another master, her composure nearly shattered. Such a notion was intolerable to her, absolutely unacceptable. With her back turned to him, Jiang Lingxian trembled slightly, choosing silence as she made her exit. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving a bewildered Wang Chen in the room. Did she just cry? He pondered, leaning against the wall in shock. Could it be that after a night of intimacy, she had developed feelings for him? Yet, logically, he believed she should have scolded him harshly before ultimately keeping him by her side. However, if it were the Jiang Lingxian of his past life, her reaction to his desire for another master might have indeed been uncharacteristic. Surely she cannot have also been reborn? He mused, recalling that during his perilous moment in the abyss, she had been in seclusion, likely still alive. As Wang Chen stood there, perplexed, a strange itch began to form atop his head, as if he were on the verge of enlightenment. "Dear host, it seems your beloved fairy sister nearly cried just now," quipped the system in his mind. "Could it be that your charm is so potent? A single night's embrace has planted indelible feelings within her?" The system appeared to be deep in thought, as if pondering the gravity of the situation. Wang Chen shared this sentiment, finding Jiang Lingxian's current demeanor puzzling. Regardless, let her reflect on why her disciple wishes to seek another master, he concluded, intending to avoid unnecessary conflict. He sat down on the bed, summoning 2 orbs of flame that were anything but ordinary. These flames were chaotic, a swirling mix of black and white, imbued with a power that seemed to distort the very fabric of space. With a swift motion, he contained the chaotic flames, a smile gracing his lips. In this new life, he refused to believe his fate would mirror that of his previous incarnation, where he had perished after the trial of the emperor. At this moment, treasures such as the Xuanduang Pagoda, Blood Dragon Tree, and Heavenly Dao Pearl had yet to emerge, their whereabouts unknown. Wang Chen contemplated the artifacts he had acquired in his past life and the serendipities bestowed upon the children of fate. Rest assured, host. I have catalogued the 10 most formidable treasures. It merely requires the expenditure of source points to locate them. The system interjected, seemingly attuned to his thoughts. Excellent. In this life, let us join forces and seize all those opportunities. Wang Chen declared, his resolve strengthening. By the way, tomorrow, the disciples awakening their bodies must go to the armory. I shall seize the opportunities that Qin Yefan possesses there. Having formulated his strategy, he opened the system's attribute panel. Wang Chen, Constitution, Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, peak of the 9th level of body refinement. Technique, Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Scripture. Storage space, none. Source points, 0. Overall evaluation, a human at the 9th level of body refinement. System, do you have any means to prevent being enchanted? Otherwise, I may once again find myself at Jiang Lingxian's mercy tonight, he remarked, pulling up the system's shop, where 9 golden cards materialized before him. The system's marketplace functioned uniquely, refreshing 9 golden cards daily for the host to unveil various items. Indeed, I can quietly pilfer the essence of the great Tao and mold it into golden cards for you, but it would require a significant expenditure of source points. Can it be bought on credit? Do you wish to eat Jiang Lingxian's? Is that something one can even say? The system fell silent, seemingly contemplating how to extract some source points. Observing the prolonged silence, Wang Chen decided to peruse the golden cards in the shop. The first item, Crow's Flight Technique, priced at 100 source points. The second item, Panga's Blood Essence, priced at 999999999. The third item, Wooden Carving of a Mud Horse, priced at, damn, not this foolish Panga's Blood Essence again. It has followed me through 2 lifetimes. Wang Chen exclaimed in frustration upon seeing the item's depiction. As he continued to unveil the remaining cards, his hopes dwindled. Upon clicking the 8th golden card, it playfully swayed before flipping over dramatically. 8th item, Smoke of Enchantment. Poison Pill as Candy, priced at 1,000 source points. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at the straightforward name, frowning as he clicked on the description below. Item, Smoke of Enchantment. Poison Pill as Candy. Description, a one-time item that nullifies all enchantments and poisons, but upon its effect's expiration, the user will immediately succumb to poisoning. Duration, 12 hours. A one-time use and the immediate consequence of poisoning upon expiration? No wonder it was so inexpensive. Wang Chen contemplated the implications of such an item, weighing its potential utility against the risks it posed. Wang Chen contemplated for a moment before deciding to charm the system with a hint of his allure. Reluctantly spending his resources, judging by last night's experience, the seductive incense set by Jiang Lingxian was certainly harmless, so there was no cause for concern. Although the purchase would only grant him one night to savor the intoxicating closeness, his desire to acquire it was overwhelming. If necessary, he could always pilfer additional weapons from the armory tomorrow to convert into source points to repay the system. Well, all right. But you must repay me with 3,000 source points. After much coaxing, the system finally acquiesced. As the agreement was made, Wang Chen's source points increased by 1,000. And the system silently withdrew. 3,000 source points is a trivial matter. Tomorrow, I shall simply steal more weapons. Wang Chen, with 1,000 source points, acquired the 8th item, murmuring his promise to the system to return threefold. Once everything was settled, he glanced around his surroundings. The simplicity and cleanliness of the room, a table, 3 chairs, a large bed with bedding, all constructed of wood, brought a wave of nostalgia. It had been nearly 900 years since he last occupied this space. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Wang Chen took a moment to reminisce before entering a state of cultivation, activating the Chaos 9 Sun's divine art. In the body refinement realm, one could only channel spiritual energy within oneself, unable to project it outward. In other words, there was no capability for ranged attacks. Wang Chen aimed to break through to the spirit establishment realm before nightfall, allowing him to unleash his spiritual energy. System, remember to wake me when night falls. I need to feign sleep. He chuckled. Host, you truly have a penchant for mischief. Deceiving the innocent future Empress Jiang Lingxian is one thing, but aspiring to be a rebellious disciple is quite another. The system, grasping Wang Chen's intent, couldn't help but tease him with its cold, mechanical tone. Reminiscing about the previous night, Wang Chen smiled but did not respond, quickly immersing himself in his cultivation once more. He practiced diligently until the evening, around 5 o'clock. Suddenly, a crisp sound erupted from within him, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him. He had broken through to the spirit establishment realm. The barrier of his previous level shattered, and though beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his spirit felt invigorated. He kept his eyes closed, continuing to exert himself to enhance his power, preparing for tomorrow's confrontation with Qin Yefan, the fated son of luck at the third level of spirit establishment, who would try to seize his opportunity in the armory. System, when night falls, make sure to wake me. I shall pretend to be asleep. Crazy host. You startled me. Wang Chen was taken aback by the sudden sound echoing in his mind, quickly opening his eyes. That's what you asked me to do, and yet you scold me. You wretched host. All right, my mistake. Wang Chen conceded, gazing into the dark surroundings before silently lying back on the bed. He reached into the system's storage space, his eyes lighting up at the sight of a golden card inscribed with 10 characters, and he smiled like a child with candy. Use. Ding. Successfully used the seductive incense card. Effects activated. I don't feel anything, Wang Chen murmured, staring at the ceiling and quietly awaiting the arrival of the one he longed for. Unbeknownst to him, an inconspicuous incense burner on the table had already begun to emit a colorless, odorless fragrance. By the way, system, mask my cultivation level to the 9th layer of body refinement after the awakening stone has replenished my energy. Otherwise, if Jiang Lingxian has provided me with any techniques and I suddenly break through to the pinnacle of the 1st layer of spirit establishment, it would be rather suspicious. Okay. The realm masking feature is now active. Current debt, 4,000 source points. As the system's words faded, Wang Chen's cultivation aura diminished to the 9th layer of body refinement, while in reality, he remained at the spirit establishment realm. Thus, Wang Chen and the system exchanged banter, waiting for over half an hour before sounds emerged from outside. Soft footsteps approached the door, and Wang Chen, with his keen hearing, could discern them clearly. He quickly turned away, closing his eyes and anxiously awaiting the arrival of the visitor. Host, here she comes. Your beloved little master is approaching. Hiki, the system exclaimed in his mind, giddily anticipating the romantic encounter. Don't shout. I'm not deaf. Only a cowardly host would feign sleep. Just shout away, hee. Shut up. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse internally as the footsteps paused beside the bed. Moments later, he felt a warm figure gently lie down beside him, embracing him from behind. The person seemed to be cautious, as a gentle, icy stream of spiritual energy flowed into him, rendering his body weak. How cunning. While I can dodge a direct attack, I cannot evade this stealthy maneuver. Wang Chen realized he was becoming increasingly powerless, ultimately surrendering to Jiang Lingxian's whims. After these gestures, she gently turned him over, her movements exquisitely careful. Wang Chen dared not open his eyes, secretly savoring the tenderness with which Jiang Lingxian cradled him against her warmth. Wait, why is she also reborn? His arms found themselves resting around her waist, cradling her delicate figure. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian tightened her embrace, as if fearing that Wang Chen would slip away. Hey, easy there. It's getting a bit tight. I can barely breathe. Thankfully, Jiang Lingxian gradually relaxed her grip, allowing the pretended sleeping Wang Chen a moment to catch his breath. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's long lashes fluttered, her sparkling gaze fixed on the slumbering Wang Chen. Her lips pressed tightly together as tears began to well in her eyes. Disciple, I didn't mean it during the day. I was just afraid someone would take you away from me. I'm truly sorry. Please don't think about seeking another master, all right? Her voice carried an unparalleled softness, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness. Disciple, it took me so long to see you again. I beg you, please don't leave me again. Jiang Lingxian buried her face into Wang Chen's chest, recalling his words from earlier, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Wang Chen felt his chest growing damp with her tears, yet his heart was in turmoil. In his past life, Jiang Lingxian would never have wept in his embrace like this. What on earth was happening? Moreover, hearing her call him disciple so intimately sparked a thought in his mind. Could it be that Jiang Lingxian had also been reborn? And perhaps her rebirth occurred long before his own? No, that would be too improbable. Wang Chen allowed Jiang Lingxian to hold him tightly, his eyes closed as he awaited her next words. Disciple, I am truly frightened. I'm so scared that you might seek another master. Sob. Her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion, her once cold tone now heavy with despair, evoking a heart-wrenching sympathy in Wang Chen. This was the first time in a millennium he had witnessed Jiang Lingxian in such a vulnerable state. I'm sorry, truly sorry. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly began to apologize, leaving Wang Chen utterly perplexed. However, as Jiang Lingxian continued to speak, Wang Chen gradually began to comprehend. Though he was more overwhelmed by shock, in his past life, he was ambushed and killed in the abyss of demons, while his master remained in seclusion. Oh, Master truly did not know that at that time he was to face the emperor's tribulation. I'm sorry. Disciple is sorry, sob. It seemed that Jiang Lingxian, feeling the grievances from the day, was opening up more than usual in the night. She was afraid to say these words while Wang Chen was awake, fearing it would frighten the Wang Chen who had just come to know her in this life. Yet, Jiang Lingxian forgot that even in her past life, after each confession from Wang Chen, she could only hold him tightly in the dead of night, sharing feelings that neither dared to voice while awake. Jiang Lingxian resembled a deeply insecure individual, finding it hard to let anyone into her somber emotional realm. No, could it be that she truly has been reborn? However, at this moment, after hearing Jiang Lingxian's sobs and words while holding him, Wang Chen was left utterly stunned. Wang Chen recalled her words and could not help but remember that in her past life, Jiang Lingxian indeed did not know about his impending tribulation. He had been confident in overcoming it and thus did not mention it to her, choosing instead to enter the forbidden zone and face his tribulation alone. He had indeed succeeded in transcending the emperor's tribulation, preparing to depart. Unexpectedly, he was confronted with a calamity even greater than the emperor's tribulation, 1,000 calamities from those destined to be his foes. Wang Chen had never anticipated such a multitude of vengeful figures lying in wait to ambush him. From their perspective, it felt as if they were banding together to confront a formidable antagonist. Although that group of miscreants had all been vanquished by his master, yet, disciple, in the past life, master could never find you, no matter what. Jiang Lingxian's once melodious voice now trembled with a sense of helplessness and fragility. After pouring forth her feelings, Jiang Lingxian embraced Wang Chen for a long while, her breath becoming soft, yet somewhat chaotic. Though she held Wang Chen tightly, the thoughts of his words from earlier haunted her, causing her heart to ache. She was terrified of losing Wang Chen again, of him being taken away by someone else. She desperately wished to keep him by her side, yet Jiang Lingxian constantly reminded herself that such possessiveness was utterly wrong. Such actions were selfish and would only frighten this disciple, perhaps even yielding the opposite effect. Regardless of her past or present, she could only voice her concealed feelings while Wang Chen was asleep. The taboo of a master-disciple relationship weighed heavily on her, especially because Jiang Lingxian had long been starved for affection. Her harrowing childhood experience with her once loving parents, who had sought to devour her, instilled a deep fear of intimacy. Jiang Lingxian feared that if she were to shatter their master-disciple relationship and transform Wang Chen into her husband, she would be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The current dynamic suited her, at least she need not fear abandonment, offering her a semblance of safety. Thus, she maintained a cold demeanor towards Wang Chen, rebuffing his affections for over 9 centuries, persisting in her icy rejection. This tenuous relationship, which provided Jiang Lingxian with a sense of security, unknowingly sustained itself for a millennium until Wang Chen's demise, after which she unleashed her fury, slaying countless foes, ultimately ending her life in a tragic act of devotion. Host, do you think that if you were to suddenly confess your own rebirth at this moment, what would her reaction be? Just as Wang Chen's thoughts were in turmoil, the system's voice resonated in his mind, now laden with astonishment. Based on my profound understanding of her personality and mental state, she would likely be overjoyed. Alternatively, she might be overwhelmed with relief, realizing I too have been reborn, or panic-stricken, believing it to be an illusion. Ultimately, the nature of our relationship would gradually revert to the familiar master-disciple dynamic of our past life. Thus, history would repeat itself. She would continue to reject me under the guise of her role as a master, and your mission would remain unfulfilled. Her childhood experiences with her parents have surely left scars, her fear isn't merely of breaking our bond. Rather, she fears that should I become her partner and claim her entirely, I might one day betray her. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian profoundly, feeling a sense of melancholy as he swiftly responded to the system. He dared to assert that no one, aside from Jiang Lingxian herself, knew her better than he, who had been by her side for a millennium. In his previous life, he had longed to escape the confines of their master-disciple relationship, and in this life, he was even more resolute in avoiding the same path. From the 100th year of his apprenticeship, he had developed profound feelings for her, pursuing her for over 9 centuries, remaining unwed, utterly disinterested in any other woman. Yet, he had never managed to sway her heart, perpetually met with her cold rejection, maintaining a distance. A vague sense of sorrow enveloped Wang Chen as he inhaled the fragrance of the person nestled against him, lost in thought. Chapter 9. Jiang Lingxian's Nightmare Disciple. Do not leave your master. Do not leave. Do not. Jiang Lingxian gradually grew weary from her tears, instinctively nestling her face into Wang Chen's warm neck and falling asleep. Once Wang Chen felt the stillness beside him, he cautiously opened his eyes, glancing over. Confirming that she was asleep, he fully opened his deep, expressive eyes, gazing steadily at Jiang Lingxian. As he sensed the soft, yet chilling spiritual energy emanating from her, he unleashed the chaotic flames within him. They could truly dissolve. It seemed Jiang Lingxian was cautious not to harm him, refraining from overwhelming him with her icy energy. Wang Chen felt his body regaining control, a flicker of joy igniting within him as he fervently dispelled the cold energy. Eventually, as his body regained full control, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian's exquisite face, feeling a surge of inexplicable excitement. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he observed Jiang Lingxian so closely, within reach. As he felt her bury her head in his neck, their embrace took on an intimate posture. Unable to resist, Wang Chen gently caressed her delicate face. Jiang Lingxian appeared utterly exhausted from her tears or perhaps wounded by Wang Chen's earlier words, sleeping soundly in his warm embrace without any reaction. Noticing her stillness, Wang Chen carefully wrapped his arm around her, holding her closer. Then, lowering his handsome face, he placed a gentle kiss on her fair brow. Master, in this life, I no longer wish to remain your disciple. After all, in my previous life, I vowed that if there were a next life, I would spur you on relentlessly. Wang Chen's voice, imbued with a gentle magnetism, whispered softly in Jiang Lingxian's ear. He then reclined back, returning to their original position. That night, Jiang Lingxian, who rarely slept so soundly, found herself again ensnared in dreams. She dreamt of a dark void where the former Wang Chen suddenly appeared, holding her tightly. He even kissed her forehead in the dream, yet she felt paralyzed. Unable to move, merely watching with wide eyes. As Wang Chen's form began to fade, he imparted 2 final words to her. Master, I no longer wish to remain your disciple. In the ethereal realm of dreams, Jiang Lingxian found herself ensnared by the haunting words of Wang Chen. Initially, her instinct was to reject him, burdened by the shadows of their past master-disciple relationship. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent utterance, a pang of realization struck her. This was indeed a dream. As her awareness dawned, Wang Chen's form began to dissolve, the dreamscape crumbling around her. No, do not leave, she cried out. Awakening abruptly in Wang Chen's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart racing. Had he been plagued by nightmares? Startled by her sudden awakening, Wang Chen restrained the instinctive urge to flinch. The moment Jiang Lingxian laid eyes upon him, her panic subsided, albeit slightly. She clung to him tightly, murmuring as though she feared any separation. As the first light of dawn crept through the window, she remained in his arms for a brief moment longer, reluctant to part. Eventually, she gently withdrew her embrace, leaving behind a lingering sense of loss. Wang Chen, sensing her departure, felt the air shift as she quietly gathered her belongings. The door creaked in protest as she exited, marking the end of their brief yet poignant encounter. After a moment of solitude, Wang Chen finally rose. Sitting on the edge of his bed, grappling with a flood of thoughts, he resolved not to disclose his own rebirth to Jiang Lingxian, contemplating whether to reveal it once they became companions in the path of immortality. He was determined. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he believed he understood Jiang Lingxian entirely, even catching a fleeting glimpse of her formidable true nature. In his previous life, the price of his curiosity had been steep, resulting in a painful punishment at her hands. Despite the torment, he harbored no regrets, for that singular moment had imprinted upon him a desire to cherish her. Now, if she continued to rebuff him in this life, he might very well consider a drastic measure to escape his predicament. Moreover, he recalled a particular opportunity that awaited him beneath a tree, one that another favored child of destiny had seized. Urgency surged within him. He hurriedly dressed, slipping into the shoes Jiang Lingxian had gifted him, and dashed forward, his mind racing with the prospect of reclaiming his fortune. The system in his mind chimed in, guiding him to a location abundant with opportunities, an enchanting peach blossom grove, a place he knew all too well. Memories flooded back of the times he had collected blossoms for Jiang Lingxian, hoping to win her favor. With newfound determination, he surged towards the grove, aware that his reputation had preceded him. Upon reaching the grove, the sight of blooming peach trees overwhelmed him with beauty. Yet, amidst this serene backdrop, he spotted a familiar figure, Yi Qing, whose presence ignited a surge of animosity within him. Their history was fraught with rivalry, rooted in jealousy and disdain. As Yi Qing attempted to plunder a peach tree, Wang Chen could no longer contain himself. He called out, accusing him of thievery. The confrontation escalated, with Yi Qing, fueled by indignation, unleashing his fury upon Wang Chen. The tension between them was palpable, and as they faced off, Wang Chen's prowess manifested, resulting in a swift and decisive clash. In this new life, the stakes were higher, and he was prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Determined to reshape his destiny, Wang Chen slowly approached, gazing down at the writhing Yi Qing on the ground, raising his foot to trample his face. He felt nothing but disdain for this fortunate child, who had proven to be an early waste yet experienced a meteoric rise in power. Recalling the siege from his past life, where one of the two emperors was none other than Yi Qing, a surge of murderous intent filled Wang Chen's eyes. This was one of the reasons he harbored such animosity towards him. You will die. You are destined to die. Yi Qing, pinned to the ground and unable to rise, bled from the corner of his mouth as he roared at Wang Chen. Do you believe I could crush your skull with a single step? Wang Chen's voice elongated, instilling sufficient terror in Yi Qing. He indeed possessed the capability to kill Yi Qing, but he feared that his grandfather would intervene and possibly retaliate. Hearing this, Yi Qing finally fell silent, demonstrating the restraint typical of a once-favored child of fortune. Everyone saw it. He attacked me first. Wang Chen crossed his arms, a charming smile gracing his handsome features as his cold gaze swept over the disciples present. He delivered his threats with brazen confidence, showing no hint of shame. Observing the disciples hastily averting their eyes, a satisfied expression emerged on Wang Chen's face. He then lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Yi Qing's hand, which clutched a shovel. A sickening crack echoed, followed by Yi Qing's agonized scream, and even the ring on his finger became soiled. Bending down, Wang Chen attempted to remove the ring, only to find it stubbornly stuck. Do you truly think I cannot deal with you? Wang Chen chuckled in anger, seizing the nearby shovel and bringing it down mercilessly towards Yi Qing's hand. No! Yi Qing screamed in terror, and a transparent surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, seemingly responding to his cry. Clang! The shovel collided with the transparent force, producing a sharp spark, and in an instant, Yi Qing's figure vanished from the spot. Damn it! Killing him is not as easy as it seems. Wang Chen cursed, then picked up the shovel and walked towards the peach tree that Yi Qing had intended to excavate. Thud! Thud! As the soil flew, none of the disciples dared to reprimand Wang Chen for his actions. Gradually, he found himself alone in the peach grove, as all the others fled, fearing retribution. With a satisfying thud against something solid, Wang Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he dug even more vigorously until a small box, roughly the size of a palm, emerged. Ecstatic, he quickly stowed it away in his storage space and packed the soil back around the peach tree. Time was of the essence, as Jiang Lingxian should have already gone to the house to find him. He needed to return quickly and examine the contents of the box later. Otherwise, that cold figure might become upset if she found him wandering aimlessly. Just as Wang Chen was about to dash out of the peach grove, a sudden inspiration struck him. Right. I should bring her a few of the peach blossoms she loved so much in my past life. He wondered if she still cherished peach blossoms as she once did. It doesn't matter. Having them is better than not having them at all. Wang Chen swiftly returned to the grove, meticulously searching for the most beautiful blossoms in full bloom. This one will do. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his past life, gently picking the blossoms for his beloved. His thoughts were interrupted as he dashed back, ignoring the petals that fell upon his head. However, before he could enter the house, he spotted Jiang Lingxian emerging with a frosty expression, her breathtakingly beautiful face devoid of the tender warmth she had displayed the previous night. Instead, she resembled the icy empress he had known in his past life, captivating yet frigid. The contrast between Jiang Lingxian's demeanor during the day and at night was striking. Upon seeing her distant figure, Wang Chen quickened his pace, hastening to stand before her. Sister Fairy, I was just about to look for you, With a few peach petals atop his head, he flashed a charming smile, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. Jiang Lingxian's previously hurried steps faltered as she finally paused upon noticing Wang Chen. The tension in her heart eased slightly. She had intended to seek out every female elder in the sect for assistance, but Wang Chen had appeared unexpectedly. Yet, her gaze turned increasingly frigid as she regarded him, causing Wang Chen to feel a chill run down his spine. Where have you been? Jiang Lingxian's voice was icy, tinged with an unmistakable hint of displeasure. It was clear she was angry, perhaps even more than he had anticipated. Wang Chen's heart raced at the sight of her unyielding beauty, and he stammered, I. He feigned a frightened expression, gripping the peach blossoms tightly behind his back. What are you hiding? Jiang Lingxian's brow furrowed as her voice turned even colder, demanding an answer. I. Wang Chen silently crushed the blossoms in his hands, lowering his head and stuttering. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a scheming character, exuding an intoxicating charm. I will only say this once. Show me. Jiang Lingxian's heart raced with unease, fearing that Wang Chen might possess a bribe meant to undermine the female elders of the sect. She noticed the petals scattered atop his head, and at that moment, she understood that he had not ventured to the peach grove alone. Someone must have guided him. Wang Chen trembled slightly at her reprimand, this time not feigning fear but reacting instinctively due to his past experiences. He wore an innocent expression and finally extended his hands, still tightly closed. Open them. Jiang Lingxian's gaze bore into Wang Chen, her aura as a saint emanating unconsciously. Even the ground beneath them began to freeze, sending a shiver through Wang Chen. Just as Jiang Lingxian's energy seemed poised to spiral out of control, Wang Chen finally relented, slowly opening his palms. Upon seeing the peach blossoms nestled in his hands, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, her aura faltering. Those blossoms, once breathtakingly beautiful, now appeared disheveled and crumpled, as if they had been nervously squeezed in a tight grip. Striking a chord within Jiang Lingxian's heart, memories of their past interactions flooded her mind. Master, do you think this peach blossom is beautiful? I picked it for you, hehe. In one memory, Jiang Lingxian sat in a pristine, cold chamber, engrossed in ancient texts. Suddenly, a noise echoed at the door as Wang Chen, hands behind his back, stealthily pushed it open and approached her. With a mischievous smile, he presented a peach blossom before her, playfully asking, Master, aren't you fond of peach blossoms? Please don't be upset. In another memory, beneath a towering dragon tree, Jiang Lingxian, seemingly irritated by Wang Chen, wore a frosty expression. Wang Chen cautiously produced a few blossoms, testing the waters before gently placing them in her palm, anxious not to provoke her further. Master, I truly care for you. How about we sever our master-disciple ties and become partners instead? What do you think? In the final scene, Wang Chen had adorned the entire room with blooming pink peach blossoms, a sight of extraordinary beauty. He held a large bouquet of peach blossoms in his hands, playfully blinking as he confessed his feelings to Jiang Lingxian. Numerous memories flickered through his mind. At that moment, Wang Chen's faint voice brought Jiang Lingxian back to reality. While I was familiarizing myself with the sex terrain earlier, I stumbled upon a peach blossom grove. I thought of picking a few of the most beautiful ones to give to you, my fairy sister. I didn't expect you to be so angry. I'm sorry. Wang Chen stammered, lowering his head in silence, afraid to meet Jiang Lingxian's beautiful gaze. The silence lingered for about 10 seconds before Jiang Lingxian began to move. She did not take the slightly crumpled peach blossoms from Wang Chen's palm, which resembled a heart that had been slightly crushed, but instead restrained her trembling hands hidden beneath her white sleeves. Finally, she spoke in a cool tone. I will take you to the armory now. Her voice, though cold, carried a barely perceptible tremor, and after speaking, she quickly took a step forward. Host, you are so refined. Every movement is meticulously designed. I truly adore it. A voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind. Shut up. He cursed silently and followed Jiang Lingxian in silence. The two walked in quietude, the atmosphere normal yet oddly unsettling. Wang Chen still tightly held onto the slightly crumbling peach blossoms, unwilling to cast them aside. After all, they represented his genuine feelings, even if Jiang Lingxian rejected them. He could not simply discard them. The Taisu sect was vast, with numerous branches lining the roads like stars in the sky. Wang Chen's residence was a private space belonging to Jiang Lingxian, nestled deep within the sect. Now, Jiang Lingxian led him outside, weaving through the throngs of disciples toward the armory. Along the way, Wang Chen felt various gazes upon him, but he had long grown accustomed to such attention. After all, whenever he stood beside the enchanting saintess, he was bound to attract countless stares. Soon, they arrived at the bustling entrance of the armory in Taisu sect, where hundreds of disciples were gathered. Is this the saintess's disciple, the one who awakened the nine-yang divine body yesterday? Voices buzzed, merging into an indistinct murmur. Jiang Lingxian paid no heed to the discussions of the disciples, deliberately slowing her pace to allow Wang Chen to catch up. As he walked alongside her, he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he sensed Jiang Lingxian's sleeve brushing against him, as if inviting him to hold on. Should he feel the same social anxiety as yesterday? Without overthinking, Wang Chen gently grasped her white sleeve. Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, casting a fleeting glance at him. Wang Chen, noticing her gaze, cautiously met her eyes before surveying the onlookers. Jiang Lingxian's profound eyes flickered slightly, but she remained silent, allowing him to hold her sleeve. How much gentler Jiang Lingxian is compared to when I first met her in my past life. Wang Chen mused internally, inhaling the delicate fragrance that lingered around her. Soothing to the spirit. Saintess, might I have him as a disciple? I am willing to offer you a fortune of 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and a broken sovereign pill, and I promise to treat him as my other half. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to lead Wang Chen into the armory, a figure in purple robes, an intersect elder, suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled slightly, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Leave, she stated coldly, her voice laced with authority as she faced the elder blocking their path. In Wang Chen's recollection, Jiang Lingxian's current realm was between the first and sixth layers of the Saint Soul realm. while the inner sect elders ranged from the first layer of the Saint Soul realm to the sixth layer of the celestial sovereign realm. Despite this, Jiang Lingxian showed no fear, her icy gaze fixed firmly on the elder. The elder's demeanor darkened at her words. Yet she dared not utter a sound and turned to leave, for Jiang Lingxian's master was one of the two peak elders of the Taisu sect, at the ninth layer of the celestial sovereign realm. The scene of Jiang Lingxian fiercely defending Wang Chen did not go unnoticed by the surrounding elders, who suppressed their impulses, deciding to later persuade the sect leader to claim Wang Chen for themselves. After all, who wouldn't desire a disciple with the 9 yang divine body? After repelling the inner sect elder, Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze inadvertently fell on Wang Chen, causing him to feel a twinge of guilt. For this was a crisis he had orchestrated to evoke a sense of urgency in her. Yet, it appeared that his plan had successfully affected the reborn Jiang Lingxian. Upon reaching the entrance of the armory, they both instinctively halted and gazed at each other, just as Wang Chen anticipated that Jiang Lingxian would allow him to enter. An unexpected revelation emerged. "I will go in with you. I need to retrieve something from the armory." Wang Chen's eyes flickered with suspicion as he recalled his previous confrontation with Qin Yefan inside the armory that had left him injured. He felt a subconscious urge to retreat, as if Jiang Lingxian could read his thoughts. "Really? Then I can stay with you, fairy sister," he exclaimed, his youthful exuberance evident as he raised his hand, clutching the peach blossom petals. "Do not address me as such. I have told you to call me master," Jiang Lingxian replied, her tone laced with exasperation, yet tinged with an unspoken yearning to hear him call her master once more. "Since we are going in, you may as well part with these peach blossoms. Just give them to me, and I shall dispose of them later." Noticing the peach blossoms still clutched in Wang Chen's hand, Jiang Lingxian extended her palm naturally. Must they truly be discarded? Wang Chen hesitated. "Well, since the petals are somewhat crumpled, it is understandable to throw them away." With a hint of disappointment, he opened his hand, revealing the blossoms, which caught Jiang Lingxian's attention. Seeing his forlorn expression, Jiang Lingxian's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she chose silence, opting not to respond. As Wang Chen placed the blossoms into her delicate hand, she quietly withdrew her palm. Unbeknownst to anyone, the moment Jiang Lingxian clenched the peach blossoms, they vanished. "Let us proceed. Once inside the armory, choose a weapon that best suits you," she instructed, leading Wang Chen as they stepped into the armory. The disciples entering the armory instinctively parted to create a path, respectfully addressing her as the saintess. Jiang Lingxian paid no heed, simply guiding Wang Chen, who was tightly clutching her sleeve, into the somewhat dimly lit battlefield tomb. As they entered the inner mountain of the Taishu back range, the surroundings gradually descended into darkness, and the crowd began to thin. Ahead lay a pitch-black tunnel carved through the mountain, where visibility was nearly non-existent. Wang Chen, possessing the cultivation of the spirit-building realm, would normally have seen clearly in such ordinary darkness. However, within the tunnel, he stumbled, his left foot catching on his right, sending him sprawling toward Jiang Lingxian. As he fell toward her, Wang Chen hastily released her white skirt sleeve, reaching for her delicate right hand with his left. Jiang Lingxian, taken by surprise, instinctively reached out in the dark to steady him. Their hands met perfectly. Wang Chen's left hand enveloped Jiang Lingxian's right, the soft, cool sensation sending a delightful shiver through him. Due to her 9 cold god body, Jiang Lingxian often felt chilled and was sensitive to temperature. Now, with Wang Chen's broad, warm palm clasping hers, she felt distinctly out of her element and instinctively wished to withdraw her hand. Yet Wang Chen had other intentions. Swiftly intertwining their fingers, gripping tightly, he was no longer the naive soul who had just traversed into this world, obediently following Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, she could even sense the panic in Wang Chen's grip, his helplessness in the enveloping darkness. "Let go." Jiang Lingxian, slightly flustered by his warm grasp, spoke coolly into the dark tunnel. Despite the fact that she could see clearly in the darkness due to her cultivation, she was unaccustomed to holding hands with Wang Chen. "Fairy sister, I fear the dark." Wang Chen recalled that in his previous life, before reaching the spirit-building realm, darkness had been an indistinct blur. To play his part convincingly, he feigned panic, clutching Jiang Lingxian's hand. Fortunately, he had masked his presence to that of a mere 9th layer of body refinement, so Jiang Lingxian would not suspect him. "I am your master. You must release my hand. I will guide you through," Jiang Lingxian said, momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she still instinctively sought to retract her hand. With her cultivation, she could see clearly even in the dark. Yet she was still unaccustomed to holding Wang Chen's hand. "See, system, I didn't admit to being reborn, right? Even now, she still addresses me as her master." Upon hearing the host's words, I nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct." Wang Chen, feigning distress, felt a bittersweet pang within. But what did it matter? In this life, he was determined to overturn the master-disciple relationship. Fairy sister, I truly fear the dark. With my current cultivation, I can only see vague shapes. I know you are afraid, but you must let go. Allow me to use my spiritual power to lead you, Jiang Lingxian urged, her resolve evident. Fine, Wang Chen conceded, sensing her steadfastness, and gradually loosened his grip in the darkness. Little brother, since you want to oblige, let me take your hand instead. I want to mind her. The internal elder suddenly appeared, extending her palm from the shadows. In an instant, Wang Chen felt his hand, which he intended to withdraw, being grasped tightly once more. Startled by Jiang Lingxian's unexpected rebuttal, he winced as her grip tightened painfully. Let go. He is my disciple. Jiang Lingxian shot a fierce glare at the smiling internal elder, akin to a protective cat. Oh, yet it seems you are unwilling to meet even one of his small requests, the elder remarked, sensing an opportunity to pry. Besides, has Tihi always called you fairy sister? When did he become your disciple? Initially accompanying her direct disciple to select weapons, the elder had not anticipated witnessing this scene. After all, securing a 9-yang god body would undoubtedly allow her to break through to the celestial sovereign realm. Jiang Lingxian locked eyes with the elder's violet gaze, feeling suffocated by her words, which struck at her heart. Yet she maintained her composure, fixing a cold stare upon the elder, a chill permeating the dark tunnel. The surrounding disciples, sensing the tension, hastily retreated, while those at the front fled deeper into the battlefield tomb. In mere moments, only Wang Chen, Jiang Lingyan, and the internal elder remained in the dark tunnel. Little brother, how about following me? If you join my sect, I will provide you with the finest cultivation resources. Moreover, I could agree to various extravagant conditions. The elder's violet eyes glinted seductively, her voice laced with allure. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart raced, her grip on Wang Chen trembling. She tightened her hold, fearful that he might be swayed. Ouch, that hurts. Wang Chen finally cried out in pain, unable to withstand the pressure. The elder's grip was far too strong, and he realized that Jiang Lingxian was currently in the sacred soul realm. He felt as though his hand might be crushed. Realizing her own lapse, Jiang Lingxian panicked and hastily eased her grip, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she clasped Wang Chen's hand tightly as they moved deeper into the battlefield tomb. Wang Chen could distinctly sense Jiang Lingxian's trembling hand, betraying her fear that he might acquiesce to the elder's offer. Little brother, I look forward to your next visit. Do consider my proposal, the internal elder called out, her voice teasing as she did not pursue them further. Wang Chen was pulled along by Jiang Lingxian, not daring to glance back. He noticed that with each step they took, a thin layer of ice formed beneath Jiang Lingxian's feet, clearly on the verge of losing control. She seemed unwilling to hear his response regarding the elder's offer, resolutely leading him away. Wang Chen remained silent, tightly holding Jiang Lingxian's hand, following her deeper into the battlefield tomb. As Jiang Lingxian felt the reassuring warmth of his hand, her nearly overwhelming emotions began to settle. Emerging from the dark tunnel, light finally greeted them, revealing a multitude of exquisite weapons adorning the walls, seemingly awaiting their masters. The space within the battlefield tomb was vast, at least several times larger than a standard football field, with an overwhelming array of weaponry. Fairy sister, are you angry? Wang Chen cautiously inquired, his eyes wide with innocence. No, Jiang Lingxian replied, her emotions rarely revealed on her face. However, Wang Chen, having spent considerable time with her, could easily discern her true feelings. Really? Yet Jiang Lingxian's response contradicted her actions. Despite her firm grip on Wang Chen's hand, she stubbornly refused to admit her irritation. Oh, then do you think I should agree to her? Upon hearing the words, Wang Chen slightly lowered his head and made a soft sound of acknowledgement, then began to dangerously push the limits of recklessness, hesitantly speaking out. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily taken aback, turning her beautiful gaze coldly towards Wang Chen. In that instant, it seemed as though Wang Chen could see Jiang Lingxian's figure trembling slightly, as if she could no longer endure the tension. Wait for me here. I will retrieve something and return. Do not wander off. However, Jiang Lingxian did not respond to Wang Chen's moment of awkwardness. Instead, she exerted great restraint and spoke in a frigid tone. Without waiting for Wang Chen to react, she released her tightly held grip on him and proceeded into the dark tunnel. Hey, Sister Fairy, isn't what you're going to get inside the armament tomb? Wang Chen furrowed his brows and called out in confusion as he watched her head towards the dark passage. Chapter 14. Entering the secret chamber of the minor armament tomb. Overpowering the child of fortune. Yet, Jiang Lingxian's stunning figure in a white dress did not respond, gradually disappearing into the abyss of the dark tunnel. TSK. She must be going to confront that inner sect elder. By the way, host, Jiang Lingxian is no longer at the Saint Soul realm. She has reached the celestial sovereign realm. However, It appears she has been concealing her cultivation. The fluctuations she has caused have only ever indicated the Saint Soul realm. Had she not been exceedingly furious just now, revealing a hint of celestial sovereign aura, I would not have sensed it at all. Wang Chen? Hearing the system's words, Wang Chen stood in a daze, staring blankly at Jiang Lingxian's departing figure. It dawned on him that Jiang Lingxian's rebirth had indeed occurred many years prior to his own. Otherwise, she could not have advanced to the celestial sovereign realm so swiftly at this moment. The rapidity of Jiang Lingxian's cultivation to the celestial sovereign realm was undoubtedly due to her past life as cultivation experiences. This implies that Jiang Lingxian might have been waiting on that mountain you traversed for countless years. But never mind. First, let us seize Qin Yefan's opportunities. Pondering further is futile. Wang Chen shook off his chaotic thoughts, yet as he made his way towards Qin Yefan's location, he remained somewhat distracted. As for Jiang Lingxian's warning not to wander off, he had long forgotten, for how could he remain here without confronting the foolish Qin Yefan and seizing his fortune? Guided by somewhat vague memories along with the system's indications, Wang Chen soon arrived at an independent entrance to a minor secret chamber within the vast armament tomb. The Great Void Armament Tomb was divided into a large public armament area outside and numerous secret chambers within. The weapons in the public armament area were mostly disorganized and subpar, while those in the secret chambers, although fewer in variety, were of superior quality. Observing the various disciples entering and exiting the entrances of minor secret chambers around him, Wang Chen smirked before stepping towards the minor secret chamber indicated by his internal system. As he traversed a narrow, 3-meter-long dark passageway, only suitable for single-file passage, Wang Chen's vision soon expanded. A glance revealed 6 individuals inside the chamber, selecting weapons. The weapons within the secret chamber possessed a degree of sentience, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to extract them from the walls. This was the primary reason many disciples of the Great Void opted for the more common weapons in the public armament area. Upon entering the secret chamber, Wang Chen caught sight of Qin Yefan, who was grasping the hilt of a sword, slowly withdrawing it from the wall. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen realized that he had arrived slightly earlier than expected. He recalled that in his previous life, when he first entered this secret chamber, Qin Yefan and the others were just about to leave. The opportunities from the previous life had clearly already been claimed, and this time, Qin Yefan appeared to be in the midst of retrieving one. Wang Chen's sudden arrival naturally drew the attention of all 6 individuals in the secret chamber, including Qin Yefan. At this moment, Qin Yefan seemed to have just awakened some sort of extraordinary physical constitution. Having entered the inner sect under the tutelage of a female elder, Wang Chen pretended to select weapons from the wall while contemplating the extent of Qin Yefan's fortunate development at this point. Just then, he inadvertently grasped the hilt of a long spear embedded in the wall, causing it to tremble slightly. Oh, an unexpected find, haha. Wang Chen felt the spear loosened within the wall and, with a determined pull, extracted it entirely. System, what is the grade of this spear? Ding. Yellow grade. Excellent. Silver long spear. At this revelation, Wang Chen's attention was entirely captivated by the silver spear in his hand, momentarily forgetting about Qin Yefan. Fellow Taoist, this spear seems to be fated for me. Could you possibly bestow it upon me? Wang Chen was interrupted by the voice of an approaching individual, prompting him to lift his head and frown in response. Upon realizing that the newcomer was not Qin Yefan, but rather a foolish young man, Wang Chen felt a pang of disappointment. After all, the moment the other had uttered those mockingly sarcastic words, Wang Chen had been ready to spring up and deliver a scathing rebuke. Get lost. Can't you extract it yourself? Or do you lack anything worthy of such action? Wang Chen exhibited an expression of displeasure, stowing the silver-long spear into his storage space while delivering a rather mocking retort. The young man's expression darkened, as he naturally discerned the underlying implications of Wang Chen's words. In an instant, aside from Qin Yefan, who was straining to extract his sword, the other 4 individuals in the chamber turned to watch the unfolding spectacle. Buzz. At that moment, the entire secret chamber trembled, drawing the attention of Wang Chen and the other 5 towards a nearby site. There stood Qin Yefan, holding a sword emitting a faint golden glow, his expression filled with elation. Not only was Qin Yefan overjoyed, but Wang Chen too felt a surge of excitement. For after a brief moment of delight, Qin Yefan began to stride towards Wang Chen, his expression tinged with disdain. Here he comes. He is finally approaching. Once he provokes me, I can seize his fortune with impunity. Wang Chen thought to himself, secretly delighted, for with his countless years of battle experience from his past life, he was confident in his ability to transcend levels within the spirit-building realm. Step aside. Why waste words with someone who can only serve as a plaything? Qin Yefan pushed aside the young man standing in front of Wang Chen, gazing imperiously at him with the faint golden sword in hand. You glared at me on the awakening platform yesterday. Now you must hand over that silver long spear, and we can consider this matter settled. Alternatively, you could help me connect with your master, and we could clear our grievances, possibly becoming good brothers." Upon finishing, Qin Yefan revealed a teasing smile, performing a flourish with the broken sword as if to showcase his own flair. However, Wang Chen could no longer contain himself. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the silver-long spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. Die! Without further ado, Wang Chen leaped forward, raising the spear high with the force of creation, aiming a devastating strike at Qin Yefan's head. His strike was lethal, showing no mercy. Qin Yefan's eyes widened in terror as he hastily unleashed his cultivation at the third level of the spirit-building realm, raising the broken sword to defend himself. Bang! The silver spear struck heavily against the broken sword, sparks flying, and the tremendous force drove Qin Yefan's feet deep into the ground. Earth technique. Iron Mountain crash. Wang Chen abruptly relinquished the spear, immediately taking a stance, and crashed his body fiercely into Qin Yefan's chest. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Qin Yefan nearly had his eyes dislodged from their sockets, a sharp pain surging through his chest. In that instant, the broken sword slipped from his grasp, and he was sent crashing toward the wall, his feet barely touching the ground. Bang! The child of fortune lived up to his title. Despite the wall being lined with weapons, he somehow collided with an empty space. However, that was ample punishment. As the wall of the secret chamber cracked under the impact, visible fissures spreading across its surface. This entire combination of attacks transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving Qin Yefan with no time to react. Wang Chen picked up the fallen golden broken sword and silver long spear. Yet his expression remained wary as he regarded Qin Yefan. He was acutely aware that within that individual still lurked a terrifying remnant soul of a demonic sovereign, who had also been Qin Yefan's guide in the early stages. However, the outcome of the parasitic bond with the child of destiny was that the remnant soul of the demon sovereign failed to seize control and was instead devoured by him. As expected, the severely injured Qin Yefan's expression gradually turned frenzied. "Kill him! Kill him! Let my body take control, and I will help you slay him." Qin Yefan gazed at the unscrupulous Wang Chen, his eyes betraying the murderous intent induced by the remnant soul of the demon sovereign within him. "Kill him for me." Qin Yefan clutched his chest, momentarily enraged, then let out a furious shout, though it was unclear to whom he was directing his words. After his outburst, he seemed to transform entirely, his demeanor growing cold and an eerie, indistinct aura emanating from him. Chapter 15. The Indomitable Backlash. The remaining 5 individuals within the small soldier tomb were already frightened into a corner by this commotion. They wished to flee, but unfortunately, Wang Chen's figure stood directly at the entrance of the tomb, blocking their escape. "Hurry over and assist me. He has gone mad. Otherwise, we will all be slaughtered." Wang Chen shouted at the 5 huddled in the corner, intending to conserve energy for the impending conflict. How do we fight? Our master is outside, and the highest cultivation level here is only my 2nd layer of spirit building." The young man who had previously glared at Wang Chen was now terrified, clutching the other 4 in fear of being caught in the chaos. Seeing the remnant soul of the demon sovereign possess Qin Yefan, Wang Chen noticed it gripping a longsword's hilt viciously from the wall. Without regard for the longsword's intent, it forcibly drew it out and twirled it menacingly. "Do you wish for him to strike you first, or shall we take the initiative and subdue him together?" Wang Chen bellowed once more, feigning a rush toward their position. The 5, startled by each other's gazes, ultimately closed their eyes, gritted their teeth, and drew their weapons. "Then let us unite and capture him." The young man with the 2nd layer of spirit building raised his large blade, rallying their morale with a shout. Wang Chen, witnessing the 5 charge toward Qin Yefan, revealed a silent smile of paternal pride. He then sheathed his golden broken sword and silver spear, abruptly turning to dash toward the exit. The opportunity was already seized. The significance of fighting had diminished, and it was prudent to flee. "You hold him off. I will fetch reinforcements to save you," Wang Chen called out as he sprinted toward the dark passage, his speed akin to lightning. With a swift motion, he burst forth from the tomb's exit, leaving the 6, including the bewildered Qin Yefan, behind. "You fool!" Wang Chen, now outside the small soldier tomb, heard a chorus of angry shouts from within. The sounds of battle erupted, followed by the thuds of objects colliding with the walls. After sending the 5 flying, Qin Yefan charged toward the dark passage exit, his footfalls causing the ground to tremble. "Nine-Sun Divine Body. If I can absorb his soul, I will undoubtedly regain 1/3 of my strength." The remnant soul of the demon sovereign, now in control of Qin Yefan, glimmered with greed, yearning to pounce on Wang Chen and devour him. At this moment, Wang Chen was no longer facing Qin Yefan himself, but rather the remnant soul of the long-deceased demon sovereign from millennia past. As he heard the heavy footsteps approaching the exit of the small soldier tomb, Wang Chen swiftly concealed himself to the left of the entrance. He quickly retrieved his silver spear from his storage space, his breath quickening as a wicked smile adorned his face. Poised with the silver spear, he gathered his strength, eagerly anticipating what he was about to do. As the footsteps grew ever closer, Wang Chen's smile broadened, and he sprang into action. "You demon! Take this from me." Old Wang, concealed to the left of the entrance. The moment he saw Qin Yi Fan emerge, he raised the silver spear and struck down fiercely. The sound of impact rang out as Qin Yi Fan's head echoed with a clear sound of merit. He actually managed to withstand that blow? Wang Chen was taken aback, incredulous at the unexpected resilience of his opponent. Qin Yi Fan, now possessed. Was no wonder the combined efforts of the five within the small soldier tomb had been unable to withstand his onslaught. As he slowly twisted his head, slightly bent from the force of the strike, his greedy gaze locked onto Wang Chen. Nine-Sun divine body. With that, Qin Yi Fan raised the high-grade yellow-tier longsword he had drawn within the tomb and lunged fiercely at Wang Chen. "Get lost, you perverted fiend." Wang Chen shuddered at the sight, using the spear's body to deflect the incoming attack while retreating swiftly and cursing under his breath. Wang Chen then hastily stowed away the silver spear and began shouting at the disciples entering and exiting around him. "Help! Murder! Murder!" He sprinted toward the public soldier tomb. Hurling weapons he pulled from the walls behind him to impede the pursuing Qin Yi Fan. In the midst of discarding weapons, Wang Chen was also frantically stuffing his storage space with them, fully aware that these were all sources of power. At that moment, the golden broken sword within his storage space began to resonate, trembling incessantly. "Take me out. I shall come to your aid." A voice, ancient and profound, echoed in his mind. Sensing the approaching killing intent behind him, Wang Chen had no time to ponder, swiftly retrieving the golden broken sword. Clang! A sudden explosion of weaponry rang out behind him. What the hell? Indomitable backlash. Wang Chen stared, astonished, as he held the golden broken sword behind him, blocking the incoming longsword. The possessed Qin Yi Fan also stared in shock at the golden broken sword, clearly not anticipating that his attack would be thwarted. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt his right hand move of its own accord, thrusting backward with great force. Wang Chen hurriedly turned to follow the rhythm of the golden broken sword, executing various unfamiliar sword techniques. Surrounding them were numerous disciples, all spectating the fierce exchange, paralyzed by fear of becoming collateral damage. They were not overly concerned about fatalities, for many elders guarded the tomb and would likely intervene shortly. Even if there were casualties, it would not be their lives at stake. In a matter of mere seconds, Wang Chen wielding the broken sword had exchanged over 100 blows with Qin Yi Fan, until the glow of the golden broken sword began to dim, and Wang Chen sensed the pull of its power gradually fading. "Kid, you take the lead. I'm tired and need a nap." Suddenly, the force gripping Wang Chen vanished entirely, disrupting his battle rhythm. With a sudden burst of blood, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm, causing the golden broken sword to slip from his grasp. Just then, an overwhelming chill enveloped the area, causing the walls and floor to freeze rapidly. In an instant, Qin Yi Fan was lifted into the air by a wave of icy energy, his face flushed and neck strained as he dangled helplessly. The remnant soul of the demon sovereign sensed an impending crisis and hastily relinquished control back to Qin Yi Fan, retreating into his soul. Wang Chen, feeling the familiar chill, clutched his bleeding arm, finally able to relax his anxious heart. "Damn it, this old sword is getting senile, falling asleep at the drop of a hat," Wang Chen muttered, wincing at the pain in his right arm as he crouched down to retrieve the fallen broken sword. He couldn't help but curse as he looked at the large gash on his arm, until Wang Chen witnessed a wisp of black gas incessantly penetrating inward. His heart jolted with alarm. Chapter 16. Injured before others, calm in expression. Before Jiang Lingxian, who was injured and in pain. "Damn ghost. Always trying to sneak into my body, begone." Wang Chen, disregarding his own injuries, swiftly enveloped his left hand with chaotic flames and struck his right arm fiercely. Boom. Crack. The black and white chaotic flames blasted his right arm, instantly evaporating the encroaching black gas without mercy. However, this action came at a cost. His right arm was fractured, and the sword wound from shoulder to wrist was exacerbated. Hiss. This child is indeed terrifying. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock as they witnessed Wang Chen's sudden brutality towards himself. Whoosh. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's figure abruptly appeared beside him, her pupils constricting upon witnessing his pitiful state. "Sister Fairy, it hurts." Wang Chen, who had been cursing just moments ago, instantly transformed into a visage of anguish upon seeing Jiang Lingxian. Having already lost too much blood, compounded by that last strike, his face was devoid of color, pale and wan. Upon noticing this, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor turned frantic as she hastily retrieved various healing elixirs from her jade vials. Quick, open your mouth. Jiang Lingxian poured several elixirs into her palm, a hint of urgency crossing her otherwise serene features. Ah, Wang Chen, seemingly enduring the pain from his arm, pitifully lifted his head and opened his mouth. Jiang Lingxian, disregarding everything else, carefully fed the elixirs into his mouth. Wang Chen felt the cool touch of her palm against his lips and instinctively nibbled gently on her fair hand. Jiang Lingxian, startled by the faint sensation, momentarily froze. Once she confirmed the elixirs had entered Wang Chen's mouth, she quickly withdrew her hand as if shocked. As the elixirs melted and transformed into medicinal energy within him, Wang Chen felt a warm sensation spread through his body, and the bleeding from his arm gradually ceased. Seeing that Wang Chen had stabilized his injuries, Jiang Lingxian shielded him behind her, her expression cold as she directed her gaze toward Qin Yefan hovering in the air, especially her beautiful yet chilling eyes, which momentarily captivated all onlookers. Saintess, he seems to be somewhat dead. A cautious voice emerged from the crowd, pointing at Qin Yefan, who was ensnared in a frigid grip. Jiang Lingxian's gaze remained tranquil like water, yet a fierce wave of murderous intent surged from within her. Touch Wang Chen. Die. A surge of rage erupted within Jiang Lingxian as she fixed her icy gaze on Qin Yefan, unleashing a violent wave of cold energy binding him. Crack. Boom. The protective jade pendant around Qin Yefan's neck shattered, barely saving his life. Nonetheless, under Jiang Lingxian's furious chill, his spine snapped in two. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind dispersed the nearly explosive cold energy surrounding Qin Yefan. Saintess, this is my disciple. Why do you attack him? A woman clad in red appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura, her enchanting features strikingly beautiful. She was none other than Wang Chen's former life-s impression of one of Qin Yefan's harem members, his female master. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, realizing that Qin Yefan had been saved. I want to see his right arm tomorrow. If I do not, I shall kill him with my own hands. Jiang Lingxian's voice was frigid as she regarded the woman in red, her tone resolute. My disciple has already faced punishment, narrowly escaping death. Will the saintess truly not grant him any leniency? You are unworthy. Jiang Lingxian calmly assessed the woman in red and Qin Yefan, coolly uttering those three words. She then turned away, her gaze filled with concern for Wang Chen. Wang Chen, who had been observing the unfolding drama, immediately resumed his painful facade upon seeing Jiang Lingxian turn toward him. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the spectacle, were at a loss for words. Clearly, Wang Chen had sustained grave injuries when alone, yet he had maintained a calm demeanor. However, upon the appearance of Jiang Lingxian, his expression transformed into one of utter helplessness. What the other disciples envied most was that Jiang Lingxian, upon seeing Wang Chen in pain, genuinely appeared flustered. We must go. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing Wang Chen's suffering, finally set aside her authoritative demeanor, gently supporting his left arm. In the astonished eyes of onlookers, a rift in the air tore open before them. Jiang Lingxian, wordlessly, assisted Wang Chen as they stepped into the void. As their figures vanished, the rift slowly closed behind them. Meanwhile, the woman in red, concerned for her disciple, swiftly carried the injured Qin Yefan and disappeared within the battlefield. The saintess has learned to tear through the void, a formidable being of the sacred soul realm, indeed terrifying. The disciples within the battlefield began to murmur amongst themselves as the spectacle concluded. TSK, TSK. The disciple brought back by the saintess will likely cause quite a stir within the Tai Su immortal sect. Indeed, indeed. Deep within the Tai Su immortal sect, in the hall of the saintess, sudden spatial fluctuations emanated from the center of the closed chamber, followed by a rift tearing open. Emerging from the void was Wang Chen, now heavily reliant on Jiang Lingxian's shoulder. Wang Chen slightly closed his eyes, feeling drowsy, not in a sense of impending death, but genuine fatigue. Sister Fairy, am I to perish? In his drowsy state, Wang Chen began to babble senselessly, attempting to amuse Jiang Lingxian. However, Jiang Lingxian seemed somewhat unamused. Upon hearing the word die, her emotional response appeared heightened. As she supported Wang Chen, her pace quickened within the rift. Eventually, she scooped him up and hastily exited the void, gently placing him on a soft bed. Startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden embrace, Wang Chen shivered, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. The next moment, before he could react, he felt his right arm's clothing being gently tugged. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The long sleeves of his Taoist robe had adhered to the bloodied flesh of his injured arm, and as they were pulled away, it caused him great pain. Hold on. I shall tend to your wounds. Jiang Lingxian's expression, uncharacteristically flustered, erupted with a gentle icy energy as she applied it to his wound. Ah, it's freezing. Wang Chen, already in pain, now felt the additional chill, causing his face to flush crimson. Jiang Lingxian, why does your healing process resemble that of my past life, lacking any finesse? Wang Chen silently raged within. Haha, this is hilarious. Host, do you not feel as if you've returned to your previous life? I feel nothing of the sort. Oh, you foolish host. I am merely revisiting your past memories. How dare you scold me? You deserve the pain. If I truly perish, you will be unhappy as well. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the numbing pain in his right arm while furiously responding to the system. One thing at a time. Nonetheless, the foolish host cannot die just yet, although it is a bit painful. Curse system, always calling me a fool. You are the pervert, now go play elsewhere. Wang Chen chose to disregard the incessant barking of the system echoing in his mind, instead casting a pale gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, whose face was a portrait of tension and focus. The sight of her familiar and enchanting beauty inexplicably soothed Wang Chen's restless spirit. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian was wholly unaware of his gaze, diligently administering treatment to his injuries. Your arm is shattered beyond repair. I must align the bones with the medicinal properties. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it, she stated in her cool, composed tone. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Wang Chen's. Both were momentarily taken aback, their pupils shifting as they gazed into each other's depths, emotion swirling in their eyes. Wang Chen could distinctly perceive the worry etched in Jiang Lingxian's expression, a palpable fear of his potential demise. Yet, as he continued to look, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It seemed Jiang Lingxian viewed the present him as the incarnation of his former self. I shall try to endure. Wang Chen averted his gaze, closing his eyes tightly and turning his head away, offering a feeble response with his right arm. However, Jiang Lingxian appeared oblivious to his discomfort, her focus unwavering as she stared at his turned profile. In their prior exchange, she seemed to have glimpsed the familiar disciple from her past life. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but utter, longing for a response akin to their previous life. But Wang Chen, too apprehensive to reply, kept his eyes shut, pretending to be oblivious to her presence. Sister Fairy, it hurts so much. Please hurry. Despite his reluctance, he called out, his numb and aching right hand feigning a weak fist clench. A few seconds of silence ensued after his words. All right. Jiang Lingxian's flicker of hope dimmed once more, her head lowering in resignation. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt his entire right arm grow increasingly cold, as if all sensation had been stripped away. Suddenly, an intense sensation surged within his arm, as if the shattered bones were knitting themselves together. It was a peculiar feeling. Akin to undergoing surgery with partial anesthesia, it was painful, yet oddly numb. The sounds of bones shifting within flesh echoed as Jiang Lingxian, her hands stained with blood, focused intently on mending his injuries. As she continued her work, Wang Chen, enveloped in a haze of pain and numbness, unknowingly drifted into slumber. A night passed. When he awoke, he felt a profound ache throughout his body, akin to having been used as a pillow all night, leaving him sore and uncomfortable. Jiang Lingxian is utterly unreasonable. I'm injured, yet she clings to me so tightly, he silently lamented, stretching his neck, which felt as though it had endured a night of embrace. Upon recollecting his injuries, Wang Chen glanced at his arm and noted it was now wrapped in a bandage infused with spiritual energy. The warmth emanating from it brought a sense of relief. Truly a miraculous healer, Dr. Jiang, he mused, raising his bandaged arm in delight. Just then, a crisp sound of the door creaking open echoed, followed by hurried footsteps. Be careful with your arm. Do not move it recklessly, Jiang Lingxian instructed, holding a bamboo basket filled with food as she approached him, gently placing his arm back down on the bed. Oh. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action, then responded with a dazed acknowledgement. Sister Fairy, is that food you're carrying? The aroma wafting from the basket piqued his curiosity. Yes, since your cultivation has not yet reached the returning origin realm, you cannot abstain from food, so I prepared some meals, she replied. What? You can cook? Wang Chen nearly leaped from the bed, his voice rising several octaves in surprise. Jiang Lingxian, standing beside the bed, raised an eyebrow at his sudden outburst. Is my ability to cook really that astonishing? She inquired, a hint of intrigue in her gaze as she studied him. And no, I'm just surprised that not only are you highly skilled in cultivation, but you're also extraordinarily beautiful, and now I discover you can cook, he stammered, shaking his head, though a smile lingered on his face, concealing the inner turmoil of memories from their past life. In their previous existence, it was he who prepared their meals daily, as Jiang Lingxian had maintained a strict regimen of abstaining from food. Despite his persistent requests for her to cook, her response had always been a firm, I cannot. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingxian looked at him once more. Let us eat, she said, not assisting him to rise as the injury to his arm was not debilitating. Wang Chen watched her retreat to the dining area, resigned to shift his body off the bed. Ouch! Why does my back feel so sore? It's as if I were held tightly all night, he muttered to himself, a hint of mischief in his voice. Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily at the table, her hands hesitating as she prepared the dishes. Perhaps it's due to the strain from your arm. Be cautious and avoid moving it too much, she said, attempting to sound nonchalant, but unable to mask the nervousness in her tone. Oh, is that so? Wang Chen replied, his heart almost bursting with amusement at her flustered demeanor. He found it delightful to tease her, whether in this life or the previous one. And so, he sat down at the table, savoring the prospect of tasting the meals prepared by the enchanting fairy. Alas, after this meal, I may never experience such culinary delights again, he lamented, gazing at the array of dishes before him, their aromas inviting. Why do you say that? Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat, her thoughts racing as she envisioned the possibility of his departure. Wang Chen, lifting his chopsticks, took a bite of the cabbage, only to suddenly cough, his expression contorting in surprise. Jiang Lingshan sat across from him, momentarily taken aback by the scene before her, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Had his injuries flared up again? Just as she was about to rise and approach Wang Chen, he raised a hand to deter her. Chewing, crunching, and gulping, Wang Chen struggled to swallow the overly salty cabbage, forcing it down after a deep breath. I'm fine, just got a bit choked on the cabbage heart, he lied, delicately pursing his lips as if savoring the dish. How could something that appeared and smelled so normal taste so overwhelmingly salty? In that moment, Wang Chen found himself believing Jiang Lingshan's claims from his past life that she truly could not cook. It's delicious. Sister Fairy, you must try some, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he offered the largest piece of cabbage from his plate to Jiang Lingshan. I want to eat it, if it's truly delicious. You should have more. It was made for you, Jiang Lingshan replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she leaned back, clearly reluctant to share the same chopsticks with Wang Chen. This hesitation was understandable, considering the current state of their relationship had not yet blossomed into such intimacy. Wang Chen's expression stiffened, his head bowing slightly as if he had been rebuffed, feeling a pang of hurt. But it truly was delicious, Sister Fairy, just one bite. Please, he murmured, his voice heavy as he returned to his seat, bitterly placing the cabbage into his own bowl. Jiang Lingshan fell silent at his words, and the atmosphere in the room grew inexplicably quiet, until a pair of chopsticks extended towards Wang Chen's lowered gaze, gently lifting the cabbage from his bowl. Jiang Lingshan was considerate of his feelings, choosing not to take from the serving dish but rather from his bowl. In that instant, Wang Chen's deep-set eyes seemed to gleam with light as he swiftly looked up at her, though a closer inspection would reveal a mischievous glint in his smile. Jiang Lingshan consumed the cabbage with elegance, her left hand gracefully brushing aside a wisp of hair as she slowly brought the vegetable to her slightly parted lips. The next moment her brows knitted together in dismay. Something was off, very much so. Yet, recalling Wang Chen's earlier exclamation of how delightful it was, she stubbornly chewed several more bites. Eventually, she lowered her exquisite face, suppressing her nausea as she discreetly spat the cabbage onto the table. You deceived me. Jiang Lingshan glared at Wang Chen, her face a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The sight of her cutely pouting, as if wronged, was irresistibly charming. Wang Chen, momentarily stunned by her expression, quickly regained his composure. Sister Fairy, you cooked this. Did you not taste it for saltiness while preparing? Did you just keep adding salt? He queried. Or did you take a piece, find it bland, and keep adding salt until you ran out of cabbage? Then, realizing the vegetables were nearly burnt, you decided to serve them anyway? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingshan's expression froze for a moment, her cheeks warming with a tinge of embarrassment. She stammered, at a loss for words, wishing she could sink into the ground from the shame. Reflecting on his remarks, she realized he was right. She had indeed followed that exact process while cooking. Not naturally eloquent, she found herself at a loss for an explanation. Once she processed his teasing, she began to secretly chide herself for her earlier lapse in judgment. Well, let us see if this meat is any better. Surely, I cannot make the same mistake twice. Wang Chen lifted his chopsticks once more, slowly bringing another dish to his mouth. Outside the Taishu Holy Maiden Hall, several plates of food were unceremoniously dumped into the clear water pool before her, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Lingshan gazed at the submerged dishes, a frown gracing her lips as she felt a twinge of self-reproach. Her disciple, who had been so reluctant to call her master, was now likely to think even less of her culinary skills. Would he truly consider seeking guidance from one of the intersex female elders? In the solitude of the Taishu Holy Maiden Hall, Jiang Lingshan's mind conjured an image of Wang Chen departing with another elder, igniting a spark of indignation within her. No, absolutely not. A cold fury washed over her, and as she realized the implications of her thoughts, a wave of panic surged through her. Ever since her disciple's death in her previous life and her subsequent rebirth, Jiang Lingshan had grown increasingly sensitive. She knew that if he were to leave her again, she might descend into madness. Even if he merely found solace in another woman's embrace, it would provoke the same turmoil within her. The more she contemplated, the more her heart raced, and before she knew it, she was seated cross-legged by the pool, hastily channeling her energy. Meanwhile, within the Taishu Holy Maiden Hall, Wang Chen was blissfully organizing various weapons and resources in his storage space, blissfully unaware of the profound possessiveness his former master felt for him in this life. Chapter 19. The Celestial Grade Dragon Source Pearl. Wang Chen, Physique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body, Realm, Peak of Spirit Building Stage, disguised as 9th layer of body refinement. Technique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space, low-grade Xiantir Taishu Broken Sword X1, Blind Box from Peach Blossom Grove X1, Premium Huang Tier Silver Spear X1. Low-grade Huang Tier Weapons X12, Huang. Origin Points, 7458. Comprehensive Evaluation, a being at the peak of spirit building stage. Wang Chen assessed the system panel, his uninjured left hand making a checkmark as he pondered. System, calculate how many origin points can be converted from the remaining resources. Excluding the Taishu Broken Sword and the Blind Box? Ding. Calculating completed. A total of 11,458 origin points can be converted. Host, hurry up and convert. You still owe me 4,000 origin points. Stop yelling. Wang Chen felt a headache coming on at the thought of repaying 4,000 origin points. A pang of reluctance settling in. Convert it. I'll pay you back, system. Reluctantly, Wang Chen transformed all the useless weapons into origin points, starting with settling his debt to the system. Once he cleared the dues, he contemplated the remaining 7,458 origin points. System, can you fit that golden card that makes incense feel like smoke and poison pills taste like candy into the shop? 10,000. What do you mean 10,000? Origin points. Forget it. As a man of integrity, I have no desire for such dubious items. Wang Chen waved dismissively, exuding an air of scholarly righteousness. Suddenly, ouch, 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 creak. I told you not to move your right arm. At that moment, the door swung open, and Jiang Lingshan, wearing a cool yet slightly concerned expression, hurried to his side. She steadied Wang Chen's right arm, which had been inadvertently strained by his grand gesture, her gaze icy, aware that Jiang Lingshan cared for him. Wang Chen bowed his head in silence, feeling guilty. Why had his arm felt warm and numb in the morning, yet now every movement caused pain? But as he kept his head down, a question nagged at him. Had the anesthetic effect worn off? The cold energy in your arm has dissipated, naturally. You would feel pain now, she explained. Jiang Lingxian seemed to perceive Wang Chen's confusion as he lowered his head, while assisting him in unwrapping the spiritual energy bandages. She spoke coldly, could you please infuse me with a bit more energy? Much more. Wang Chen lifted his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian and expressed his request, emphasizing his desire to avoid suffering. If you do that, your injuries will take much longer to heal. Do you wish to live with these wounds indefinitely? Jiang Lingxian shot a frosty glance at Wang Chen, yet her hands remained focused on rewrapping his new spiritual energy bandages. Oh, very well, let it be. Wang Chen replied helplessly, watching Jiang Lingxian diligently apply ointment and wrap the bandages around him with a faint smile. You should return to your room to recuperate. For the next few days, try not to use your right arm, and you will soon recover, Jiang Lingxian instructed after tending to his injuries. She then stood up and collected the bloody bandages from the floor. Wang Chen, seeing this, leaned back against the headboard of the bed and pulled the fragrant quilt closer around himself. The comforting aroma of the quilt was familiar to him. It was the soothing scent that Jiang Lingxian had when she held him while sleeping a couple of days ago. This room is lovely. May I stay here to recover? Wang Chen inquired, feigning ignorance of it being her private chamber as Jiang Lingxian began to entertain him. Jiang Lingxian noticed the quilt he had wrapped around himself. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from stopping him. This is my sleeping quarters. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian coldly informed Wang Chen of the truth. It's fine. I can sleep on the floor. That is unacceptable. A solitary man and woman cannot share a room. Especially since I am your master, Jiang Lingxian responded, feeling a sudden realization that her disciple seemed to harbor feelings for her. After all, why would he say he was willing to sleep on the floor upon learning it was her room? Sister Fairy, you often claim to be my master, but have you ever considered my feelings? Wang Chen suddenly furrowed his brows, sitting upright on the bed with a serious expression as he questioned Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian froze momentarily, Her alluring demeanor caught off guard as she met his slightly furrowed gaze. Jiang Lingxian found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she had been overly sentimental throughout this lifetime. Yet, having been Wang Chen's master for countless years in her previous life, she had grown accustomed to their relationship. Sister Fairy, I truly do not wish to. You may stay if you desire, but I just remembered I have something to attend to. You should focus on your recovery. Jiang Lingxian interrupted Wang Chen's words in a flustered manner, her breath slightly disordered. Without listening to what he had to say next, she swiftly turned and exited, slamming the door behind her. Wang Chen was taken aback by her sudden actions, not expecting such a significant emotional reaction from her. He understood that given Jiang Lingxian's recent nighttime anxieties, his words might have hurt her feelings. However, remaining silent would only perpetuate the notion that he was merely her disciple in her eyes. He did not wish for that. He could not continue to obediently remain as Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Wang Chen felt that his interactions with Jiang Lingxian had become particularly peculiar. In dreams, she would embrace him tightly, yet in waking moments, she seemed overly sensitive to even the slightest touch, as if it were electric, instinctively wanting to retreat. Could it be that her discomfort arose from his advances, yet she felt at ease when she initiated contact? After pondering for a while, Wang Chen began to understand and resolved to playfully tease her more frequently moving forward. Shaking off his tumultuous thoughts, Wang Chen's gaze turned towards a small opportunity box nestled within his storage space, concealed amidst a peach blossom forest. He retrieved it, cradling it in his palm. Its size was just right, fitting comfortably within his hand, though he remained uncertain of its contents. Exercising caution, he distanced it slightly and began to struggle with the latch. With a crisp click, the box was placed upon the bed, and he slowly lifted the lid. What is this? Wang Chen carefully extracted a round, golden object from inside the box, frowning slightly. Ding! Heavenly grade dragon source pearl can be ingested. Convertible to 100,000 source points. Dragon source pearl? A surge of joy coursed through Wang Chen as he examined the golden orb-containing liquid. It was said that in his past life, Yi Qing's cultivation had skyrocketed to the 6th layer of spirit building during these very days before venturing out for training and growing even stronger. It appeared that this dragon source pearl was the pivotal factor in Yi Qing's cultivation surge, yet now it had fallen into his hands. Little host, would you like to convert it into source points? Hold on, let me refresh the golden cards in the store first, then I will consider the conversion. Wang Chen replied, not rushing to convert the dragon source pearl into source points, instead opening the system shop. Chapter 20. Breaking through the peak of the 9th layer of spirit building. Just convert it. I can throw in that fragrant card for free. Like smoke to inhale and poison pills to consume as candy. Hearing the system's playful voice, Wang Chen frowned, deciding to ignore it for now. He turned his attention to the 9 golden cards in his mind, and with a mental command, he clicked to flip the cards. As the golden cards flipped, the designs printed on them gradually revealed themselves in his view. First item, Heavenly Grade Dragon Source Pearl, priced at 200,000 source points. System, are you kidding me? Deducting a full 100,000 source points. Wang Chen couldn't help but shout in anger at the system as he viewed the price of the first item. You giggle. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Wang Chen suppressed his rising anger, reminding himself that it wasn't worth the trouble to be upset with the foolish system, and flipped the card again. Second item, extra large package of sticky liquid wipes, priced at 666 source points. Third item, Pangu Essence. Ninth item, 3 years of cultivation for an ordinary cultivator, priced at 5,000 source points. Oh, this 9th item is excellent. I rarely encountered such items in my past life. Wang Chen's interest peaked as he gazed at the 9th item, and he decided to purchase it, having bought similar cultivation boosts in his previous life. With a mental command, he completed the purchase, reducing his source points to 2,458 instantly. A golden card radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy appeared in his storage space, looking quite exquisite. Wang Chen glanced between the golden card in his storage and the dragon source pearl in his palm. After a moment of thought, he resolved that it would be best to utilize the dragon source pearl to enhance his own cultivation first. As he placed the 2-centimeter dragon source pearl into his mouth and bit down, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy flood through him. System. Activate the Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation card and enable the shielding feature for cultivation breakthrough fluctuations. Ding. Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation card successfully used. Ding. Shielding feature for cultivation breakthrough fluctuations activated, deducting 2,000 source points. As the Heavenly Grade Dragon Source Pearl and the Ordinary Cultivator's 3-year cultivation card were used simultaneously, Wang Chen felt an intense heat coursing through his body. So hot, he exclaimed, hastily throwing off the quilt and sitting cross-legged on the floor. quickly activating the chaotic nine-yang divine art. Countless strands of spiritual energy began to pour into the room, and Wang Chen became a vortex, absorbing it all. Having sat there, eyes closed and focused for merely a few seconds, the barriers of his cultivation realm shattered instantaneously. Boom. Second layer of spirit building. Boom, boom, boom. Third layer of spirit building. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Until he reached the sixth layer of spirit building, Wang Chen sat on the ground. His overwhelming aura finally beginning to diminish slightly. Wang Chen was acutely aware that the effects of the ordinary 3-year cultivation card had expired. In a moment of urgency, he devoted all his energy to absorbing the dragon essence within him. At that instant, his previously waning aura surged once more, escalating to an impressive level. A sudden roar echoed from within him, and his cultivation realm ascended directly to the 7th layer of the spirit-building realm. Above the Holy Maiden Palace of the Taishu sect, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as a chaotic flame whirlpool slowly tore through the fabric of space, swirling above. 9 dragon-shaped phantoms, radiating a pure golden hue yet engulfed in a chaotic blend of black and white flames, danced around a chaotic cauldron, intertwining in a majestic display. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the realm of cultivation, the chaotic 9 dragons surrounding the flame cauldron. If witnessed by others, various sects in the cultivation world would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize Wang Chen from the Taishu sect. Such an event would certainly attract a multitude of troubles towards him. Fortunately, Wang Chen had activated the system's cloaking feature. Meanwhile, far away at the Taishu sword's red peak, Jiang Lingxian stood high in the air, coldly observing Qin Yefan as he bore the pain of severing his own right arm. Holy Maiden, my disciple has already severed his right arm. Are you satisfied now? The woman in the red robe confronted Jiang Lingxian, suppressing her urge to strike, her voice frosty. Beside her, Qin Yefan writhed in agony, his severed arm lying on the ground amidst a pool of blood. Jiang Lingxian shifted her cold gaze towards the red-robed woman and Qin Yefan, concealing the murderous intent lurking in her eyes. However, she could not afford to stir up too much trouble within the Taishu sect. Otherwise, she would have already taken action against the two. Although Qin Yefan was not dead yet, he must die. This conviction resided firmly in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Anyone associated with Wang Chen must perish. Hovering in the air, Jiang Lingxian extended her right hand, forcefully grasping at Qin Yefan's severed arm from afar. A sharp crack echoed as the arm rapidly froze, culminating in a thunderous explosion that scattered countless ice crystals. This is your just reward. You harmed him, and thus I have severed your limb. Should you dare to repeat this, I will kill you. Jiang Lingxian radiated an aura of chilling cold, even encasing the surrounding clouds in thin ice, delivering a frosty warning to the two. Having endured setbacks from Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian finally released some of her pent-up frustration. Ignoring the resentful glares from Qin Yefan and Mu Hong, she focused her thoughts, resulting in a rift tearing through the space before her. Jiang Lingxian swiftly pinpointed the location of her Holy Maiden Palace and vanished into the void. Once Jiang Lingxian departed, Qin Yefan's pallid face contorted with rage as his eyes darkened with fury. Let us return swiftly. I shall heal your wounds. The voice of Mu Hong snapped Qin Yefan back to reality, and the signs of his encroaching madness began to dissipate, though he struggled to suppress his murderous intent. In his heart, he believed that if he could rise again, Wang Chen would undoubtedly meet his demise, and as for Jiang Lingxian, he chuckled darkly. Little did he know that Wang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. Once he broke through, he would be the first to eliminate him. Time flew by, and soon the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson. From the highest vantage point of the Taishu sect, the view was breathtaking. Yet, the scene at the Holy Maiden Palace was starkly discordant, with continuous manifestations of extraordinary phenomena, the sound of dragon roars resonating clearly from within Wang Chen. However, these various anomalies were enveloped by a silent yet potent energy, invisible and inaudible to all but Wang Chen himself. From Jiang Lingxian's perspective, Wang Chen merely sat quietly on the ground, as if engaged in serene meditation. This was also why, in their 1,000-year acquaintance in a past life, Jiang Lingxian had never discerned that he was not entirely a mere furnace body. As the unseen manifestations gradually faded, Wang Chen slowly awakened from his meditation. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm, success. Feeling the surging energy within him, he believed he could vanquish 100 spirit-building realm demon bulls with a single punch. Overjoyed, he laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with an air of invincibility. However, as his laughter echoed, he suddenly caught sight of Jiang Lingxian observing him from a distance, causing his mirth to falter. Were you meditating just now? Jiang Lingxian inquired, her beautiful eyes laced with suspicion. She recalled that she had not yet imparted any cultivation methods to Wang Chen in this lifetime. Her recent excursion had not only been to avenge Wang Chen, but also to procure a suitable sacred-level technique for him from the Taishu Treasure Pavilion. Yet, she had not yet had the chance to present it to him when she stumbled upon the sight of him sitting in tranquil meditation. But what I desire has never been your techniques or resources. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's inquiry, his thoughts drifting as he pondered how to respond. Oh, yes, what is the matter? After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to candidly admit, I haven't given you any techniques yet. How could I be cultivating? Jiang Lingxian's gaze bore into Wang Chen, as though seeking answers from his familiar visage. I never claimed I was using a technique to cultivate. Wang Chen replied, feigning innocence. After you left, I suddenly felt a warmth in my abdomen, coupled with hunger. So I attempted to sit down and see if I could cultivate to resist it. Unfortunately, Wang Chen's voice trailed off, a note of regret creeping into his demeanor as he slumped, looking quite dejected. Jiang Lingxian, observing his demeanor, felt uncertain about the veracity of his words. Since their last encounter, during which she caught glimpses of Wang Chen's past life, she often pondered whether he too had been reborn, though she dismissed the thought each time. After all, her own rebirth was already exceedingly miraculous. The likelihood of a second rebirth was more improbable than attaining immortality. System, can you make my stomach rumble? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's doubtful expression, urgently communicating with the system in his mind. However, despite his words, he genuinely felt a pang of hunger. Ding. Deducting 100 essence points, let us make the host's stomach rumble. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of his stomach growling filled the air, prompting Wang Chen to feign embarrassment, lowering his head to cover his belly. Host, quickly tell Jiang Lingxian, my tummy is rumbling. I'm so hungry. I want Sister Fairy to feed me. Shut up. Be quiet. Wang Chen felt his face flush as he listened to the system's cold, mechanical voice, tinged with emotion. Humph, a mere fish, with the heart of a thief, but no courage. All right, I understand you're hungry. Fortunately, I passed by the sect's dining hall around noon and brought you some food. Jiang Lingxian chimed in simultaneously with the system. Wang Chen disregarded the system's remarks, turning his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian had approached the table, retrieving a bamboo food basket, just like she had in the morning. She began to extract various dishes filled with delicacies from within the basket. However, this time, unlike before, the dishes were not prepared by her, but were exquisite dishes made from various spirit beasts. Wow, your fairy sister is truly considerate, bringing such a bounty of spiritual food. I can only imagine how many spirit stones this must have cost. Moreover, it's evident that she meticulously selected and purchased these from the Taishu dining hall. Yet she claims it was merely a casual gesture. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the system, choosing to ignore it, and walked over to sit at the table. This time, Wang Chen finally indulged in his first hearty meal of this lifetime, his left hand continuously scooping food into his mouth. The ethereal energy of the dishes made each bite invigorating, making him feel revitalized with every morsel. Although his injuries had long since healed with his rise in cultivation, he planned to feign weakness for a few more days. Sister Fairy, why aren't you eating? As Wang Chen continued to eat, he suddenly realized that Jiang Lingxian was quietly staring at him from across the table, her gaze silent, yet strikingly beautiful. I am not particularly fond of the dishes prepared by others, Jiang Lingxian stated calmly, noticing that dusk had settled outside and the room was gradually dimming. With a flicker of thought, she harnessed her spiritual power to illuminate the lights embedded in the walls and ceiling. And whom would you prefer to cook for you? Wang Chen inquired, fully aware that in her past life, Jiang Lingxian had only ever eaten the meals he prepared. However, he continued to probe while shoveling food into his mouth. Upon hearing his question, he fell silent, choosing to focus solely on his meal as if he hadn't heard her. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Lingxian bit her lip lightly and, with a hint of determination in her beautiful eyes, gazed intently at Wang Chen. Why are you so unwilling to accept me as your master? I can provide you with the finest techniques and resources. All you need to do is pledge your allegiance to me as a disciple. As she spoke, a tome of divine-level techniques and a top-tier storage ring appeared in her hands. Wang Chen paused his eating, slowly placing down his chopsticks and lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Lingxian's. But what I desire has never been your techniques or resources. And what is it that you seek? Jiang Lingxian asked, her brows knitting together as she set the tome and the storage ring on the table, her heart racing with anticipation for his answer. Like you just mentioned, it is you. Wang Chen responded without a hint of hesitation, continuing with a feigned explanation. When I was trapped in the mountains, you were the first to appear before me, radiant like a celestial being. I do not believe in love at first sight. Yet I confess that I was enamored from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Though I may be pretending now, these two statements hold a kernel of truth. In my past life, my admiration for you blossomed upon first sight, and after enduring a century of restraint, my pursuit began. So, speaking these words now, I find them to be entirely genuine. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is merely a swift progression of desire that has been accelerated by a century. Our previous life together spanned over 1,000 years, and genuine feelings have long since developed between us, transforming mere attraction into something much deeper. Upon hearing Wang Chen's heartfelt confession, Jiang Lingxian sat in stunned silence, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. Her lips moved, yet words eluded her for an extended moment. It took her brain a good 10 seconds to reboot before she finally managed to say, "No, this cannot be. I will not agree to this." As she regained her composure, her once cold voice softened considerably. Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She had only wished to maintain a master-disciple relationship with Wang Chen. Yet, why did he persistently express his affection, both in this life and the last? From childhood, following her parents' abandonment, she instinctively recoiled from those who drew close. She did not dislike Wang Chen's affection. At times, it even brought her a flicker of joy, as it assured her that he would not abandon her. However, the thought of embracing him as her husband remained an insurmountable psychological barrier. Jiang Lingxian recognized her own conflicting desires. She wished to possess both his unwavering loyalty and the resources to support his cultivation, all while keeping him at a distance in matters of the heart, thus labeling herself as selfish. Yet, if this was indeed selfishness, then so be it. Do not worry. I am merely stating the truth. You need not feel obliged to answer me now, nor should you bear any psychological burden, said Wang Chen, having finished his meal and setting down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth as the conversation reached its conclusion. Why does the current disciple differ so greatly from the one I remember? Jiang Lingxian mused, lowering her delicate face as she reflected on the differences between Wang Chen of the past and the present, her heart aching with the contrast. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and Wang Chen, observing her, hesitated to speak further. This technique and the resources you should take with you. Even if you choose not to accept me as your master, it matters not, Jiang Lingxian said softly, rising from her seat, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pushed the tome and storage ring towards Wang Chen. She then turned to leave the room. Where are you going? Wang Chen asked, momentarily stunned, fearing that his words had struck a nerve, leading her to abandon him. However, Jiang Lingxian did not respond. She simply opened the door and exited, allowing it to close gently behind her. From my observations, she is undoubtedly heartbroken. Your current demeanor bears little resemblance to the Wang Chen she once knew. In the past, you were obedient and sweet, calling her master with an innocent tone. Could you perhaps use a different descriptor for that tone? It seems entirely normal to me. Upon reflection, Wang Chen acknowledged the accuracy of the assessment. After all, he had been reborn. He could not simply adhere to the original trajectory of events, could he? System, what do you think? Should I subtly hint to her that I too have been reborn, perhaps to entice her with a sweet revelation? Then, when she confronts me, I can feign ignorance, appearing utterly innocent. Given her familiarity with me, she may deduce that I have been playing a role, wishing to dissolve our master-disciple dynamic. If I continue down this path without providing her with some reassuring information, I fear she may become lost and despondent. Gazing at the remnants of his meal, Wang Chen's mind raced with considerations of how best to proceed. From the countless nights when Jiang Lingxian had clung to him, weeping and pleading for him not to leave, he recalled her tear-streaked face, as if her very existence depended on his presence. The thought frightened him. He worried that if things continued this way, Jiang Lingxian might become dangerously obsessed. You are quite the schemer, aren't you? But are you certain you wish to reveal your rebirth? For now, I shall hint at it, allowing her to draw her own conclusions, and in due time, I will openly acknowledge my rebirth. Wang Chen understood that to win over someone as insecure as Jiang Lingxian, he must employ a high level of strategy. Once he had formulated his plan, he surveyed the starkness of the room, which was devoid of warmth, just a bed, a table, a chair, and a bookshelf, the walls a sterile white. Jiang Lingxian appeared unchanged in her new life, save for her feelings towards him. Noticing the encroaching darkness outside, Wang Chen gathered the tome and storage ring from the table and settled onto the bed. Ding! The sacred sun technique, a divine-level skill, can be converted into 10,000,000 source points. 10 million source points, how intriguing. Wang Chen decided against converting it, opting instead to store the technique within his storage space, unwilling to part with the gift bestowed upon him by Lingxian. In his previous life, she had given him a royal-level technique. He wondered where she had procured this divine-level skill in this life. Nonetheless, these techniques could hardly compare to his innate skill, the Chaos Nine Suns Divine Technique. The system had once stated that the Chaos Nine Suns Divine Technique had no limits, its rank exceeding any known tier. System. Please evaluate the worth of the abundant high-quality spirit stones within this storage ring in terms of source points. Wang Chen could not contain his curiosity and delved into the storage ring, only to be astounded by the mountain of exquisite spirit stones before him. Ding! There are 487 exquisite spirit stones, each worth 10,000, totaling 15,364,870,000 primordial points. Over 15 billion primordial points, my child. A lifetime for an ordinary host. And with such abundance, did Jiang Lingxian truly bestow upon you all the exquisite spirit stones she has accumulated in this lifetime? Wang Chen paid no heed to the system's comments, his gaze fixated on the long string of numbers displayed before him, lost in thought. Has Jiang Lingxian gone mad in this lifetime? To entrust me with so many exquisite spirit stones. Once he recovered from his astonishment, he was overwhelmed, for he had never encountered such a wealth of spirit stones in his previous life. The system was indeed correct. Such a fortune represented his entire existence in the past. Naturally, she likely fears you may be tempted by the various offers from the intersex female elders. Thus, she has probably emptied her coffers, all to keep you. My dear host, would you like to convert these into primordial points? This way, you could procure numerous items. Get lost. No conversion. While Wang Chen had initially maintained a calm demeanor, the sight of the spirit stone stirred a sense of agitation within him. He slipped the storage ring onto his ring finger and flopped onto the bed, fragrant and cool, pulling the blanket over his head. The familiar scent of the blanket brought him solace, and his mind drifted through memories of his past life. In this tranquil environment, he unknowingly closed his eyes. The room remained silent for a long while. Creak. In the dead of night, a soft sound broke the stillness as the door creaked open. However, Wang Chen seemed to be in a deep stupor, oblivious to the disturbance. When dawn broke, he sprang upright, scanning the empty room with growing anxiety. Damn. I fell asleep in my distress last night. I wonder if Jiang Lingxian came by. Rubbing his head, he felt a surge of irritation at the silence enveloping the room. System, are there any opportunities for fated children that I can seize now? Wang Chen felt increasingly vexed regarding his feelings for Jiang Lingxian and contemplated diverting his attention by pursuing a fated child's opportunity. There are indeed many, but they are all elsewhere. None exist within the Taishu realm. You cannot possibly leave the sect at this moment, can you? So, you should take these days to rest and prepare. A significant event will unfold at Taishu Xinzong in 7 days. That will be the moment you encounter those fated children from your previous life, which led to your endless disputes with Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen suddenly recalled a major incident from his past life that had caused him to clash with many fated children. Chapter 23. System, this is love. Chen love? What nonsense. Ah, forget it. Jiang Lingxian has vanished, and remaining here serves no purpose. I shall return to my own quarters. Wang Chen gazed at his right hand, wrapped in spirit energy bandages, and promptly removed them all. His intention to rest here had been for Jiang Lingxian's sake, but with her absence, he saw no reason to persist. Rising, he made his way to the door, planning to fetch some hot water for a cleansing bath. His clothes were tattered, stained with blood from where Jiang Lingxian had cut them. So he intended to bathe and change before later bringing his bedding over to spare Jiang Lingxian the trouble of a long trek. Alas, I am too considerate, he mused. Chuckling to himself, even though she tormented me nightly, I still worry about her journey. With that thought, he reached for the door. Creak. Yet, the door swung open abruptly, leaving him frozen in surprise, hands raised. Just as he had removed the bandages, Jiang Lingxian returned. Where are you headed? She inquired, her expression composed, brows slightly furrowed. Her gaze icy as it fixed on Wang Chen. I was going back. I thought you wouldn't return last night. So I didn't want to intrude. Wang Chen gathered himself, his words faltering, as even the most oblivious could sense the underlying meaning. Going back? Have your injuries healed? Did you not say you were going to rest here? As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian's gaze shifted to his right arm, and her words faltered abruptly. For a moment, silence enveloped both inside and outside the room, an infinite stillness. Yes, my injuries have healed. I practiced the technique you provided yesterday, and my recovery was swift. By the way, take this ring back. Wang Chen said as he removed the storage ring from his left hand and offered it to Jiang Lingxian outside the door. He dared not accept the abundant, exquisite spirit stones, fearing a sense of indebtedness to her. However, Jiang Lingxian did not reach out to accept it. Instead, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Wang Chen felt the air around them drop several degrees, as if Jiang Lingxian were a living air conditioner. So, you wish to sever ties with me so readily? Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze bore into Wang Chen, her voice laced with a chilling weight. as a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes, as if she intended to consume him whole. No, not at all. Please don't be angry. I shall wear it. I shall wear it. Wang Chen, startled, hurriedly slipped the storage ring back onto his left hand, not wanting to provoke Jiang Lingxian's wrath. Now he understood. Jiang Lingxian had indeed developed some peculiar attributes in this lifetime. I will sleep here tonight. If you wish to return, then go ahead. Jiang Lingxian coldly brushed past him, not sparing him a glance, her tone unmistakably haughty. Oh, very well then. Fairy sister, I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen remained oblivious to her implications, turning to exit as he had initially intended to return later that night with his bedding, regardless of Jiang Lingxian's words. Wait. Just as Wang Chen was about to depart, Jiang Lingxian called him to a halt from behind. What is it? Let me check your injuries to ensure they have truly healed, to prevent any lingering effects. Wang Chen frowned at her words, reluctantly retreating across the threshold back into the room. With your cultivation level, you could clearly see that my arm has completely healed without needing to come closer. Ah, fine. If you wish to look, then look. Though he silently criticized her flawed ruse, he nonetheless stepped back beside her and extended his right arm. No, wait. If I think about it this way, it implies that Jiang Lingxian had already noticed his recovery yesterday. Wang Chen felt a sudden jolt of realization. If Jiang Lingxian's ploy was riddled with faults, then was he not equally at fault? Contemplating this logic, Wang Chen turned to face Jiang Lingxian, only to find her gazing intently at his right arm, her eyes flickering with contemplation. Observing her exquisite profile from the side, her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue, he found himself momentarily entranced. According to his reasoning, without her technique, he would have fully recovered yesterday. She is fully aware of all the disguises. However, why does she not expose me? At this moment, the system suddenly emerged, presenting a colossal meme in front of Wang Chen, accompanied by amusing sound effects. What nonsense is love? With her extensive experience spanning over 1,000 years, Jiang Lingxian likely deduced my identity soon after she ventured out yesterday. Perhaps she was either confirming whether I had also been reborn or ascertaining if the changes in my current form, Wang Chen, were a result of her own reincarnation. Oh, I understand. It is akin to Jiang Lingxian believing she has traversed into another parallel realm. Furthermore, how is it that your intelligence has abruptly returned, you mere fish host? Damn, my mind truly faltered these past few days. Is it even feasible to feign unrecognition before someone I have known for a millennium? After all, others are not devoid of intelligence. They are not without the ability to think. At this moment, Wang Chen longed to slap himself awake, hastily retracting his right arm that was extended towards Jiang Lingxian. I've finished looking. The injury is truly no longer an issue. I shall take my leave now. His expression was somewhat stiff, and upon clarifying the logic in his mind, he wished he could find a trash can to hide in. As he departed, the sound of his footsteps echoed, leaving Jiang Lingxian standing inside the room, her gaze deep as she observed his retreating figure. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a flicker of scrutiny and uncertainty in her eyes as she regarded Wang Chen's back, on the bustling paths of the Taisu Xin sect. Wang Chen walked back to his quarters, meticulously devising strategies to deal with Jiang Lingxian. Additionally, he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate that fellow Qin Yefan and refine the remnants of the demon lord's soul within him. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly attract the formidable forces of his harem women. Wang Chen was acutely aware of this. For the son of destiny is never lacking in the power that comes with a harem. You bad guy, you caused my junior brother Qin to lose an arm. Wang Chen, oblivious to the gazes around him, suddenly found a figure blocking his path, frowning as she called out to him. Chapter 24. The Troublemaking Daughter of Destiny. Jiang Yuaning. At the moment Wang Chen heard those words, he could deduce with certainty that this was someone from Qin Yefan's faction coming to create trouble. Just as he thought this, the next moment, a woman from Qin Yefan's harem dashed over, leaving Wang Chen speechless. What? Are you here to defend him? Wang Chen glared at the blue-clad woman standing before him, blocking his way, his eyes revealing a murderous intent as his hand subtly twitched. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yuaning, one of the individuals involved in the ambush against Wang Chen in his past life. And she could be considered a daughter of destiny, being Qin Yefan's senior sister. Wang Chen discreetly assessed her aura. Her cultivation was approximately at the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm. Humph. You, a mere furnace body, dare to look at me with such disdain? Jiang Yuaning, hands on her hips, glared at Wang Chen with an air of superiority, her eyes filled with contempt for his furnace physique. Gradually, the surrounding disciples, who were initially bustling about, slowed their pace and quietly stood at a distance to observe. I will give you one chance. Crawl under my legs and break your right arm, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, if I take action, it will not be that simple. Jiang Yuaning, with a somewhat naive yet haughty expression, coldly regarded Wang Chen, pointing at her own legs. At this moment, Jiang Yuaning still exhibited the temperament of a young lady. Wang Chen recalled that she would only be gradually tamed by Qin Yefan in the later stages. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, while others may fear the saintess of Tai Su Xian sect, my Jiang family is not intimidated. Thus, you should obediently kneel and crawl through, for a furnace body is merely a furnace body. Recognize your own identity. After saying this, Jiang Yuaning seemed to recall something and added, observing Wang Chen's calm demeanor. The surrounding disciples, hearing her words, began to whisper among themselves. It seems Sister Jiang has really gone too far. She will likely face backlash from the powerful Jiang family once she leaves the sect. Indeed, did you notice? Sister Jiang is making him crawl under her skirt. Is this a good thing? Can I have a turn? They say beneath a man's knee lies gold. Move aside. I am a cripple. Let me have a go. The whispers of the surrounding disciples mixed together, though most spoke in hushed tones. Have you finished? Wang Chen slightly raised his gaze to meet Jiang Yuaning's, his right foot and hand silently accumulating power, enveloped in a layer of chaos. As Jiang Yuaning locked eyes with Wang Chen, a sudden wave of trepidation surged within her. However, once she regained her composure, her anger flared, and she glared back at him, attempting to poke his eyes. How dare you? Wang Chen's right hand radiated chaotic spiritual light, striking out with blinding speed, accompanied by a resounding crack. In an instant, Wang Chen's palm, infused with killing intent, smashed into Jiang Yuaning's fair left cheek, leaving her bloodied and bruised. Jiang Yuaning had not even seen Wang Chen's move. She merely felt her consciousness swirling chaotically. Dealing with Jiang Yuaning, who currently lacked combat experience and only knew cultivation, was akin to swatting a dog. In her eyes, Wang Chen appeared as a ninth-layer spirit refinement realm cultivator, but in truth, he was at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the spirit-building realm. Moreover, this strike was an underhanded ambush, guaranteed to hit without fail. Principally, Wang Chen refrained from striking women, but principles are dead, while people are alive. Get out of my way. At that moment, Wang Chen's right foot completed its build-up, and a surge of chaotic flames erupted from it, flinging forth violently. However, this strike was abruptly intercepted by an elder who appeared out of nowhere, his single hand grasping it firmly and forcefully throwing it back. You've gone too far. The elder frowned, scrutinizing Wang Chen, displeased by his open assault on Jiang Yuaning. What is your identity? After taking a few steps back, Wang Chen straightened himself, glaring at the elder with irritation. I am an elder of Tai Su's outer sect. Why? Do you think you are someone significant? An outer sect elder dares to meddle. My master is the saintess of Tai Su. Do you believe I won't have my master deal with you? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes widened, and he advanced a few steps towards the pair, furiously pointing towards the direction of the Tai Su saintess palace. Wang Chen was already feeling irritable due to the entanglement with Jiang Lingxian, and now Jiang Yuaning had emerged as a convenient outlet for his frustrations. Besides, he was not the one who instigated the trouble. It was Jiang Yuaning who was seeking a fight. What? The elder, sporting a tuft of white beard, found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing Wang Chen's words, his white beard trembling. He had only just emerged from seclusion and was entirely unaware of Wang Chen's exploits. Now, hearing Wang Chen mention the saintess of Tai Su, he was utterly taken aback. No wonder so many inner and outer disciples were watching, yet none dared to intervene. At this point, the outer sect elder began to feel apprehensive. He had unwittingly provoked someone of great significance. If the saintess of Tai Su truly wished to retaliate, it would be as simple as uttering a single word, sufficient to have him replaced in his position. After all, in both the cultivation world and the Tai Su Xian sect, power and background reigned supreme. And Jiang Lingxian, in terms of both strength and lineage, held immense power within the Tai Su Xian sect. Do not think I am unwilling to give you a chance. Simply compensate me for some mental distress and time loss. Wang Chen shook his slightly numb right hand and then crossed his arms, quietly observing the two individuals before him. At that moment, Jiang Yueling, who had been staggering back after the blows, her face streaming with blood and her mind buzzing, slowly regained her senses. Her eyes, filled with a mix of grievance and intense resentment, suddenly shot towards Wang Chen, and then, with an explosive outburst, she cried, Wah! Wah! Tears streaming down her cheeks, she dashed toward the direction of the Tai Su sword's red peak. In that instant, the disciples surrounding the path of the Tai Su immortal sect hurriedly made way, the atmosphere descending into an almost profound silence. Wang Chen had initially expected that once she regained her composure, she would unleash her hidden trump card in a reckless attempt to kill him. Yet, this was the outcome. Was this even appropriate for a child? This left not only Wang Chen in shock, but even the elder who had been protecting her was taken aback, hastily scanning the surroundings. However, the onlookers, upon feeling the elder's gaze sweep over them, instinctively took a few steps back, fearing they might be mistaken for accomplices. After all, the title of Tai Su Saintess held immense weight within the Tai Su immortal sect, second only to that of the sect leader, and was protected by an ancestral figure. Ordinarily, the Saintess was a disciple of the revered Elder Han, which, when rounded up, equated to a status akin to half an ancestor. Since Wang Chen was a disciple of the Saintess, that too could be rounded to half a Saintess's standing. The disciples, upon deliberation, concluded that Wang Chen, in essence, held a status equivalent to that of a half-ancestor. Thus, who among the disciples of the Tai Su immortal sect would dare provoke this little patriarch? At this moment, the outer sect elder found himself isolated as Jiang Yueling fled, leaving him in a vulnerable position. Those who managed to attain a moderately high position like the outer sect elder were exceptionally shrewd, and he, frightened, quickly approached Wang Chen with an air of sycophancy. Ahem, young brother, I was in the wrong just now. This is a royal-grade medicinal pill I had stored away for emergencies, you see. Wang Chen regarded the elder, who had suddenly adopted a different demeanor, raising an eyebrow in mild disbelief as he silently opened his robe. Oh dear, how did this royal-grade medicinal pill suddenly acknowledge its master? Alas, it was clear that it was never truly his to begin with. Chapter 25. The Hidden Opportunity of Tai Su's Soldier's Tomb. The outer sect elder, in a state of panic, forcefully stuffed the vial into the chest of Wang Chen's robe, insisting that the pill had recognized its master. This is my most precious possession. The Saintess is usually quite busy, so please, do not trouble her any further. Sigh, fine. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively at the elder, who was now so close he was whispering just for their ears. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, though internally he felt an immense pang of pain. Yet, he dared not show it, feigning a joyful expression as he turned his gaze to the surrounding disciples. All right, disperse. The elder's face flushed, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the disciples and some elders piercing him like needles. After today, it seemed that his authority within the outer sect might crumble to dust. What a disgrace. Observing this, Wang Chen silently tucked the royal-grade medicinal pill into his robe and turned to leave. As news of Wang Chen's actions spread throughout the Tai Su immortal sect, the path back to his quarters was devoid of anyone eager to provoke him. Wang Chen first headed to the Tai Su treasure garment pavilion, where he respectfully received several Tai Su robes from the disciples. He then returned to the room he had just reincarnated into and indulged in a comfortable bath. When Wang Chen emerged, his hairstyle had transformed into that of a celestial being, reminiscent of his former self in the realm of emperors, handsome and ethereal. After spending over 1,000 years in the cultivation world, he had grown fond of the ancient, ethereal long hair that embodied the essence of a celestial being. Moreover, he had always been an admirer of ancient fantasy aesthetics back on Blue Star. As for how Jiang Lingxian would react to his familiar appearance, Wang Chen had decided it was no longer worth his consideration. Whatever will be, will be. He was simply a bit weary and thought this might serve as a subtle hint to Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen approached the bed, ready to tidy up the bedding. But suddenly, a sensation emanated from his storage space. Little one, facing such an ancient demon lord, you surprisingly remain unscathed. Impressive. The one-stem golden sword within his storage space spoke with a voice reminiscent of a stubborn elder. What the hell? I almost forgot about you, Wang Chen exclaimed. Standing by the bed, the tone of his surprise quickly shifted as he retrieved the golden sword. Without hesitation, he tossed it onto the ground, stomping on it vigorously. Hey, do you have no sense of morals? Respect your elders. The voice of the golden sword echoed throughout the room, still maintaining its irreverent tone as if it felt no pain. Oh right, I almost forgot that to beat the sword soul, one must use soul-type attacks for it to be effective. Listening to its nonchalant demeanor, Wang Chen's anger flared. Had it not been for the sword's sudden slumber during their last bout, which caused him to lose the upper hand, he would not have sustained injuries and might have even been able to counterattack against the demon lord's remnant soul-possessing Qin Yafan. Wang Chen enveloped his right foot with a layer of faint golden chaotic spiritual energy and lifted his foot, preparing to strike again. Seeing that Wang Chen truly possessed means to attack its soul, the golden sword immediately stood upright. The elbow-length golden sword stood straight up from the ground and hurriedly flew toward the ceiling. Young brother, I truly didn't mean it last time. I had just awakened from the soldier's tomb and was incredibly tired. The golden sword circled the ceiling twice before finally descending, not out of choice, but because its energy was insufficient to keep it airborne. Wang Chen took a few steps forward and picked it up instead of trampling it. Ah, now that's more like it. Young people should uphold martial ethics and communicate properly. Slap, clap, clap, clap. Ah, young man, you lack martial ethics. Taking advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, Wang Chen indeed refrained from stepping on it. instead placing his right hand over the chaotic soul flame and delivering a series of rapid slaps to the sword's body. Ah, that hurts. Stop, stop. I can tell you about an opportunity within the soldier's tomb. Wang Chen paused his actions, frowning as he considered the possibility of hidden opportunities within the Taisu soldier's tomb. He pondered for a while, even consulting the system. But neither he nor the unified consciousness had any recollection of this. It could be that the hidden opportunity related to Qin Yafan had gone unnoticed in his previous life. Speak, and I assure you, I will share a portion of the spoils. Wang Chen had not exerted much force in his slapping, but was now drawn in by the sword's mention of an opportunity, gradually halting his actions. However, you must first take me to meet someone. Oh dear. Wang Chen raised his hand again, closing one eye while aiming with the other, preparing to execute his plan of aerial slapping. Wait, just let me speak. The golden sword hastily interjected, fully aware of the pain that Wang Chen's soul attacks could inflict. I have been in slumber within the soldier's tomb for many years, and during that time, I distinctly felt the presence of a red refining golden spring. You can take me, the Taisu broken sword, there to soak, which will elevate my rank and allow you to refine your body as well. Hearing the golden sword's words, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, and an image of a figure appeared in his mind. In his previous life, Yi Qing seemed to have embarked on a task to experience the Taisu immortal sect shortly after the grand competition 7 days hence. When he returned, not only did his cultivation soar to the returning origin realm, but he also acquired an earth-tier long sword. Ultimately, it appeared he had obtained the red refining golden spring from an unknown source within the Taisu immortal sect, allowing his weapon to ascend to the heaven tier. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that the crimson gold spring obtained by Yi Qing must have originated from the void weapon tomb. However, there was one thing that perplexed him greatly. Shouldn't this opportunity rightfully belong to Qin Yifan? After all, in his previous life, the void broken sword he possessed was indeed in Qin Yifan's hands at this very moment. Alas, there was no point in overthinking it. With so many children of destiny around, the nature of opportunities was often elusive. Since it was beyond his grasp, Wang Chen resolved to seize every chance he could, ready to strike with lethal force if the opportunity arose. Take me there in a few days, and I'll help you advance. It will be just in time to deal with those monsters in 7 days, he said, gazing at the golden broken sword in his hand. Recalling the numerous enemies he had made during that great competition in his previous life, a smile creeping onto his face. What a motley crew of so-called children of fortune. With their various types, the useless, the mundane, the prodigious, the jilted, the split, and so forth. But to him, they were nothing more than a gaggle of inept individuals. In his past life, he had suppressed every single one of them until they could hardly lift their heads, ultimately leading them to band together for a sneak attack against him. Monsters? Did they intend to leave the void immortal sect to hunt down demons and devils? The ancient spirit within the golden sword paused, curiously inquiring. However, Wang Chen did not respond, instead tossing the sword back into his storage space, severing all connection. Speaking of leaving the void immortal sect, he truly intended to venture out and manifest his prowess after the grand competition in 7 days. Caught up in the tumult caused by the golden sword, he momentarily forgot to tidy up his bedding and flopped onto the bed. System. Convert that royal grade elixir into source points. It serves no purpose for me now. Beep. Royal grade low tier Spirit King elixir has been converted. Total 250,000 source points. Wang Chen gazed at the newly added 250,000 source points on his panel, feeling a slight sense of relief. As for the million supreme spirit stones belonging to Jiang Lingxian, he had no intention of utilizing them unless it directly concerned her. After all, Jiang Lingxian had offered her entire fortune to him, demonstrating how significant his status was in her eyes. He couldn't take advantage of someone who regarded him as their most cherished person. Wang Chen was acutely aware of this. Feeling a peculiar disquiet at the thought of fully using her resources, sighing, he reassured himself that it could be viewed as her managing her finances, temporarily storing all her wealth with him for safekeeping. Reflecting on Jiang Lingxian, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he still maintained certain basic principles. Consequently, some of the fortunate individuals he had befriended were not all enemies. However, aside from Jiang Lingxian, those old acquaintances would only begin to reveal themselves during the grand competition in 7 days. Wang Chen first instructed the system to transfer the million supreme spirit stones from his storage ring into his storage space, ultimately leaving only an empty ring on his left hand's ring finger to put Jiang Lingxian at ease, ensuring safety. Beep. Detected that the host's source points have exceeded 100,000. Would you like to activate the lottery feature? Wang Chen suddenly heard the system's prompt, momentarily losing his train of thought. He remembered that aside from the shop, there were many other features that required a certain number of source points to unlock. Gambling is a fool's errand. Ah, but I've died once already. So bring on the rewards, Wang Chen declared, waving his hand grandly at the mention of rewards, promptly opening the lottery interface. In an instant, 9 spherical prize orbs of various colors, each the size of a fist, appeared before him in a grid formation. White, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, black, and rainbow. However, since this was a lottery interface costing 1,000 source points, the last 6 orbs were locked with chains in an intersecting manner, leaving him to test his luck with the initial 1,000. Let us get this started. A 10-spin draw. Go all in. Wang Chen focused his consciousness on the 10-spin option on the right, and the frame began to pulse excitedly among the white, green, and blue options. Skip the lottery page. That incessant sound is driving me mad. Wang Chen, unable to tolerate the persistent clamor in his mind, frowned and shouted at the system. Beep. White. A complete set of new women's intimate apparel. Beep. White. A set of fresh, minimalist clothing. Beep. White. An automatic white robe that billows without wind. Beep. Green. A 10 complete restoration pill for boosting vitality. Beep. Green. A lasting 10 complete restoration pill. Beep. Green. An attack speed enhancing 10 complete restoration pill. Beep. White. An oversized pack of wipes for sticky substances. Beep. Green. A pair of decorative couples necklaces. Beep. White. A refreshing pair of flip-flops. Beep. Blue. Conceptual mildly intoxicating fruit wine. System, come out and explain what those 4 linked prizes in the center mean. Wang Chen stared at the list before him, particularly fixating on the 4 most prominent restoration pills. This has nothing to do with the system. It's all a matter of the host's luck. Ha. Get lost. Wang Chen was practically seething, wishing he could march into the system and give it a couple of slaps. Was his luck merely a representation of this? Vitality pills, endurance pills, attack speed pills, and a pack of wipes for sticky substances. What kind of nonsense was this? Yet, he suddenly noticed a blue item. Conceptual mildly intoxicating fruit wine? Conceptual. Wang Chen paused, realizing that the term conceptual signified something valuable. As most conceptual items disregarded all limitations and functioned as intended, he clicked on the description. Conceptual mildly intoxicating fruit wine. Effect, upon consumption. One will feel mildly tipsy after 3 seconds. This wine can be enjoyed to alleviate worries or shared with a lovely companion. Note, mild tipsiness does not equate to drunkenness. Memories will remain intact after sobriety. Reading the description, especially the part about sharing with a lovely companion, Wang Chen inexplicably thought of Jiang Lingxian. Imagining her usually aloof and proud visage, blushing softly after imbibing this wine, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. Knock. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door jolted Wang Chen back to reality. He had initially intended to try the 1,000 source points lottery again, but was now forced to pause and answer the door. Upon regaining his senses and getting out of bed, he realized that night had fallen, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Creaking open the door, he was met with Jiang Lingxian's enchanting face, illuminated by the moonlight. Jiang Lingxian was about to question the events that transpired within the sect during the day. But upon seeing Wang Chen's countenance, she was momentarily taken aback. The Wang Chen before her was no longer the short-haired figure who had arrived from Blue Star, but rather a handsome young man with flowing ancient-style hair, resembling his former self. Jiang Lingxian stood frozen, as if time had paused, though her eyes betrayed a tempest of disbelief as they fixated intently on Wang Chen. Fairy sister, what's wrong? Wang Chen furrowed his brow, looking quizzically at Jiang Lingxian outside the door. And no, it's nothing. I have something to discuss with you. Follow me. Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, her expression unexpectedly calm as she spoke in a cool tone. Wait a moment, let me tidy up. Wang Chen, realizing that Jiang Lingxian was beginning to grasp something, hurriedly called out to her before turning back to organize his bedding. At this moment, he felt no anxiety, for he had anticipated Jiang Lingxian's reaction. She was likely planning to lure him into her room and lock the door for an extended conversation. As Wang Chen placed the bedding into the storage space, he followed Jiang Lingxian into the hall of the Saintess of Taishu. Wang Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, entered the room ahead of Jiang Lingxian, approaching a chair by the table just as he was about to sit down. As expected, he heard a sudden creak followed by a sharp bang. Jiang Lingxian, with both hands gripping the door, forcefully shut it, the door protesting with 2 crisp sounds. In the next moment, before Wang Chen could react, several formations seamlessly sealed the room. Chapter 27. Interrogation. Lingxian's loss of composure. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who stood with her back to him in front of the closed door, her delicate hands poised as if locking it. Sister Fairy, what are you planning to do? Despite the tense situation, Wang Chen refrained from calling her master, instead questioning her with a steady gaze. Jiang Lingxian remained immobile, though she seemed to tense up slightly, as if suppressing some emotion. The system's voice suddenly broke through Wang Chen's daze, pulling him back to reality. No way. The host can't be undergoing a transformation, can she? You must be cautious. She might bind you like a dog with chains. Wang Chen retorted, impossible. From what I know of her, she would never be so twisted. That sounds more like a Yandra. Although he responded dismissively to the system, he felt a vague sense of unease. After a moment, Jiang Lingxian finally turned to face him, her beautiful eyes tinged with red. There seemed to be a simmering anger beneath her gaze, which was filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. You have been reborn, haven't you? Dressed in a flowing white gown, she fixed her gaze on Wang Chen, her voice heavy with restraint. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and the atmosphere grew tense. Perhaps, Wang Chen replied, not contradicting her this time, his eyes gradually drifting towards the table beside him. He understood that there was no escape from the impending inquiry. No matter how he feigned surprise, the truth would inevitably surface. He chose not to act shocked by Jiang Lingxian's revelation, even though she had never explicitly shared this with him. However, given the stark contrast in their interactions in this lifetime, it was evident to Wang Chen that she had indeed been reborn. Upon hearing Wang Chen's 3 words, Jiang Lingxian's heart, which had only been 80% certain, felt a glimmer of confirmation. Yet, this was soon overwhelmed by a tide of grievance. Countless emotions entwining around her heart, like vines, threatening to suffocate her. The atmosphere in the room plunged to a freezing point. Wang Chen, feeling guilty, stared at the table while Jiang Lingxian fixed her intense gaze upon him. The sound of footsteps approached, soft yet capable of making him break into a sweat. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind raced with thoughts of what punishments or retributions Jiang Lingxian might inflict upon him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, she quietly took a seat opposite him. In that moment, it felt as if time had returned to a peaceful state. They were reminiscent of their past life, sitting together in the room, sipping tea and sharing conversation. However, in their previous life, Wang Chen would have been the one joyfully chatting away, while Jiang Lingxian would occasionally chime in with a nod or a no. Now, seated together once more, they were enveloped in an oppressive silence, devoid of the ease that once characterized their rapport. Why? Wang Chen felt an inexplicable stirring in his heart as he listened to Jiang Lingxian's cold yet slightly hurt voice. For no reason. It's just that. Before I died in my past life, I swore that if I were to be reborn, I wouldn't want to be your disciple again. He attempted to maintain a light tone, yet found himself instinctively tense in Jiang Lingxian's presence. She wanted to ask something else. But upon hearing Wang Chen's words about not wanting to be her disciple, a pang of distress gripped her heart. You know that's not what I want to ask. Jiang Lingxian struggled to contain her emotions, gripping the hem of her dress tightly, her voice both cold and heavy. Forgive me. I truly do not know what you wish to inquire about. Wang Chen, unable to meet her gaze, felt a wave of regret for coming here. Although he had anticipated this situation, the reality of it was overwhelming, and he yearned to flee the scene. This was the endless pressure that his ice-hearted master had always imposed upon him. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian could no longer contain her emotions. The room began to freeze around her, the chill radiating outwards. Before Wang Chen could lift his feet, he felt the ice forming beneath him, binding him in place. Panic surged within him, instinctively causing him to recoil as he feared her loss of control. Having spent a millennium with her, he knew all too well how terrifying she could be when unhinged. Yet, when Jiang Lingxian noticed his fearful retreat, her exquisite face momentarily faltered, realizing she had lost her composure. The tears welled in her eyes as she saw Wang Chen distancing himself. In their past life, whenever she was sad or angry, Wang Chen would always gently tease her to lift her spirits. But now, Wang Chen, too, found himself at a loss. For Jiang Lingxian had never displayed such overt emotional turmoil in his presence while he was conscious. However, witnessing her struggle to hold back tears, he felt a pang of sympathy. Jiang Lingxian, in this life, I am not your disciple, nor do I wish to be one. He spoke clearly, knowing that she could not misunderstand his intentions. In my past life, I pursued you countless times, yet you always rejected me under the guise of being my master. I am truly weary. You may interpret this as your former disciple beginning to rebel. With that, Wang Chen closed his eyes, adopting a posture of indifference, prepared to face whatever might come. The ice in the room rapidly dissipated, transforming into ethereal energy that vanished into thin air. Soon, he sensed that he could move his feet again, yet he dared not stir, choosing instead to remain silent. But, you did not speak this way in front of the disciples at Taishu Xinzhou. Jiang Lingxian suppressed her tumultuous emotions, unwilling to harm Wang Chen or instill fear in him. A sense of dread washed over Wang Chen, He realized the situation was growing dire. This. Well, he awkwardly opened his eyes, facing the subdued Jiang Lingxian, stuttering as he struggled for words. Deep down, you still acknowledge me as your master, don't you? As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen's expressionless eyes, a flicker of hope igniting within her. What am I supposed to say to that? Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words, knowing he couldn't reveal that he only sought to suppress the disciples under her name. Such a confession would surely result in dire consequences. In light of the circumstances, he opted for silence. An endless silence ensued, one that gradually dimmed the glimmer of expectation in Jiang Lingxian's eyes. You once said, silence implies consent. Your lack of response now is of no consequence. Jiang Lingxian fought against her urge to interrogate Wang Chen further, fearing she might never receive the answer she longed for. Thus, she resorted to self-deception, seeking a modicum of solace in her heart. Chapter 28. Confinement. Wang Chen was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "What? This is utterly absurd." In his past life, the minor techniques he employed against Jiang Lingxian ultimately returned to him in the form of a boomerang in this present existence. Little host. Your sister Jiang Lingxian has truly managed to console herself, hasn't she? The system remarked, hinting at a futile search for a glimmer of hope amidst endless despair. A form of self-psychological comfort. Wang Chen chose to ignore the system, refraining from shattering the last vestige of Jiang Lingxian's self-soothing thoughts, quietly observing her instead. With reddened eyes, Jiang Lingxian exchanged a fleeting glance with Wang Chen before rising, appearing somewhat disheartened. You can take the bed. I will meditate on the floor. Jiang Lingxian stood with her gaze lowered, striving to suppress her trembling voice, speaking in a tone as cold as in their previous life. Her words bore no hint of inquiry. They sounded more like a notification to Wang Chen. Moreover, she did not dispel the array in the room, seemingly afraid that Wang Chen might seize the opportunity to flee once the truth was revealed. Not to worry. I had prepared beforehand, bringing along a mattress, bedding, and even pillows. Wang Chen rose as well and swiftly laid out his bedding on the ground. Jiang Lingxian stood still, her slightly reddened eyes watching Wang Chen's rapid movements. Momentarily taken aback. Given the circumstances, let us rest. Wang Chen threw aside the quilt and promptly leaped onto the ground, quickly shutting his eyes to sleep. The bedding, floating in midair, gently descended, covering his form. Though Wang Chen feigned indifference, he could not escape the heat of her gaze, which weighed heavily on his heart. Seeing that Wang Chen was unwilling to even meet her eyes, Jiang Lingxian fell silent, fearing to irritate him and provoke his disdain. She quietly approached her own bed, foregoing meditation, and removed her shoes before lying down, turning her back to Wang Chen. Yet, mere seconds after closing her eyes, she could no longer contain her restrained emotions, biting her lip and shedding silent tears that soaked her pillow. Jiang Lingxian chose not to unleash her pent-up feelings before Wang Chen, wanting to preserve her dignity before the one person who mattered most to her. The atmosphere of that night was undeniably oppressive. Wang Chen dared not sleep. Instead, sneaking glances at Jiang Lingxian, she lay with her back to him, her form trembling slightly, but otherwise still. Throughout the entire night, Wang Chen remained awake, silently observing her silhouette until dawn broke. Clearly, Jiang Lingxian was too troubled to indulge in any soothing sense that night. As the following afternoon approached, Wang Chen could no longer endure the tension. He gently lifted the bedding and stealthily arose. Where do you think you're going? A sudden, icy voice startled Wang Chen, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, he found Jiang Lingxian had already turned to face him from the bed. This girl seemed to materialize like a specter, both beautiful and chilling, evoking a hint of fear. Their gazes met, both pairs of eyes reflecting a sense of grievance yet unparalleled beauty. I'm a bit hungry, Wang Chen stammered, fabricating an excuse in hopes of persuading Jiang Lingxian to allow him to venture out for food. I will fetch you a meal, Jiang Lingxian said, sitting up and slipping her delicate feet into her shoes. This is getting ridiculous. The master and disciple have now entered a mode of confinement. How amusing. The system chimed in, provoking Wang Chen to mentally berate it. No need. I can go out myself. It's inappropriate to have a woman serve me. Wang Chen waved dismissively, then made his way to the door. After tugging twice and finding it locked, he turned back to Jiang Lingxian, who remained silent under his piercing gaze. After what felt like an eternity, he relented. Fine. All right. He stood by the door, thinking, I'll stay here. If you want to leave, you have to open the door. Once you do, I'll rush out. Just then, a rift in the void tore open before Jiang Lingxian, and she stepped through. In an instant, the rift vanished, leaving Wang Chen in a state of disbelief. Opening the door was merely a formality. It doesn't mean she had to do so to leave, the system mocked, causing Wang Chen to feel a surge of irritation. I would like to inquire, Does the system possess any combat functions? Who do you wish to fight? The system replied, amusement evident in its tone. Someone who shares my existence and is a complete fool. Wang Chen approached the bed, reclining on its fragrant surface, feeling exasperated by the system's antics. Ignoring the system's further taunts, Wang Chen pulled the bedding over himself, relishing its lingering warmth and delightful aroma, which seemed endlessly comforting. Inadvertently, he inhaled the scent deeply. Yet the thought of Jiang Lingxian's wrongful confinement spurred him to strike the bedding in frustration. How many days would she keep him imprisoned? He silently hoped to be released before the grand competition in 6 days. With a quiet prayer, he feared that the precious crimson gold spring in the Void Soldier's tomb might fall into Yu Qing's hands. System. Adjust the realm's breath regulation to the 6th layer of spirit building. Lying beneath the softly fragrant bedding, Wang Chen called out to the system. Beep. Realm breath regulation set to the 6th layer of spirit building, deducting 5,000 source points. By the heavens, it's getting increasingly expensive. Wang Chen grumbled, then closed his eyes, choosing to meditate rather than dwell on his frustrations. In truth, he was not merely cultivating but rather restoring his abilities. As long as he could seize the fortunes of various fated individuals and unearth hidden cultivation opportunities within the immortal realm. Combined with his millennium of cultivation experience from his past life, Wang Chen was confident he would soon attain the status of a great emperor once more. Time passed, and upon awakening from his meditation, he first sensed his imminent breakthrough to the return to Origin Realm. Raising his gaze, he observed the pitch-black and empty surroundings. Where was Jiang Lingxian? Wang Chen frowned, pondering the implications of her absence. If he were to grow hungry during the day, would she bring him food? Or would he starve? Suddenly, a rift in the void split open, and Jiang Lingxian emerged. As she stepped into the room, the lights flickered on, illuminating the space. Jiang Lingxian returned with an icy demeanor, prompting Wang Chen to quietly close his eyes once more. It was evident that Jiang Lingxian had gone to clean up the mess from the previous day, perhaps even clashing with Elder Mu Hong from the inner sect. While the outer sect elders feared the title of saintess, the inner sect elders held only a slight apprehension, lacking true fear. Naturally, if Jiang Lingxian had not been preoccupied with significant plans for this life, her hidden celestial realm cultivation would have emerged, yielding a vastly different outcome. After all, she was a prodigious talent who reached the celestial realm in just over 2 centuries, nearly rivaling the sect master of the Void Sect, potentially even possessing greater influence. It must be noted that the sect master took over 3,000 years to reach the first layer of the celestial realm. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from the rift in the void, saying nothing, merely gazing calmly at the bed where Wang Chen had slept. I have returned late. Her voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of apology, resonated as she approached the table, retrieving a bamboo basket of food from her spiritual space. Let us eat. After arranging the food on the table, she addressed the still feigning sleep Wang Chen with a serene yet frigid tone. Only then did Wang Chen gently lift the covers and rise. The thought of Jiang Lingxian having resolved yet another matter for him filled him with a sense of guilt. After we eat, I wish to go for a walk. May I? Wang Chen cautiously inquired as he took his seat, his gaze filled with anticipation towards Jiang Lingxian, who sat across from him. However, upon hearing his request, Jiang Lingxian merely raised her eyes, the chill within them unapologetic, silently locking eyes with Wang Chen. Wang Chen, observing her familiar countenance, understood her response in 2 words, no, having been reborn. He questioned whether she intended to keep him confined without seeking various opportunities in the realm of immortality. His brow furrowed as he stared at Jiang Lingxian, speaking candidly. Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her gaze, falling into silence as if contemplating a course of action. Ultimately, unable to devise a suitable response, she picked up her chopsticks and delicately began to serve the dishes. Eat first if you are hungry. Jiang Lingxian placed a piece of meat onto Wang Chen's plate, her voice melodious yet devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Wang Chen thought to himself, fine, you possess greater power, yet I refuse to believe you can confine me for eternity. He felt a surge of indignation within. Host, you could unleash the concept-type mildly intoxicating fruit wine and intoxicate her thoroughly, enticing her to deactivate the formation while she is inebriated. What a splendid idea. Wang Chen, still sulking, recalled the bottle of mildly intoxicating fruit wine he had. Sighing, he lamented, a caged bird, when will it fly? Since you refuse to let me out, so be it. If you wish for me to be your canary, then I shall accept my fate, for that is the destiny of a canary. Seemingly resigned to his confinement, Wang Chen sorrowfully retrieved a beautifully crafted glass jar of fruit wine from his pocket. Ah, it's strawberry, her favorite. Upon noticing the ancient characters inscribed on the jar indicating the strawberry flavor, he remembered that Jiang Lingxian had a fondness for strawberries in his previous life. System. Are there strawberries available? Please refresh 2 boxes in the shop. Wang Chen discreetly assessed Jiang Lingxian, who was observing him, and silently communicated with the system. Ding. 1,000 source points deducted. The third card has been refreshed, and ordinary fruit can be purchased infinitely. What? You charge me 1,000 for a mere common item? Wang Chen inwardly cursed, holding the glass jar of fruit wine while browsing the third card in the system shop to acquire several boxes of strawberries. Thud. Wang Chen set the mildly intoxicating strawberry fruit wine on the table and then retrieved 3 boxes of large strawberries from below. Here. Fair is fair. I know you adore this, and it just happened to be a gift from my past life. He opened the 3 boxes of strawberries one by one and placed them before Jiang Lingxian, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. The strawberries sold by the system were pristine, each exquisite and adorned with 4 green leaves at the base. Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily upon seeing the fruit Wang Chen presented, her cold gaze seemingly rippling with emotion. Pop. With a swift motion, Wang Chen removed the cork from the glass jar of fruit wine, producing a sound reminiscent of carbonation. He did not drink immediately but feigned eating a few bites of spiritual rice, feeling refreshed. After a few bites, he lifted his gaze slightly and found Jiang Lingxian lost in thought, staring at the strawberries without eating. In truth, memories of her past life surged within her as she gazed at the boxes of strawberries before her. Master, quickly open your mouth. There's something urgent. What? Jiang Lingxian's words were abruptly interrupted as a strawberry was pressed against her lips, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her moist, beautiful lips gently pressed against the strawberry tip, gradually coming to her senses as she looked towards Wang Chen. In this life, Wang Chen held the strawberry by its leaves, lightly pressing its tip against her lips. The faint aroma of the strawberry wafted toward her, leaving her somewhat astonished as she stared at him. Delicious. I love it. Eat more. Open your mouth. Ah. Wang Chen, unperturbed, grinned at her across the table, playfully coaxing her like a child. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, but eventually parted her lips to accept the strawberry, then raised her hand to swat Wang Chen's hand away. I knew you would love it. Look, I even specially made juice from these fruits. After being swatted away, Wang Chen bore no resentment, seizing the opportunity to pour 2 cups of mildly intoxicating fruit wine. Just a sip shouldn't count as a full drink, right? Let's see otherwise. If it tastes alcoholic, my ruse will be uncovered. After contemplating, he took a small sip, savoring the flavor, ultimately discovering a unique sweetness intertwined with the strawberry's aroma. Devoid of any harsh alcoholic undertones, quite delightful. Yet, 3 seconds later, Wang Chen inexplicably felt a warmth rise to his face, but he brushed it off. Thinking it was just a small amount, it couldn't possibly cloud his judgment. Your face, why is it so red? Jiang Lingxian, having taken a small bite of the strawberry, inquired, her eyes narrowing in curiosity at Wang Chen's flushed complexion. No need to worry about that. I am simply invigorated. Wang Chen replied, maintaining a charming smile, though the faint blush on his cheeks added to his allure. Master, I brewed this for a long time. Please have a taste. It's truly delightful. Wang Chen lifted another cup of mildly intoxicating fruit wine, moving his chair beside Jiang Lingxian, his face flushed and warm as he instinctively spoke. However, his words caused Jiang Lingxian to freeze momentarily, her eyes sparkling with a light as she realized he finally referred to her as master. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within Jiang Lingxian, but she also noticed that Wang Chen's demeanor seemed slightly off. Do not drink. Jiang Lingxian, having realized the possible implications of the fruit juice in Wang Chen's hand, frowned in response. Master, just a little, please. I've waited so long to brew this. Wang Chen's face was flushed, and he felt a bit peculiar, subconsciously thinking he should naturally address Jiang Lingxian as master. Thus, after calling her master so many times, he remained oblivious to any irregularities in his behavior, a subconscious act. Chapter 30. Lingxian. No. Wang Chen, if you continue like this, I shall take it. Will you now accept me as your master? Accept? You as my master? Wait, no. I refuse. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's mind suddenly cleared, and he looked at Jiang Lingxian, realizing his oversight, and instinctively rejected her again. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, biting her lip as if her heart were being squeezed. Fine, no drinking. I've suffered enough in my past life. I shall not become your disciple in this lifetime. Wang Chen, upon the mention of becoming her disciple, instinctively began to resist Jiang Lingxian's influence, returning to his seat with a flushed face, indulging in food and drink. His eyes half closed, appearing both intoxicated and sober. Disciple, can you call me master again, just a couple more times? Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian no longer expected Wang Chen to accept her as his master, merely yearning to hear those familiar words once more. I won't. You refuse to drink my fruit wine, so I won't call you that. In this lifetime, you are not my master. Wang Chen, as if caught in the tumult of memories, once again rejected Jiang Lingxian, his face still tinged with red. It was merely wine. No wonder. As long as you address me as master, I shall drink. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing that it was wine, Jiang Lingxian felt a sense of relief. Since it was wine, she could dissipate its effects with her spiritual energy. Oh, foolish host, I instructed you to intoxicate Jiang Lingxian. Yet you merely took a tiny sip and rendered yourself tipsy. However, Wang Chen disregarded the system's remarks, his attention captivated entirely by Jiang Lingxian. Master. Wang Chen glanced sideways at Jiang Lingxian, who hesitated to call him that, seemingly wanting to confirm the truth of her words. Upon hearing the title of master, Jiang Lingxian's usually aloof expression softened somewhat. She then upheld her promise, lifting the wine cup from the table and taking a delicate sip, discovering that it indeed tasted like fruit juice. Master, master, master. I adore you, master. Would you drink it all? Master. Wang Chen returned to Jiang Lingxian's side, suddenly wrapping his arm around her slender, fair arm, indulging in his charm. Jiang Lingxian paused her sip of fruit wine, a faint sense of joy blossoming within her, and she decided to go along with Wang Chen's whims. 3 minutes later, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen found themselves, unbeknownst to them, lying on the bed, intertwined in an ambiguous embrace. Wang Chen lay atop Jiang Lingxian, resting his face against her chest, slightly parted lips listening to her heartbeat in silence. Jiang Lingxian's delicate arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her gaze somewhat dazed as she looked at him. Disciple, master truly misses you. Why do you miss me? I am right here, aren't I? Wang Chen raised his slightly flushed face, brows furrowed, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Lingxian's subtly rosy cheeks and her bewildered eyes, he was momentarily entranced by her beauty. You are indeed here, but, do you know that in this lifetime, I have waited for you? For over 100 years, over 100 years. Wu. Jiang Lingxian's dreamy eyes, as she spoke, began to well with tears, and she quietly wept while holding Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen's hands were still clasped around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, and he was momentarily taken aback by her weeping. Having only taken a small sip, he gradually regained his composure after the initial shock. Damn, this fruit wine. It truly has a lethal effect. Even a tiny sip counts. Once he steadied himself, Wang Chen scolded himself internally, recalling the shameful act of embracing Jiang Lingxian. Yet, when he suddenly noticed Jiang Lingxian, her flushed face gazing up at him while crying, he found himself at a loss. 100 years? She waited for 100 years. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chen slightly propped himself up, gazing at the dazed Jiang Lingxian, his mind replaying her earlier words. Do not leave. Wang Chen's slight movement startled Jiang Lingxian, who hurriedly pulled him back to her. Hey, Wu. Wang Chen, caught off guard by her tug, found himself burying his face between her limited edition bag, struggling helplessly. Disciple. No. Jiang Lingxian, sensing his inappropriate behavior, momentarily froze, instinctively wanting to push him away, yet unwilling to part from him. A hesitant expression surfaced on her beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian's enchanting eyes were clouded, holding on to Wang Chen, her flushed cheeks reflecting her indecision, rendering her utterly adorable. Do not. Then let go of me. Wang Chen struggled to lift his face slightly, addressing the flustered Jiang Lingxian. I want tea. You must. No. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian stubbornly refused to let go, holding him even tighter, leaving Wang Chen torn between comfort and discomfort. If you continue like this, I might just take advantage of the situation. Wang Chen, with a mischievous intent, made as if to loosen Jiang Lingxian's clothing or slip his hand beneath her skirt. Unsurprisingly, the next moment, Jiang Lingxian reacted just as Wang Chen anticipated. No. Don't. This is unacceptable. Jiang Lingxian, flustered, quickly pushed Wang Chen away, her exquisite face flushed with embarrassment and intoxication. Wang Chen, unexpectedly shoved to the inner side of the bed, felt dizzy from the impact. I'm sorry. Jiang Lingxian, her mind muddled from the fruit wine, gazed at the dazed Wang Chen, her lips pursed in a particularly pitiful apology. Once Wang Chen regained some clarity, he stood up, intending to leave the bed to cool down. However, the moment he rose, a sudden tug at his waist pulled him back down. Do not leave, disciple. Just stay here and sleep, all right? Jiang Lingxian clung tightly to Wang Chen once more, this time around his waist, her dreamy eyes filled with pleading. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Chen, his face slightly flushed and feeling a heat in his body, lay back down in Jiang Lingxian's embrace. It wasn't that he didn't wish to rise, rather, he was drawn back by Jiang Lingxian's evident need for security. Though her words beseeched him not to depart, Her grip was unwaveringly tight, leaving him with no choice but to surrender to the moment. Wang Chen decided to embrace the situation. Although Jiang Lingxian's grip was not particularly strong, he could easily escape if he chose to. However, he relished the comfort of the moment. Wang Chen settled down, resting atop Jiang Lingxian, quietly admiring her stunning, flushed face. Especially her dazed expression, her head slightly swaying, and traces of tears on her cheeks, murmuring something incomprehensible. She resembled a pitiful little kitten, wistfully pleading with her master not to leave. In that instant, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat, and instinctively, his face leaned closer to hers. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's soft, rosy lips, the desire to steal a kiss growing stronger in his mind. Chapter 31. Tipsy, remorseful, pleading, the pathetic Jiang Lingxian. What if I seize this moment to steal a kiss? Just one kiss, a kiss, a kiss. As the thought crossed his mind, it resonated within him like countless echoes. Slightly entranced, Wang Chen's face drew nearer to Jiang Lingxian's flushed visage. They could almost hear each other's breaths, the warm air mingling between them. Gulp. Observing the somewhat dazed and beautifully blushing Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen's throat involuntarily swallowed. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian's slender hands embraced his waist, seemingly aware that the atmosphere had grown a bit heated. Feeling a sudden warmth coursing through her body, she mustered the strength to open her eyes slightly. Fixing her gaze upon Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's eyes opened just a sliver, observing Wang Chen's handsome face drawing ever closer. She paused for a moment, contemplating Wang Chen's intentions. Yet her muddled mind interrupted her thoughts, leaving her expression blank. Thus, as Wang Chen's face approached hers, Jiang Lingxian remained lost in her daze. As their faces drew nearer, both their heartbeats quickened, unbidden anxiety coursing through them. Wang Chen, resolute in his decision, leaned in to press his lips against Jiang Lingxian's. However, upon realizing his intention, Jiang Lingxian instinctively turned her flushed face away, her mind, though clouded, finally grasping Wang Chen's desire. As a disciple, how could he dare to kiss his master? Such an act was utterly rebellious. Wang Chen, a rather oblivious young man, was utterly unprepared for Jiang Lingxian's speed. His lips landed on her fair, rosy cheek in a swift moment. Jiang Lingxian, still somewhat dazed, did not react much to the kiss, her gaze fixed vacantly on the wall to her left. How could he refuse me even now? It was utterly infuriating. Wang Chen, undeterred, relentlessly pursued another kiss, as if he had vowed not to relent until he had claimed her lips. Yet, each time, Jiang Lingxian turned her face away, resolutely denying him access, leaving only her lightly blushing cheeks for his affections. In a mere moment, her already rosy complexion intensified to a deeper hue, transforming her into an even more enchanting figure. However, Jiang Lingxian seemed to reach her limit, her brows furrowing slightly as she pouted, casting a particularly aggrieved glance at Wang Chen. Please, can we not kiss anymore? We are master and student. This shouldn't be. Her voice, softened by the kiss, carried a breathy urgency, laced with a plea. Wang Chen, initially intent on continuing his advances, paused as he beheld Jiang Lingxian's pitiful expression, almost on the verge of tears. All right. I won't tease you any longer, my dear. After a brief moment of hesitation, he conceded, unable to resist her vulnerable demeanor. After all, he had been unable to keep up with her speed, and despite his efforts, he had only managed to plant kisses upon her tender cheeks. In the past, any attempt to touch her would have been met with a chilling glare. Now, it felt as though his lips were graced with her delicate, cool fragrance, prompting him to unconsciously savor the sensation. Observing the gentle, feminine form of Jiang Lingxian, a wave of tenderness surged within Wang Chen, threatening to overflow. After countless years in his past life, Jiang Lingxian, this prodigy, had finally revealed such a side of herself to him. Previously, she had always been so domineering and frigid, her words often laced with cold commands. Yet now, even as he kissed her cheek, she merely implored him to cease. Reflecting on this, Wang Chen tentatively caressed her silky hair, and although Jiang Lingxian resisted slightly, she ultimately did not pull away. Disciple, can we go to sleep now? Please don't leave me. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she gazed up at him with a pitiful expression. Wang Chen felt a surge of protectiveness. If he were to refuse her, she might very well start crying. He recognized that girls were inherently emotional, and Jiang Lingxian, having been deprived of affection, was especially sensitive. No, I want to leave. Wang Chen gently ruffled her hair, responding softly to soothe her. From now on, you must never leave, no matter what. Jiang Lingxian's voice, now soft and devoid of its previous chill, murmured as she clung to him tighter. Observing this, Wang Chen could only indulge her, lifting her into his embrace. He shifted from atop her petite frame to lie beside her on the bed, mindful of her comfort. Jiang Lingxian clung to him throughout, wrapping her arms around his waist as if she wished to meld into him. As they settled into their sleeping positions, she instinctively nestled closer to his warm body. Seeking reassurance, Wang Chen could distinctly feel her warm cheek pressed against his neck. Alas, what kind of respectable master-student relationship is this? Why do you always reject my affections under the guise of propriety? Wang Chen gently stroked Jiang Lingxian's head, sighing internally, perplexed by her thoughts. However, an abrupt realization struck him. Had he not intended to intoxicate her to coax her into unraveling the formation within the room? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he recalled the primary objective. Lingxian, are you asleep? He lowered his face slightly, cautiously inquiring of the girl nestled in his neck. Jiang Lingxian appeared to be in slumber, yet she murmured a response. Seeing her in such a state, he decided to let her rest. Uncertain of what might transpire when she awakened the next day, Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her lithe form, snugging her close, even encircling her waist with a leg. Closing his eyes to ponder for a moment. Tomorrow's concerns can wait. After all, I merely tricked her into drinking some wine. She should survive, perhaps facing a few reprimands for her indulgence. Yet, the thought of their current intimacy, driven by her own volition, filled him with a sense of exhilaration. He pulled the blankets over their bodies, gradually allowing his consciousness to drift into a tranquil slumber. In their shared, unvoiced thoughts, another day of cherishing Jiang Lingxian. Yet today I received a response. She is particularly endearing. I am quite fond of her. Another day of loving my disciple. Though today she seems to have unleashed her beastly instincts, challenging my authority, he is quite naughty. I like him very much. Chapter 32. Two Pretenders. The following morning, sunlight bathed the land outside the Taishu immortal sect. Meanwhile, deep within the secluded sanctum of the Taishu Sanctus Hall, two figures lay entwined in the warmth of their shared embrace. As the effects of the intoxicating fruit wine began to wane, Jiang Lingxian stirred slightly. Nestled against Wang Chen's neck, her cheeks, previously flushed with a charming hue, returned to their usual pristine, dignified pallor, radiating an aura of untouchable grace. However, moments later, her face flushed once more, a wave of heat washing over her. As she lay in Wang Chen's arms, memories of their previous night flooded back, igniting a profound sense of embarrassment that coursed through her entire being, rendering her momentarily rigid. The fruit wine concocted by her disciple was indeed suspect, and he had dared to desire a kiss. Her disciple must have intentionally deceived her into drinking it. How foolish of me to comply, knowing full well the risks. Merely succumbing to his repeated calls of master, Jiang Lingxian, enveloped in the warmth of Wang Chen's embrace, felt waves of regret and shame swell within her. Once she gathered her thoughts, rather than hastily rising in embarrassment, she carefully attempted to shift, but found her movements thwarted by Wang Chen's firm hold. As if he regarded her as a plush pillow. Bad disciple, truly insubordinate. Had this been my past life, I would have given him a few lashes. Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed with indignation as she mentally scolded him, yet she could not help but relish the softness of his embrace. As a being of transcendent cultivation, she could easily escape with a mere thought. Yet, in a moment of self-deception, she struggled feebly before ultimately giving in, convincing herself that she could not break free from Wang Chen's grasp, when in truth, she simply did not wish to leave. Thus, when he awoke, she could justifiably lay the blame at his feet and absolve herself of guilt. Very well, I shall forgive my disciple for this first transgression. However, next time he offers me anything to eat or drink, I must not yield to his whims. Jiang Lingxian, stealing her resolve, silently vowed never to consume anything he provided again. Unbeknownst to her, she instinctively nuzzled her cheek against Wang Chen's neck, a faint smile gracing her lips. Realizing her actions, she hastily pressed her lips together, abruptly ceasing their intimate gesture, fearful of waking him. Although she had shared countless nights like this with Wang Chen before, he had always been in a state of blissful unconsciousness back then. Thus, for Jiang Lingxian, this experience felt entirely different. Imbued with a heightened sense of pleasure and a thrilling sense of trepidation, the two remained in each other's warmth until noon, when Wang Chen's eyes fluttered open, prompting Jiang Lingxian to quickly close her eyes and feign sleep. With her as his pillow, Wang Chen had slept more soundly than anyone else, enveloped by a refreshing, ethereal fragrance that soothed his spirit. As Wang Chen's consciousness gradually returned, he felt a slight itch at his neck from strands of hair brushing against him, and instinctively raised his hand to scratch it. However, when his hand reached for his neck, he instead encountered a delicate, soft face, an exquisite sensation. Jiang Lingxian's charming visage was smooth, refined, and resilient, her proportions perfectly suited to her features, a perfect balance of fullness and slenderness. Previously, he had shared late-night slumbers with her, waking alone in the daylight, so he was momentarily taken aback. The moment his neck ceased to itch, he dared not scratch it, his gaze dropping in astonishment to the person in his embrace. Jiang Lingxian's serene profile was a vision of beauty, reminiscent of a slumbering princess in a painting. Memories began to surface, and Wang Chen quickly recalled the events of the previous night. Oh no, he was in trouble. The fruit wine he had consumed was supposed to prevent memory loss, but now he truly felt incapacitated. Embracing Jiang Lingxian, his heart sank. Memories of being chased and beaten by her in his previous life flashing through his mind. Since he was bound to be punished, why not take the opportunity to steal a kiss while she was still asleep? Wang Chen's gaze fell upon Jiang Lingxian's rosy lips, and the urges from the previous night surged once more. He was determined to act, discreetly shifting his body closer and gradually leaning down toward Jiang Lingxian. However, just as he was close enough to feel her gentle breath, his expression froze. Jiang Lingxian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, then her eyes slowly opened, gazing blankly at Wang Chen. She awoke. He wanted to kiss me. In that instant, both were utterly bewildered, Jiang Lingxian feigning sleep due to an unsettling feeling. Yet she never expected that Wang Chen, this mischievous disciple, would still be so stubbornly intent on kissing her. Both were momentarily dazed, one handsome, the other beautiful, simply staring at each other in silence. How did you carry me to bed after getting drunk last night? I told you I could sleep on the floor. Wang Chen, seizing the initiative, spoke a few words that only deepened Jiang Lingxian's confusion. You. Jiang Lingxian's expression turned icy, an imperceptible chill emanating from her. Seeing this, Wang Chen was startled and hastily released Jiang Lingxian, scrambling towards the edge of the bed to distance himself. In his haste to get off the bed, he miscalculated and fell hard to the ground, rolling and scrambling. The moment Jiang Lingxian felt his grip loosen, the surrounding chill paused momentarily, a wave of intense reluctance swelling in her heart. The two ended up facing each other, one on the east side of the room and the other on the west. One feigned indifference, while the other genuinely feared. Why couldn't you dispel the effects of the fruit wine from last night? What did you make me drink? Jiang Lingxian sat up, pretentiously inspecting her body, yet her ears, hidden beneath her hair, were flushed crimson. She remembered to suppress the embarrassment on her face, but forgot about her ears, reddened as if inviting a gentle bite. This isn't my fault. I was drunk too. My mind was a complete muddle. Wang Chen quickly realized that Jiang Lingxian was pretending, so to avoid punishment, he too began to feign innocence. Jiang Lingxian paused, her gaze drifting slightly as she pondered how to continue her act. Shameless, indecent, but ultimately, her reticence prevented her from crafting a more convincing response, resulting in a couple of harmless exclamations. Then I should leave? Wang Chen pointed to the door behind him, seizing the opportunity to escape. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, gradually falling silent. Chapter 33. Protection Shields and Protective Pants. Are you certain you really forgot what you did last night? After a moment of silence, Jiang Lingxian did not respond to Wang Chen but instead narrowed her eyes, questioning him again with lingering concern. Did you truly forget? The wine I brewed in my previous life is potent. Even a half cup is too much for someone at the sacred soul realm. Thus, with my current cultivation, a mere taste rendered me unconscious. Upon waking, I found. Wang Chen leaned against the doorframe. A look of bewilderment etched on his face as he answered Jiang Lingxian's inquiries truthfully. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of relief, as it made everything coherent. So, their intimacy from last night should be forgotten by the drunken disciple. After all, given his transformation after reincarnation, how could he possibly call her master again? Especially in such an master. The sound of Wang Chen's voice echoed in Jiang Lingxian's mind, momentarily lifting her spirits. Can I leave now? Wang Chen pointed once more at the door, his desire to depart evident. After all, the crimson refining golden spring in the void weapon tomb awaited him. The sooner he could obtain it, the better. Hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian cast a fleeting glance at him, her heart heavy. He had promised not to leave her last night. I need to handle some matters. Jiang Lingxian rose coldly, smoothing her slightly disheveled white dress, her voice faint. Hey! Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian tore through the fabric of space and entered, wishing to stop her, but the rift had already closed. Jiang Lingxian, you are truly incorrigible. Wang Chen clenched his fists, unleashing a flurry of punches into the air, frustration boiling within him. Don't be angry. Didn't you take advantage of the situation last night? At least you got to nibble on the edge of the cabbage. The system's voice softly consoled him, easing some of his ire. Hey, foolish system, get lost. Are you indirectly calling me a pig? Wang Chen cursed in exasperation, then rose to tidy up the untidy table, reflecting on the enjoyable fruit wine and putting away the strawberries for her to enjoy later. He sealed the glass bottle with its cork and collected the uneaten strawberries, wishing she could be as carefree as she had been last night. As he tidied up, a smile broke across his face, chuckling softly. Fool. Get lost. After cleaning the table, Wang Chen was confined. Left with nothing to do but sit on the bed and review his personal panel. Wang Chen, physique, chaos 9 yang divine body. Realm, pinnacle of the 9th layer of spirit building, disguised as the 6th layer of spirit building, can break through to the origin realm, foundation still shallow. Technique, chaos 9 yang divine art. Storage space, 1 million top-grade spirit stones, a full set of new women's undergarments, 1 set of fresh style clothing, a self-drying white Taoist robe, a large pack of absorbent paper towels, 2 decorative couple necklaces, a pair of refreshing flip-flops. Origin points, 225358. Overall evaluation, a being at the 9th layer of spirit building. Wang Chen examined the realm displayed on his panel, feeling that he indeed needed to solidify his foundation. He then glanced at the storage space, his gaze automatically bypassing the various potent pills, the contents of the ellipsis. A full set of new women's undergarments? Wang Chen extended his consciousness into the storage space and began his search. Eventually, he unearthed a collection of finely packaged garments. Since it was a complete set, there were numerous pieces: protective gear for the upper body, protective trousers for the lower body, with 3 pieces each in pristine white, soft yellow, and delicate pink, allowing for various combinations. Upon seeing them, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. While the protective gear and trousers appeared perfectly ordinary, the patterns were particularly well-suited to her. The trousers featured exquisite little strings on both sides, adorned with charming pink strawberry designs. This was all quite normal, as during his time on Blue Star, Wang Chen had encountered similar appealing and adorable items online. The 3 pieces of protective gear were equally unremarkable, also in white, yellow, and pink. However, the white one boasted a design of 2 rabbits, the yellow one depicted 2 pandas, and the pink one showcased 2 large strawberries, each a delight to behold. Ahem. Even in solitude, Wang Chen, holding the garments, felt a need to break the awkward silence with some sound. He refrained from unpacking them. Knowing that each item from the system was impeccably clean, fearing he might soil them with his hands, he was uncertain if they would suit her. But he would present them to her when he had the chance. Based on the keen understanding he had of her in his past life, he felt they should be quite fitting. Like a priceless treasure, Wang Chen carefully returned the unopened garments to the storage space, murmuring softly. As for whether Jiang Lingxian would accept them, he never worried about that. He had ways to ensure she would. Whether she would wear them was beyond his knowledge, as he had no means to see. Let me try on this majestic white robe. Wang Chen stood and changed into a long white robe that radiated an air of authority from within the storage space. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Even more so than the Xianjin robe from my previous life. Host, when you retrieve that treasured Xianjin robe later, I can merge the 2 garments together. Wang Chen nodded thoughtfully at the system's cold, yet somewhat infatuated voice, recalling the sacred Xianjin robe from his past life. He then glanced at the refreshing clothing, the decorative couple's necklace, and the breezy flip-flops. The details were left unelaborated, as he noticed the sound of rain pattering outside. Finally, he tried on the black flip-flops, then placed them under the bed, planning to wear them at any moment. Since he could not go out, he decided to establish a foundation here and begin cultivating. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wang Chen gently closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Outside, the rain continued its soft rhythmic patter, and soon he was immersed in cultivation, his foundation gradually solidifying. Thus, he cultivated until deep into the night, fortifying his foundation remarkably within just 1 day. Wang Chen never considered himself to be cultivating in this life. Rather, he was swiftly restoring his powers. As he felt his foundation become robust, he gradually succumbed to slumber, his posture becoming increasingly askew. In the central hall of the Taishu Xianzhou, Jiang Lingxian's exquisite visage bore a frosty expression as she furrowed her brows, listening to the grievances being voiced by Elder Mu Hong from the inner sect. Sect Master. She severed my little disciple's arm, and though I tolerated it, her disciple slapped my eldest disciple, which I also endured. However, now she has audaciously attempted to cleave my injured little disciple in half while I was distracted. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage that sword strike inflicted upon him? Mu Hong's face was as icy as a block of ice as she recounted her grievances to the sect master. He should not exist in this world, allowing the remnant soul of the demon lord to parasitize him. He ought to be slain. Jiang Lingxian remained composed, her demeanor cold as she stood silently, her lips parting slightly to utter a calm response. It is indeed true that the remnant soul of the demon lord resides within him, but what I truly desire is to eliminate all enemies who harbor animosity towards Wang Chen. My little disciple has stated he was entirely unaware of the remnant soul within him. It was merely an accident. Moreover, the remnant soul can be eradicated. Why did you take it upon yourself to attempt to slay my disciple? Mu Hong's jealousy of Jiang Lingxian's beauty flared, her anger simmering as she glared at Jiang Lingxian, brandishing a crimson longsword as if to execute her intent. What would you feel if I took up my sword and attempted to cleave your disciple in half? Mu Hong's brows knitted in fury as she glared at Jiang Lingxian. You dare! Jiang Lingxian's right hand summoned her cold sword, the aura of the sacred soul realm filling the hall, and with a swift motion, she struck with her sword. A vast expanse of void was torn asunder, a flash of cold radiance vanishing in an instant. The immense sword energy bore down upon Mu Hong, who hastily raised her sword to defend herself. In Jiang Lingxian's belief, anyone who sought to harm Wang Chen in this life would meet their demise first. Jiang Lingxian found it impossible to understand others, nor did she wish to. In this life, all she desired was for her disciple, Wang Chen, to be safe by her side. Enough of this clamor. What a disgrace. The Taishu sect master, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's intensity, raised his hand to dissipate the murderous sword energy. At that moment, Mu Hong finally quieted, realizing her threats were but empty words, astonished by Jiang Lingxian's fervor. Mu Hong, you may return. The sect will cover all treatment expenses for your disciple. However, the sect master added, if I discover even a hint of demonic energy in your disciple, I shall personally slay him. The sect master, perceiving the endless killing intent in Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze and the sword poised for action, hastily dismissed her. Though Mu Hong was incensed, she swiftly turned and vanished from the hall. What are you truly trying to accomplish for a newly acquired disciple? The Taishu sect master, an elder with a weathered and kind visage, regarded Jiang Lingxian with a furrowed brow. Once Mu Hong departed, leaving only Jiang Lingxian and the sect master in the hall, she sheathed her cold sword, her aura gradually retracting. As for her chilling declaration, who dares to touch him, I shall kill them. Jiang Lingxian's response to the sect master was imbued with a coldness that seemed to carry an endless chill. The sect master was momentarily speechless, rubbing his temples with an expression of profound helplessness. Very well, you may return. Your master has recently failed to break through to the emperor realm and should soon emerge. The Taishu sect master, his hair white as snow, sat in the hall, exasperated by his rarely seen junior sister's antics. Indeed, he was also a disciple of the cold respect elder, having been taken under her wing from birth, while Jiang Lingxian had been brought back as a serene junior sister after he had practiced for over 3,000 years. Typically, she was a source of great ease, as Jiang Lingxian rarely interacted with others, remaining frigid and focused solely on cultivation. Even he, her senior brother, had seen her only a handful of times. They had no contact unless significant matters arose. It was unexpected that now, junior sister Jiang Lingxian would cause such turmoil within the Taisu immortal sect for the sake of one of her disciples. Alas, in the end, it falls upon you, this seldom seen, unworthy senior brother, to clean up the mess. The kind-faced old sect leader sat in the main hall, watching Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Normally, they had no contact, but whenever trouble arose, it was he, the senior brother, who bore the brunt. As the sect leader, he had to admit that. However, if he were to appraise Jiang Lingxian in his capacity as the leader of Taisu, he truly admired her. In just over 2 centuries, she had reached the 8th level of the sacred soul realm, a remarkable feat indeed. It seemed imperative to pay attention to her disciple. That must be her lifeline, and it absolutely could not be jeopardized. Otherwise, judging by junior sister's earlier demeanor, if anything were to happen to her disciple, it would likely overturn the entire Taisu immortal sect. The old sect leader sat in the main hall, secretly contemplating how to find an opportunity to discreetly meet Wang Chen. Unbeknownst to him, although he did not know Wang Chen was already familiar with this cantankerous old man. After all, in their past lives, they shared an exceptionally close bond, one where they were so inebriated they would share the same pair of trousers. Wang Chen would climb into the left leg, while he would fit into the right. And one must admit, the quality of those trousers was remarkable. For a time in their past life, the two were viewed as nothing more than wandering lunatics in the eyes of the entire 8 desolate continent. As for the Taisu immortal sect, deep within the sealed Saint Maiden Hall, a familiar wave of void ripples emerged from the center of the room, tearing through the air as Jiang Lingxian slowly stepped out. The exquisite beauty on her face bore a hint of fatigue, but upon seeing the person on the bed, her weariness began to lift. Her sleeping disciple, truly adorable. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whose lips were adorably puffed up from the pillow, and a subtle smile crept onto her usually cold visage. Chapter 35. Joyful Lingxian, she then took out a small incense burner and placed it on the table, releasing a colorless, odorless, and harmless gas that was beneficial. Jiang Lingxian did not rush towards the bed but decided to let Wang Chen sleep a bit longer, choosing instead to sit for a while. Just as she was about to settle down, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of a delicately crafted glass box containing pristine strawberries, accompanied by a small note that read, "Especially saved for you, remember to eat." Upon reading the note and noticing a cute little emoticon at the end, Jiang Lingxian felt her icy heart melt, and the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate. Placing the note down, her heart inexplicably filled with joy as her clear, crystalline gaze turned toward the strawberries on the table. Surely, these strawberries should be fine. Jiang Lingxian suddenly recalled the previous night and hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, she reached out, picked up a strawberry, and brought it to her lips, gently taking a small bite. Even though it was something offered to her, she was willing to partake, as it was from her disciple. Jiang Lingxian adjusted her skirt and sat down, waiting for Wang Chen to drift deeper into slumber while savoring the strawberries with a hint of delight. Once she felt it was time, she carefully stored the remaining strawberries, treating them as precious treasures, and placed them into her soul space. Then she stepped towards the bed, gently lifted the covers, removed her shoes, and slipped into the warm bed with her bare, fair feet. Once she embraced Wang Chen's warm body, Jiang Lingxian, who had felt an emptiness since parting from him, finally felt a sense of fulfillment as she inhaled the faint warmth emanating from him. Instinctively, she nestled her delicate face into the warmth of Wang Chen's neck, gently nuzzling like a kitten. Jiang Lingxian was unsure when this peculiar habit had developed, but whenever she felt tired, she found great comfort in this act. Reflecting on it, it seemed that from the 100th year of her past life when she first embraced Wang Chen to sleep, this habit began to take root. Initially, Jiang Lingxian had taken Wang Chen as a disciple merely to utilize him to harmonize the chilling power within her. Ultimately, after mastering the control over the cold energy, she constantly reminded herself not to cuddle with Wang Chen at night. Yet, she soon discovered that whenever she could not feel Wang Chen's warmth, it would leave her restless, even though she had complete mastery over the icy power within her. In her previous life, during her retreat to break through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, she found it hard to breathe without Wang Chen by her side. Not to mention, upon emerging from her seclusion, she was filled with urgency to see Wang Chen, only to be met with the devastating news of his demise in the forbidden grounds, plunging her into madness. Wielding her cold sword, she rampaged through the 8 desolate regions, turning even the hottest Phoenix Flame region into a frozen wasteland. Disciple, in a few days, Master will release you, but I hope you do not leave me secretly. Jiang Lingxian murmured softly in Wang Chen's embrace, her melodious voice tinged with a sense of plea. She was truly afraid, terrified that Wang Chen would abandon her, for if he were to vanish, finding him would be a daunting task. If he could not be found, the 8 desolate continent would surely witness a repeat of the icy doomsday from her past life. Chapter 36. Lingxian finally relents. Days passed in this manner, until the morning of the 6th day of Wang Chen's confinement. A silent wave of breakthrough pulsed from within him in the Tai Su Saint Maiden Hall. His foundational realm at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm shattered. Under the system's boundary breakthrough shielding function, countless chaotic spiritual energies surged and gathered within him, ultimately coalescing into a chaotic-hued essence core in his dantian, surrounded by 9 swirling chaotic flame dragons. Jiang Lingxian, seated on the bed, seemed to sense something, her eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. However, upon glancing at Wang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, she found nothing amiss. As if it were an illusion. System, increase my disguise to the peak of the spirit building realm, 9th level. Ding. Your boundary concealment has been adjusted to the peak of the spirit building realm, 9th level, deducting 8,888 origin points. Wang Chen had long anticipated the system's deductions and felt little disturbance within him, merely responding with a casual remark. System, you big jerk. 666. Human machine host. You may leave if you wish. I will not keep you any longer. Seeing Wang Chen's realm rapidly rise to the peak of the spirit-building realm, Jiang Lingxian confirmed that she had indeed felt correctly. With the timing appropriate, she sat on the bed and calmly addressed Wang Chen, who was gradually settling down. Jiang Lingxian intended to refer to him as master, but considering Wang Chen's disinclination for such titles, she ultimately stifled the word. Is it really? Wang Chen, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, quickly opening his eyes to gaze at Jiang Lingxian, unable to conceal his joy. He had been confined for so many days and was quite anxious, but thankfully Jiang Lingxian's presence kept him from becoming too bored. Yes, but you must return before noon tomorrow. Without needing to say it, he understood the significance of the events that would unfold among the various sects of the 8 desolates after noon. Jiang Lingxian felt a subtle pang of disappointment as she lowered her head slightly, responding in a gentle tone. All right, I will definitely return before noon tomorrow. Wang Chen assured Jiang Lingxian, then rose and strode towards the door, reaching out to pull it open. However, just like before, after a tug, the door remained shut, leaving him with no choice but to turn back to Jiang Lingxian with a look of resignation. Make sure to come back. Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her gaze, the last words seemingly imbued with a certain emotion, appearing somewhat somber. Absolutely. Wang Chen, observing the tumultuous emotions in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, nodded in a daze, offering no refusal. With his utterance, the enchantments of the entire house abruptly contracted, restoring everything to its normal state from 6 days prior. Creak. Wang Chen opened the door and stepped outside. As he turned to close the door, he exchanged one last glance with Jiang Lingxian, who appeared to harbor a hint of grievance. Snap. The door shut, leaving Wang Chen standing outside in a daze. Was it merely an illusion? Did it seem as though she had pouted, on the verge of tears? Standing there, he replayed the fleeting moment they shared through the door, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Creak. Unable to resist, Wang Chen pushed the door open once more. But Jiang Lingxian's figure had already vanished, evidently departed. Perhaps he had misread the situation. How could she possibly display such emotion while he was lucid? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, carefully shutting the door before striding purposefully towards the Taishu armory, on the path to the Taishu immortal sect. Every disciple who encountered Wang Chen reacted as though they had seen a ghost, hastily making way. Wasn't he this fellow rumored to have been dead for several days? How could he possibly reappear? I heard he might have been imprisoned. This version seems far-fetched. The disciples exchanged whispers, watching Wang Chen's hurried silhouette. Regardless, the imminent grand competition among the 36 super sects across the 8 desolations and 28 domains was drawing near, and preparations were underway. Where will it be held? Right outside our Taishu immortal sect, in the Taishu spirit battle realm. I've heard the rewards for the top 3 in each realm are quite extraordinary. Wang Chen dashed forward, his form a mere blur, and these snippets of conversation reached his ears only in fragments. However, he paid them little heed. He had long memorized the rewards, even the list of combatants etched in his mind. In this life, he felt exceedingly content regarding the grand competition necessitated by the quarrels among the 36 sections. His satisfaction stemmed not from the rewards but from the stipulation that they would sign life and death agreements, absolving all responsibility for outcomes on the battlefield. In his previous life, he had been able to suppress or slay many even while at the spirit building stage, not to mention now. Wang Chen had meticulously planned. Once he subdued or eliminated the inept within the spirit building realm, he would partake in the competition of the returning origin realm. As he sped along the sect's path, memories from his past life ignited an inexplicable fury within him. In his previous existence, he was targeted merely because he was the most beautiful in the 8 desolations. A disciple of the Taishu immortal sect Saintus, one of the 4 great leaders. During the spirit building stage competition in the Taishu spirit battle realm, 90% of the spirit building cultivators from various sects had challenged him in turn, as if attempting to prove their strength. They believed that by defeating Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian would favor them, ultimately dismissing Wang Chen to accept them as disciples. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and many cultivators were driven by self-interest. Thankfully, Jiang Lingxian had not been oblivious to this predicament, providing him with powerful treasures for survival. Although he had managed to defeat the spirit-building disciples from the 8 desolations with considerable effort, he emerged severely injured and with numerous enemies. Ultimately, his injuries were gradually healed by Jiang Lingxian's unique treatment methods, salvaging his nearly ruined foundation. In this life, there would be no suppression, only total annihilation. Wang Chen resolutely declared within himself, then abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the dark entrance of the Taishu armory. At this hour, the number of people at the entrance had dwindled, leaving only an old man guarding the place. You, come here. The old man, waving his fan, beckoned Wang Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen glanced around, noting the absence of anyone else nearby. Stop looking around. It's you, come here. The old man waved his fan again. Confused, Wang Chen approached. Although you are a disciple of the Taishu Saintus, you stole dozens of. Whoosh. A gust of wind tousled the old man's white hair, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. As the wind settled, he opened his eyes to see Wang Chen's retreating figure entering the armory. The old man stood at the entrance, a look of bewilderment plastered across his face, clearly flabbergasted. Chapter 37. Severely injured luck child Yi Qing receives his grandfather's ring. Is this the disciple of the cold respect elder's disciple? To be able to unleash the speed of the returning origin realm at the 9th level of the spirit building realm is quite intriguing. The old man observed Wang Chen darting into the Taishu armory, fanning himself with a knowing smile. He did not pursue but instead conjured a recliner, leisurely settling down at the entrance of the armory. Ultimately, he covered his somewhat amused face with the fan, drifting into a deep slumber. Inside the Taishu armory, In an unknown location surrounded by earthen walls, the lighting was dim. After running for a considerable distance, Wang Chen abruptly halted, his heels digging into the ground, carving a deep trench. He had suspected that the weapons within the Taishu armory could not be so easily stolen. There must be records or powerful beings monitoring the place. Thankfully, that old man did not follow him in. Wang Chen felt both exhilarated and relieved, having exerted nearly all his speed and footwork in this life. After a brief rest, Wang Chen retrieved a half-hand-length golden broken sword from his storage space. However, the golden broken sword remained inert until Wang Chen invoked a spell infused with chaotic spiritual energy and soul attack. Crack! Oh heavens! Who is so despicable? The sharp sound of the golden sword echoed as the residual soul within it began wailing. Be quiet. I shall help you advance. Ah, you little. Oh, all right. That's good. Advancing is good. The voice of the old man within the broken sword shifted from anger to eagerness upon hearing the word advance. Now that we are inside the Taishu armory, take me to the place you mentioned. Wang Chen gripped the dim golden sword, indicating for it to guide him towards the crimson refinement golden spring. Let me calculate for a moment. Moments later. Not good. The old man's voice echoed from within the golden sword, startling Wang Chen. What happened? I sensed something halfway through, and suddenly my hand cramped. You fool. Can a soul even have a cramp? Wang Chen exclaimed, incredulous at the absurdity of it. Hey, don't be mad. I'm just joking with you. Let me calculate again. Following the old man's somewhat cheeky tone, silence enveloped the air. Not good. The old man exclaimed again, prompting Wang Chen to slowly raise his palm. Enveloped in spiritual energy. This truly is bad. Someone has broken through that wall, and the crimson refinement golden spring is surging. The old man's soul within the golden sword shouted in alarm, clearly anxious. Hurry, take me there. Realizing the urgency, Wang Chen quickly raised the golden sword, allowing it to lead the way. Without needing Wang Chen to prompt further, the anxious golden sword exerted a pulling force, dragging him through the dim environment as they sprinted toward the vicinity of the armory, where numerous dark openings adorned the walls. The golden broken sword swiftly pulled Wang Chen into a concealed area, rushing into the entrance of the minion tomb. The moment they entered, Wang Chen noticed a large hole in the wall, illuminated by a brilliant golden light that clearly emanated from the crimson refinement spring. Surrounding the spring was a man shedding his clothing, preparing to immerse himself in its depths. Do not tarnish the crimson refinement spring. Allow me. Wang Chen recognized the figure of Yi Qing and forcefully hurled the golden broken sword. With a piercing sound, the sword penetrated Yi Qing's right shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth. Wang Chen's heavy footsteps echoed as he leaped forward, delivering a fierce flying kick. The impact caused Yi Qing to clutch his bleeding shoulder, bent over from the force of the blow. After enduring my flying kick, brace yourself for my Thomas spin kick. As a practitioner of the return to origin realm, Wang Chen was much faster. After executing the flying kick, he spun mid-air to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick. The sharp crack of flesh echoed as Yi Qing was struck in the back, sending him crashing against the wall. Wang Chen showed no mercy to his foe, feeling certain that Yi Qing's spine had fractured. Yet, to Wang Chen's astonishment, Yi Qing glared back at him, his pupils growing increasingly pale. Teacher, assist me, Yi Qing roared, unleashing his cultivation at the third level of the spirit-building realm, igniting himself in a blaze of black flames. In an instant, Yi Qing's power surged to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit-building realm, finally stabilizing. Now possessed, Yi Qing gazed at Wang Chen with fervor, a crooked smile gracing his lips. Are you also at the 9th level of the spirit-building realm? This could be interesting. Yi Qing dismissed Wang Chen with a flick of his wrist, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he regarded him with disdain. Oh, you wish to play with flames? You dare to compare realms? At that moment, Wang Chen's power erupted, revealing his return to origin realm, his body engulfed in chaotic flames. Two ethereal dragon figures of chaos flames coiled around him, their cold eyes fixated on Yi Qing. This was not even the extent of Wang Chen's power. He had yet to unleash all 9 chaotic flame dragons. Seeing this, Yi Qing's smile faltered, fear creeping into his features. Die. Wang Chen was not one for idle chatter. He stepped forward and unleashed a devastating punch. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as Yi Qing raised his arms in a futile attempt to block, his limbs twisting grotesquely under the force. How can a mere furnace body be so powerful? Yi Qing's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to retreat. Dragon transformation crushing claw. Yet Wang Chen would not grant him that wish, lifting his hand to transform it into a chaotic flame dragon claw, seizing Yi Qing's head. With a thunderous explosion, Yi Qing's head burst like a watermelon under Wang Chen's grip. Is this how you perish? Just wait. 3 years from now, I will surely kill you. Before Wang Chen could fully process the moment, he heard a familiar roar from Yi Qing as footsteps fled in haste. He focused on his hand, realizing he was grasping a head that was merely a wooden puppet, consumed by chaotic flames. This waste truly is difficult to kill. No wonder he was one of the two emperors who besieged me in my past life. Wang Chen let the chaotic flame dragon claw dissipate and incinerated the puppet entirely. At that moment, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon a dim ring on the ground, and he smiled. To sacrifice oneself for a disciple, I admire you, but alas, we are enemies. He picked up the ring, sealing it within a box and casting it deep into his storage space, intending to examine it later. Within the system's storage, time was frozen, but unfortunately, living beings could not be contained. Wang Chen trusted the system, knowing that as long as he did not wish to retrieve it, Yi Qing's golden finger would remain sealed. However, he was aware that treasures must also lie within the ring, and he planned to seize them at the right moment. Remembering that the elderly figure within had once aided in his ambush, Wang Chen stood in the broken golden wall space, the aura of chaotic flame dragons gradually dissipating. As the two dragons returned to his back, tranquility enveloped him. He approached the distant wall and retrieved the golden broken sword, which had been cursing and complaining. Once I ascend to the earth-grade weaponry, I will sense where my other half of the broken sword lies. The spirit within the sword cackled with excitement, urging Wang Chen to immerse himself in the crimson refinement spring, which was known to enhance the abilities of those with dominant physiques. Without hesitation, Wang Chen undressed, donning only his undergarments, and leaped into the spring, holding the golden broken sword. He settled into a meditative position, activating his cultivation techniques as he focused his consciousness. Instantly, the essence of the crimson refinement spring surged into his skin, refining his blood and flesh. The spring was a royal tier spirit spring, and Wang Chen felt its heat permeate him. Almost immediately, he sensed his cultivation rising, the boundaries of his realm loosening. With a loud crack, he allowed the system to acknowledge his breakthrough, causing a violent ripple through the spring. The golden broken sword remained submerged, silent now. Wang Chen, while cultivating, extended his consciousness for protection, yet sensed no presence within a kilometer radius, which alleviated his worries, allowing him to concentrate on his training. Time passed, and soon it was midday of the following day. Wang Chen remained immersed in the now dimming crimson refinement spring, his cultivation steadily rising. Within a single day, his power surged to the 4th level of the return to origin realm, as effortless as drinking water, which was precisely as he had anticipated. He felt a peculiar sense of urgency, as if he had forgotten something crucial. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen jolted upright, exclaiming internally, "Oh no." He hastily grasped the golden broken sword and stood up. A quick glance at the magnificent sword revealed its urgent call, yet he disregarded its pleas and tossed it into his storage space. With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself from the now shallow waters of the crimson refinement spring. In the present moment within the hall of the supreme void saintess, Jiang Lingxian sat coldly upon her bed, her gaze fixed intently on the doorway, awaiting a certain figure. The time agreed upon by the two had already come to pass, yet the person occupying her thoughts remained conspicuously absent, glancing outside at the blazing sun. An aura of chilling desolation began to permeate the room. Just a quarter of an hour more. Only a quarter of an hour. Jiang Lingxian's breaths grew increasingly labored, her heart counting the moments. Should Wang Chen fail to arrive within this brief span, it was likely that the entire Supreme Void Sect would be turned upside down by Jiang Lingxian's ire. 38, 39, 40, 41. With each tick of the clock, the suppressed frost within her surged uncontrollably, the floor beneath her beginning to frost over. Yet, she remained fixated on the entrance, her heart slowly succumbing to despair. In her mind, Wang Chen had likely fled the Supreme Void Sect, unwilling to face her after the revelation of his resurrection. But he had promised he would return. Jiang Lingxian interrupted her internal monologue, rising unsteadily in the icy chamber, her breath becoming more labored. In that moment, her eyes shimmered with a chilling light, a dangerous sentiment swelling within her crimson gaze. He deceived me again, declaring he would return by noon. Yet now it was well past that time. Jiang Lingxian's form trembled slightly as she stood, her breath quickening, her heart gripped tightly. Suddenly, as Jiang Lingxian prepared to scour the entire Supreme Void Sect for Wang Chen, the door burst open with a loud crash. A shadow shot forth like a rocket, unable to halt its momentum as it hurtled towards Jiang Lingxian. Hey, catch me, hold me. Wang Chen, encased in the icy abode, soared through the air towards Jiang Lingxian, his eyes wide with urgency. He couldn't stop, not at all. Upon witnessing the Supreme Void Saintess's abode transform into an ice palace, he had unleashed all his strength from 100 meters away, leading to an overwhelming force that left him unable to slow down as he neared the entrance. Time seemed to slow as Wang Chen flew towards Jiang Lingxian, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her enchanting yet bewildered visage, both frigid and endearing. However, as a formidable being of the celestial realm, Jiang Lingxian quickly snapped out of her stupor. With a resounding thud, their bodies collided fiercely. Both of them instinctively shielded one another with their arms. Wang Chen, embracing Jiang Lingxian, performed a graceful spin mid-air, intending to serve as a cushion. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had already regained her composure, channeling her energy to soften their descent onto the bed. Yet, due to the violent inertia, Wang Chen, despite being cradled by Jiang Lingxian, landed upon the frost-laden bed with a thud. Thankfully, with Jiang Lingxian's protective burst of power, the impact felt akin to Wang Chen gently lying down. In that collision, they found themselves entwined, Wang Chen's cheek resting softly against Jiang Lingxian's. After a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a serene silence. So smooth and delicate, cool and tender, with a hint of sweetness, how comforting it felt. Once reassured of their safety, Wang Chen remained still, nestling his face against Jiang Lingxian's smooth cheek. Jiang Lingxian reciprocated, embracing Wang Chen's waist, savoring his warmth, gradually filling the void of security she had just experienced. For a fleeting moment, they shared an unspoken connection, neither wishing to break the embrace. Externally, they appeared dazed from the impact, but internally, they were replenishing each other's emotional energies. Truth be told, Jiang Lingxian had no desire to rise, tightly holding onto Wang Chen, her eyes closed against his side. It seemed that this closeness was the only way to mend the profound emptiness within her heart. Yet, outside the Supreme Void Sect, an important competition was underway, and she could not reveal such strange possessiveness and emotions in front of her disciples. Thus, it was clear they could not remain in this embrace indefinitely. Reluctantly, Jiang Lingxian stifled her longing, discreetly wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes from her earlier anxieties. Striving to regain her composure, she slowly released Wang Chen and stood. In that very moment, the icy remnants of the room began to dissipate rapidly, the chill no longer suffocating the space. Despite her attempts at concealment, a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. "I'm sorry for returning late." Wang Chen, fully aware of Jiang Lingxian's aversion to deceit, quickly admitted his fault, vowing never to deceive her again. Jiang Lingxian felt his words resonate deeply, her breath growing heavier as she silently scrutinized the guilt-ridden Wang Chen. Gradually, her expression cooled, her brows knitting together as she turned to exit through the open door. In her mind, "I almost thought my disciple might deceive me again. How vexing. I don't wish to acknowledge him now. Humph. Get lost, you annoying system." Wang Chen, hearing the system's peculiar voice in his mind, cursed it silently before blocking its communication. Yet, the system spoke the truth. Jiang Lingxian's demeanor clearly indicated she was upset and sulking after feeling hurt. Having been together for millennia, Wang Chen understood well that when she was angry, she would prefer solitude to process her emotions. Ultimately, the outcome would either be her soothing herself or Wang Chen comforting her directly. Fortunately, he possessed a foolproof method to appease her. Observing Jiang Lingxian's sulking figure, he noted her delicate anger, as if she feared he might run away from her wrath. Hastily, Wang Chen leaped from the bed, tiptoeing to her side, silently standing beside her. This tactic had always proven effective, for deep down, Jiang Lingxian cherished his meekness after a misstep. Upon sensing Wang Chen's presence beside her, Jiang Lingxian gradually resumed walking. Wang Chen quickly closed the door behind them, following her closely. "Are you upset?" he ventured cautiously, keeping pace with her as they traversed the deserted path of the sect, now devoid of any other presence. "No," Jiang Lingxian replied, her pride evident as she continued her stride, the word escaping her lips with a hint of defiance. "Well, I was delayed because I was refining the scarlet gold spring. I apologize for making you wait so long." Wang Chen continued, professing his reasons in an attempt to earn her forgiveness. Yet, Jiang Lingxian remained obstinate, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she could have transported them both instantaneously out of the sect. Though she feigned indifference, Wang Chen found her silent sulk endearing. As he pondered, a cold necklace shaped like a crescent moon appeared in his hand, which he promptly held before Jiang Lingxian. "Allow me to present this to you. Dear fairy sister, I hope you are not displeased." With a light jog, Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, turning to walk backward while holding up an icy moon necklace before her. Upon hearing the term fairy sister, Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes, which had been focused ahead, shifted to Wang Chen. Since she could not accept the title of master, this appellation seemed acceptable, especially as it contained the character for fairy. "No need," she replied after a brief contemplation, but her refusal was genuine. She had no desire for the necklace. For a man, gifting a woman a necklace often carried deeper implications. "Are you certain?" "Well, I suppose it is fortuitous, as I am to meet some female acquaintances in the Tai Su spirit battle realm shortly." Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his hand, and the world around him swayed violently. When he regained his bearings, he found himself amidst a throng of cultivators in a bustling little world, standing on a grand platform that towered above the crowd. Tai Su Holy Maiden. It is an honor. The icy moon necklace in Jiang Lingxian's grasp vanished without a sound as she nodded in acknowledgement to the numerous powerful figures who welcomed her. Wang Chen, captivated by the scene around him, momentarily forgot about the necklace. We have arrived at the Tai Su spirit battle realm. As he surveyed the surroundings, a sense of disdain welled up within him upon observing the representatives from the 8 desolates and 28 domains, each a leader of significant sections. His gaze darkened, especially when he noticed the disciples of some powerful figures standing behind them, a barely perceptible killing intent flickering in his eyes. Among them were several emerging talents, not yet fully matured. In his previous life, these individuals had challenged him on the spirit cultivation platform, intending to suppress him for notoriety. Some even foolishly approached Jiang Lingxian before their duel, asking if they could take him as a disciple after defeating Wang Chen. As he observed their scrutinizing gazes directed toward Jiang Lingxian, who was gracefully taking her seat, he silently positioned himself in front of her. Wang Chen regarded these up-and-coming talents with disdain. In his past life, they merely acknowledged their defeat, but this time, they would all perish. By stepping in front of Jiang Lingxian, he heightened his own presence, as the collective gaze of the crowd was primarily fixed upon her beauty. Oh, so this is the notorious troublemaker, the disciple of the Tai Su Holy Maiden? Chuckled a middle-aged man seated among the powerful figures, stroking his beard with a smirk. Oh, who might this be? Why, it is Elder Qinghe of the Qinghua sect. I have heard you profess your love for your sect master's wife in public. Yet behind her back, you entertain a dozen mistresses. Wang Chen emphasized the dozen with incredulity. Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly placed a hand over his mouth, feigning regret. Oh dear, I must have let that slip. My sincerest apologies. Afterward, he pretended to be remorseful, patting his mouth lightly, his demeanor dripping with sarcasm. Yet, as fate would have it, Wang Chen had a faint recollection of Elder Qinghe from his previous life, notorious for his scandalous affairs. Despite having a sect master's wife, he brazenly courted 18 mistresses, all of whom were acquainted with one another. The revelation of his escapades had become a legendary tale of mockery within the cultivation world. As Wang Chen concluded his remarks, the cultivators on the grand platform cast him curious glances. You speak nonsense, Elder Qinghe exclaimed, visibly agitated as he met the gaze of the sect master's wife beside him. With a furious slap on the armrest of his chair, he stood up, glaring at Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a gentle tug at his waist. Jiang Lingxian was pulling him behind her. The grand platform of the Tai Su spirit battle realm resembled a large observation box for viewing the battles outside. Spanning hundreds of meters, it could accommodate 1,000 spectators, all of whom were influential or exceptionally gifted individuals. Presently, the powerful figures and disciples occupied 2 rows, with a walkway in between. Jiang Lingxian sat near the end of the left side, her cold gaze fixed on Elder Qinghe. An unspoken tension enveloped the platform, rendering it eerily silent. I apologize for any offense. I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of Elder Qinghe to the Tai Su Holy Maiden and her disciple, interjected a graceful matron, the sect master of the Qinghua sect, as she rose to express her contrition. Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze softened slightly as she regarded the apologetic sect master. Such private matters concerning other sects should not be discussed in public, she admonished, her eyes briefly flickering toward Wang Chen, her lips curling subtly, as if to chide him for speaking out of turn. Wang Chen, entranced by her cool, striking eyes, nodded obediently, lowering his head in submission. You certainly haven't spared him. He chuckled internally, nearly losing himself in laughter at Jiang Lingxian's stealthy maneuver. The Qinghua sect master then turned her gaze toward Elder Qinghe, suspicion glimmering in her eyes. If the words of the Tai Su Holy Maiden's disciple could be believed to a degree, then the pronouncements of the Tai Su Holy Maiden herself held even greater weight. With both of them having spoken out, the implications were unmistakable. The onlookers, composed mainly of high-ranking members from various sects, were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Some even exchanging amused glances, unafraid of potential retribution from the Qinghua sect. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed, called one of the 4 formidable figures at the far end of the grand platform, unable to endure the farce any longer. It was the venerable Han Zun, one of the elders of the Tai Su sacred sect. Wang Chen lifted his gaze to recognize the striking figure of the white-haired woman who had interrupted the commotion. Despite her age, Han Zun possessed a youthful and enchanting visage, her silver locks accentuating her frosty demeanor. Wang Chen had only encountered Jiang Lingxian's master a few times in his past life, their relationship being neither particularly good nor bad. The 4 esteemed elders seated at the head of the platform represented the 4 major sects of the 8 desolates. with Han Zun in her elegant blue robe, a dashing young man in black, an elderly man in green, and a regal woman in purple. The two male elders sipped tea leisurely, while the female elder scrutinized the assembly below. "I have spoken. Now, it is your turn, esteemed elders," Han Zun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her companions. Her expression tinged with impatience. She then settled back into her seat, unfazed by the tension in the air. The two male elders exchanged awkward glances, their demeanor stiffening under the scrutiny of their peers. "You go ahead. You appear older and carry more authority," one encouraged the other. In a certain sect, the esteemed ancestor, an exceptionally handsome and youthful figure who appeared to defy the ravages of time, exchanged glances with an elderly man beside him before speaking. The elder, hearing his words, resignedly set down his teacup, rose, and donned his azure robe, ascending into the sky to survey the throngs of people below. In this grand competition, battle arenas were designated for those from the spirit-building realm to the sacred soul realm, allowing participants to select their battleground according to their own abilities. Furthermore, there would be no designated match slots. Challengers could confront anyone present or choose to challenge those already on the stage. If a confrontation within the arena continued until the last moment, and no one ascended the stage to challenge after a single incense stick had burned, the current contender would be deemed victorious. The first victor would then descend, and subsequent participants could vie for the second place. As for the rewards for the top 3 in each realm S arena, they would be announced alongside the opening of the Void Spirit Battle Realm. The Elder's voice, resonant and powerful, emanated from his 9th layer of the Celestial Venerable Realm, ensuring that every individual present could hear him clearly. One last reminder, swords and blades show no mercy. Once you enter the Spirit Battle Realm, each must rely on their own prowess, and any casualties inflicted upon others bear no blame. As the Elder's grand pronouncement concluded, the densely packed crowd erupted into a fervor. When the Elder returned to his original position on the enormous platform, he suddenly cast a surprised glance in the direction of Jiang Lingxian, who was on the verge of stepping into a spatial rift alongside Wang Chen. "Where are you headed?" inquired Han Zun, seated at the end of the grand platform, a frown of curiosity upon his brow. Those not on the platform could leave at their discretion, yet those who stood upon it bore the dignity of their respective sections. "We shall return within a minute. It will not cause any delay," Jiang Lingxian respectfully assured him. Upon receiving a nod from the graceful Han Zun, she stepped into the rift with Wang Chen. This rift led to a secluded, empty world that Jiang Lingxian had independently crafted, where visibility remained normal. Yet the surroundings were entirely blank. "Take this, and this as well, and this," Jiang Lingxian instructed as she retrieved various treasures, placing them one by one into Wang Chen's hands. A sword intent for protection at the king level, a jade plate at the emperor level, a talisman at the saint level, and more of the emperor level. "Enough, truly enough," Wang Chen interjected, observing as she produced yet another stack of emperor-level explosive talismans to press into his palms. "Silence, just take them," Jiang Lingxian replied curtly, her icy gaze directed at him, her voice carrying an authoritative tone. Wang Chen's lips twitched in resignation as he reluctantly accepted the multitude of talismans, feeling a mix of gratitude and despair. Just as he thought Jiang Lingxian had exhausted her supply, his eyes widened in astonishment as she produced 9 saint-level talismans, each representing a unique attribute from the 9 realms. Gasp! The system's astonished intake of breath echoed in Wang Chen's mind, underscoring the extraordinary value of these talismans. These 9 talismans, drawn by the imperial-level talisman master before his demise, were believed to be lost forever. How is it that Jiang Lingxian has gathered them? Wang Chen was equally astonished, and in a moment of overwhelming emotion, he embraced Jiang Lingxian. Startled, Jiang Lingxian felt his arms wrap around her waist, her posture momentarily stiffening. As she sensed his gentle nuzzle against her neck and cheek, an unfamiliar warmth enveloped her, leaving her momentarily breathless. Previously, it was she who had offered such affection under the veil of night. Now, she found herself on the receiving end, and the sensations coursing through her were peculiarly heightened. "You." As Jiang Lingxian regained her composure and prepared to gently push him away, Wang Chen let go first. "You." Her exquisite visage appeared slightly rigid as she gazed at him, a hint of reluctance in her expression. "Stop with the you. Aren't you also set to battle those old geezers in the Sacred Soul Realm? You should keep this for your own protection. I have no use for it in the spirit-building realm." Wang Chen, observing her bemused expression after their brief embrace, declined her generous offer. To be treated with such significance by Jiang Lingxian warmed his heart, evoking deep gratitude within him. It felt akin to a beloved girl knowing of your troubles and immediately offering all her savings to assist you. Moreover, the situation in the Void Spirit Battle Realm was not truly a hardship for him. No, Jiang Lingxian, after a moment of contemplation, remained determined to press the 9 talisman papers into Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized her for a moment before turning away, unwilling to accept further. Jiang Lingxian observed his retreating figure with a frown, and ultimately, her resolve softened as she reluctantly retracted the talismans. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Her cool voice floated from behind him, prompting Wang Chen to slowly turn around to face her. Let us proceed. With Jiang Lingxian's calm directive, the rift before them opened, and they stepped through. Upon returning to the grand platform, they found that scarcely 2 minutes had passed, just in time for the activation of the Void Spirit Battle Realm by Hanzun. With a whoosh, the barriers enclosing the 6 arenas of the Void Spirit Battle Realm dissipated, revealing a dazzling display of golden characters that materialized in the skies above each arena, representative of realms from Spirit Building to Sacred Soul. Wang Chen lifted his gaze to the inscriptions hovering over the Spirit Building arena, where the characters read, "Rewards for the top 3 in the Spirit Building realm. First place, Supreme Grade Spirit Gathering Array Flag. Second place, Superior Grade Divine Soul Pill. Third place, Inferior Grade Spirit Source." Wang Chen focused solely on the Spirit Building realm for the moment, as he anticipated the inevitable challenges that would arise. With a rush, the barriers around the 6 platforms vanished, and challengers swiftly surged forward. "Who dares to fight me? Come forth. You disciples of the Azure Moon sect have been quite arrogant outside. Step up for a duel." One of the challengers, a disciple standing beside the Saintess of the Void, called out, "You two are at the 9th layer of the Spirit Building realm. Dare you face me?" Wang Chen recognized this individual as the disciple who had been positioned behind Elder Qinghe. It appeared he had come to defend Elder Qinghe's honor, but alas, that would only spell doom for him. A wicked smile spread across Wang Chen's face as he leaped towards the Spirit Building arena. Just as 2 participants ascended to each of the 6 platforms, causing the transparent barrier to swiftly re-establish itself to protect the onlookers from harm. The arena was surrounded by a throng of spectators, both in the air and on the ground, all eyes fixated on the platforms, with the majority belonging to those in the Sacred Soul realm, eager not to miss any thrilling action. Inside the Void Spirit Battle realm on the platform, the challenger from the Azure Moon sect, Lu Bao, declared, "I challenge." Bang! But before he could finish his proclamation, his head exploded, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "Who are you challenging? You're nothing but a waste, unable to even perceive my attack." Wang Chen casually scratched his ear, regarding the headless corpse with disdain as he flicked away the earwax. With the demise of one participant, the transparent barrier reappeared, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the body, lifting it from the stage. The transparent barrier of the Void Spirit Battle realm gradually receded, awaiting the next challenger to enter. The moment the barrier faded, Wang Chen was met with a cacophony of eager voices. "I'm here." A muscular man suddenly soared onto the stage, frowning as he regarded Wang Chen. Unlike Lu Bao, the burly man did not request a duel. Instead, he sprang into action, his right hand morphing into claws as he unleashed a lethal strike at Wang Chen. Smack! Wang Chen, clad in white, stood resolutely in place, raising his right hand to block his opponent's assault, while his eyes emitted a burst of chaotic flame. With a resounding crack and a boom, the sound of the chaotic flame piercing flesh echoed as it collided with his adversary's body, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The burly man, unable to react, was propelled backward, crashing into the half-formed barrier, falling silent thereafter. Hiss. This young man is extraordinarily fierce. The barrier of the arena barely had time to rise before it rapidly dissipated, leaving the spectators in astonishment. His cultivation was evidently at the 9th level of the Spirit Building realm, yet his offensive capabilities rivaled those of a 2nd-level Return to Origin realm practitioner. The powerful figures on the grand platform, who had gathered to observe the Spirit Building realm competition, expressed a hint of surprise at this scene. It was a blatant display of dominance, and they felt compelled to eliminate those who had previously challenged them in their past lives and transition to a more advanced stage. Wang Chen, feeling a sense of boredom, lifted his gaze to the onlookers and suddenly shouted, "Are all of you in the Spirit Building realm just trash? If it's too much to handle, why not request from Lord Han for everyone to come up?" Wang Chen's sweeping glance included every participant in the Spirit Building realm, showcasing his audacity. The fated ones could hardly tolerate such arrogance, and Wang Chen epitomized this brazen defiance. As expected, individuals soon began to ascend the stage, and astonishingly, the barrier remained unsealed. Countless Spirit-Building realm practitioners, sensing Lord Han's tacit approval of this challenge, surged onto the arena, glaring at Wang Chen. In that instant, the audience hastily retreated, fearing collateral damage, moving back several dozen meters. On the elevated grand platform, Lord Han observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, dismissing Jiang Lingxian's concerned look. If Wang Chen desired to challenge all practitioners in the spirit-building realm, she was curious to witness the capabilities of her disciple. Jiang Lingxian watched her mentor for a moment, eventually sighing inwardly, hoping that Wang Chen could manage the situation. Although she had unwavering faith in Wang Chen, her eyes remained fixed on the horde of over 100 spirit-building realm practitioners. Finally, the trap was set. Wang Chen stood at the center of the expansive arena, his gaze locking onto 7 or 8 figures in the crowd, his momentum steadily rising. Chapter 42, Forcefully Annihilating the Fated Ones. As Wang Chen's aura surged, 2 phantasmal chaotic flame dragons began to materialize behind him, their eyes icy. The mutated 9 Yang divine body, Lord Han, seated on the grand platform, momentarily froze, astonished by the black and white flames emanating from Wang Chen. No wonder Lingxian cherishes her disciple so deeply. At that moment, Lord Han began to understand why Jiang Lingxian was so determined to protect Wang Chen. It was due to his mutated 9 Yang divine body. Awakening the 9 Yang divine body was already a formidable feat, let alone a mutated one, the true nature of which remained a mystery. However, Lord Han was unaware that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian was indifferent to Wang Chen's physical constitution. She simply desired him. Jiang Lingxian's gaze rippled slightly upon witnessing Wang Chen's mutated 9 Yang divine body, but she was not surprised. Apart from those from the Taishu immortal sect, many were unaware of Wang Chen's 9 Yang divine body, believing it to be merely a powerful flame body. Even in his past life, due to Jiang Lingxian not disclosing Wang Chen's physical traits, even those from the Taishu immortal sect harbored similar misconceptions. Thus, in this lifetime, Wang Chen attracted nearly all the attention from the Taishu immortal sect, many gazes filled with astonishment. The inter-sect elder women on the grand platform could no longer remain seated, rising to fix their eyes intently on Wang Chen. He must be acquired. Such a disciple must be seized. Their standing only served to draw Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze toward them, her hand tightening within her sleeve. Despite her usual composure, the sense of crisis within Jiang Lingxian reached its zenith, her heart racing. She longed to confine these women who dared to covet her disciple. With a slight pursing of her lips, Jiang Lingxian regarded the frenzied expressions of the inter-sect elder women, her heart heavy with thoughts. Boom. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar resonated from the Taishu spirit battle realm, as 4 chaotic flame dragons emerged from Wang Chen's form. The 4 flame dragons soared into the sky, forming a square formation in the 4 cardinal directions, their immense chaotic flames capturing the attention of all present. In an instant, even those who had been focused on the battles in the Holy Soul realm turned their curious gazes towards the spectacle. Roar. 6 chaotic flame dragons erupted from Wang Chen's body, their forms swelling larger, and another thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. Roar. The dragons above suddenly transformed into a layer of chaotic barrier, sealing off the hundreds of practitioners on the spirit-building realm arena. When you step onto this stage, you must consider the possibility of death. This is your own choice. As Wang Chen's aura surged explosively, he ignited within the chaotic barrier and charged into the throng of practitioners. Crack, crack, crack. Just before plunging into the crowd, to prevent the fated ones from escaping, Wang Chen unleashed his full power, employing every conceivable strategy. Quickly, let us unite to eliminate him. However, the practitioners stepping onto the stage were not novices. Most were merely startled, swiftly coalescing various realms and utilizing their unique techniques. Boom, boom, boom. From the outside, gazing at the spirit-building realm arena enveloped in chaos, one could only hear a cacophony of various sounds and screams emanating from within. A chaotic barrier concealed the entire arena, making it difficult for many to discern the situation inside. Only those with cultivation above the Danxi realm could perceive the events clearly. Most could only hear the cries of anguish within. Moments later, the elders and sect leaders on the grand platform could no longer remain passive, unwilling to watch their disciples be slaughtered. For esteemed ones, our sect's practitioners concede defeat. I implore you to release them. A representative from the 36th sect stood, bowing respectfully toward the 4 esteemed heavenly beings at the far end. Yet, before he could finish, several guardians charged recklessly towards the spirit-building realm arena. These were the guardians of some of the spirit-building realm prodigies, each a formidable Holy Soul realm practitioner, who immediately tore through the chaotic barrier. As the chaotic barrier was rent apart, the view within gradually emerged. Wang Chen was seen with a chaotic flame dragon claw manifested on his right hand, gripping the necks of a man and a woman, lifting them high. Cough, cough. Wang Chen, forcibly pulled from the chaotic barrier by the Holy Soul realm practitioners, found his draconic might diminished, causing him to spit out blood. Yet, recalling the fated ones who had besieged him in his previous life, his murderous intent became palpably visible. Suppressing the backlash from the shattered barrier, Wang Chen's eyes glowed crimson. The domineering chaotic flames continuing to erupt. You worthless beings. Had it not been for your association with those beasts, you wouldn't even possess the qualifications to encircle me. Wang Chen regarded the two almost lifeless fated ones in his grasp, his words laced with murderous intent. However, he refrained from revealing his rebirth. The onlookers merely interpreted his fury as a response to being attacked by a group. For some reason, Wang Chen distinctly sensed a form of rejection from this world. Numerous fated individuals, or rather, youthful prodigies, always seemed to form inexplicable grudges against him. The most absurd aspect was that many of them were driven mad by their desire for Jiang Lingxian's favor. Thus, their hostility was first directed towards Wang Chen, who stood closest to her. At this moment, the fated one in Wang Chen's grip was not as formidable as Qin Yifan, Yi Qing, or the more prominent fated individuals yet to appear in this lifetime. While their fates were not exceedingly high, Wang Chen generally referred to them as lesser fated ones. However, although they were currently not difficult to kill, should he inadvertently allow them to survive, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. In his past life, when he attempted to subdue them, they suddenly brandished life-saving artifacts and cried out for mercy, preserving their lives. This ultimately led to their growth into Holy Realm fated individuals later on. Following the elite figure of Yi Qing, a prodigious child of destiny, several other prominent figures joined forces to surround and eliminate him. In a previous life, the thousands of celestial sovereigns who besieged Wang Chen were these lesser children of fate, making them relatively easy to defeat. In that past life, the dozen or so who stood at the brink of the Emperor realm were the foremost children of destiny, heavily endowed with fortune, such as Qin Yifan, making them notably more challenging to kill. Ultimately, the two formidable Emperor realm figures in that past life were Yi Qing and another yet-to-appear genius, both brimming with fortune and exceedingly difficult to vanquish. At this moment, the other spirit-building realm cultivators on the Tai Su arena were already terrified. Witnessing the chaotic barrier being torn apart, they hastily fled the platform. Wang Chen paid little heed to the insignificant figures. Instead, his eyes blazed with chaotic flames as he focused on the two remaining children of destiny. Having previously dealt with the other six, in truth, it would be more apt to refer to them as exceptional rogue cultivators or disciples of various sects rather than mere lesser children of destiny. Stop. At this moment, Wang Chen heard several furious shouts from outside the arena, but he paid them no mind. With a swift twist of his hands, he acknowledged that he had never been a benevolent person. Anyone who posed a threat to him would be dealt with by any means necessary. Crack. The sound of two necks snapping echoed, and Wang Chen discarded the corpses, quickly drawing 2 stacks of Imperial-level explosive talismans. Explode. With a flick of his hands, he hurled the talismans towards the onrushing elders, flames erupting in a brilliant display. Boom. The power of dozens of Imperial-level explosive talismans threatened to engulf half of the Tai Su spirit battle realm, causing countless individuals to flee in terror. This explosion also impeded the speed of the several elders at the Sacred Soul Realm, halting their advance towards the arena. Good heavens! Do you not care about the lives of others? Someone shouted in horror as chaotic footsteps resounded in their ears, figures darting into the sky. However, contrary to expectations, the explosive force did not strike as anticipated. It was intercepted by a young elder beside Han Zun, who had raised his hand to diminish the power. Han Zun, your disciple is quite reckless, the young elder sitting beside Han Zun quipped with a smirk, retracting his hand in a nonchalant manner. Han Zun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the departing Jiang Lingxian, his expression calm, clearly approving of her actions. Chapter 43. Lingxian's spirit craving strikes again. Wang Chen, upon seeing Jiang Lingxian appear before him, instinctively hid behind her, peeking out. They are breaking the rules. A group of elders still wishes to ascend the platform to fight me. Sister Fairy, how should we punish them? Wang Chen clutched the hem of Jiang Lingxian's white dress. His earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by an expression of utmost grievance. The multitude of cultivators present watched this scene, their hearts echoing. You were not so innocent when you wickedly tossed dozens of Imperial-level explosive talismans. Jiang Lingxian said little, her gaze fixed on the blood trickling from Wang Chen's lips, a surge of fury rising within her. Subsequently, she summoned her cold sword. Performing a flourish before launching it forth, several beams of bloodlight suddenly appeared in the sky. The low-level Sacred Soul Realm elders in the air immediately displayed terror, clutching their bleeding necks as they plummeted from the heavens. Wang Chen shivered in fright. He had not anticipated Jiang Lingxian would resort to violence and eliminate them all. Did she not fear a war with those sects and the Tai Su immortal sect? Tai Su Sanus, do you not fear a united retaliation against your Tai Su immortal sect? Seeing this, someone once again stepped forward on the massive platform. clearly one of the slain Elder's sect members. If you wish to take revenge, you are always welcome. This was not Jiang Lingxian's proclamation, but rather a cold statement from Han Zun at the end of the platform, his aura icy and imposing. As Jiang Lingxian stood as Wang Chen's protector, Han Zun, as Jiang Lingxian's mentor, naturally shielded her as well. This left the individual momentarily speechless, their anger subdued as they reluctantly returned to their seat. Oh dear. Sister Han Zun is so domineering. I quite like it. The woman in purple sitting beside Han Zun gazed at her with adoration, her eyes filled with affection. If you wish to act recklessly, do so within your own sect. Han Zun, with her exquisite beauty, rolled her eyes at the purple-clad woman. Her tone icy yet tinged with exasperation. Humph. The woman in purple, unfazed by the reprimand, playfully huffed at Han Zun, her alluring demeanor lending a mischievous charm to her pout. Taking advantage of someone's fondness for you, you are truly too wicked, Sister Han Zun. Hearing the purple-clad elder's words, the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. This year's Tai Su Spirit Battle Realm was utterly chaotic after this grand competition. Such tales would undoubtedly spread throughout the vast 8 Desolation continent. The events unfolding in the Tai Su Spirit Battle Realm had thrown the spirit-building realm participants and onlookers into disarray. Yet, at this moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were oblivious, exchanging glances. Wang Chen then turned his gaze towards the Ascendant Realm platform, and Jiang Lingxian immediately understood his intent. Return with me first, she commanded, her voice laced with iciness, evidently irritated by Wang Chen's reckless desire to challenge the Ascendant Realm platform. Most importantly, Wang Chen's disregard for his own safety and his forceful actions against those cultivators had resulted in a backlash upon himself. Without further ado, Jiang Lingxian enveloped Wang Chen in her spiritual energy, tearing through the void and pulling him into it. Wait, I haven't stood long enough. I haven't secured first place yet. Wang Chen protested as the fissure in the void began to close, his discontent evident. Yet, even after Wang Chen departed, the spirit-building realm platform fell silent. With no one daring to step forward for a time, with no challengers remaining, the first position was thus secured, and the others were free to contend for second place. Observing this, the elder at the end of the massive platform signaled his disciple, who understandingly shouted, outside the Tai Su Spirit Battle Realm, in a cultivation city. Jiang Lingxian emanated a subtle chill as she led Wang Chen, following a young attendant, to a designated room. Cough, cough. Wang Chen could not suppress a couple of coughs, having already wiped away the blood from his lips, leaving only a faint trace. The attendant, after guiding them to the door, said nothing more, merely nodding before departing. Jiang Lingxian swiftly pushed open the door, pulling Wang Chen into the room and guiding him to the edge of the bed. With a resounding thud, the door to the top-tier guest room of the cultivation inn slammed shut, sealing off the spiritual energy and protective formations. Lie down, she commanded. Her icy gaze fixed on Wang Chen, pushing him onto the bed regardless of his consent. Wait, are we really going to do this while injured? Wang Chen queried, lying on the bed, bewildered, momentarily rendering Jiang Lingxian speechless. You, do not speak. After recovering from her surprise, Jiang Lingxian reacted to Wang Chen's words, sealing his mouth with her spiritual energy, her expression a mix of anger and embarrassment. Close your eyes and circulate your energy. I will heal you. Muffled protests escaped Wang Chen until Jiang Lingxian pinched his cheek, prompting him to gradually quiet down. Ultimately, he could only helplessly follow her instructions, closing his eyes and channeling his energy. However, after a short while, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing a jolt of alarm within. Quick, system. Buy that thing, the one that prevents drowsiness. Which one? The one that prevents drowsiness. Use it immediately. Ding. As the system's voice echoed, Wang Chen felt his mind gradually clearing, despite the lingering drowsiness that urged him to succumb to sleep. The cunning Jiang Lingxian had attempted to deceive him under the pretense of healing. Just then, he sensed a gentle chill permeating his body, and, guided by Jiang Lingxian, his chaotic fire essence surged towards the cold energy, intertwining with it. The sensation of these two energies mingling within him was so exquisite that he involuntarily let out a soft moan in front of Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, he noticed her hand resting on his chest pause slightly. Wang Chen quickly suppressed the tingling sensation coursing through him, closing his eyes and falling silent. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Lingxian cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Her cool voice broke the stillness as she observed the tranquil figure of Wang Chen, who remained unresponsive, merely keeping his eyes shut and battling the sensations within. The heat and tingling were overwhelming. Wang Chen struggled internally against the intertwining cold and chaotic fire energy, desperate to stifle any sounds of discomfort. If Jiang Lingxian were to embrace him as she had done in the past, he was certain he would have succumbed to a soft cry. Yet, It seemed that the more he feared it, the more it materialized. Jiang Lingxian, noticing his silence, waited patiently. Her gaze lingered on Wang Chen's handsome visage, her breath quickening as her feelings of dependency surged. Recalling the way the elder female disciples looked at him earlier, her heart raced with unease. Since that day, thoughts of taking Wang Chen away from the Taishu immortal sect had begun to take root in her mind. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, Jiang Lingxian gently slipped off her shoes and nestled closer to him, extending her hands toward him. As their energies harmonized, she convinced herself that she was merely aiding her disciple's recovery, even as her body pressed closer to his. Please, don't. Wang Chen internally protested. The sensations were already overwhelming. This proximity would surely push him over the edge. Chapter 44. The distress of Chen caused by Lingxian. As Wang Chen felt his body being gently turned on the bed, he found himself enveloped by a warm figure. He could distinctly sense the warmth radiating from Jiang Lingxian as she nestled her cheek against his chest. Her delicate arms tightened around him, her breath growing erratic. The thought of the elder female disciple's gazes filled her with dread. She feared losing him, even though he lay beside her. Despite Wang Chen's reluctance to acknowledge her as his mentor, the presence of so many women vying for his attention only intensified her anxiety. Biting her lip, she sought solace in the warmth of his breath, momentarily calming her troubled heart. Throughout this, Jiang Lingxian continued to release a gentle chill from her body, guiding Wang Chen's chaotic yang energy. Their contrasting energies intertwined, slowly mending his internal wounds. It was then that Wang Chen, overwhelmed by the sensations he had been stifling, finally let out a soft groan of discomfort. Jiang Lingxian, startled by the sound, quickly covered his eyes with her hand, her heart racing as she realized he was still awake. Why isn't my disciple falling asleep? She pondered anxiously, as Wang Chen felt her cool hand over his eyes. He decided to play along, suppressing his discomfort. Yet, after a moment of silence, the sensations became unbearable, leading him to squirm instinctively away from her embrace. This time, Wang Chen instinctively sought distance from Jiang Lingxian, as the mingling energies caused an unbearable blend of heat and cold within him. He desperately wished for her to either release him or to allow the energies to dissipate naturally. Disciple, Jiang Lingxian called out softly, noticing his subtle struggles. She whispered to herself, could it be that our intertwined energies are causing him distress even in his sleep? Gently resting her cheek against his warm chest, she observed his discomfort, murmuring softly in contemplation. To test her hypothesis, Jiang Lingxian gradually withdrew the cold energy they shared. In that moment, Wang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, the intolerable sensations finally subsiding. Breathing heavily, he closed his eyes tightly, feigning sleep as he processed the overwhelming experience he had just endured. This sensation felt akin to being under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Despite his closed eyes, he found himself marveling at the intensity of his recent feelings. Although he had endured pain from the backlash, it was far more bearable than the previous sensations of heat and tingling. It seemed that Jiang Lingxian's presence had inadvertently stirred something within him. As she nestled her face into the warmth of his neck, she reflected on how her past experiences of healing him had never elicited such reactions. With her cheek resting against him, she pondered the implications of their connection. To be cautious, Jiang Lingxian released a subtle wave of her consciousness, quietly probing into Wang Chen's mind. Host, Lingxian seems to have discovered that you might be feigning sleep. Your beloved little mentor is now probing your soul. Then protect me. 20,000. Another 20,000. Give it to me. Tomorrow, when I return to the arena, I'll borrow more resources to replenish my reserves. And that young man who ruined my explosive talismans, he will pay dearly. Wang Chen mentally noted the losses he had incurred earlier, resolving to settle the score. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness withdrew from his mind, her beautiful face displaying a hint of peculiarity. It seemed that due to the circumstances of his rebirth, he had developed some resistance to her sacred, soul-ensnaring fragrance. In her recent observation, it appeared that while Wang Chen had been asleep, he was also subconsciously resisting the sensations that caused him discomfort. If that were truly the case, then, with this thought in mind, Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her profile against Wang Chen's chest, and the corners of her lips inexplicably lifted into a subtle arc. As she pondered something, a faint sense of joy gradually rose within her heart, and the chill that enveloped her began to dissipate. Most of the coldness drifted towards the space behind the reclining Wang Chen, while a small portion resumed its healing efforts on him. What the heck? Not again! Wang Chen felt the cold energy surge into his body once more, intertwining with his chaotic yang energy to combat the backlash from his injuries, filling him with dread. No. Why is there a front and back attack? This time, he felt not only a tingling discomfort throughout his body, but also an increasing chill on his back. Yet, He remained oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's intentions, choosing instead to close his eyes and endure the discomfort, feigning sleep as his breaths grew increasingly hurried. Having learned from past experiences, Wang Chen refrained from making a sound, merely furrowing his brow in evident discomfort. Since Jiang Lingxian was unaware of his pretense, it indicated that the system's defense against her spiritual essence had succeeded. However, Wang Chen remained ignorant of Jiang Lingxian's current thoughts and why she was behaving this way. If only I had known I would be knocked out, I'd have saved my essence points and avoided this suffering. Haha, the pathetic host is truly a loser. Wang Chen suppressed his body's agitation, internally shouting in frustration, while the system's mocking voice echoed in his mind. Disciple, may I have a hug, master? A hug will keep the cold away. The feigning sleep, Wang Chen? The system that continued to ridicule the host? Jiang Lingxian leaned in closer to Wang Chen's ear, her cold voice infused with a hint of tenderness, as if coaxing a child. Chapter 45, Steamed Buns. Warm steamed buns. Wang Chen could even feel Jiang Lingxian's heated breath lightly brushing against his ear, stirring an inexplicable tickling sensation within him. Host, I understand now. She likely believes that in your slumber, you will subconsciously resist external forces. Thus, she intentionally envelopes you in a mass of cold energy, hoping you will embrace her. The comforting warm source. 666. Is she not even pretending anymore? Wang Chen genuinely admired Jiang Lingxian's tactics. During the day, she was as frigid as ice, yet at night, she played with him, her disciple, in myriad ways. As long as you hug your master, it won't be cold for long. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms cradled the back of Wang Chen's head, gently wrapping around his neck, her lips whispering softly in his ear. The warmth of her breath sent shivers through Wang Chen, who was already struggling with the internal warmth and the cold on his back. Observing his reaction, Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily but merely assumed he could not withstand the chill. It's all right. Holding on to your master. Holding on to your master will keep you warm. Jiang Lingxian guided Wang Chen's hands to her waist, her tone cool yet gentle. Wang Chen could hardly tolerate Jiang Lingxian's actions. She had delivered herself into his embrace. And yet he was not taking advantage of the situation. It felt as if he had finally found a source of warmth in a frigid winter landscape. And he tightened his grip around Jiang Lingxian's delicate form. Cold, so cold. Oh, Wang Chen even feigned a look of unconsciousness, as if he were unable to bear the cold in his dreams, pressing closer to Jiang Lingxian. The sensation of being embraced made Jiang Lingxian's figure momentarily stiffen, but she soon lowered her beautiful eyes to glance at Wang Chen. It's all right, it won't be cold for long. Jiang Lingxian gently stroked Wang Chen's head, her voice softly comforting the sleeping figure nestled in her arms. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she unwittingly intensified the cold energy emanating from Wang Chen's back. The sensation of being held by Wang Chen was peculiar for Jiang Lingxian, inducing feelings of inexplicable embarrassment and satisfaction. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming reluctance, continuously releasing cold energy, wishing that Wang Chen could hold her throughout the night. Before long, Jiang Lingxian, whether from shyness or something else, felt her cheeks heat up, a blush creeping into her fair face. Looking down at Wang Chen nestled in her arms, a rare tenderness began to bloom in her typically icy gaze. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt a warm caress against her neck, causing her to momentarily shiver. To her surprise, Wang Chen, reminiscent of the previous days when Jiang Lingxian had buried her face in his neck, began to nuzzle gently against her. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft murmur, finally realizing that she could no longer allow this to continue, and hastily attempted to push Wang Chen away. However, he shivered from the cold, and through his dreamy haze, his voice emerged, buns, warm buns. Oh, I can't eat that. The following morning, Wang Chen sat up in his room at the cultivation inn, shaking his dazed head, particularly at the back. The previous night, he had dreamed of eating buns in the cold, but in the dream, Jiang Lingxian had denied him, suddenly pushing him away. All he could remember was the sound of his head colliding with the wall, followed by Jiang Lingxian's panicked voice as she scrambled to her feet. And then his consciousness gradually faded. What was wrong with wanting to eat a warm bun in such a frigid dream? Jiang Lingxian had to stop him even from that. Are you awake? Jiang Lingxian sat at the ornate table in the center of the room, her brows slightly furrowed as she gazed coldly at Wang Chen. Yes, thank you for healing me yesterday. I feel fine now, aside from a slight dizziness. Wang Chen pretended to assess himself, then rubbed the back of his head and responded softly. Dizziness is normal. When I healed you yesterday, I discovered that you had suffered some backlash to your spiritual essence. This caused you to fall into a deep slumber as soon as you closed your eyes to meditate. Jiang Lingxian, her face slightly flushed and heart racing, responded calmly, though her hands in her sleeves clenched nervously. Oh, is that so? Wang Chen noticed Jiang Lingxian's eyes, which dared not meet his. and a subtle smile crept onto his lips, choosing not to expose her. Hey, what is up with this crack in the wall? After acknowledging her, he casually glanced around, suddenly spotting a small dent in the white wall by the bed. I don't know what happened. Jiang Lingxian's voice tightened as she stumbled over her words, finally admitting she had no explanation. This foolish girl, as always, was incapable of lying. Wang Chen shook his head in exasperation, descending from the bed and approaching the now flushed Jiang Lingxian. All right then, let us go. Since your injuries have healed, it's time to return to the Tai Su Ling War Realm. After speaking, Wang Chen brushed past Jiang Lingxian, who was seated in the center of the room, and moved toward the door, flinging it open. Creak. Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen's retreating figure, recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks heating up. Realizing this, she quickly focused her spiritual energy to suppress the warmth rising in her face. Thank goodness he didn't notice. Jiang Lingxian stood, her white dress swaying slightly, feeling a strange sense of relief as she followed Wang Chen's pace. They descended to the inn-s reception, and after settling the bill, they prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Wang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his brows furrowed as he locked eyes with a woman entering the inn. Chu Yao, the woman in a black dress, possessing a captivating beauty and an alluring aura, drew attention as she entered. Noticing two pairs of eyes staring at her, Chu Yao instinctively looked up. In but a fleeting moment, Chu Yao revealed a faintly charming smile, yet a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes upon seeing Jiang Lingxian. Chu Yao believed herself to be a beauty of the cultivation realm, but in that moment, she felt overshadowed by the presence of the Supreme Maiden. The aura of the Supreme Maiden was strikingly different from her own, exuding a chilling, pure, and unblemished beauty akin to glacial ice. After offering a slight bow to Jiang Lingxian, Chu Yao turned her gaze toward Wang Chen, who stood beside her, yet she was at a loss for words. Unaware of his name, Wang Chen, intending to politely acknowledge an old acquaintance, suddenly felt a constriction in his throat, a chill enveloping him. Well, disciple, let us depart. Jiang Lingxian's cold voice pierced the air, as she subtly nodded at Chu Yao in acknowledgement. With an invisible chill surrounding them, Jiang Lingxian urged Wang Chen to step forward. And together they left the inn, side by side. Chu Yao watched their retreating figures, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in confusion. She pondered why the Supreme Maiden harbored such hostility towards her upon their first encounter. Chapter 46. Trouble. They are coming for us. Outside the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen emerged slowly from a rift in the void, their expressions slightly frosty. They came to a halt at the entrance of the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm, standing in unison at the corner of the colossal gate. Why would you not allow me to greet her? She once lent me numerous cultivation resources, Wang Chen said, his brow furrowed in perplexity. The term previously naturally referred to a past life. Wang Chen seldom mentioned his previous life in public, opting for different phrases, yet he assumed Jiang Lingxian would understand. What did she lend you? Jiang Lingxian inquired, her demeanor subtly tense as she bit her lip, feeling a pang of anxiety. Wang Chen was bewildered by her question, recalling that he had merely borrowed some cultivation resources from Chu Yao in their past life. Some resources, and she had assisted me before. But her family was annihilated in the past, and she perished as well. Thus, I owe her a favor, although I no longer owe her anything now. Wang Chen replied, replacing previous life with before as he gazed at the icy Jiang Lingxian. I wonder, during my seclusion, did you often meet with her? Jiang Lingxian asked. Not really. While you were in seclusion, I was busy gathering treasures for my tribulation. I merely encountered her a few times by chance, Wang Chen reflected, rubbing his chin as he searched through his memories, then meeting Jiang Lingxian's steady gaze. For some unknown reason, Wang Chen sensed that after he uttered that statement, Jiang Lingxian's breath seemed to ease slightly. Let us head in. Based on past experiences, my timing for entry should be just right, Jiang Lingxian said, letting out a sigh of relief as she adopted the same terminology as Wang Chen. All right. Wang Chen nodded gently at Jiang Lingxian, though he harbored unspoken thoughts. In their previous life, Chu Yao had gradually developed feelings for him after their interactions, but he had consistently rejected her advances. For he had no affection for her, or for anyone other than Jiang Lingxian, for that matter. Despite numerous women vying for his affection, Wang Chen had remained unscathed. Having traversed the Blue Star alone and was sheltered and protected by Jiang Lingxian upon arriving in the cultivation realm, Wang Chen had long felt a lack of love in his life. Having grown up eating from a multitude of households, yet he concealed this sentiment deeply. In his initial turmoil upon crossing into the cultivation realm, it was Jiang Lingxian who descended like a celestial being to comfort and shelter him. Otherwise, he might not have survived the harshness of the realm, which he had already witnessed in his past life. Wang Chen held immense gratitude towards Jiang Lingxian, and his affection for her was profound, bordering on an overwhelming love. If one were to liken their relationship using modern internet slang, they might be termed as love-starved brother and love-starved sister. As Wang Chen followed Jiang Lingxian into the Taishu spirit battle realm, he found himself musing over these thoughts, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. The duo traversed through a myriad of curious gazes, clad in flowing white robes, until they reached a massive platform. "Xiener, bring your disciple over here," came the icy voice of Han Zun, cold as winter. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at the seemingly innocent Wang Chen before walking towards the platform. They stood before four venerable figures, while the ongoing battles of cultivators formed a backdrop outside the platform. Han Zun's cold eyes assessed Wang Chen, a slight nod of acknowledgement gracing his features. "Your aptitude and strength are commendable, despite being a 9-yang divine body. Fortunately, your physique has undergone a mutation, producing the 9-yang dragon vein, marking you as a promising talent. I should be considered your ancestral master. Here is a small token for our meeting," Han Zun continued, producing a small jade vial filled with crimson liquid, which he gently tossed towards Wang Chen. "This source of flame can be consumed daily in small doses. Be cautious not to overindulge, as your current physique cannot withstand excess." "Thank you, Master Ancestor," Wang Chen exclaimed, receiving the vial with a grateful expression, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The enchanting Han Zun's voice, starkly different from Jiang Lingxian's, carried a cool, alluring tone. Jiang Lingxian's voice was clear and melodious, embodying a refreshing purity that Wang Chen found particularly appealing, especially during the nights when she confided her insecurities to him, her voice imbued with vulnerability. As Han Zun acknowledged Wang Chen, her gaze shifted towards the three other venerable figures seated beside her. In that moment, both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turned their attention to the other three, serene and composed. Their feigned focus on the sacred soul stage was finally broken as the three venerable figures could no longer resist meeting their gaze. As their eyes locked, a palpable silence enveloped the vast platform, the air thick with tension. Ahem. The youthful venerable cleared his throat, producing a small rectangular box, seemingly unsure of its purpose. "Ah, Xiener, it has been a while since we last met. This is a small gift for our reunion." Han Zun regarded Jiang Lingxian with her icy gaze, subsequently retrieving another small jade vial containing pills, which she gently let float towards her. "Thank you, Master," Jiang Lingxian replied, her demeanor calm, yet grateful. Jiang Lingxian's expression remained serene as her exquisite face blinked twice, gracefully accepting the small jade vial that flew towards her. Alarm bells rang in the hearts of the three venerables seated beside Han Zun, each silently cursing him 100 times. The reason there were only two was that in the mind of the third venerable, the one clad in purple, Han Zun, was particularly unfortunate. Chapter 47. Lingxian takes the stage. Wang Chen departs. The youthful venerable occupied the far left of the main seat, with the elderly venerable, Han Zun, and the purple-clad venerable arranged sequentially to his right. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as the youthful venerable hesitated with the rectangular box in his hand, unsure whether to present it or not. "Ahem. Yes, it has been a while. This is my gift for your reunion." At that moment, the elderly venerable spoke first, producing two exquisite black and red boxes that he gently tossed forth. "All right. Since Sister Han Zun and the old man have already presented their gifts, here." The purple-clad venerable, a striking figure both in stature and beauty, also conjured two medium-sized boxes and tossed them into the air. Once the gifting concluded, the five individuals' gazes instinctively shifted towards the youthful venerable still holding the rectangular box. Not only Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, but also the hundreds of high-ranking members from various sects present on the massive platform turned their attention to him. The youthful venerable felt the pressure mounting and quietly stowed away the rectangular box, replacing it with two others. Wang Chen discerned that the contents of these boxes were likely nothing of good quality. It was clear to him that the youthful venerable feared that the gifts he presented would pale in comparison to those of his peers, prompting the exchange. As 8 items were transferred into Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's spatial realms, the gifting segment finally concluded. "Sigh, I had to waste those royal-grade explosive talismans yesterday," Wang Chen lamented inwardly. After accepting the gifts, Wang Chen turned to follow Jiang Lingxian, but as he turned, he murmured softly, though his voice was not loud. It resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. This prompted the assembled crowd to redirect their gazes towards the youthful venerable, their eyes darting back and forth between him and Wang Chen. "Wait a moment. What is the matter?" Hearing the youthful venerable call for a pause, Wang Chen swiftly turned around, eliciting peculiar expressions from the 4 venerables seated at the main table. "To compensate for the royal-grade explosive talismans you wasted yesterday, the item in this box shall serve as your recompense." The youthful venerable's lips twitched slightly as he restrained his anguish. Retrieving the rectangular box once more to toss it gently. Ah, well, since you, esteemed venerable, are so gracious, I shall accept it. Wang Chen feigned an expression of discomfort, scratching his head before swiftly placing it into his storage space. After turning back to survey the hundreds of attendees from various sects, Wang Chen reconsidered. It was best not to be overly greedy, lest he suffer the consequences. He cast a narrowed gaze over the multitude before silently following Jiang Lingxian back to her seat. Strangely, at the moment Wang Chen diverted his gaze, a collective sigh of relief seemed to ripple through the crowd. I must take the stage now. You stay here, Jiang Lingxian said, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the arena of the sacred soul realm. Upon seeing the opponent concede, she turned to Wang Chen. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Lingxian vanished from her seat, leaving a bewildered Wang Chen behind. Ding. Mission issued. Eliminate Qin Yi Fan and seize opportunities to prevent him from regaining his strength after restoring his severed arm. Reward, Divine Artifact. Ding. To locate Qin Yi Fan's current position, 10,000 source points are required. Just as Jiang Lingxian departed, Wang Chen, still in a daze, was abruptly alerted by the system's mission prompt. He gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who now stood in the sacred soul arena, wielding a cold sword, momentarily lost in thought. This event, from his past life's recollection, spanned 9 days, particularly with the battles in the sacred soul realm lasting the longest. After pondering over the system's task, he shifted his gaze to Han Zun at the main seat. Master, I just remembered some matters I need to attend to, so I must take my leave. After bowing slightly and receiving a nod of acknowledgement, Wang Chen swiftly descended the massive platform and merged into the crowd. In the throng beneath the platform, he took flight, darting towards the enormous gates of the void spirit realm. System. Locate Qin Yi Fan's current position. As Wang Chen soared through the sky, filled with cultivators, he called out to the system in his mind. While he could temporarily set aside the lesser fortunate children of fate, individuals like Qin Yi Fan were targets he would not hesitate to eliminate given the opportunity. Ding. Deducting 10,000 source points. Beginning location tracking for Qin Yi Fan. Map displayed. Upon the system's cold mechanical voice concluding, a golden-framed quantum map materialized before Wang Chen. A small green dot marked his position, while a red dot indicated the target's location further away. Upon exiting the massive gates of the void spirit realm, Wang Chen swiftly adjusted his direction and accelerated. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, deeply engrossed in her battle on the sacred soul realm stage, remained oblivious to Wang Chen's departure. Her concentration was unwavering, especially as it became exceedingly difficult to kill cultivators who had reached the 6th layer of the sacred soul realm and beyond. The adversaries Jiang Lingxian had previously dispatched were merely at the 4th layer of the sacred soul realm, a significant gap in cultivation that allowed her to effortlessly seal their fates with a single strike. Currently, she faced a formidable elderly opponent at the peak of the 9th layer of the sacred soul realm, whose attacks were both vicious and rapid. This left Jiang Lingxian no time to survey the massive platform, nor did she anticipate Wang Chen's sudden exit. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, he underestimated Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness, thinking he could return later to explain everything. In a certain secluded forest outside the Taishu zone, Wang Chen hovered in the air, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the mountain cave ahead, double-checking the map. It appeared this was the location. After a moment of scrutiny of the quantum map, he gradually descended towards the cave entrance. Peering into the pitch-black cavern, Wang Chen was astonished to find he could see nothing within. This indicated that the cave was far from ordinary. The darkness within was not merely a lack of light. To ensure his safety, he produced a royal-grade teleportation talisman, tightly binding it to his wrist with chaotic spiritual energy. Subsequently, he donned an upper-grade royal protective jade pendant around his neck, affixed a middle-grade royal protective talisman against his chest, and gently held an upper-grade royal protective sword intent in his mouth. He also secured a top-grade royal protective bracelet on his wrist and fastened a top-grade royal protective belt around his waist. Finally, he placed the singular sacred grade, dual-purpose soul attack and defense artifact given by Jiang Lingxian into his soul. With his preparations complete, Wang Chen gazed into the impenetrable darkness of the cave, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. With a charmingly wicked grin, he stepped forward, treading softly on the earthen floor as he ventured into the ominous tunnel. As Wang Chen, clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with protective artifacts, gradually faded from view, the surrounding silence deepened. Happy New Year, dear readers. Chapter 48. Blow his foundation to smithereens. Within the pitch-black tunnel, Wang Chen retrieved a luminous orb to illuminate his path, barely allowing him to see 2 to 3 meters ahead. After an indeterminate amount of time traversing the darkness, he unknowingly passed through a thin barrier of formation. Almost immediately, Wang Chen sensed the surrounding atmosphere becoming increasingly oppressive and stifling, stirring feelings of agitation within him. Is this demonic energy? Wang Chen felt a slight shock within his heart and quickly conjured a faint layer of chaotic flames to shield himself, resisting the invading demonic energy. Gradually, his oppressive and irritable mood began to abate, and clarity returned to his expression. It seemed that the remnant soul of the demon lord within Qin Yifan could no longer remain idle upon witnessing Wang Chen's severe injuries. Wang Chen raised a luminous treasure orb before him, and his thoughts inevitably drifted towards the remnant soul of the demon lord. However, he found himself perplexed. The distance from here to the Taishu Xian zone was not particularly far, so why had the demonic energy gone undetected? Could it be the influence of the powerful fate of the progeny of destiny? With a click of his tongue, he dismissed his doubts. But as he sensed the increasingly dense demonic energy, he instinctively tightened his grip on the treasure orb. His visible range had dwindled to less than 2 meters. And without the light from the orb, the path ahead would have been nearly impossible to discern. Rustling sounds emerged from the darkness above the tunnel, prompting Wang Chen to hurriedly raise his gaze. Chaotic 9 Yang Dragon Eyes. A flicker of panic surged within him as he swiftly activated his eye technique, causing his pupils to gradually elongate into slits. A flicker of chaotic flame manifested within his dragon eyes, illuminating his vision in the darkness. To his dismay, a multitude of blood-red bats, each the size of a fully grown cat, hung densely from the tunnel ceiling, their repulsive wings enveloping them. They were crammed together, with only the tips of their terrifying heads protruding, a sight that would surely induce a phobia in anyone afflicted by it. Each bat ranged from the 1st to the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm, indicating that at least one of them was a bat king of the returning origin realm. Wang Chen had refrained from using his dragon eye technique earlier due to the considerable energy it consumed. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Task: eliminate Qin Yifan's beast pet, Bloodbat King, and obtain its own blood demon core. Reward: young blood demon core. In stunned disbelief, Wang Chen realized that Qin Yifan's beast pet was a demonic creature. His heart raced with astonishment. Qin Yifan had undoubtedly succumbed to darkness, making it entirely justifiable for Wang Chen to eliminate him and claim his reward. A sense of amusement welled within him at the thought. And 10 top-tier Thunder Explosion talismans silently manifested in his right hand. Host: Dean Blood Demon Core and Young Blood Demon Core can be fused. Such treasures are rare. The quality of the Yin and Yang Demon Cores you currently possess is relatively weak, but feeding them to beast pets could enhance their bloodline purity. Beast pets? Where would I acquire a beast pet? Wang Chen replied with a hint of melancholy, reflecting on his past life, where he had never possessed one. Oh, I remember that my previous opportunities included dragon eggs, phoenix eggs, and several divine beast eggs or their young. Let me first deal with Qin Yifan before considering raising a pet. Wang Chen inhaled sharply, cautiously advancing deeper into the cave. The bloodbats appeared to be asleep, and his footsteps were quiet enough to avoid disturbing them. As he ventured further into the cave, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the formation, heightening his vigilance. With 2/3 of his chaotic flame energy remaining, he discreetly deactivated his dragon eye technique. How deep could this place be? It felt as though he was descending further. After what seemed like an incense stick's worth of time, he realized he had not yet reached the end. After walking for another quarter of an hour, he sensed something was amiss and swiftly reactivated his dragon eye technique. To his dismay, he found himself still at the same spot. Enough is enough, Wang Chen shouted, tossing the treasure orb into his spatial ring. Dozens of top-tier Thunder Explosion talismans appeared in each hand. His shout startled the entire cave, causing the blood bats to awaken and lock onto him with alarming speed. Wang Chen felt thousands of blood-red, frenzied gazes upon him, accompanied by the sound of countless wings flapping. Explode. With his chaotic flame dragon eyes, Wang Chen unleashed the Thunder Explosion talismans with a powerful flick of his wrist. The talismans erupted into a brilliant display of lightning, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The anguished cries of the bloodbats filled the cave as Wang Chen enveloped himself in a layer of chaotic spirit flames to shield against any attacks. Indeed, some of the bloodbats attempted to tear at his flesh, but they were all incinerated by the chaotic flames or repelled by his protective artifacts, leaving a pungent scent of charred demonic energy wafting through the cave. Wang Chen nearly retched but quickly stifled his breath. Amidst the continuous tremors of the tunnel, he propelled himself deeper into the cave, fully ablaze with chaotic spirit flames. Meanwhile, in the depths of the recently opened Blood Demon Cave, Qin Yifan abruptly opened his eyes, filled with a deep darkness. The 9 Yang Divine Body. It was him again. This time, I must kill him. Qin Yufan's expression was visibly deranged as he sprang from his meditative position and darted into the dark tunnel. His severed arm had regrown halfway, his eyes shrouded in darkness, and he grinned maniacally, clearly in a half-demon, half-human state. Moments later, Wang Chen, with his dragon eyes focused on the shadow rushing towards him like a fierce predator, swiftly evaded. The shadow collided violently with the tunnel wall, causing it to explode as if struck by a missile. Iron Head technique of demonic path, Wang Chen exclaimed, astonished by the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from the now returning origin Qin Yifan. It appeared this fellow had taken the opportunity to kill many mortals while the Taishu Xianzong was unguarded. An intriguing progeny of dark fate, indeed. Wang Chen exchanged glances with the blood-drenched Qin Yifan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tear his mouth apart. Qin Yifan, feeling the sting of Wang Chen's mocking smile like a needle piercing his heart, roared in fury. In the moment of his outcry, the sound of countless wings flapping erupted from behind him as the horde of bloodbats surged forth. Wang Chen, seizing the moment, scattered hundreds of thunder explosion talismans into the air, controlling their energy so they floated ominously. Explode his core. With a furious shout mimicking Qin Yifan's, Wang Chen flung his right hand into the air. As Qin Yifan's expression shifted to one of terror, hundreds of thunder explosion talismans shot forth, prompting him to unleash his demonic energy and flee in panic. Wang Chen likewise dashed in the opposite direction, aware that the subsequent explosions would certainly collapse the cave. The scene outside the mountain was monumental. The massive mountain, towering thousands of meters high, erupted with a deafening roar. The ground trembled violently as earth and trees were hurled into the sky, a spectacle of nature's wrath. As the dust settled, a disheveled figure emerged from the now flattened landscape. Qin Yifan gazed at his severed right arm once more, while soaring high in the sky, enveloped in a frenzied aura of demonic energy, his black eyes streaming with blood. With a sudden burst, Wang Chen erupted from the earth, standing gracefully in white attire, resembling a celestial being, exuding an air of ease. Various treasures adorned his neck, wrists, waist, and chest, radiating a soft glow to protect him. At that moment, for cultivators were drawn by the thunderous explosion and resounding noise. Friend, what is happening? They inquired, squinting at Wang Chen, who appeared like a celestial hero descending from the heavens, overwhelmed by the aura of regal dominance. Quick, Wang Chen, witnessing Qin Yifan's body gradually being overtaken by the remnants of the demon lord's soul, urgently attempted to warn the innocent cultivators below. Blood, blood. Yet, before Wang Chen could utter another word, the frenzied Qin Yifan lunged towards the four. Though their cultivation levels ranged from the first to second layer of the returning origin realm, they were unable to react to Qin Yifan's speed. With a sickening squelch, his left hand forcibly pierced through flesh. Wang Chen and the other three cultivators looked on in terror as one female cultivator was impaled through the neck by Qin Yifan. Just as one wave of chaos subsided, another erupted. Qin Yifan's teeth had transformed into razor-sharp fangs, his mouth widening as he savagely bit down on the head of the female cultivator. It's back. That familiar sensation. Qin Yifan, no. He should be referred to as Qin Mo, tilted his head back, chewing on flesh and blood, laughing maniacally with a mouthful of gore. As he feasted, his body began to emanate blood and demonic energy, and astonishingly, his realm seemed to experience a sudden breakthrough. Damn it. Why do these foolish cultivators suddenly appear to serve as my energy source? Wang Chen cursed inwardly, but unlike characters from television dramas, he could not simply watch as Qin Yifan continued to ascend in power. Laughing? How dare you? Wang Chen retrieved the last few royal-level explosive talismans from his storage space and charged toward Qin Mo, his fiery dragon pupil sharpened with intent. As he flung the final talismans, Qin Mo's figure flickered and surged toward him, evidently aiming to inflict a grievous injury. Boom. In an instant, as the explosive talismans detonated, both Wang Chen and Qin Mo were hurled backward through the air. Once they regained their footing, Qin Mo, heavily injured, stood suspended in the air, locking eyes with Wang Chen, who wore a grin. A jade pendant at his waist glowed, forming a protective green barrier around him. Qin Mo was driven to madness by this sight, utterly shocked by the vast disparity in resources compared to the sect's holy maiden's disciple. It was a stark contrast between a lowly cultivator and a celestial prodigy from the heavenly sect. Enraged, a pair of shadowy bloodbat wings unfurled from his back, and the image of a shadow bloodbat king manifested on his brow. Clearly, the shadow bloodbat king resided within Qin Mo, which explained why Wang Chen had not received any notification of task completion earlier. Haha. While you possess protective treasures, you certainly lack any explosive talismans now, Qin Mo boasted, his lips stained with either the blood of the female cultivator or his own injuries, grinning wickedly. Now it's my turn, I'll crush you. Just as he began to cackle again, a look of terror suddenly crossed his face, and he spun around to flee. Damn it, I will obliterate you, Wang Chen shouted, each hand gripping several remaining royal-level explosive talismans, pursuing the terrified Qin Mo. From below, the three cultivators peered skyward, witnessing a comically chaotic spectacle. The sky resembled a fireworks display, with thundering explosions and towering fireballs creating mushroom clouds. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Chen relentlessly pursued Qin Yafan, each detonation capable of leveling mountains. Fortunately, his numerous treasures shielded him, leaving him unharmed. Wang Chen lost track of time, oblivious to the increasingly unfamiliar terrain around him. Yet, he was keenly aware that this fortunate child of fate was exceedingly difficult to kill. Even after being blown apart, he stubbornly clung to consciousness and fled, leaving Wang Chen with no choice but to continue the pursuit. At one point, Qin Mo suddenly devised a counterattack, lunging directly at Wang Chen with his limbs severed, opening his mouth wide to bite his head. However, Wang Chen merely laughed, unleashing an icy sword intent that pierced through half of Qin Mo's skull. Remarkably, he still did not perish, demonstrating an astonishing willpower, bolstered by some unseen force. Wang Chen stared in disbelief as Qin Mo writhed on the ground like a worm, moving with incredible speed. "Brother, can't you just give up? Wouldn't it be less exhausting to die?" Wang Chen exclaimed, his body ablaze with chaotic flame energy, continuing to chase the rapidly writhing Qin Yafan. Thus, they pursued one another, the duration unknown, until the sky darkened. Meanwhile, at the Taishu Spirit Combat Arena, Jiang Lingxian flung her cold sword skyward, ascending rapidly as frost enveloped everything around her. The chilling air even seeped beyond the arena's barrier, shocking the audience into silence. Slash! Like a frost deity, Jiang Lingxian's sword. Seizing the sword hilt and swinging it down fiercely. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Holy Soul Realm, an elderly woman, lay helplessly on the ground, drenched in blood. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the arena's barrier cracked audibly before the astonished eyes of countless spectators. The fissures formed were minuscule yet swiftly mended. But many still stood in shock, gazing at her. "No, sister." The 4 elders on the grand platform and many high-ranking figures from various sects leapt to their feet, astonished. It was widely known that the Holy Soul Arena of the Taishu Spirit Combat required a 3rd layer of the Celestial Sovereign Realm to shatter. However, Jiang Lingxian's cultivation was perceived as merely the 9th layer of the Holy Soul Realm, yet she had managed to create a crack in the barrier. Although it was just a small crack, it was sufficient evidence that Jiang Lingxian could contend with a 1st layer Celestial Sovereign using her 9th layer Holy Soul Realm power. Jiang Lingxian felt slightly weary from the effort of concealing her Celestial Sovereign level while battling at the pinnacle of the Holy Soul Realm. Sensing that she still had 7 layers of spiritual energy remaining, she slowly descended, her thoughts drifting to a gentle figure, disciple upon thinking of Wang Chen. Her fatigue lessened significantly, and her icy, beautiful eyes scanned the enormous platform. Where is my disciple?" Jiang Lingxian surveyed the area, realizing Wang Chen was nowhere to be found. A hint of panic crossed her features as she hurriedly flew towards the massive platform. Chapter 50. Annihilating Qin Yafan. Eradicating a major threat. In the pitch-black night, adorned with stars, the Taishu Spirit Combat Arena blazed with lights like midday. As Jiang Lingxian descended from the grand platform, she swiftly moved toward Han Zun, an inexplicable unease in her eyes. "Master, where is my disciple?" Jiang Lingxian anxiously scanned the expansive platform, confirming that Wang Chen was indeed missing. She quickly inquired. Han Zun regarded Jiang Lingxian with a blend of admiration and mild confusion. He could not quite comprehend why Jiang Lingxian was so anxious over Wang Chen's brief absence. Earlier, he had mentioned needing to attend to some matters and would return shortly. Furrowing his brow, Han Zun, though puzzled, remained seated and reassured Jiang Lingxian. He mentioned some matters to attend to, so he should be back soon. Hearing that Wang Chen had informed Han Zun, Jiang Lingxian felt a slight sense of relief. "Please take your seat. You are undoubtedly the rightful victor of this Holy Soul Arena." Han Zun observed Jiang Lingxian and then glanced at the unoccupied Holy Soul Arena, his tone cool and indifferent. However, it seemed that Jiang Lingxian was oblivious to her surroundings, her head slightly lowered. It was only after Han Zun called her name a couple more times that she returned to her seat. Yet, her mind was occupied with the image of Wang Chen. And even as she sat down, she felt somewhat distracted, gazing down at her skirt in a daze. Surely, no, her disciple will undoubtedly return. But would he seek out Chu Yao to reminisce? After all, they were friends in their past lives. What kind of intimate gestures might they share? Would it be akin to how her disciple kissed her that day? No. I cannot indulge in such fanciful thoughts. My disciple is certainly not that kind of person. He would never visit those wild women, let alone kiss them. He can only kiss. No. As Jiang Lingxian pondered, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly shook her head to dispel her thoughts. However, with Wang Chen absent, her heart felt increasingly heavy, leaving her in a state of daze and helplessness. Xiener, is something troubling you? Han Zuan noticed Jiang Lingxian's demeanor and furrowed his brows in curiosity. It's nothing. I merely recalled something that may require my attention tomorrow, Jiang Lingxian replied, forcing a calm and icy fade as she lifted her head to respond lightly to Han Zuan. If you truly cannot return in time, I shall collect your prize on your behalf. Just remember to come and retrieve it. Han Zuan spoke as if he could see through Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, his cold gaze shifting towards the battlefield. At his words, Jiang Lingxian fell silent, contemplating that if Wang Chen did not return by tomorrow, she would first return to the sect to check on matters. She understood that she could not indefinitely restrict Wang Chen's freedom. He was a person, not her plaything. However, the old master of the Taishu sect, seated silently to the right of Han Zuan, observed this scene with an internal sense of foreboding. He had been preoccupied with affairs at the Taishu immortal sect until late at night, arriving at the Taishu spirit battle realm only to witness this. Han Zuan, as a master, was unaware of how much Jiang Lingxian cherished her disciple, but the old master of Taishu was well aware of it. Jiang Lingxian sat there, somewhat lost in thought. Her beauty invariably attracted glances, yet she remained indifferent to them. Tomorrow, just tomorrow. As her inner musings faded, 8 days swiftly passed. Outside an unnamed city, huh? Now let us see if you can escape this, Wang Chen declared, his right hand piercing through Qin Yefan's heart and striking the ground. His face cold and fierce as he gazed at the helpless Qin Yefan. Who are you? Why are you killing here? An elder suddenly flew out from the city, his eyes wide with anger. Such cruelty. Release him and surrender your treasures, and I may spare your life. Wang Chen looked up, utilizing his System S function to regard the elder, who stood high in the air at the 9th level of the Spirit King realm. TSK. There's always a fool who comes to rescue these fortunate children at the critical moment. Wang Chen felt a hint of apprehension, withdrawing his hand from Qin Yefan's heart and fixing his gaze on the elder. With 8 remaining royal-grade explosive talismans in his storage space, Wang Chen mused that it should suffice to deal with this situation. It was difficult to kill the fortunate children, but could an old fool like you be any harder to eliminate? Wang Chen, adorned with treasures, felt no fear towards the elder of the Spirit King realm. If need be, he could always escape using a teleportation talisman. Moreover, the elder in the sky seemed to be hesitating, clearly intimidated by Wang Chen's abundant treasures, only daring to utter threats without taking immediate action. With this thought, Wang Chen's heart regained its steadiness. Suddenly, he pivoted and, with a surge of power, struck down upon Qin Yefan's head. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Qin Yefan's skull shattered like a watermelon, leaving him utterly lifeless. Old One, ignoring my command, you shall perish. The elder of the 9th level of the Spirit King realm felt a surge of joy at the sight, seizing the opportunity to claim the treasures openly. Whoosh! In a flash, the elder appeared before Wang Chen, raising his palm to deliver a crushing blow to Wang Chen's head. With Wang Chen's level of cultivation, he could hardly react in time, but fortunately, a layer of azure barrier suddenly enveloped his body. Smack! The elder's palm struck the azure barrier encasing Wang Chen, causing him to momentarily freeze. Now is my chance. Take this. Wang Chen seized the moment to pull out 3 royal-grade explosive talismans, hastily stuffing them into the elder's pocket. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending both Wang Chen and the terrified elder soaring into the sky. Crack! Crack! The azure barrier before Wang Chen began to lose its strength, and as the fiery light faded, it shattered like glass, revealing numerous cracks. Meanwhile, out of Wang Chen's sight, the corpse of Qin Yefan began to stir slightly, slowly rising. As the dust settled, Wang Chen's gaze darted around, his expression sharpening as he thought to himself. Just as I suspected. From Wang Chen's vantage point, he first spotted the elder lying unconscious on the ground and a mass of mangled flesh writhing silently. The protective jade pendant at Wang Chen's waist shattered with a snap. It had previously emitted the azure barrier for defense. However, Wang Chen paid it no mind, his full attention captured by the squirming Qin Yefan, unable to tear his eyes away from the grotesque sight. Huh, almost let you escape. Wang Chen surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he rushed to the mass of flesh, grinning mischievously. As Wang Chen crouched down and extended his hand, he retrieved a wooden bucket, collecting all the mangled flesh within it. After ensuring he had not missed anything, he displayed a wicked grin once more. Next, Wang Chen inspected the corpse of the elder, removing the storage ring before gradually departing. Upon reaching a large stone in the forest, he placed the wooden bucket on the ground and unleashed a merciless surge of chaotic flames. Boom! A torrent of chaotic fire erupted, reducing Qin Yefan to ashes, accompanied by a wretched scream that echoed, half human, half demon. Ding! Mission accomplished. Eliminate Qin Yefan. Seize opportunities to prevent his resurgence and further enhancement of strength. Reward: divine essence of treasures has been distributed. Chapter 51. He, truly, is with Chu Yao. Ding. Mission accomplished. Defeated Qin Yefan's beast companion, Shadow Demon Bloodbat King. Obtained its internal Shadow Blood Demon Core. Reward, Sun Blood Demon Core. Simultaneously, 2 system notifications resonated, and 2 items appeared in Wang Chen's storage space. In reality, a glimmer of joy crossed Wang Chen's face as he beheld the remnants of Qin Yefan reduced to steam, revealing several items on the ground: a Shadow Blood Demon Core, a storage ring, a black jade pendant, and finally, a small 3-legged cauldron, which was still covered in dirt, clearly in an unactivated state. Host. It is the Royal Xian Cauldron, a treasure ranked among the top 100 in the entire cultivation realm. Wang Chen paused upon hearing the system's voice. Gradually coming to a realization, his face lighting up with delight. He hadn't expected to acquire the Royal Xian Cauldron, a treasure capable of alchemy, defense, and attack. All in one, something he had long coveted in his past life. In that previous life, this cauldron was cherished by the Danyang Emperor, who would not even allow others to gaze upon it. Although Wang Chen was unsure why it had come into Qin Yefan's possession, it was of no consequence. It was in his hands now. Despite the expenditure of numerous treasures and talismans, obtaining this unactivated Royal Xian Cauldron had essentially made up for his losses. If Wang Chen desired, he could trade it with the individual who had yet to become the Danyang Emperor for thousands of royal-grade explosive talismans. Homeward bound. Back to the warm embrace of my precious one. He. Wang Chen was in high spirits, singing a nonsensical melody as he cheerfully walked towards the city he had just seen, his mind drifting to the gentle embrace of Jiang Lingxian. He planned to use the teleportation array of that city to return to the realm of Tai Su Lingzhan, where he could finally go home. It occurred to him that today marked the 9th day in the realm of Tai Su Lingzhan, just in time to claim his ranking rewards. Soaring through the air, he joyfully descended at the entrance of a large city named Yixian City and stepped inside. At that moment, a figure in a black dress hurriedly approached, walking alongside him with a faint smile. "We meet again, Wang Wu," Chiao greeted, gazing at Wang Chen's handsome face and casually waving her hand. Wang Chen turned, momentarily surprised as Chu Yao's slightly enchanting and playful visage came into view. "Sister, wait for me." A youth rushed up from behind, laden with burdens, panting heavily as he caught up. "Chu Yin?" Wang Chen recognized him, having first met Chu Yin in his previous life before being introduced to Chu Yao. Now, however, the order was reversed. "Are you here in Yixian City for something? Do you need my sister's help?" Chu Yao inquired, noticing Wang Chen's dazed expression. Ignoring her brother's calls, her playful smile revealing genuine concern. "No, I'm heading back to Taisu Xian Zone. My wife is waiting for me," Wang Chen replied, correcting her as he introduced himself. He didn't intend to forge a deep connection with Chu Yao in this life, regardless of Jiang Lingxian's approval. It was simply not to his liking. Thus, he casually mentioned having a wife, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Jiang Lingxian's proud yet frosty demeanor. Nevertheless, he resolved to repay the debts of his past life when the Chu family's crisis arose. "Wife, you're married?" Chu Yao looked at Wang Chen in surprise. She had yet to develop feelings for him in this life, merely covering her mouth in astonishment. I must return to Taisu Lingzhan. Let us meet again next time." "What do you mean next time?" "I'm going to Taisu Lingzhan too. Let us go together. We can share the teleportation array." Wang Chen felt a tinge of frustration as he listened to Chu Yao. Much like in his past life, she was still somewhat frugal. Despite the Chu family's considerable power, she insisted on sharing the costs of the teleportation. "All right, let us go then." Wang Chen glanced at Chu Yao, and then at her brother, who was grinning at him. "Is this your brother?" "He is quite handsome." To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Wang Chen feigned ignorance, even though he was well aware. Chu Yin indeed possessed an attractive appearance, exuding a youthful charm, albeit with a hint of folly. "Of course. I'm a universal charmer. Even the Taisu Sanus might take a liking to me." Slap. Chu Yao, startled by his boldness, smacked his head, sending him stumbling backward. Hey. Wang Chen watched in amusement as Chu Yin tumbled to the ground, a smirk forming on his lips. "Shut your mouth, you fool. The Taisu Sanus is his master." As Chu Yao used her spiritual power to help him up, she playfully smacked his head again. Slap. Chu Yin, now upright, covered his head, looking quite aggrieved, his eyes apologetic as he turned to Wang Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was just bragging. I didn't expect the Taisu Santus to be your master." The 18-year-old Chu Yin quickly bowed his head in apology, his straightforward nature shining through. "Never mind. Let us head to the teleportation array." Wang Chen pulled the apologetic Chu Yin along, and the three approached the teleportation array's administrator, exchanging a few words before stepping inside. The distance to the city on the other side of Tai Su Lingzhan was uncertain. Yet the cost was a staggering 10 mid-grade spirit stones, although they had agreed to share the expense. It turned out that Chu Yao covered the entire cost since Wang Chen didn't possess any mid-grade spirit stones. In the end, Wang Chen offered her a medicinal pill of equivalent value, which Chu Yu politely declined. He quietly returned it to his storage space. As the three vanished into the teleportation array, a ripple of energy emanated from the array outside Tai Suxian zone. Suddenly, a group of people surged forth as the trio emerged from the teleportation array in Tai Suxian City. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, wondering why so many had gathered. Was a prominent figure or renowned beauty arriving? His bewilderment drew head shakes from Chu Yao and Chu Yin, signaling their ignorance. Just then, the crowd converged upon him, their collective gaze fixating not on the group, but solely on him. In that moment of astonishment, a figure radiating an intense chill materialized before him. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen and the others, exuding an almost palpable coldness. She gazed at Wang Chen for a long moment, her eyes betraying a mix of grievance and anger. Yet, upon noticing Chu Yao beside him, her fury dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of distress. A wave of panic surged through Jiang Lingxian, her heart constricting, leaving her breathless as she sensed the peculiar aura emanating from Wang Chen. He had truly spent so many days in Chu Yao's company. Chapter 52. Grievance, Fear, and Jiang Lingxian's emotional turmoil. Wang Chen found himself entranced by Jiang Lingxian's icy demeanor, realizing she was indeed upset. They stood merely a meter apart, locking eyes before she slowly extended her trembling right hand. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian fought against the tremors in her arm, cautiously reaching out to grasp Wang Chen's left wrist. Her heart raced with fear. She dreaded he might withdraw from her touch. Wang Chen remained in a daze, observing as Jiang Lingxian gently took hold of him. Chu Yao, Chu Yin, and the surrounding onlookers were equally bewildered, captivated by the unfolding scene. As Jiang Lingxian's palm finally enclosed Wang Chen's wrist, a sigh of relief washed over her, and she lifted her gaze slightly. Disciple, will you come with me? Please. Her eyes shimmered with unspoken grievance and a timid yearning as she cast a glance at Chu Yao. The beauty of Chu Yao filled Jiang Lingxian with trepidation, fearing that Wang Chen might be drawn to her and one day leave her side. What is going on? Taisu Saintus. Chu Yao noticed Jiang Lingxian's unusual demeanor, her brow furrowed in confusion. Moreover, she sensed a palpable tension in Jiang Lingxian's gaze, as if she were ready to strike at any moment. Currently, Chu Yao did not harbor feelings for Wang Chen, so she had not considered the implications of their rivalry over him. However, as Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, an inexplicable and peculiar thought arose in Chu Yao's heart. Could the esteemed holy maiden of Taishu be feeling jealous? But isn't she Wang Chen's master? Moreover, did Wang Chen not proclaim that he already had a wife? Jiang Lingxian, seemingly oblivious to Chu Yao's alluring yet confused voice, fixated intently on Wang Chen. If her disciple chose to accompany her, it would signify that he willingly wished to remain by her side. If he did not, then she could only, well. Wang Chen, caught off guard by the pitiful expression of Jiang Lingxian as she awaited his response, found himself momentarily at a loss, replying in a daze. Then we shall take our leave. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Farewell. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to pull him away, Wang Chen turned back to wave goodbye to Chu Yao and Chu Yin. It was precisely after he uttered this farewell that he suddenly felt a force gripping his wrist, causing his bones to ache painfully. However, the moment Jiang Lingxian heard a sharp intake of breath, that force quickly dissipated. Whoosh. This time, Jiang Lingxian did not even bother to tear through the void. With a swift motion, she and Wang Chen vanished in an instant. Left behind, Chu Yao and Chu Yin exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of bewilderment. They have departed, returning to the realm of Taishu. Sister, you have yet to claim your reward for being the first in the Danhai realm. Ultimately, it was Chu Yin, burdened with a large bundle, who broke the silence, leading Chu Yao through the crowd as they departed. At the entrance of the Taishu holy sect, the door creaked open. Jiang Lingxian, shivering from the cold, pulled Wang Chen into the room, her heart brimming with grievances. With a thud, as they entered, the door automatically closed and locked, activating hundreds of sealing formations that confined the room. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chen was instantly taken aback. Oh no! Wang Chen's heart sank at the sight. He truly did not expect Jiang Lingxian to resort to such measures once more. You are doomed, host. It seems you might genuinely be chained like a dog this time. The system's mocking voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind as he gradually regained his composure. Why? Why did you leave secretly? And why did you seek her out? Jiang Lingxian pressed Wang Chen against the wall, interrupting his words, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, her voice quivering uncontrollably. She had searched for 8 days, 8 whole days, scouring the entirety of the Taishu holy sect, the Taishu spirit combat realm, and the surrounding 1,000 miles. Yet, In the end, Wang Chen had truly gone to meet Chu Yao, and they had spent an undisclosed amount of time together. The mere fact that Chu Yao was a friend from Wang Chen's past life had nearly driven Jiang Lingxian to unleash her pent-up emotions. She feared that if she acted against Chu Yao, Wang Chen would come to despise her, repulse her, and distance himself from her. She did not want that. She wanted to possess Wang Chen, but she wished for it to be voluntary, not forced. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen, pinned against the wall. Her lips pouting in a pitiful manner, trembling slightly. Did you leave 8 days ago just to see her? No. Wang Chen began to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Lingxian's next words. But you only owe her a favor, not a person. You could have simply told me you wanted to repay her. You could have told me that if you wished, I could have annihilated all of the Chu family's enemies at any moment. Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand pressed firmly against Wang Chen's chest, pinning him to the wall. Her voice trembling with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. After uttering those words, Jiang Lingxian fell silent, gazing at Wang Chen with a look of profound sorrow. Her heart raced with anxiety. She was genuinely terrified of losing her disciple to another. She did not understand why she felt this way. Yet she could not quell her fear concerning anything related to her disciple. I truly did not meet her. I merely encountered her while teleporting back. And we happened to return together. Wang Chen spoke quickly, attempting to clarify. In the past 8 days, we only met once, and it lasted less than an hour. It is truly not as you imagine. Seeing Jiang Lingxian's emotional turmoil, on the verge of tears, Wang Chen hastily wrapped his left arm around her waist and gently cradled the back of her head with his right hand, carefully pulling her into his embrace, soothing her frantic and fearful emotions. He had never witnessed Jiang Lingxian display such vulnerability in his previous life, leaving him momentarily perplexed. He recalled that in his past life, even after months away from Jiang Lingxian, she would merely inquire after him without such emotional upheaval. Chapter 53. Master, may I kiss your lips? But why in this life? Could it be because I have died once? As the saying goes, one only learns to cherish what they have lost. Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment as Wang Chen held her close, instinctively struggling lightly. Yet, Wang Chen held her firmly, and upon feeling his warmth, she gradually calmed down. Eventually, Wang Chen tilted her face against his chest and buried his face gently in her silky hair. As he embraced her, the atmosphere in the room gradually fell into silence. This serene ambience persisted for an indeterminate duration. Jiang Lingxian felt the reassuring presence of Wang Chen, and her nearly uncontrollable emotions of grievance and fear began to stabilize. However, tears still stained Wang Chen's white garments, and she slowly lifted her beautiful face. Is it true? Jiang Lingxian gazed up at Wang Chen, her red eyes pleading as they looked into his. At that moment, she no longer sought to discern the truth. She would believe whatever Wang Chen said. Even if he was deceiving her, she would willingly embrace the lie. I swear, I am not deceiving you. Wang Chen looked into Jiang Lingxian's enchanting face, gently ruffling her hair, and whispered softly, It's all right, I will not leave you. As he comforted her, Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, then gently closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as a sense of security enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt a soft touch on her cheek, causing her to stiffen momentarily. This sensation was familiar. Her disciple was kissing her cheek again. Yet, Jiang Lingxian remained silent, merely tightening her embrace around Wang Chen, allowing him to proceed. Master, may I kiss your lips? For the first time in a sober state, Wang Chen called out to Jiang Lingxian, evoking her to lift her gaze once more. Their deep-set eyes locked, the pupils shimmering slightly as they exchanged glances. Wang Chen leaned in, the tip of his nose gently brushing against Jiang Lingxian's delicate one, their breaths mingling. Jiang Lingxian's eyes, adorned with unshed tears and a hint of red, were undeniably heart-wrenching, evoking a desire for protection. As Wang Chen's lips grazed Jiang Lingxian's soft ones, he prepared to deepen the kiss. No, I cannot. Jiang Lingxian felt her body weaken slightly as she turned her cheek away, her voice heavy with rejection. This led to Wang Chen's kiss landing at the corner of her lips, causing her delicate form in his embrace to shudder imperceptibly. Wang Chen slowly withdrew his face, his expression visibly filled with disappointment as he lowered his head in silence. After a brief period of somber atmosphere, Jiang Lingxian glanced back, only to find Wang Chen's face devoid of words, a profound sense of loss etched upon it, tugging at her heart. If only she had not turned away. At this moment, regret washed over Jiang Lingxian as she gazed at the dejected Wang Chen, uncertain of how to comfort him. Oh, host, your tea brewing skills have truly advanced. Leave me be. I am genuinely heartbroken. Even after reaching the point of our lips nearly touching, she still turned away. How tragic. Wang Chen felt a mix of anger and exasperation as he scolded the system within his mind. Just then, peck, a kiss, is not permissible, but would this suffice? Jiang Lingxian gently withdrew her lips from Wang Chen's face. her voice soothing as she looked at him with a pitiful gaze. The voice in Wang Chen's mind that had been berating the system faltered, and he raised his eyes to meet Jiang Lingxian's, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and her expression filled with vulnerability, leaving him utterly bewildered. Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of self-consciousness under his gaze, her ears and cheeks blooming with an unnatural hue. At that moment, as she exchanged that brief kiss, she sensed a fragment within her heart shatter, replaced by something else. Wang Chen's plan to transcend their master-apprentice relationship had not unfolded as he had anticipated, yet it undeniably progressed further than before. I didn't feel it earlier. Could you kiss me again? Wang Chen leaned closer. But Jiang Lingxian was too bashful to respond, her body frozen as if she couldn't hear him at all. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, startling both of them, and they turned their attention toward the door. It is my master. Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of panic wash over her, akin to being caught in a forbidden act by a parent. Wang Chen, sensing the urgency, reluctantly released his hold on Jiang Lingxian, knowing she would have to pull away soon anyway. Jiang Lingxian blinked in surprise, gazing at Wang Chen for a moment before suppressing her overwhelming reluctance. She quickly turned away, producing a white handkerchief to dab at her eyes, taking a moment to compose herself. Once she felt her expression returning to a semblance of normalcy, she adjusted her disheveled dress and stepped toward the door. With the sound of numerous formations activating, the door creaked open. As it swung ajar, Hanzun's icy gaze fell upon Wang Chen standing within. You've returned, good. Hanzun cast a cold glance at the troublesome Wang Chen before addressing Jiang Lingxian with a calm demeanor. Furthermore, recently within the sect, Hanzun proceeded to impart some words of caution to Jiang Lingxian, to which she merely responded with a nonchalant Then I shall take my leave. Remember to keep a close watch on him. He is quite concerning. Understood. Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze, her response cool and composed. With a click, the door closed behind Hanzun, and the formations once again rose, seemingly intent on trapping Wang Chen within. As Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, she silently approached a nearby chair and sat down. Reflecting on her intimate interactions with her disciple, she found herself in a daze. Earlier, she had acted as if she had lost her senses, solely focused on comforting his despondent emotions, leading to, it's nothing. Just a kiss on the cheek. As long as I don't cross any boundaries, it should be fine. Jiang Lingxian exchanged glances with Wang Chen, continually reassuring herself to find some semblance of peace. Little did she realize, this self-encouragement would become a recurring theme until ultimately, Wang Chen would consume her completely. Chapter 54. One seeks to entice, while the other aims to resist. Both reflected on the earlier scene, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. Wang Chen was aware that he might be confined for 10 days to half a month, only to be released once Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness was satisfied. He had begun to grasp the extent of her possessiveness, which had evidently taken on a somewhat obsessive tone. From their recent encounters, it was clear that he was akin to her antidote. Only in his presence did she find solace. With this realization, Wang Chen lifted his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, who sat in the center of the room, stealing glances at him from time to time. He took a step forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly against the floor. Though he acknowledged his inferior cultivation, it did not imply that his methods of teasing would be any less effective than hers. Each step he took felt like a heavy hammer striking Jiang Lingxian's heart. What does he intend to do as he approaches? Jiang Lingxian's heart inexplicably fluttered with anxiety, prompting her to subtly shift her posture and turn slightly away. Just as Wang Chen reached her, he noticed her timidly turning her back to him, her hands awkwardly resting on her lap, her feet shifting shyly, which elicited a chuckle from him. What a perfect opportunity. Come here, let me hold you. Wang Chen crouched down, extending his arms gently around her waist. Jiang Lingxian's form stiffened, and in a flurry, she grasped his hands, attempting to pry them away as she stood up. Wang Chen felt the force of her hands and nearly lost his grip, almost allowing her to escape. As she stood, he quickly embraced her from behind, their bodies now aligned closely. Let go. You must. Release me. Jiang Lingxian's face burned with embarrassment, her cheeks flushed as she struggled against his hold, tugging at his hands. Fine. If you manage to pull my hands away, I promise I won't embrace you again. Wang Chen, feeling her grip loosening, tightened his embrace slightly, leaning in to whisper in her ear. He then relaxed his hold, allowing her to escape if she chose to. Yet, Jiang Lingxian froze momentarily, her hands gradually ceasing their symbolic tugging. After a brief silence, then, I suppose I can only allow this once. Jiang Lingxian finally conceded, her voice cool yet laced with a hint of shyness, utterly enchanting. Good. I promise I won't hold you again next time. Wang Chen gently rested his face against her shoulder, his lips brushing against her flushed ear as he spoke softly. No. I cannot. Jiang Lingxian felt a tightening in her chest, her thoughts spiraling as Wang Chen's closeness rendered her utterly flustered. You keep saying you can't, so tell me. Do you wish for me to embrace you often? Or never again? Wang Chen leaned closer, inhaling her faint, refreshing scent, teasingly stirring her feelings. Jiang Lingxian felt her mind ablaze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. If I don't answer, so be it. If she refuses, then so be it. Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hands, distancing his body from hers, his strategy of alluring yet withholding taken to the extreme. However, even as he fully released her, Jiang Lingxian remained standing with her back turned, offering no reply. This is troublesome. The situation spiraled out of control, had he known. He would have simply embraced her and shared a restful slumber together. Wang Chen felt a sudden pang in his heart as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's alluring silhouette, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Oh well, what's done is done. He had already made his move, since he had stirred her emotions. There was no need to be excessively greedy. Wang Chen continually reassured himself, yet the mocking laughter of the system erupted suddenly in his mind. Haha, silly host. You tried to play hard to get, and now look where it has led you. You? Wang Chen, who had been gradually calming down, felt his temper flare up at the system's taunts and began to curse it in his mind. Haha, you're panicking now. Laughing emoji system. You. Just as Wang Chen was about to unleash another wave of insults in his mind, a sudden gust of cool air brushed against him, and a delicate figure clung to him. Wang Chen. System. No. Don't hug me. Jiang Lingxuan's slender arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her flushed face pressed against his ear as she spoke haltingly. From her stuttering tone, it was evident how much resolve Jiang Lingxian had summoned to act this way. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by her unexpected gesture, his mind momentarily blank. Just as he began to react and prepare to return the embrace, Jiang Lingxian abruptly released him. At that moment, waves of embarrassment surged through her, compelling her to flee the scene. Wang Chen, still bewildered, exchanged a brief glance with the bashful Jiang Lingxian before she swiftly vanished from the room. Hey, don't go. Wang Chen reached out to grasp the empty air, calling out in haste, but the vast emptiness of the room was devoid of anyone else, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. TSK. Her teasing skills far surpass yours. She flirts and then leaves, leaving one with lingering fantasies. The system's voice, which had suddenly gone silent, resumed, dripping with sarcasm towards its hapless host. Get lost. Wang Chen shot back, then removed his flip-flops, feeling the heat of his body as he lay down on Jiang Lingxian's bed. Taking a moment to breathe and calm himself, he finally opened his eyes once more. Wicked woman, teasing and running away without a care. I want tea sleep tonight. You can guard the outside. Wang Chen knew Jiang Lingxian would likely return later in the night, so he turned his attention to his personal interface. Wang Chen. Physique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, peak of the 4th layer of returning origin. Technique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space, Jiang Lingxian's million top-tier spirit stones. A complete set of new women's intimate apparel, the void severing sword, the remnant soul token, the old man's ring, the storage ring, Yin blood demon Dan Yuan, Yang blood demon Dan Yuan, the 3-legged royal Xian Ding, and other treasures. Origin points, 114, 523. Comprehensive evaluation, a being at the 4th layer of returning origin. Wang Chen first examined his storage space, separating various items one by one. The protective talismans were the most abundant, all gifted by Jiang Lingxian, making him feel as if he were in the presence of a stunningly beautiful little rich woman. Chapter 55, The Talisman of Heavenly Secrets. By the way, I wonder how things are faring in the Void Spirit Battle realm. Facing 100 foes, I should have undoubtedly claimed first place. But I wasn't there to secure my position, so I'm unsure if it will count. It seems I must inquire with Jiang Lingxian tomorrow. As Wang Chen surveyed the treasures in his storage space, he suddenly recalled the ranking rewards from the Void Spirit Battle realm and began to ponder. System. How much are these items below the king rank worth in origin points? He then organized the unnecessary treasures in his storage space and asked the system in his mind. Ding. 7 yellow rank items, 13 Xian rank items, 8 earth rank items, 3 heaven rank items, totaling 880,000 origin points. But this system, feeling pity for you, will round it up to 1 million origin points. You? Honestly confess, how much have you devoured? Ding. The question posed by the current host pertains to a divine level secret. This system cannot answer, haha. All right. So this is how you're going to play it. Wang Chen watched the system's antics, unable to suppress a chuckle. Though he was still irritated, muttering all right 3 times in frustration. However, he did not truly wish to blame the system, for it had been his companion for a millennium and had developed a bond. Moreover, in his past life, when he was besieged by countless foes, the system had made numerous attempts to save him, though alas, what a pity, the origin points were insufficient. Then will you convert? Once converted, the host can draw from the million origin points lottery, and the million prize pool holds wondrous treasures. Convert. Hurry up. Hearing the system's enticing mechanical voice, Wang Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead and chose to convert. Watching his origin points transform into a million, he felt a peculiar sense of reassurance. After some calculations, Wang Chen realized he still had 2 king-rank treasures and 2 emperor-rank treasures. Additionally, he had a saint-rank supreme treasure still within his soul, a soul source that combined both defensive and offensive capabilities at the heavenly sovereign level. Originally, there were 3 emperor-rank treasures, but one of the pendants had shattered, its divine essence lost, leaving him to see if he could repair it later. After organizing these items, Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the black jade pendant and the old man's ring within his storage space. The old man's ring was obtained from Yiqing, while the black jade pendant had been acquired after vanquishing Qin Yafan. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen took out the black jade pendant. Whoosh! The moment Wang Chen extracted the black demon lord's remnant soul jade pendant, a fierce surge of demonic energy rushed towards his brow. Then, it violently collided with the soul source given to him by Jiang Lingxian, which was of heavenly sovereign caliber and was instantly obliterated. A piercingly tragic scream echoed through his mind, causing Wang Chen to involuntarily close his eyes. Fool! Wang Chen glared at the obliterated remnant soul of the demon lord within his mind, which had now become nourishment for his soul, cursing simultaneously with the system. Wang Chen fiddled with the black jade pendant, noticing that aside from a character etched on it, it was of little use. However, it might prove useful when he ventured into the demon wasteland of the 8 desolate continent. Contemplating this, he silently stowed it away and then turned his gaze to the old man's ring, which was conceptually similar to the demon lord's remnant soul. Wang Chen carefully extracted the seemingly inert storage ring, cautiously sending a wisp of his soul into it. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Chen found himself in an entirely different realm, surrounded by blankness, with a small pavilion nearby. It resembled the miniature world Jiang Lingxian had opened up. Yet this small world contained numerous items, books, techniques, and treasures, culminating in the presence of a transparent old man's remnant soul. You have arrived. The transparent old man's remnant soul sat in the pavilion within this blank realm, his voice imbued with a sense of antiquity. The old man then produced a teapot, quietly beginning to brew tea, eventually pouring 2 cups. Wang Chen, sensing the old man's cultivation level, which was even below the spirit-building realm, felt somewhat reassured and stepped forward. Please sit. I have lived for over 20,000 years, my life marked by solitude. Before I depart, having someone to accompany me for a moment brings me satisfaction. Seated in the pavilion, the transparent old man, with his white hair and face lined with the passage of time, bore no trace of worldly desires in his eyes. Little old man, logically speaking, your soul should not be so insubstantial. Wang Chen settled into the pavilion, his fingers brushing the teacup as he furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed. It was so just a few days ago. However, foreseeing my impending demise, I exerted all my effort to divine your fate. You are an otherworldly demon, rejected by the heavens of this realm, and in the future, you will undoubtedly accumulate a multitude of enemies, akin to Yiqing. However, whenever I attempt to calculate others, I am met with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, forcing me to cease my efforts. The old man with white beard, upon hearing this, let out a carefree laugh, raised his teacup, and took a sip. Remarkably, the tea was indeed consumed. Detection complete. This is joyous heart tea, which has the effect of calming the soul and mind, with no abnormalities. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen smiled and lifted his teacup, following suit. Oh, are you not afraid I might poison you? The white-bearded elder was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with a strange light as he gazed at Wang Chen. Not afraid at all, master of destiny. You can calculate the heavens and the earth, even the fates of immortals. I have heard of your name and your character. Wang Chen set down his teacup, smiling as he regarded the elder, whose sudden trust left him momentarily speechless. They were indeed enemies, yet in this instant, the master of destiny had not anticipated such a degree of trust from someone who merely recognized his name. At that moment, a ray of sunshine seemed to rise within the master of destiny's heart. If only they were not enemies. Who would have thought that there are still people in this world who remember me? Realizing this, the elder burst into laughter, but as he did, his translucent soul became increasingly transparent. Drip. In the midst of laughter, tears of the soul involuntarily fell onto the table, and his essence gradually dissipated. Young one. Beneath the table lies a celestial technique. If you need it, take it freely, asking for nothing in return, only the hope of passing it on. This technique has never been imparted to anyone, so you need not worry. With that, the remnants of the Master of Destiny's soul dispersed, leaving no chance of revival. Wang Chen sat quietly, gazing at the fading essence before him, rising to his feet. From our perspectives, neither of us has committed wrongs. Enmity is merely enmity. However, your ease in facing death earns my respect, Master of Destiny. Wang Chen poured another cup of tea, slightly bowed, and placed it on the table before him. His eyes filled with reverence. Finally, he gathered the items from this realm into his storage space and retrieved the technique from beneath the table. Celestial calculation. Inscribed upon the ancient tome were 4 characters, a legacy from the Master of Destiny dating back 20,000 years. This confirmed that the greatest opportunity of Yi Qing's life had been seized by Wang Chen. Chapter 56. The Results of Celestial Calculation. After withdrawing his soul from the Elder's Ring, the storage ring on Wang Chen's hand gradually transformed into shimmering light, dispersing into the cosmos. Observing the additional resources below the royal tier in his storage space, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the celestial calculation technique. As the ancient tome appeared in his hands, he settled onto his bed, diligently perusing its contents. The celestial calculation technique, as its name suggests, allows one to calculate the heavens and the earth. And when cultivated to perfection, even the fates of deities can be discerned. However, this depends on one's cultivation level and proficiency with the technique. Otherwise, one may suffer severe backlash. The Master of Destiny himself was a prime example. While calculating Wang Chen, who was protected by the system, he inadvertently rendered his once solid soul transparent. Wang Chen did not immediately begin practicing the celestial calculation. Instead, he meticulously organized the important items in his storage space. Being Blood Demon Essence and Young Blood Demon Essence were combined at the system's behest into a fist-sized Young Blood Demon pill. However, as he currently had no beast companion, he could only store it in his storage space, unable to utilize it. Wang Chen then turned his attention to the unactivated tripod of the Royal Profound and the divine nature of the treasure. The divine nature was a small orb of light floating in his storage space, yet to be bound to a treasure. Ah, perfect. Let us bind it to the Royal Profound. With a thought, Wang Chen grasped the floating divine nature and forcefully fused it with the Royal Profound in his storage space. With a resounding snap, a dazzling light erupted from within the storage space as the tripod of the Royal Profound levitated, continuously emanating spiritual light. Observing the Royal Profound and the divine nature merging in midair, Wang Chen silently withdrew his spirit and returned to consciousness. System. I require the anti-dizziness potion. I shall forego sleep today and ensure she receives the punishment of being teased and then abandoned. Ding. A fee of 10,000 has been deducted for the purchase of the intoxicating incense and toxic pills, totaling 10,000 source points. Ding. The intoxicating incense and toxic pills card has been used. Duration, 12 hours. As the system's response faded, the room was filled solely with the sound of Wang Chen flipping through the ancient tome. Meanwhile, beneath the bed, a small furnace emitted a colorless, odorless gas that provided tranquility. Outside the Hall of the Supreme Saintess, in a small pavilion, Jiang Lingxian sensed the lingering presence of energy within the Hall of the Supreme Saintess, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. I suppose I shall wait a while longer. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of impatience, but, sensing the unrest within the hall, could only suppress her feelings of emptiness. Sitting in the pavilion, her thoughts drifted back to the embrace of her disciple earlier that day, a wave of warmth washing over her, his body warm and fragrant. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the Hall of the Supreme Saintess, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed, a gentle satisfaction blooming within her. Yet, as the minutes passed, that subtle smile began to fade, returning to her usual cool demeanor. Why, has my disciple fallen asleep yet? Jiang Lingxian found herself increasingly restless, yearning to hold her disciple once more, yet Wang Chen remained fervently awake, clearly not sleeping. It was a peculiar sensation, being able to sense what Wang Chen was doing yet being unable to reach out. Jiang Lingxian felt herself nearing her limits. After a moment, she composed herself, her slender fingers gently brushing her cheek to ensure she was not flushed. Then, she rose gracefully from her seat in the pavilion. With a whoosh, accompanied by a gust of wind, Jiang Lingxian vanished from the pavilion. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, engrossed in his reading, remained oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's silent arrival in the room. If Jiang Lingxian, at the level of a heavenly sovereign, truly wished to remain undetected, Wang Chen would not have noticed her unless he looked up. Jiang Lingxian stealthily approached Wang Chen, careful not to make a sound, positioning herself not far from him. At that moment, Wang Chen was still focused on the ancient tome of celestial calculation in his right hand, while his left hand was deftly calculating. Wang Chen, with the book in one hand and his fingers deftly moving, was deeply engrossed in understanding the celestial calculation technique. Exuding the aura of a youthful immortal assessing the current state of the world, Jiang Lingxian leaned in slightly, sensing Wang Chen's presence and feeling her heart settle. Her disciple's earnest demeanor was strikingly handsome. Standing silently beside Wang Chen, her eyes glimmered, and the more she observed him, the more her affection grew. Yet, with each passing moment, her desire for possession intensified within her heart. When one is deeply focused, they become oblivious to their surroundings. Such was Wang Chen at this moment, his left hand tirelessly calculating the events of past and present. In just a few hours, Wang Chen had made significant progress in his calculations, delving into the matters of his previous life. If the Master of Destiny were to learn of this, he would surely envy Wang Chen's talent to the point of spitting blood. After all, the Master of Destiny had spent over a decade merely to reach the initial stages, and over 10,000 years to achieve mastery. Now, Wang Chen's first calculated inquiry was, how did Jiang Lingxian truly reincarnate? As Wang Chen's left hand moved faster and faster, he suddenly encountered a block at a certain point, feeling the thumb forcibly pinched in place. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback as countless calculations surged through his mind. The calculations revealed that many years hence, a certain emperor would perish, and the empress would witness this demise unfold before her eyes, plunging her into madness. Subsequently, the calculations depicted a torrent of sword energy sweeping across the 26 domains of the vast wilderness, casting an icy pall over the entire expanse. The entire wilderness, along with the surrounding seas, would remain enveloped in a perpetual state of frost and snow, with various beings struggling to survive. Until, however, at this juncture, due to Wang Chen's lack of proficiency in divination, he found himself stalled, unable to progress further in his calculations. This was puzzling. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, Jiang Lingxian was not present before him. Hadn't she been in seclusion? Could it be that she arrived at the scene just as he self-destructed, bearing witness to his demise? Yet, this too was uncertain, for he was still not adept at celestial calculations, and it was possible he had erred. Wang Chen squinted slightly, gazing at his immobilized left hand, his thoughts churning as a sense of irritation gradually arose within him. Ugh, how vexing. He tossed the celestial calculation manual onto the bed, massaging his weary head, fatigued from the exertion of divination. Just as he lifted his gaze, Jiang Lingxian's delicate face, marred by a slight frown of cool curiosity, came into view. Wang Chen was startled, nearly unleashing the chaotic flames he had conjured in his right hand, but fortunately, he reacted in time. Oh, what are you doing? He inquired, slowly retracting his nearly unleashed force, his heart still racing as he looked at Jiang Lingxian. I noticed you seemed to be engaged in some calculations, so I refrained from disturbing you, not realizing I would startle you. Standing before him, Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze slightly, her cold tone tinged with a hint of apology. I just finished some calculations and felt a bit fatigued. Wang Chen waved his hand, indicating it was of no concern, rubbing his temples before putting away the celestial calculation manual. Then let us rest. A flicker of anticipation ignited in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, prompting Wang Chen to observe her intently. After a moment of shared gazes, she became acutely aware of her own uncharacteristic behavior and hurriedly suppressed her burgeoning excitement. I don't wish to sleep, unless... Unless what? Hearing Wang Chen's sudden pause, Jiang Lingxian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unless you sleep with me. A subtle, mischievous smile crept onto Wang Chen's face as he regarded Jiang Lingxian's increasingly frozen expression, reveling in his own triumph. He had gradually mastered the art of teasing Jiang Lingxian, leveraging his own presence as a form of playful threat. As the saying goes, a strategist must immerse themselves in the game. Of course, this was only applicable in this life. Had it been his previous one, Jiang Lingxian would have merely cast him a cold glance or even rolled her eyes. Is that permissible? I'm feeling quite fatigued, and only with you beside me can I find rest. Observing Jiang Lingxian's stunned expression, Wang Chen seized the opportunity, his voice laced with longing and hope. In that moment, after a brief daze, Jiang Lingxian fell into a contemplative silence. It seemed she wanted to voice something, yet the words were cloaked in a shroud of embarrassment, rendering her momentarily speechless. Well, if you refuse, I shall take to the floor and continue my training, as that too will restore my energy. Wang Chen's tone carried a hint of disappointment and resignation as he prepared to rise from the bed and head for the floor. However, just as he brushed past Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly felt his sleeve tugged tightly. What is the matter? Wang Chen struggled to suppress a grin that threatened to break free, furrowing his brow in confusion as he turned back to her. Jiang Lingyan, her stunningly beautiful face flushed, bit her lip in nervousness. After a moment of silent exchange, she seemed to summon her resolve. I agree to your request. But don't misunderstand. I'm only considering your fatigue from the calculations. Jiang Lingxian's melodious voice grew softer, as if she herself doubted her own words. Had she not realized earlier that the intoxicating fragrance of the night wouldn't work on Wang Chen, she surely would not have acquiesced to such a request. Really? Wang Chen fixed his gaze on her, feigning ignorance of her unease, and inquired softly. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the warmth flooding her cheeks, forcing an air of calm as she responded in a low, cool tone. Thank you, my beloved fairy sister. Wang Chen was amused by her seemingly embarrassed demeanor, leaning closer to her face. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by his sudden proximity, instinctively stepped back, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. All right, let us go. Time for bed, hee. Wang Chen, undeterred, swiftly kicked off his slippers and leapt onto the bed. Pulling the covers over himself, he nestled into the inner side of the bed, propping the blanket up with his left hand while patting the space beside him with his right, inviting her in. You go ahead and sleep first. Jiang Lingxian, appearing a bit bashful, softly suggested as the room darkened. She contemplated luring Wang Chen to sleep first, intending to confirm he was truly asleep before joining him, allowing her to embrace her disciple as she usually did. No, I can't sleep like that. Come up. I want to touch you. I'll just lie here, Wang Chen pleaded, reaching out to gently grasp Jiang Lingxian's slightly cool hand. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily dazed, flinched at his touch, hastily withdrawing her hand in the darkness. All right, fine. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian ultimately relented, slipping off her shoes and cautiously sitting on the bed. Finally, Wang Chen felt the enchanting presence beside him as she lay down, a wicked smile spreading across his face. As Jiang Lingxian settled on the bed, her heart raced uncontrollably, feeling Wang Chen's gentle hand cover her with the blanket. Just hold on through this moment. Once he is asleep, everything will be fine, she reassured herself, feeling the warmth radiating from him. The room fell into a deep silence, and Jiang Lingxian focused on the increasingly rapid rhythm of Wang Chen's breathing. Wait, rapid? A flicker of alarm shot through her as she turned to look at him, only to feel her waist suddenly enveloped in his embrace. What are you doing? Wang Chen held her tightly, despite her struggles. Didn't you say during the day that you wouldn't mind being held? I'm just giving you a gentle hug. Why the strong reaction? He questioned, gazing at her face. I. Jiang Lingxian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words as she met his gaze in the darkness. If you truly don't wish for me to hold you, then break free from my embrace now. Wang Chen, misinterpreting her stuttering as reluctance, sounded despondent. After saying this, he gradually relaxed his grip, no longer holding onto the slightly resisting Jiang Lingxian. However, at this moment, Jiang Lingxian gradually ceased her struggles, basking in the reassuring warmth of Wang Chen's body. This is the final time. Next time, you must not embrace me without my consent again. In the darkness, Jiang Lingxian felt an inexplicable heat rise to her cheeks, her voice softening from its usual coldness, as if she were coaxing Wang Chen. All right. Wang Chen's face brightened with evident joy, and he tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian, pulling her fully into his arms. Startled by his sudden grasp, Jiang Lingxian instinctively let out a soft sound, feeling a strange daze envelop her. Thus, Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian in his arms until the late hours of the night. Just as Jiang Lingxian, with a flushed face, believed Wang Chen had finally fallen asleep, she slowly extended her hands to gently encircle his waist. However, just as she intended to bury her face in the crook of his neck, she suddenly felt a hand slip beneath her skirt. No, don't pinch. Chapter 58. Both realizing their mistakes smack. The following morning, within the sacred maiden hall of Taisu, Wang Chen lay on the bed, feeling guilty, with his left hand covering the mark left solely by Jiang Lingxian. A handprint. The imprint on his left cheek was red but not swollen, both handsome and amusing. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian sat coldly in a chair not far away, her beautiful, icy gaze fixated on him. Wang Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him. After stealing a glance at her, he quickly lowered his head, too afraid to speak. The slap he received last night was not immediate. It erupted only after Jiang Lingxian could no longer endure it. This was because, as Wang Chen touched her, he noticed her delicate form gradually losing the strength to resist, becoming soft and pliable. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen quickly measured her waist with his hands. Just when he intended to gauge the size of the protective shield in his storage space for Jiang Lingxian, the seemingly weakened Jiang Lingxian was startled and, despite her frail state, unleashed her cultivation. Wang Chen vividly recalled the sharp sound of a slap and the burning sensation on his left cheek, which immediately rendered him obedient. If only I had known yesterday not to push my luck so far. Nestled under the covers, Wang Chen peeked at the frost-faced Jiang Lingxian. Feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, his heart heavy with regret. The quiet atmosphere lingered in silence for quite some time, as Wang Chen occasionally stole glances at Jiang Lingxian. His guilt-ridden demeanor was undeniably adorable. Yet, as delightful as it was, he resolved never to allow her to embrace him again. He would be the one to hold her. Jiang Lingxian, observing Wang Chen's furtive glances, felt her heart melt at his guilt-ridden expression. Simultaneously, she resolved inwardly that in the future, she would be the one to embrace Wang Chen, ensuring he would never hold her again. After a while of secretly watching, Wang Chen realized Jiang Lingxian was still upset and decided against further glances. It was better to let her cool down. After all, the fault did not lie with him. Contemplating this, Wang Chen turned away from Jiang Lingxian, facing the wall in silent resignation. There was no escape for him, so he could either cultivate, sleep, or tease Jiang Lingxian. With his back to her, he closed his eyes, his mind swirling with memories of Jiang Lingxian's shy and delicate demeanor from the previous day. Disciple, why do you look at me? Jiang Lingxian, initially cold, noticed Wang Chen's lack of attention and furrowed her delicate brows, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Does he think I am ignoring him and is angry? Her icy demeanor softened as her mind raced, contemplating how to mend their relationship. After sitting in contemplation for a while, Jiang Lingxian, faced with thoughts of Wang Chen, found her head nearly clouded with frustration before finally formulating a plan. Moments later, clad in a flowing white gown with hair cascading to her waist, she gracefully rose from her chair and made her way to the bed. Tap, tap, tap. Oh no, doesn't he intend to slap me again, does she? Hearing the footsteps behind him, Wang Chen instinctively tensed within his covers, bracing himself. As the footsteps halted beside the bed, he quietly pulled the blanket over his exposed face. He genuinely feared Jiang Lingxian might notice the unevenness of his cheeks and might deliver another slap to his right side. However, to Jiang Lingxian, the sight of him hiding beneath the covers caused her heart to tighten. Disciple, is he truly angry? Should I have refrained from striking him last night? Had I known, I would have simply pushed him away. But then she recalled that she had already pushed Wang Chen away, and it was only when she felt there was no other option that she had resorted to hitting him. What to do? What to do? Jiang Lingxian stood frozen at the bedside, her gaze shifting anxiously towards the blanket enshrouded Wang Chen. After much contemplation and failing to devise a solution, she slowly extended her slender hand to gently poke the blanket. Disciple, no, don't act rashly. Let us talk it out. I was wrong. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish her sentence, an instinctive Wang Chen swiftly threw off the covers, cradling his face with his hands. Hastily admitting his fault, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's reaction, staring at his face, which was now hidden behind his hands. After a couple of seconds, she regained some clarity, realizing why he was acting this way. So, it turns out the disciple thinks he is at fault too. Thus, I need not apologize. No, it's fine, but you must not act so recklessly in the future. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Lingxian responded coolly, aligning her tone with Wang Chen's admission of guilt. All right. Whatever you say is fine. Wang Chen, relieved to see Jiang Lingxian not holding a grudge, smiled. Despite the lingering sting on his face, the slap was delivered with restrained power, given their vast difference in cultivation levels, rendering him unable to dissipate the effects. Jiang Lingxian, observing Wang Chen's joyful expression despite the 5 distinct finger marks on his face, felt a pang of guilt. Sit up. I will tend to the injuries on your face. Jiang Lingxian smoothed her gown and elegantly seated herself on the edge of the bed, her cool voice resonating softly. Wang Chen wasted no time in sitting up. But as he did, he inadvertently tangled himself in the blanket. Oh no, he exclaimed as he instinctively lunged toward Jiang Lingxian, hands reaching for her neck. Yet, a sudden chill enveloped him, gently but firmly preventing him from advancing any further. No mischief, you shall not embrace me again. Jiang Lingxian extended her long, delicate finger to press against Wang Chen's forehead, slowly pushing him back down. No, I merely stumbled over my own feet. It was not my intention to. Wang Chen, feeling the pressure on his forehead, awkwardly attempted to maintain a casual demeanor. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, intently watching him for a moment before gradually leaning closer, her exquisite face nearing his. Wang Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and leaned down slightly, his lips pursed. What are you doing? Jiang Lingxian, observing Wang Chen's intention to kiss her, pinched his uninjured cheek, furrowing her brows slightly. No, it's nothing. My lips just felt a bit itchy, so I pouted. Wang Chen, caught off guard by her pinch, was momentarily dazed before responding awkwardly. Chapter 59. The sound of love, the silence of love, do not move. No tricks. Jiang Lingxian offered no response, gently whispering as her right hand reached toward Wang Chen's left cheek, preparing to make contact. Wang Chen was startled when she suddenly reached out towards his face, causing him to flinch, his left eye involuntarily fluttering a few times. A soft laugh escaped Jiang Lingxian as she found his adorably fearful reaction amusing. But she quickly stifled her laughter upon realizing it. I wish to see you smile again. Wang Chen, captivated by Jiang Lingxian's smile, felt a lingering desire to hear and see more of it. No, you must be mistaken. I do not move. His words were interrupted as Jiang Lingxian, with a serious demeanor, began to release a gentle chill to heal his wounds. Wang Chen felt the chaotic flame energy within him stir, slowly gravitating towards the hand she placed on his left cheek. That familiar sensation returned, and he found his gaze drawn to Jiang Lingxian's exquisite figure, his body warming. What is wrong with you? Jiang Lingxian, still unaware of the situation, stared at Wang Chen, who was breathing heavily. Nothing at all. Wang Chen snapped back to reality, quickly biting his tongue to regain his composure. Fortunately, this discomfort was far less intense than the previous occasion, making it somewhat bearable. As he observed Jiang Lingxian quietly healing him, an idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. If she could invoke the chaotic flame energy within him, could he not also draw upon her cold energy? Would she then experience the same discomfort he did, yearning for? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chen shook off the thought hastily, just as Jiang Lingxian gradually retracted her hand. By the way, regarding the reward from the last Taishu spirit battle arena, is there still a share for me? As he felt the heat dissipate, he posed the question he had intended to ask Jiang Lingxian the day before. Yes, here it is. Jiang Lingxian produced the storage ring given to her by the cold sovereign, opening her delicate palm to present it to Wang Chen. Thank you. I adore you. Wang Chen accepted the storage ring with his right hand, his left forming a small heart gesture. While taking the ring, he playfully scratched her fair, rosy palm. Jiang Lingxian felt her ears redden from the teasing and quickly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her waist. This little rebellious disciple truly seemed to constantly think of ways to tease her. Yet, why did she not find it distasteful? In fact, there was a hint of enjoyment in it. Gazing at Wang Chen, who looked at her with a grin, Jiang Lingxian felt something within her quietly sprouting and growing. However, every time she attempted to grasp that peculiar feeling, it eluded her, as if it were merely an illusion. Sister Lingxian, how long do you intend to keep me here? Wang Chen, not in a hurry to inspect the contents of the storage ring, tilted his head in curiosity while sitting on the bed. Yet, Jiang Lingxian clearly did not wish to answer this question, her gaze dimming slightly. If it were possible, she would want to keep Wang Chen by her side for eternity, able to see him at all times. But that was clearly unfeasible. Considering Wang Chen's heart, he would surely grow to resent her after being confined for too long. Eventually, he might even find her repulsive, unable to stand the sight of her. Each time Jiang Lingxian thought of this, it tugged at her heart. She was neither a pervert nor a fool and understood this fundamental truth. She could only confine Wang Chen's body, not his heart. Keeping him imprisoned would only backfire. Thus, she would eventually have to let him go. Jiang Lingxian did not wish to become a source of disgust for Wang Chen. She did not desire that. Her character was quite unique, resembling that of a Yandere yet remaining entirely rational, making her interactions with Wang Chen both uncomfortable and pleasurable. You should meditate here for a while. I will handle the matters outside. In response to Wang Chen's question, Jiang Lingxian ultimately chose to evade it and change the subject. Well, Wang Chen hesitated at her words, but Jiang Lingxian had already turned and torn through the void, leaving the room. Clearly, she was choosing to avoid the issue. Reluctant to release Wang Chen just yet. At the very least, she hoped he could stay with her a few more days. Just a few days. Let it be. Jiang Lingxian likely would not be twisted enough to wish to confine him for a lifetime. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian well. In his past life, she would not have acted this way, evidently developing some peculiar traits after his demise. Wang Chen shook off his thoughts, channeling a strand of his soul to retrieve the top-tier gathering spirit array flag from the storage ring. However, as soon as his soul entered, he was taken aback. The storage ring contained not only the top-tier gathering spirit array flag, but also another item. Frog Fun. Host. The pseudo-emperor tier heavenly sovereign banner. Incredible! The system exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the item, shouting within Wang Chen's mind. Wang Chen stared blankly at the pseudo-emperor tier weapon, a golden banner nearly as tall as a person, engraved with 4 fire phoenixes and 4 golden dragons entwined around a majestic character for emperor. Below the emperor tier, there were no esteemed tiers, only the sacred tier. which corresponded to the treasures used in the sacred soul realm and the heavenly sovereign realm. Sacred tier treasures were a significant threshold, as emperor tier treasures could easily crush sacred tier ones, unless a treasure failed to advance to the emperor tier, resulting in it becoming a pseudo-emperor tier treasure capable of withstanding attacks from emperor tier treasures. Did Jiang Lingxian give me the pseudo-emperor weapon she won as well? Wang Chen stared at the imposing banner for a while, feeling an inexplicable sensation welling up within him. Clearly, in this lifetime, the cold sword she wielded was only of the sacred tier. If his love for Jiang Lingxian was vocal, then hers for him was silent love. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Chen gradually focused his soul and placed the pseudo-emperor tier heavenly sovereign banner into the system's storage space. Subsequently, he glanced around his now empty room, feeling a mix of gratitude but lacking anything to embrace. Ultimately, he retrieved 8 top-tier gathering spirit array flags, tossing them around himself. Array, activate. Consume the cultivation pills, consume. 1 drop of sacred tier flame source, consume. Enter cultivation state. Days passed in a blur of cultivation and playful teasing with Jiang Lingxian. After half a month, a resounding crack echoed within Wang Chen, as if a barrier had shattered, unleashing a powerful aura. 9th layer of the returning Yuan realm, breakthrough. The formation sealing the room rippled under the force of his newfound energy. This time, Wang Chen did not conceal his aura, and Jiang Lingxian's figure quickly appeared in the room, a hint of panic in her eyes. Upon realizing Wang Chen had merely broken through without any issues, she finally relaxed, gripping a small peach blossom branch in her hand. Your cultivation has advanced again? Yes. Wang Chen did not hide anything from Jiang Lingxian. Standing up from the bed, he smiled at her in acknowledgement. System. Adjust my cultivation to the 6th layer of the returning Yuan realm. This will allow me to relax my guard during fights. Ding. Deducting 10,000 source points. Cultivation aura adjusted to the 6th layer of the returning Yuan realm. Little Lingxian, why are you hiding your hands behind your back? Wang Chen no longer referred to her as fairy sister, as their titles had evolved over these past few days. Do not call me that. However, Jiang Lingxian, clearly displeased, frowned in response. Yet when she saw Wang Chen approach to inspect what she was hiding, she quickly retreated 2 steps, refusing to let him see. What is so mysterious? As Wang Chen lunged forward, just as he was about to catch a glimpse, Jiang Lingxian hurriedly concealed whatever she held in her hand, making it vanish without a trace. There was nothing. After putting away the item, Jiang Lingxian appeared considerably more composed, though a faint hint of embarrassment lingered in her gaze directed at Wang Chen. Noticing this, Wang Chen scratched his head, his expression toward Jiang Lingxian somewhat peculiar. However, since she chose not to reveal anything, he decided to let it go. After some contemplation, Wang Chen decided it was time to present her with the clothing he had previously measured for her waist 2 weeks ago. Lingxian, close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. He approached Jiang Lingxian, grinning as he urged her to shut her eyes. No, Jiang Lingxian promptly rejected without a second thought. Clearly having been subjected to Wang Chen's tricks multiple times before. This time it's genuine. I wouldn't deceive you. Jiang Lingxian hesitated, caught in a moment of contemplation about whether to close her eyes or not. Hurry up. This is truly a surprise, a magnificent one, I promise. Wang Chen urged, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unable to resist the allure of his gleaming gaze, Jiang Lingxian, after a moment's hesitation, pursed her lips slightly and reluctantly complied, gently shutting her beautiful eyes. Rustling sounds filled the air as Wang Chen swiftly retrieved 6 pieces of clothing from his storage space, the packaging crinkling noisily. All set, he exclaimed, holding 3 pieces in each hand before Jiang Lingxian. At his words, her long, exquisite lashes fluttered as she stood before him, slowly opening her captivating eyes. The next moment, upon seeing the garments in Wang Chen's hands, Jiang Lingxian froze, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. This little rebellious disciple. Who on earth gives their master such clothing? Wang Chen stood before her, his own ears slightly reddening, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment while holding the 6 pieces of clothing. Yet, he forced himself to maintain a calm facade, smiling brightly at Jiang Lingxian, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Beep. Hidden task activated. Convince Jiang Lingxian to accept and wear a complete set of newly designed women's intimate apparel. Reward. A complete cat-eared maid outfit. Beep. Triggered consecutive hidden task. Get Jiang Lingxian to don the cat-eared maid outfit. Reward. Enhanced function for decorative couple S necklace. Beep. Triggered consecutive hidden task. Personally adorn Jiang Lingxian with the decorative couple S necklace. Reward. A golden card that compels one to speak the truth. Wang Chen, his ears slightly burning, he stood frozen in place, listening to the system's series of task notifications. It was already quite a challenge to gift her an entire set of intimate apparel, and now he had to ensure she wore it. After a brief pause, He exchanged a glance with Jiang Lingxian, whose cheeks had turned a shade of rosy red. Sister Lingxian, please take these. I have meticulously prepared them for you. Wang Chen extended the bag containing the 6 garments toward her. The truth was, he had indeed taken considerable time preparing this gift, having frequently contemplated whether the protective gear would fit her. Although he never measured it directly, he could gauge it visually, and it seemed quite suitable. I don't like it. I don't want it. Moreover, I am your master from your previous life. Even if you are unwilling to acknowledge me as your teacher now, I still count as one who gifts their master such garments. Jiang Lingxian's embarrassment escalated, her face aflame as she instinctively turned away, particularly flustered by her last statement. What of it? Does that not make me your rebellious disciple? Wang Chen retorted, his previously imposing demeanor waning as he adopted a more playful tone. Just accept them. I've been preparing this for nearly a month. He stepped closer to face Jiang Lingxian again, filled with hope that she would accept his gift. Even if you do not wear them, my intentions are what matter. Standing before the blushing Jiang Lingxian, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. The sight of her flushed cheeks was simply too adorable. Jiang Lingxian's face did not turn uniformly red, but rather exhibited a gradient from left to right, reminiscent of a shy expression hiding behind her hands. Why not? Wang Chen asked, noticing her reluctance, his tone tinged with disappointment. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts as she gazed longingly at the garments. Do not feel obliged, if you truly do not wish to accept them. I will simply give them to someone else. Wang Chen pretended to consider putting the garments back into storage, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Jiang Lingxian's heart raced at the thought of Wang Chen giving the clothing to someone else, particularly to Chu Yao, as these were indeed women's garments. The mere notion sent her into a panic, as memories of Wang Chen returning with Chu Yao flooded her mind. To her, anyone else equated to Chu Yao? No. No way. Just as Wang Chen was about to put away the last piece of clothing, Jiang Lingxian suddenly grasped his wrist. Wang Chen was taken aback, looking into her eyes, which were unexpectedly glistening with unshed tears, filled with a pleading expression. What is it? Holding the final piece of protective clothing. He was momentarily confused by her sudden action. I. Jiang Lingxian hesitated, her gaze lingering on the garments in his hands. Refusal is refusal. Do not feel pressured. Although I prepared them with great care, it seems I must ultimately part with them. Such a pity. I wonder if they will suit anyone else. Wang Chen saw her struggle to find the words, and added fuel to the fire, preparing to withdraw the last piece. I want them. Do not give them to anyone else. Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, her eyes filled with urgency as she reached for the bag containing the clothing. In that moment, she was akin to a protective feline, desperate to possess the garments intended for her alone, unwilling to let any other unworthy soul touch them. You just rejected them, and now you want them. You are clearly toying with me. I am no longer inclined to give them to you. Wang Chen feigned irritation, gently pulling the clothing back. Jiang Lingxian watched helplessly as the garments slipped from her grasp, her anxiety reaching its peak, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Standing there, she bit her lip, unsure of how to proceed, her eyes pleading with Wang Chen for guidance. What must I do to receive them? Her gaze fixated on the clothing in his arms, her desire intensified. She could not allow another woman to tarnish the garments Wang Chen had intended for her. You can hug me and give me a kiss, and I will give you everything. How does that sound? That's, well, fine then. As Wang Chen interrupted her, he pretended to gather the last piece of clothing in his hands, causing Jiang Lingxian to become quite flustered. At that moment, it seemed as though 2 figures were wrestling in her mind, one resisting and the other pushing against that resistance. Her rosy cheeks reflected a profound hesitation, leaving her bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Well, never mind. I shall not put you in a difficult position. Consider this piece a gift. She finally relented. Observing her distress, Wang Chen, appearing somewhat exasperated, gently extended his hand, offering her the small protective pants adorned with an adorable strawberry pattern. Jiang Lingxian swiftly accepted it, cradling it like a treasured gem, as if fearful it might be snatched away. What about the other 5 pieces? She asked, her arms tightly hugging the clothing while her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Wang Chen. Those are what you chose to discard. You requested only this one, he replied, his lips curling in a slight smirk as he opened his empty palms in resignation. This tactic was a clever maneuver, enticing her with a single piece of candy while concealing 5 others that required conditions for her to obtain. The dynamics of their interaction had shifted. Jiang Lingxian had initially resisted Wang Chen, but now it was he who was denying her. Suddenly, the system's voice broke through the tension, announcing, "Host. A second child of destiny, Su Bei, has entered the Taisu immortal sect and is requesting an audience with the Holy Maiden." The unexpected notification momentarily startled Wang Chen. who had been gazing at Jiang Lingxian. Su Bei. A figure from his past began to materialize in his mind, the very child of destiny who had sought to propose marriage to Jiang Lingxian at the Taisu Immortal sect. Su Bei was the newly appointed saint of the Hua Long Immortal sect among the four great powers of the Bahuan continent, and his intended was evident. Presently, Su Bei's cultivation appeared to be at the 9th level of the Danhai realm. After all, not all saints were as formidable as Jiang Lingxian. In a previous life, Su Bei had been sent packing by Jiang Lingxian without Wang Chen lifting a finger. Strangely, upon seeing Wang Chen beside Jiang Lingxian, Su Bei had mistakenly believed that her reluctance to marry was due to him and had blamed Wang Chen for it. Wang Chen couldn't quite fathom whether fate was orchestrating his downfall or if Su Bei simply possessed a rather deficient intellect. Time is of the essence, host. We must make our exit swiftly. Find an opportunity to eliminate him for peace of mind, the voice urged. If I recall correctly, Su Bei carries a wealth of treasures, including the famed Blood Cry Demon Blade, ranked among the top 100 magical weapons in the cultivation realm. Their exchange, though seemingly prolonged, lasted no more than 3 or 4 seconds. Regaining his composure, Wang Chen turned his attention back to the increasingly distressed Jiang Lingxian. Little immortal, you need not kiss me. Perhaps we could negotiate for you to let me out instead. As he spoke, he handed her the clothing, intending to intercept Su Bei on his way back to the sect. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture sent Jiang Lingxian's heart into a whirlwind of turmoil. At that moment, as Wang Chen was preoccupied with the garments, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him. Before he could react, he found himself stumbling slightly as Jiang Lingxian collided with him, her arms wrapping around his neck. Kiss. Please, don't. Leave, she murmured. Her enchanting visage flushed with a charming blush as she gazed up at him with a pleading expression. Despite having never mentioned a desire to depart over the past days, she now felt a sudden urge to escape, fearing that her constant refusals had angered him. With tears welling in her eyes, she pressed her lips together, imploring him with a look of desperation. Please, don't go. As Wang Chen remained silent, the urgency in her voice grew, prompting her to steal another kiss on his cheek, continuing her entreaty. Wang Chen, momentarily at a loss, was taken aback by her earnestness. Yet, upon seeing her distress, he felt a pang of guilt for his lack of response. I can let you go, but please don't leave my side. Is that all right? Jiang Lingxian, unable to withstand his silence any longer, reluctantly acquiesced, burying her face into his ear in a gesture of reluctance. As Wang Chen felt her warmth enveloping him, he finally regained his senses. With her delicate face pressed against his, he found her smooth skin comforting. He gently set aside the remaining garments, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and lifting his gaze slightly, sensing Wang Chen's intent to turn his face towards her. Jiang Lingxian felt a mix of confusion and sorrow, raising her face to meet his gaze. You are resisting me. When it was always you who wanted to embrace me, she thought, her heart racing as she looked into his eyes. Just as the tears began to spill from her eyes, her expression turned blank as she realized Wang Chen was leaning closer. Their faces drew near, and in that moment, she felt an intoxicating haze envelop her, instinctively leaning into his embrace. As Wang Chen's nose brushed against her cheek, their lips barely touched, preparing for their first kiss when a series of knocks reverberated from outside. Ignoring the interruption, Wang Chen pressed his lips gently against hers, eliciting a slight tremor from Jiang Lingxian, who remained frozen, her tear-filled eyes wide with surprise. Overwhelmed by the sensation, she felt her mind whirl in confusion. Unsure of how to react, Wang Chen, on the other hand, was captivated by the softness and coolness of her lips, tinged with a faint sweetness reminiscent of strawberries. In the charged atmosphere of their first kiss, both felt a sense of unfamiliarity, their bodies entwined and breaths mingling in heated anticipation. Even Jiang Lingxian, with her cold physique, felt a warmth coursing through her, as if oxygen had been momentarily deprived from her mind. Gradually, she appeared to drift into a daze, her long eyelashes fluttering as she clung to him, her body growing weaker. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. With a soft sigh, they slowly parted, their lips glistening and breaths rapid, gazing at each other in a silence that lingered for ages. Wang Chen, noticing her bewilderment, leaned in again, as if seeking to repeat their earlier kiss. However, Jiang Lingxian, feeling slightly dazed, promptly lowered her face, resting her forehead against his chest. At that moment, her exquisite features were adorned with a rosy hue, resembling a timid kitten as she nestled against him, her damp lips pressed together in quietude, exuding an irresistible charm. Wang Chen understood that she needed time to process this new experience. After all, transitioning from 0 to 1 is a formidable challenge, while progressing from 1 to infinity is a far simpler endeavor. Given Jiang Lingxian's nature, he anticipated that once she regained her composure, she would likely resist any further advances from him for some time. Nevertheless, when she eventually allowed him to draw nearer again, he would be ready to explore new boundaries. Very well, I promise you, Wang Chen murmured, gently caressing her head resting against his chest, tenderly running his fingers through her beautiful hair. Just then, the persistent knocking from outside resumed, the visitor evidently having waited long enough in vain for a response. However, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious, wrapped in each other's embrace for quite some time. These are all for you. These garments were created solely for your sake. Even if you refuse them, I shall not offer them to anyone else, Wang Chen gently said as he released Jiang Lingxian from their warm hug. He then retrieved the remaining 5 pieces of clothing, his voice soft and tender. As he spoke, he handed them to Jiang Lingxian, whose enchanting face was flushed with embarrassment. She shyly averted her gaze, her lovely hands delicately grasping the 5 garments and cradling them close to her chest. At that moment, both her ears and cheeks were aflame, and she felt as though she might be completely overwhelmed by heat. Jiang Lingxian, the esteemed holy maiden, seemed to have shed all remnants of her dignified presence, resembling instead a bashful young girl. The atmosphere in the room lingered in silence until the gentle sound of knocking on the formation outside broke the tranquility. The crisp tapping of the formation brought the two back to reality. You should put those away. I ask nothing of you. Just wear them secretly for me in the future, Wang Chen said, affectionately ruffling Jiang Lingxian's hair while sporting a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's face turned a deeper shade of crimson, feeling both resistant and strangely delighted by the touch. Yet, she took a step back, lowering her gaze at the 6 adorable garments in her hands, and began to quietly put them away. My master has been waiting outside for quite some time. I must go check. She finally spoke, lifting her flushed face to look at Wang Chen with an awkward softness. May I take you with me? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Wang Chen took a couple of steps forward, causing Jiang Lingxian to instinctively retreat. Her innocent appearance exuded a sense of vulnerability, as if she feared that Wang Chen might lean in for another kiss. Who would have anticipated that a being of her stature, the holy maiden of the sacred soul realm, would be so easily flustered by Wang Chen? A mere adept of the returning origin realm? Xian, please allow me to accompany you. I truly have matters to attend to, Wang Chen pleaded, stepping closer to her once more. But, you must not leave my side. You promised me. Jiang Lingxian replied, her gaze lifting slightly. Meeting Wang Chen's advancing form, she took another step back, responding hastily, all right. I promise, if I wish to leave, I will tell you. As Wang Chen advanced step by step, Jiang Lingxian began to feel overwhelmed, retreating in a slight panic. Do not come any closer. Eventually, her back pressed against the door, and she gazed at Wang Chen, her embarrassment spilling forth in a soft cry. The knocking from outside had ceased, seemingly aware that the occupants within were unwilling to respond. Unbeknownst to the cold and elegant Hanzun outside, her beloved disciple was currently ensnared in a predicament created by Wang Chen. Originally intending to assist Hanzun, Jiang Lingxian found herself flustered and distracted by Wang Chen's presence. Then may I kiss you again next time? Wang Chen's right hand propped against the door beside Jiang Lingxian's flushed ear, his handsome face betraying a hint of eagerness. Jiang Lingxian offered no reply, her cheeks and ears aflame as she turned to make a hasty exit. If you do not answer me, I shall not let you leave. Wang Chen swiftly blocked her path, staring at her in a daze. Just as he was about to speak, the myriad formation sealing the room suddenly dissipated, and the door swung open with a resounding click. Hey! Wang Chen stumbled forward, struggling to maintain his balance, his limbs flailing to prevent a fall. Just as he managed to regain his footing, he felt an unfamiliar chill envelop him, causing him to tumble to the ground. As he pushed himself up, cursing under his breath, he suddenly locked eyes with the cold and striking Hanzun standing not far from him, his words caught in his throat. What were you about to say? Hanzun's icy gaze met Wang Chen's, her voice laced with a chilling tone. In nothing. I was merely going to say, hello, master ancestor, Wang Chen stammered, hastily standing upright and offering a nervous greeting. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from within, her previously flushed cheeks now devoid of color, returning to her usual serene demeanor. You two alone together in a room is one thing, but why were you both so tardy to emerge? Hanzun arched an eyebrow, her gaze harboring a hint of suspicion and displeasure. I just returned to my quarters, and my disciple was meditating. Besides, he could not bypass the formations I set. Jiang Lingxian replied, her expression calm and collected, her heart steady as she met Hanzun's icy gaze. I hope it is as you say, and not some scandalous play of teacher and disciple. To be cautious, Hanzun remarked, scrutinizing the two. Her instincts hinted that something was amiss. Rest assured, master. For these past days, my quarters have only housed my disciple, and I visit the Taishu cave for meditation late at night, Jiang Lingxian stated, walking beside Wang Chen with an air of nonchalance, casting a fleeting glance his way. Wang Chen met her gaze, captivated by Jiang Lingxian's unapproachable demeanor, reminiscent of a past life. If not for his nightly escapades, he might have been swayed by her words. Reflecting on the nights when Jiang Lingxian would confide in him, her tear-streaked face revealing her vulnerabilities, he found it hard to reconcile the two images. The once frosty demeanor would soften, her voice turning tender and plaintive, filled with sorrow. Most endearing were the moments after her secret sobs when she would nestle her warm face against his neck, seeking comfort before drifting into a tranquil slumber. With such thoughts, a smile almost broke free from Wang Chen's lips, which he fought to suppress. "Let us go. There are matters at the Taishu main hall that require your attention." Upon hearing this, Hanzun observed the two for a moment longer before making a gentle gesture with her hand. "Go." Accompanied by the intangible power of the void emanating from the cold sovereign, the figures of the three individuals instantly vanished. Creak. Thud. After their departure, the doors of the hall of the great void slammed shut with a resounding boom, activating an invisible formation. Except for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, no one else was permitted entry. In the grand hall of the Taishu sect, a total of 20 seats lined each side, where the inner elders of the sect convened to discuss matters. "How do you find the conditions we proposed, sect master of Taishu?" one elder inquired, seated beside Su Bei, who donned an exquisite black robe woven with golden threads. "Moreover, if our two sects were to unite through marriage, becoming in-laws would deepen our ties and instill fear in the other two great sections." The sect master of Taishu appeared helpless as he sat quietly in the main seat of the hall, observing the attendees who dared not speak out of turn. He feared that a single misstep in his words might provoke Jiang Lingxian's wrath, and with their master present, he could not retaliate. Among the disciples of the Cold Sovereign, she held a special affection for Jiang Lingxian, and their master-disciple relationship had never been publicly acknowledged. To the outside world, it was believed that the Cold Sovereign had only one disciple, Jiang Lingxian, unaware that the sect master of Taishu was also her disciple. However, the Cold Sovereign had never shown favoritism. It was merely the sect master's status that necessitated discretion. "Let us wait until our sect's saintess arrives to discuss further. We shall consider her wishes," the sect master of Taishu said, gently rubbing his temples while discreetly wiping away the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and three figures, weary from their travels, entered with an air of calm. "Cold Sovereign, saintess." The dozens of attendees in the hall quickly rose, clasping their hands in respect and bowing. The Cold Sovereign nodded slightly in acknowledgement before leading Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen to the main seat, where they settled down. Wang Chen remained standing silently beside Jiang Lingxian, his gaze fixed intently on Su Bei. Feeling Wang Chen stare, Su Bei frowned, his irritation evident as he glanced back. The son of the Dragon Transformation sect's ancestor, born into privilege, had developed a twisted sense of superiority, believing that calamities would always be resolved in his favor. A hint of malice flickered in Su Bei's eyes as he assessed his prospective betrothed's disciple, drawing attention. TSK. Indeed. This fool Su Bei remains unchanged in this lifetime. Wang Chen smirked, regarding him like an immature child, his expression tinged with mockery. Noticing Wang Chen's demeanor, Su Bei leaned closer to one of the elders at his side, whispering a few words. Upon hearing Su Bei's remarks, the elder turned his gaze to Wang Chen but shook his head in disapproval, indicating that Su Bei's intentions towards Wang Chen were futile, especially considering the saintess's disciple. "Honorable Cold Sovereign and Saintess, what do you think of our proposed marriage conditions? Furthermore, my son possesses the Dragon Flame sacred body. The saintess need not worry about compatibility." The elder who had previously suggested the marriage conditions, the ancestor of the Dragon Transformation sect, spoke again, eliciting a frown from Jiang Lingxian. Even after living another life, Wang Chen felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced at Jiang Lingxian, acutely aware that she would likely reject the proposal. Yet, he could not fathom why he felt so tense. "Sienna, what are your thoughts?" the Cold Sovereign inquired, directing her gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, who was furrowing her brows at the Dragon Transformation sect's leader. "Not favorable," Jiang Lingxian replied coldly, slightly turning her head to meet Wang Chen's gaze, which bore a hint of apprehension. Seeing Wang Chen's apparent nervousness stirred an inexplicable sense of delight within her. It turned out that her disciple was also anxious about the prospect of being taken away. "Let us return. Henceforth, do not bring up marriage matters with me, or I shall eliminate the suitor directly." Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze shifted towards Su Bei, whose stature paled in comparison to her disciple, her voice chilling. "Why?" Su Bei, who had thought his proposed conditions would guarantee victory, stood up in surprise, questioning her vehemently. "Are you a dog? Do you not comprehend human speech?" Jiang Lingxian retorted, her disdain palpable. "Moreover, have you considered your own cultivation level? Do you truly believe you are worthy of the Taishu saintess?" who stands at the 8th or ninth tier of the sacred soul realm. Wang Chen took a cautious step forward, furrowing his brow at Su Bei, convinced that he was utterly deranged. How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak here? Su Bei's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed an accusing finger at Wang Chen, anger welling in his eyes. How bold? Then let us engage in a life-and-death duel. Do you dare? Wang Chen, unyielding, stepped forward, his white robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, his voice booming. He recalled that Su Bei's most formidable treasure was merely of the sacred tier, and defensive at that, not offensive. Meanwhile, he possessed the Emperor tier heavenly banner bestowed by Jiang Lingxian, making it an effortless task to deal with Su Bei, though he was at a significant cultivation disadvantage. The power of a pseudo-Emperor tier artifact would compensate greatly. As the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, some of the attendees casually munched on spiritual fruits, observing the unfolding drama. Su Bei, caught off guard by Wang Chen's boldness, felt his words falter, his face reddening in disbelief at the challenge for a life-and-death duel. Scanning the room, he realized everyone was watching him. To refuse would be to lose all face. I possess a sacred tier defensive dragon jade from my father. And your cultivation level is only at the 6th tier of the returning origin realm, he thought, though he was actually at the 9th tier. I will fight. Su Bei gritted his teeth, determined to proceed, not believing Wang Chen could possibly have an Emperor tier artifact. The elder beside him, the ancestor of the dragon transformation sect, did not intervene, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. Since a marriage alliance was off the table, and given the already strained relations between the two sects, eliminating a prodigious talent from the Taishu sect would be a boon. With the dragon jade he had gifted Su Bei, only a pseudo-Emperor tier or Emperor tier artifact could hope to defeat him. At that moment, the entire hall turned their attention to Wang Chen, bewildered by his audacity in challenging Su Bei to a duel. Bring it on. I, the illustrious son of the dragon transformation, a formidable practitioner of the Danhai realm, have no fear of a mere returning origin waste. Su Bei shouted, his anger directed at Wang Chen, emboldened by the influence of the chicken sauce law. Finally, he had fallen into the trap. The Kuan transformation law proved effective against such dim-witted individuals. Prepare to face the wrath of the pseudo-Emperor tier artifact. Wang Chen's heart swelled with excitement. Battling someone so coddled by their sect would be immensely gratifying. Jiang Lingxian, seated calmly, tugged at Wang Chen's sleeve, her expression a mixture of confusion and endearing innocence. Do not worry, I have everything under control. As Wang Chen's soothing words resonated, the scene shifted too. In the Taishu spirit battle realm, on the Sacred Soul Realm arena. As for why it was the Sacred Soul Realm arena, it was evident to all that the battles were not merely between the two combatants, but rather a clash of their respective artifacts. At this moment, Wang Chen and Su Bei stood on opposite sides of the expansive arena, their eyes locked in a deadly gaze, each radiating intent to kill. Their gazes probed the other's strengths and weaknesses until the next instant. Heavenly Banner, Wang Chen, Su Bei, the observing dragon transformation ancestor, and the other guardians, the observing cold sovereign. In the corner, the venerable guardian of the Taishu sword tomb gazed at the unfolding spectacle, while the audience, comprising esteemed elders and disciples of both inner and outer sects, awaited the next act. Jiang Lingxian's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, a subtle arc of delight. Chapter 65. The Adorable Young Emperors, Xianding. The Heavenly Emperor's Banner. With a thunderous roar, Wang Chen suddenly brandished a banner that radiated an overwhelming aura of power, flinging it towards Su Bei, who had been locking eyes with him for quite some time. With a resounding shout, a dragon and a phoenix erupted from the banner, growing increasingly colossal as they charged forward. Upon executing this move, Wang Chen felt his spiritual energy swiftly deplete, his energy reserves dwindling to nothing. Before Su Bei could fully grasp the situation, a golden dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging at his chest erupted in a brilliant glow. Instantly, a massive azure dragon enveloped his form, just as the approaching golden dragon and fiery phoenix collided with it. The dragon's immense jaws clamped down fiercely on the azure dragon that shielded Su Bei, producing a sound akin to flames devouring a sponge, momentarily dimming the azure figure. Meanwhile, the fiery phoenix soared into the sky, hovering for a moment before diving down with tremendous force towards Su Bei. The sight of the three great phantom beasts of the Sacred Soul Realm clashing in defense and assault was nothing short of breathtaking, causing many spectators to widen their eyes in shock. Cease this at once. The elder of the Dragon Transformation clan, Su Yuan, bellowed as he soared into action. Do you wish to disregard the rules before all these witnesses? Naturally, Han Zun was not one to remain idle. He elegantly raised his hand, tearing the air apart to summon a colossal icy palm. Su Yuan, upon witnessing this, glared fiercely, his skin sprouting numerous azure dragon scales. Han Zun, observing Su Yuan's transformation, stood up, and for the first time in eons, a smile graced her icy visage, as Su Yuan hovered in midair. The sight of Han Zun's smile caused his imposing dragon aura to dissipate, his scales retreating. Han Zun, seeing him yield, reluctantly donned her cold gown and returned to her seat. Boom. At that moment, the massive fiery phoenix above Su Bei erupted in a powerful charge, igniting a tremendous blaze across the arena. A scream echoed as the azure dragon protecting Su Bei vanished in the inferno, leaving him to collapse to the ground. Engulfed in flames, the golden dragon and fiery phoenix, now stationary above the sacred soul arena, turned their gazes toward Wang Chen, who had summoned them. It seemed they recognized Wang Chen's inability to command them further, exchanging a knowing glance before retreating into the Heavenly Emperor's banner. Wang Chen, momentarily stunned, realized that all 8 dragons and phoenixes within the banner were indeed spirit entities. With his current ability, he could only summon 2, both of which appeared to be the weakest. Quick! Use the Sea Moon Spirit Spring to extinguish the flames, Su Yuan shouted, prompting the severely burned Su Bei to hurriedly reach for a vial of liquid to pour over himself. Despite its small volume, the moment it touched his skin, it extinguished the flames enveloping him. Wang Chen observed Su Bei, whose attire seemed to be a treasure in itself, likely a protective garment of the sacred tier, revealing only his face and hands. Supporting the Heavenly Emperor's banner with its pointed tip on the ground, Wang Chen steadied his slightly weakened form. At that instant, an unexpected silence enveloped the arena as both combatants recalibrated themselves. Su Bei, his face charred beyond recognition, slowly rose from his kneeling position, his crimson eyes fixed intensely on Wang Chen. Ding. Task: eliminate the Lux-favored son, Su Bei. Reward: 1 super furious golden card. The system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. As he regained his composure and gazed at the disfigured Su Bei in the distance, his resolve to eliminate him intensified. Now it is my turn. Suddenly, from afar, Su Bei's voice, raspy and strained, broke through the air, punctuated by a strange, sinister laugh. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Gen Water Talisman, Ice Fire Talisman, Dragon Transformation. Under Wang Chen's vigilant gaze, Su Bei, revealing bones through his burned hand, cast 3 talismans with forceful precision. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman soared upward amidst crackling lightning, while the Gen Water and Ice Fire Talisman struck the ground, creating a tempest of elemental chaos centered around them. With the final incantation of Dragon Transformation, Su Bei's form began to swell, his limbs morphing into azure dragon claws as he transitioned into dragon form. Wang Chen, witnessing the arena engulfed in flames, widened his eyes in alarm and quickly retracted the Heavenly Emperor's banner. Great doves, retrieve me. Just as Wang Chen prepared to summon protective artifacts from his storage, the floating 3-legged Xian Ding emitted the voice of a little girl. Without hesitation, he summoned it alongside his other treasures. How dare you? My great dove shall not be trifled with by mere talismans. As soon as the 3-legged Xian Ding materialized, it unleashed an adorable yet fierce proclamation. Before the crowd could react, the Xian Ding expanded and crashed onto the fiery surface of the arena. With a resonating hum, the now 3 to 4 meter tall Xian Ding released a staggering golden sound wave, instantly dispersing the flames and dark clouds above. The chaotic scene of the Sacred Soul Arena began to stabilize. However, the area had already suffered extensive damage from the earlier clashes, with cracks marred across the surface. Just as Wang Chen anticipated the Xian Ding to revert to its original form, its subsequent actions left him wide-eyed. The Xian Ding, now towering several meters high, began to levitate and spin like a colossal top, generating a golden whirlwind. Super invincible tornado. With a playful cry, the Xian Ding whirled faster, creating a whirlwind that surged forth, colliding with the newly transformed azure dragon of Su Bei. As Su Bei completed his transformation and hovered in midair, he swiftly realized the imminent danger. However, he could barely react before the Xian Ding crashed into his skull with a resounding impact. It hit. Wang Chen, standing behind the Xian Ding, applauded exuberantly at the crisp sound of the collision. The massive forms of Su Bei and the Xian Ding were sent hurtling backward, crashing against the arena's barrier with a resounding thud. With the impact, ripples spread across the barrier, causing the Xian Ding to shrink and dull in brightness. Wang Chen rushed forward, crouching to retrieve it. Great dove, I can barely hold on, feeling dizzy. Inside Wang Chen's grasp, the Xian Ding emitted a fuzzy, childlike voice, as if dazed from the collision. Chapter 66, the Taishu Dragon Slashing Technique. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Su Bei, having crashed against the barrier, struggled to regain his footing, swaying unsteadily as he leaned against the protective wall. However, the dazed Su Bei, after being struck, repeatedly stumbled and fell every time he attempted to rise. Observing this, Wang Chen withdrew the Emperor Xian Ding in his hand, adorned himself with various protective treasures, and sensed a slight recovery of his spiritual power. Ultimately, Wang Chen slowly ascended into the sky, resembling a sovereign as he approached the immense dragon form of Su Bei. As he scrutinized Su Bei, preparing to strike again, a sudden voice echoed from his storage space. "Kid, release me. I shall teach you the Taishu dragon slashing technique." A technique that specialized in slaying the dragon transformation immortal sect Sha by a millennium ago. Wang Chen paused at the words of the severed sword spirit, contemplating in midair before deciding to release it. Moreover, there were magical treasures. The onlookers outside the arena were utterly bewildered, astonished by the sight of Wang Chen, adorned in protective artifacts. Meanwhile, within the arena, Wang Chen hovered in the air, his white robe billowing without wind, akin to a monarch gliding before the azure dragon Su Bei. The vastness of Su Bei's dragon form starkly contrasted with Wang Chen, as their eyes, one pair hazy, the other calm, met across the void. Su Bei did not revert to human form, for he possessed absolute confidence in the defense of his dragon body. Until Taishu dragon slashing technique. Wang Chen gripped the golden Taishu severed sword, emanating an overwhelming aura, his long hair swirling wildly in the wind. At that moment, both the Dragon Transformation Immortal Sect and the Taishu Immortal Sect members, who had been seated, rose to their feet. The Taishu dragon slashing technique. It was the long-lost technique of the dragon-slaying ancestor from within their sect. The members of the Taishu Immortal Sect were particularly exhilarated, gazing at the explosive golden sword light emanating from the sacred soul arena, eyes wide with shock. Even without Wang Chen vocalizing the technique's name, both sects would undoubtedly recognize the renowned killing move of the dragon-slaying ancestor. This was due to the fact that during the war between the Taishu and Dragon Transformation Immortal sects a millennium ago, it was the dragon-slaying ancestor who, accompanied by Taishu disciples, pierced through various dragon bodies' defenses. This is bad. The Dragon Transformation Immortal sect practitioners present widened their eyes, breath quickening, as murderous intent surged within them toward Wang Chen. This boy must die. If Wang Chen were to survive and grow stronger, he would inevitably become a threat akin to the dragon-slaying ancestor from a millennium ago, annihilating their proud dragon bodies to the last scale. Outside the arena, the dragon-slaying ancestor Su Yuan glared ominously at Wang Chen, his right arm's skin transforming into dragon scales, gathering dragon power. He awaited an opportune moment to unleash a devastating blow on Wang Chen, planning to swiftly escape back to the sect. Losing one disciple and eliminating an heir to the Taishu dragon slashing technique would be no loss for the Dragon Transformation Immortal sect. At this moment, Wang Chen, wielding the golden severed sword high above in the sacred soul arena, was oblivious to the dozens who had begun to harbor murderous intent against him. Wang Chen, acutely sensing the remnants of the old man's spirit within the severed sword, felt his dwindling spiritual power surge into the golden blade. The next moment, with a whoosh, accompanied by a golden sword light in the sacred soul arena, Wang Chen slashed with the golden severed sword, tearing through the fabric of the void. It must be noted that Wang Chen was merely at the return to origin realm, highlighting the sheer sharpness of the Taishu dragon slashing technique. Splat! Su Bei, leaning against the barrier and initially wearing a mocking smile, felt his expression freeze upon witnessing blood erupt from his forehead. However, this strike did not slay Su Bei. It merely shattered the dragon scales adorning his head. After all, the two were separated by a significant realm and 9 minor realms, making Wang Chen's ability to breach the dragon body's defenses astonishing. The onlookers shared this sentiment, the Dragon Transformation sect members' murderous intent nearly spilling from their eyes. The Taishu sect's Jiang Lingxian, Han Zun, and the elders silently prepared, ready to rescue Wang Chen at a moment's notice. At this moment, Wang Chen, feeling nearly drained of spiritual energy, began consuming pills and spiritual sources to recover. Haha, useless. Seeing that Su Bei had not perished, he erupted into laughter. Feeling his limbs gradually regain sensation, and his dragon form stood upright. Big, big, big. Release me again. Just as Wang Chen intended to retreat rapidly, a small girl's voice from the storage space began to wail once more. Wang Chen, seeing this, hastily retrieved the Emperor Xin Ding, watching as it soared into the air, expanding to a size of several dozen meters. The gigantic Emperor Xian Ding emitted a series of adorable sounds, but after a prolonged moment, it only grew a few meters larger. Hee, remembering? Not a chance. Buzz. The voice of the little girl echoed from within the ding, followed by a golden shockwave surging towards Su Bei. Terrified, Su Bei quickly summoned various treasures for defense, yet the golden shockwave's range was too vast, blocking only a fraction. The remaining portion struck Su Bei's dragon body, causing him to feel dizzy and fall once more. The enormous Emperor Xian Ding, witnessing this, swiftly descended to suppress Su Bei at his 7 inches. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground trembled, with the base of the Emperor Xian Ding firmly pinning Su Bei's 7 inches down. Roar! Su Bei, trapped and forced to scrape the ground with his hind claws, could only roar in impotent rage. Most importantly, he was horrified to discover that the Emperor Xian Ding emanated an imperial aura, unsettling his mind, rendering him unable to revert to human form. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. At this moment, Su Bei was genuinely frightened, repeatedly roaring at Wang Chen, using his shouts to mask his inner fear. Wang Chen entirely ignored him, descending to the ground to recover his spiritual energy, eventually standing after an indeterminate time. Then, with a whoosh, he shot up into the sky, his profound gaze surveying Su Bei, gradually lifting the golden severed sword. Taishu Dragon Slashing Technique. Taishu Dragon Slashing Technique. Taishu Dragon Slashing Technique. Ta. The sacred soul arena erupted with dozens of golden sword lights, assailing the still impotently roaring dragon body of Su Bei. Boom, boom, boom. Dust swirled on the arena, and as it settled beneath the shadow of the enormous Emperor Xian Ding, a bloodied, lifeless figure lay on the ground, riddled with deep, bone-visible sword wounds. Ding. Task completed. Slay the head of the fated son, Su Bei. Reward, Super Fury Golden Card, has been issued. The system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, as the barrier of the sacred soul arena began to gradually descend. Just as Wang Chen prepared to swiftly approach and obliterate Su Bei's remains, intending to seize the treasures within his soul space, he suddenly felt dozens of cold, heart-pounding attacks approaching. Wang Chen gazed at the oncoming assaults from all directions, none of which were below the Spirit King realm, his eyes widening in shock, especially from above. The dragon transformation ancestor at the 9th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm raised his dragon claw, unleashing a devastating blow. Damn! For such an assault, Wang Chen could not even hope to evade, left only to watch as he was surrounded by dozens of attacks, his heart trembling in fear. However, what terrified Wang Chen the most was the sudden appearance of Jiang Lingxian before him, her ethereal beauty radiating determination as she faced the impending attacks. Chapter 67. One link after another. Jiang Lingxian spoke not a word, her slender hands moving swiftly, forming an icy barrier around them in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed as dozens of attacks were intercepted by an equal number of counterattacks, detonating in midair. The powerful shockwaves sent all present scrambling, retrieving protective artifacts for defense. Meanwhile, Han Zun retracted his right hand, which had unleashed a spiritual technique, unleashing the full force of his peak 9th layer heavenly sovereign realm, raising his hand in a grasping motion. In an instant, the residual shockwaves of all attacks were drawn together as if caught in a tornado of coldness, surging toward the dragon transformation ancestor, Su Yuan. As Wang Chen stood behind Jiang Lingxian, he gazed at the surrounding defensive ice dome, watching the relentless waves of furious wind sweep past. Just as everyone in the Tai Su Xian sect breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had safeguarded the Tai Su Saintus and Wang Chen, suddenly, boom, a massive black dragon burst forth from the clouds. Its taut body and gaping abyssal mouth unleashed a beam of celestial light aimed directly at Wang Chen. The colossal dragon, obscuring the sky, was none other than the legendary three-eyed dragon sovereign, an ancestor of the transformation dragon sect, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial sovereign realm. One crisis followed another, leaving no room for defense. The old gatekeeper of the sword tomb, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer remain passive. With a thunderous rush, he propelled himself forward, unleashing a colossal palm. His own cultivation, also at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial sovereign realm, erupted as he struck towards the beam of black dragon light, attempting to halt its advance. However, the old man's mighty palm was a fleeting effort, while the dark ray emitted from the dragon's mouth was persistent. Boom. The elder realized this too late, after briefly interrupting the black dragon light with his grand palm. He swiftly darted towards Wang Chen. In an instant, he appeared before Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, forming seals with his hands in a mere 0.01 seconds. Suddenly, a white barrier materialized before the trio, as the elder exerted all his strength to hold it against the oncoming black dragon light. In that moment, the battle within the Tai Su Spirit War realm reached a stalemate. Quick, embrace Jiang Lingxian and prepare for defense. The system's voice resonated suddenly, sensing an impending danger, its cold mechanical tone urgently commanding. Wang Chen cursed internally, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. In a flash, he retrieved the Heavenly Emperor banner, hastily wrapping his arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist. Jiang Lingxian, deeply focused on shielding herself from the chaos outside, was momentarily startled by Wang Chen's embrace. Do not struggle. Wang Chen spoke rapidly, his movements swift, securing Jiang Lingxian tightly before swinging the Heavenly Emperor banner. With a whoosh, the banner enveloped both of them, wrapping them in its protective embrace. At that moment, as the heavenly emperor banner encased them, the ground surged forth with a bolt of lightning dragon light. This lightning, emanating from the 6th level of the celestial sovereign realm, stealthily approached, masked by some treasure, catching everyone in the Taisu spirit war realm completely off guard. Even Wang Chen had not anticipated an assault from below. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would have met his demise. Those despicable dragons! The elder, shielding Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian from the black dragon light, bellowed in fury as a divine king's avatar materialized behind him. Juggling his focus between maintaining the barrier against the black dragon light and directing his avatar to counter the incoming lightning. He found the avatar's response lagging behind the lightning's assault, just before the avatar's colossal hand could strike down upon the ground's lightning. The latter had already violently collided with Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. The heavenly emperor banner, adorned with the patterns of 4 dragons and 4 phoenixes, burst forth in radiant light upon being struck by the lightning. Jiang Lingxian, encased within the banner, instinctively clutched Wang Chen tightly, turning her back to absorb the impact. Yet, in his currently weakened state, Wang Chen felt as if a freight truck had slammed into him. A deafening crash echoed. The heavenly emperor banner, enshrouding them, was propelled into the sky, soaring thousands of meters high. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the overwhelming force of the lightning that was 4 realms above her own, could not hold back a mouthful of blood. The cold sovereign, engaged in battle with Su Yuan, was momentarily taken aback by the scene, breaking away from combat to rush towards Jiang Lingxian. Xiener, the cold sovereign hastily approached, raising a hand to extinguish the lightning dragon light and swiftly embracing the two within the heavenly emperor banner. Witnessing the two venerables' attention completely diverted to Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, the disciples of the Transformation Dragon sect realized a successful ambush was no longer feasible and retreated in haste, the black dragon vanishing into the clouds. Without the support of the 9th level celestial sovereign, the Taisu Xian sect's practitioners hesitated to pursue. As the cold sovereign landed with the two within the heavenly emperor banner, it automatically unfurled. The cold sovereign, eager to tend to Jiang Lingxian's injuries, saw her fiercely clutching Wang Chen. Master, save him first. I cannot lose him again, Jiang Lingxian implored, her voice trembling with urgency. Feeling the chaotic breath of Wang Chen in her embrace, her eyes brimmed with tears. The cold sovereign, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's desperate expression, stammered momentarily. All right, don't panic. Focus on healing yourself. I will assist him first. The cold sovereign, who had never witnessed such a display from Jiang Lingxian, quickly turned his attention to Wang Chen. Understanding the depth of her feelings, he retrieved 2 unidentified holy-grade pills, swiftly administering them to both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen. After they dissolved upon contact, he positioned Wang Chen, supporting his unconscious form, and began to channel his spiritual energy into him. With each point of his fingers, small icy lotuses emerged, rapidly entering Wang Chen's body to be refined by the medicinal properties therein. Jiang Lingxian, upon witnessing this, felt a measure of relief, mustering her strength to sit up. Albeit unsteadily, as she shielded Wang Chen from further attacks, her own body severely injured. Coughing, she could not suppress the blood that spilled forth. Hastily meditating to refine the medicinal energy within her, striving to restore her burdened physique. Chapter 68. She and her disciple seemed to have crossed. Yet again, at that moment, the battle in the Taisu spirit war realm had quieted, with numerous Taisu disciples providing protection. The only casualties within the Taisu Xian sect were Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, as they were the focal points of care. In contrast, the Transformation Dragon sect suffered dozens of injuries, with several fatalities among the Saint Soul realm, their bodies being collected by the inner elders of the Taisu Xian sect, destined for obliteration. However, the body of Su Bei from the Saint Soul realm arena had been retrieved by the fleeing Su Yuan, disappearing without a trace. With Wang Chen in a state of unconsciousness, time hastily passed, days slipping away. 10 days later, in the dead of night, Wang Chen, sensing the numbness in his body, furrowed his brows in agony. Within the dark confines of the Taisu Saintess Palace, his eyelids fluttered twice before he struggled to open them. Inhale, exhale. Wang Chen lay on the quiet, darkened bed, softly breathing, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling he hadn't seen in ages. After a moment, his still drowsy mind seemed to gradually awaken. System. Ding. Defeated the dark flow evil ghost, Su Bei, the son of destiny. Reward. 1 10-second experience card at the Emperor level. Wang Chen, his mind, just coming online, was suddenly jolted by the system's notification, causing a brief mental freeze. Wait, the completion sound for the previous task rang out. Why is Su Bei still alive? Upon regaining his senses, Wang Chen promptly inquired within his mind, filled with a profound sense of perplexity. Host, from now on. Every time you eliminate a head of a fated child, ensure to obliterate them completely, much like what was done to Qin Yefan. The current situation in Su Bei serves as a prime example. He is undoubtedly no longer human, likely transformed into some form of ghost or monster. So does this mean I shall receive 2 sets of task rewards? Wang Chen gazed at the rewards section, where a card for experiencing the Emperor's realm awaited him, albeit for a mere 10 seconds. No. Why is your focus on this? The system's irate voice echoed in his mind, clearly exasperated with Wang Chen's priorities. All right. I understand. I also intended to act during the Sacred Soul Realm arena, but was thwarted, wasn't I? Wang Chen, feeling somewhat dazed by the incessant chatter, reluctantly calmed the system, allowing his consciousness to return to reality. Lying flat on the bed, he attempted to move his numb body, striving to sit up. However, an overwhelming heaviness enveloped him. What? Why does it feel so burdensome? As he perceived the weight pressing down upon him, a sudden realization struck, prompting him to glance swiftly to his side. The moment his eyes fell upon her, he was momentarily stunned. Jiang Lingxian, awakened by his movements, gazed at him with reddened eyes brimming with tears, her lips slightly downturned. Disciple. Upon seeing Wang Chen awaken, Jiang Lingxian's long-suppressed emotions seemed to surge forth, and she tightly embraced him. Cough. Don't hold too tightly, it hurts a bit. Wang Chen, caught off guard by her sudden strength, coughed lightly, prompting an immediate reaction from her. Jiang Lingxian, startled by his words, hastily released her grip, staring at him with a pitiful expression, unsure whether to embrace him or not. Wang Chen turned his gaze to the forlorn Jiang Lingxian, resembling a small cat who craved attention from its owner. For a fleeting moment, his heart fluttered, and he helplessly averted his eyes toward the ceiling. Noticing his shift, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes dimmed, her spirits sagging until Wang Chen's voice broke the silence once more. I told you not to hold too tightly, not to let go. It seems you don't quite wish to embrace me. Wang Chen turned his handsome face slightly to regard the dejected Jiang Lingxian, mirroring her forlorn expression. At his words, her eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as she gently extended her hands around his waist. Each of her movements was cautious, as if afraid of causing him further pain. Xianxian, how long have I been unconscious? Wang Chen shifted his body slightly, a tingling pain coursing through him. Yet he managed to turn from lying flat to resting on his side. 10 days. Jiang Lingxian's voice was somber, tinged with a hint of distress. In response, Wang Chen tentatively reached out his somewhat numb hands around her slender waist, gently drawing her closer. Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened momentarily at the warmth of his embrace, and she struggled slightly. Ah, it hurts, Wang Chen exclaimed in response, causing Jiang Lingxian's delicate face to display a hint of panic as she ceased her struggles. Observing her reaction, he couldn't help but smile subtly. He had learned early on that those who were injured often received special treatment, and those who cared for them would grant almost any request. Lingxian, may I steal a kiss? And no, that's not permissible. Wang Chen, forget I spoke those words. Very well. Embracing Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, he lowered his head, resting his forehead gently on her limited edition back. An oddly tranquil silence enveloped them until then. I suppose I can only steal a kiss. Jiang Lingxian, unable to bear the sight of Wang Chen's dejection, uttered shyly in a hushed tone. Wang Chen, upon hearing her words, lifted his face, his sparkling eyes causing her to shyly avert her gaze. He said nothing, merely leaning down slowly. Jiang Lingxian's heart raced at the sight, but he bypassed her cheeks and lips, instead placing soft kisses along her fair neck. As Wang Chen's lips brushed against her delicate skin, her body instinctively stiffened. He then gently nibbled at the alluring collarbone peeking from her neckline. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian lay limply on the bed, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her exquisite face flushed bright red. Wang Chen, cradling her, had buried his face in the warmth of her neck, breathing steadily, seemingly lost in slumber. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming sense of unease, her body enveloped in shame, her heart racing inexplicably. She and her disciple seemed to have crossed a line, but it was merely a kiss on the neck. It should be fine. As long as they did not cross into other areas of the body, she could simply prohibit him from kissing her again next time. Jiang Lingxian's cheeks were a vibrant crimson, utterly bashful, yet she found solace gazing at Wang Chen nestled in her embrace. With great effort, she shifted her soft form, tightening her hold on him. Finally, she pressed her smooth, flushed cheek against his forehead, contentedly closing her beautiful eyes. The following morning, Wang Chen lay in a sprawled position on the bed of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, his eyelids fluttering slightly. As his consciousness gradually awakened, he instinctively reached out, only to find emptiness. Frowning, he searched the vicinity, then slowly opened his slightly dazed eyes. A quick scan of the room revealed only a lingering faint fragrance, and he suddenly realized he was alone. Where could Jiang Lingxian be? Wang Chen lay still for a moment, tightly closing his eyes to dispel the dizziness lingering from his injuries and the remnants of sleep. Lingxian. He swiftly sat up, glancing toward the nearby bathroom, cautiously calling out. After all, the only place for concealment in the room was that bathroom stall. However, his voice echoed in the silence, met with an unyielding stillness. It appeared she had left without informing him of her whereabouts. Just last night, they had embraced tightly, and now she vanished without a word. Wang Chen gently tapped his forehead, a small complaint about Jiang Lingxian's sudden departure surfacing in his mind. Feeling that he had recovered about 80 to 90% from his injuries, he decided to sit cross-legged on the bed. Instead of practicing, he opened the system panel, ready to retrieve the resources for cultivation, such as the flame source and others. Wang Chen. Physique, chaotic 9 yang divine body. Realm, pinnacle of the 9th layer of returning origin realm, disguised as 6th layer of returning origin realm, can break through. Cultivation method, chaotic 9 yang divine art. Storage space, Jiang Lingxian's millions of top-tier spirit stones, yin yang blood demon pills, emperor Xian Ding, holy grade top-tier flame source, celestial calculation art, Taishu broken sword. 1 super rage golden card. Origin points, 1,000,088. Comprehensive evaluation, the human-machine interface of the 9th layer of the Guiyuan realm. Wang Chen gazed at the golden card of Super Fury, which had materialized in his storage space as a reward for slaying Su Bei. Upon noticing it, he gently tapped on the card's description. Super Fury. Golden card. Effect. Upon use, one will become super furious, instantly elevating one's realm by 18 levels. Duration, 1 hour. Note: using it may cause conceptual hypoxia due to the aftermath of fury, leading to fainting. Please use with caution. Astonished. Wang Chen's initial surprise quickly gave way to delight. To elevate his realm by 18 levels for 1 hour meant that he could momentarily ascend to the realm of the Spirit King in battle. As for the side effects, he chose to disregard them. Fainting after the fury? He could simply find a cool spot to lie down afterward. With a smirk, he withdrew the description of the Super Fury golden card and glanced at his source points, a grin spreading across his face. Time to claim the prize. With a shout in his mind, he pulled with his right hand. In an instant, a 9-grid lottery panel appeared before him. Ignoring the pools of 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000, Wang Chen focused his intent and directly brought up the million-point pool. As he gazed at the previously locked purple, orange, and gold prizes now unlocked in the million-point pool, only the red, black, and multicolored slots remained locked. Wang Chen recalled that in his past life, he had only managed to draw the red prize from a pool that cost him a staggering 10 billion source points. He estimated that unlocking the black and multicolored prizes would require 100 billion and 1,000 billion source points, respectively. No more words. I'm all in. He raised his finger and pressed the lottery button on the panel, which was only visible to him. Thud, thud, thud as the lottery pool displayed a golden border. It began to pulse rhythmically, producing a steady thumping sound. Wang Chen's heart raced as he watched the fluctuating panel. After all, this was 1,000,000 source points at stake. A blue or white prize would be a total waste. Oh dear, can you let me out? It's so stuffy in here. Just as Wang Chen was intently focused on the lottery pool, a small girl's voice echoed from within the storage space. His attention was momentarily diverted, furrowing his brow as he contemplated, before he casually retrieved the Emperor Xian Ding. Thud. At that moment, while Wang Chen was focused on the Emperor Xian Ding, the lottery pool suddenly halted with a decisive thud. He was taken aback for a moment, raising the small Emperor Xian Ding, his head stiffly turning. Just as he caught sight of the lottery pool, the system's voice rang loudly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Emperor Xian Ding's fortune lottery, earning a golden prize bead, the purple gold heavenly eye. As the system's words faded, a floating eyeball enveloped in purple gold radiance appeared in Wang Chen's storage space. He stared incredulously at the Emperor Xian Ding in his hand, then back at the purple gold eye, momentarily stunned. Wait, are external fortunes allowed to influence the lottery? What about the hundreds of wasted draws in my past life? Am I a fool? Wang Chen questioned the system in his heart, feeling as if a small red ball had suddenly appeared on his nose. This time it was merely luck for the dog host. Such external fortune influence is not guaranteed each time. You laugh. Big pigeon, what is wrong with you? Wang Chen was about to scold the system when the voice of the somewhat silly little girl from inside the Emperor Xian Ding rang out again. Oh, nothing, dear. Just go play by yourself for now. Wang Chen regained his composure, displaying a gentle smile as he lightly patted the head of the Emperor Xian Ding in a friendly manner. All right. The Emperor Xian Ding complied quietly, then flew into the air, fluttering about. After sending the little Emperor Xianding away, Wang Chen's consciousness returned to his mind, and then, system, you. Jacques, host, rebound. What the hell? So petty. Wang Chen cursed for a while, ultimately frustrated by the system's calm rebuttal. He severed their connection. He glanced at the Emperor Xianding, which was exploring the room without disturbing the furnishings, and decided to take out some cultivation resources to directly break through to the Danhai realm, while also merging with the purple gold heavenly eye. Medicinal pills, consumed. Spirit gathering array, activated. A drop of sacred grade flame source, consumed. The purple gold heavenly eye from the storage space, consumed. Entering cultivation state. At the depths of the Taishu immortal sect, within the abode of the cold sovereign, Jiang Lingxian sat opposite the slightly furrowed cold sovereign. Chapter 70. On the surface. A master-disciple relationship, but secretly it is also a master-disciple relationship. Xiener, tell your master the truth. Who exactly is he to you? The cold sovereign inquired. Recalling the events from 10 days prior, that he referred to Wang Chen, the audacious individual. Ever since Jiang Lingxian brought the stabilized Wang Chen back to the Taishu Sanctus Palace 10 days ago, she had not emerged again. This led the cold sovereign to reflect upon Jiang Lingxian's words from 10 days ago, prompting his inquiry now. He is my disciple. Jiang Lingxian responded calmly, her demeanor serene. As Wang Chen was indeed her disciple, then I must ask you, have you engaged in any intimate actions with him? Seeing Jiang Lingxian's persistent denial, the cold sovereign straightforwardly inquired whether they had any close contact. Jiang Lingxian felt a myriad of images flash through her mind, each depicting Wang Chen kissing her. No. She forcibly suppressed her flushing cheeks and responded softly yet swiftly. Xiener, as long as you speak the truth, I will not blame you. Having lived for so long. The cold sovereign could easily discern the peculiar dynamics between Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, her voice softening. The cold sovereign even began to suspect that their apparent master-disciple relationship was something more. Really, not. Jiang Lingxian maintained her composed demeanor, gazing at her master across from her, and replied gently once more. Master, please save him. I cannot lose him again. Xiener begs you. The cold sovereign recalled the scene from 10 days ago, where Jiang Lingxian had clutched the unconscious Wang Chen, nearly in tears, and felt a pang of helplessness. However, she chose not to confront Jiang Lingxian about her lie, nor to question the meaning behind her earlier statement. Very well, I believe you. Finally, the cold sovereign rose from her seat, walking past Jiang Lingxian as she stood. As the cold sovereign brushed past, a gentle breeze stirred, lightly tousling Jiang Lingxian's hair. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her ears flush slightly, revealing a hint of pink, causing the cold sovereign's heart to tremble. Xiener has truly grown. She used to avoid contact with me, let alone with others. Yet now, she has brought a man back and is playing the role of a disciple. Sigh. Creak. As the cold sovereign opened the door, she felt a tinge of heartache. After raising a disciple for so long, must she be taken away by that lad? Yet, despite her heartache, she had no desire to interfere in Jiang Lingxian's feelings, as they were all adults now. I must attend to some matters. Since you are healing at the Hall of the Supreme Virgin, you may stay here with me for a few days. Hanzun stood at the open door, her exquisite face casting a glance back at Jiang Lingxian as she gently informed her. No need, master. I have a place to stay. You need not worry. Jiang Lingxian had already risen, meeting Hanzun's gaze with a slight response. Your place to stay is not that boy's embrace, is it? Hanzun's cold eye scrutinized Jiang Lingxian's delicate features, silently pondering. Whatever. As Hanzun's thoughts spiraled, an inexplicable sense of heartache overcame her. Akin to a father whose beautiful daughter had been taken away, she quickly turned and stepped out, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Lingxian stared at the spot where Hanzun had disappeared, momentarily stunned. She felt as though her master had discerned something. Never mind, even if she had. It mattered little. Eventually, she could be with her disciple openly. No, she must not think that way. She and her disciple could not cross boundaries again. Jiang Lingxian suddenly realized that these thoughts had unconsciously surged within her, and she quickly shook her slightly flushed face. This small gesture seemed to suggest she could cast away the chaotic musings in her mind. However, regarding the garments her disciple had gifted her, were they truly comfortable? Standing in her room, she instinctively turned her beautiful gaze toward the bathroom compartment. Perhaps she might try them on? Unaccountably compelled, Jiang Lingxian found herself closing the door and hesitating momentarily before stepping into the bathing area. Surely, there would be no issues. After all, her disciple could not see her. As this last thought reassured her, the scene abruptly faded to darkness. In the dead of night, within the Hall of the Supreme Virgin, suddenly, a series of sharp cracks resonated as Wang Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, a tempest of spiritual energy swirling around him. First level of the Danhai realm, achieved. As Wang Chen broke through, a small golden-purple fissure appeared at his brow. The fissure abruptly opened, revealing a golden-purple pupil that scanned the surroundings. Though Wang Chen's eyes remained closed, the pupil at his brow twisted unnervingly. Through the perspective of his golden-purple eye, the surrounding darkness appeared as bright as day. When his gaze landed upon the Huang Xianding, he froze momentarily in astonishment, for he could see the entire vessel exuding a golden aura of fortune. Quickly, he retrieved the Taishu broken sword, using his pupil once more to perceive its aura, which was purple and evidently weaker than that of the Huang Xianding. Of course, this might be due to it being a broken sword. Once he found its other half, it might radiate golden fortune as well. Wang Chen sensed that the golden-purple pupil possessed additional abilities, but confined within the room and lacking a target, he had to forego further exploration. With a thought, he closed the golden-purple eye, which swiftly retracted into his brow. In his previous life, he had mastered various eye techniques, but he never anticipated this life would bestow upon him a golden-purple eye infused with its own abilities. Where's the Huang Xianding? Slowly regaining his composure, Wang Chen leapt from his bed to search for the elusive vessel. Here I am. At that moment, the small vessel, perched atop a cabinet and inspecting a peach blossom, seemed to notice Wang Chen's search and called out. As he turned to follow the voice, he was about to step forward when a sudden notification from the system halted him. Ding. Task completed. Have Jiang Lingxian accept and wear an entire new set of women's intimate clothing. Reward. 1 complete cat-eared-made outfit has been issued. Wang Chen. Chapter 71. What would happen if Chen intentionally ignored Xiao Stanxian? She really did wear it. Standing in the room, the system's notification momentarily left him bewildered. System. Does the golden-purple eye possess X-ray capabilities? At that moment, Wang Chen quickly inquired within his mind about the eye's abilities. Yes, the host possesses this feature, which includes 9 formidable abilities. Wondrous. Just how powerful is it? Wang Chen's lips curled into a smirk at the system's response. However, Jiang Lingxian is wearing precious garments, which you cannot see through. At this revelation, Wang Chen's smirk faltered and returned to a neutral expression. Cough. I was merely inquiring about the capabilities of the golden-purple eye. Why bring Jiang Lingxian into this? 666. After millennia together, even your farts would be recognizable to me. Then shall I hold one in? Get lost. The system's irritated voice rang out, prompting Wang Chen to cease his conversation and turn his attention back to the Huang Xianding. Little Ding, what are you doing up there? You've been up there for ages. Wang Chen wondered why the Huang Xianding lingered atop the cabinet for so long. Big Pigeon, I find this peach blossom delightful. What do you mean by delightful? Wang Chen, puzzled by the vessel's odd phrasing, approached the cabinet. Delightful is simply delightful. Hearing the adorable voice, Wang Chen moved closer, reaching up to retrieve the Huang Xianding. However, his expression froze momentarily upon noticing something protruding from the cabinet. These peach blossoms. Wait, weren't they supposed to be discarded? Creak. Just as Wang Chen stood there, holding the Huang Xianding and gazing at the blossoms, the door gently swung open. Jiang Lingxian entered, her stunningly cool visage locking onto Wang Chen's figure. Oh no. Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat as she caught sight of the peach branch in the water vase. Xiao Stanxian, you weren't honest, were you? Saying you would discard it, yet you kept it in this vase, didn't you? Wang Chen, concealing the Huang Xianding, carefully lifted the vase with the peach branch. Meeting Jiang Lingxian's gaze, the vase held only one branch, with a few blossoms clinging to it, slightly damaged yet visibly revived, indicating the water was not ordinary. Jiang Lingxian, hearing Wang Chen's words, felt a pang of embarrassment as if caught in a misdeed. Though her ears flushed beneath her hair, her expression remained composed. I merely noticed these blossoms still had some vitality, so I casually picked a branch to assist them. Jiang Lingxian closed the door, then stepped toward Wang Chen, reaching for the vase in his hands. Wang Chen quickly dodged, cradling the vase protectively. Give it back. Seeing Wang Chen's refusal, Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, exclaiming in resignation. You deceived me. I won't relent. If you kiss me, I'll return it. Wang Chen clutched the peach branch tightly, gazing at the frowning Jiang Lingxian. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingxian rejected him outright. Very well, if you refuse, then here, I will return it. As Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's resolute rejection, he discerned that she had likely regained her composure from the ambiguous phase they had been in, unwilling to cross boundaries in the near future. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, surprised at how effortlessly he returned the jade vial to her, momentarily taken aback by his cool demeanor. System, do you have a regular beautiful woman in a white dress? 10,000. Buy. After a brief hesitation, Wang Chen managed to muster a word in his heart. Ding. Insufficient balance. Please recharge before purchasing, filthy host. Damn, I forgot I only have 88 source points left. What do you mean by filthy host? Wang Chen cursed inwardly as his consciousness returned to reality, taking 2 steps closer to Jiang Lingxian. Holding the jade vial containing peach blossoms, Jiang Lingxian felt a momentary stiffness at his sudden approach. Yet, she found herself pondering, why can't I simply kiss my disciple? Wouldn't he kiss me back? Uncertain thoughts flickered in her mind as she stood her ground, even as Wang Chen approached and fixed his gaze upon her for a fleeting moment. Little fairy, how about I gift you a garment? He proposed. No. It surely isn't a proper outfit, she retorted. After a brief pause, realizing he had not kissed her but was instead offering clothing, she rejected him. I assure you, this is a respectable outer garment. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her lovely brows, recalling the comfortable attire Wang Chen had previously gifted her. No need, I have my own. After contemplating for a moment, she ultimately declined. Since you refuse all my gifts, I shall no longer offer you anything, Wang Chen said, feigning disappointment and a hint of frustration as he turned away. Without further ado, he flopped onto Jiang Lingxian's soft and fragrant bed. Wrapping himself in the covers like a cat, Jiang Lingxian stood frozen, watching her seemingly aggrieved disciple cover himself with the bedding, feeling an unexpected sense of disarray. Reflecting on the past when her disciple had showered her with gifts, she realized he spoke the truth. However, each gift he offered had been peculiar, often bordering on embarrassing or imbued with some deeper significance, never truly proper. How could she accept such things? If she were to take them, it would betray her reserve. Yet now, her disciple seemed to want nothing to do with her. What should she do? Gently, she placed the jade vial with the peach blossom branch on the table and hesitantly approached the bed. Show me what you have, if it's a normal garment. I promise I will accept everything normal from now on, all right? She softly urged, smoothing her skirt as she sat on the edge of the bed, glancing at the figure curled up beneath the covers. However, Wang Chen ignored her, his back turned to her. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of anxiety. Disciple, she called out, gently pushing the covers that enveloped him, her voice tinged with a slight tremor, as he continued to disregard her. The normally composed Jiang Lingxian found herself at a loss for words, her lips moving but failing to articulate her thoughts. As the atmosphere lingered, it felt as though something within her was fading, leaving her feeling hollow. Disciple, she called out softly after a moment, her breath quickening with a hint of tremor. Wang Chen remained still beneath the covers, his eyes closed in a mild slumber. The barrier of the thick bedding muffled the sense of unease in her voice. Disciple, I promise, I will accept everything you give me from now on. Can you please get up? Jiang Lingxian pressed on, suppressing the emptiness within her as she spoke, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Disciple, are you truly ignoring me? In that moment, seated on the edge of the bed, regret washed over her. Had she known, she would not have turned away her disciple. Jiang Lingxian could tolerate all of Wang Chen's actions, except his indifference and desire to distance himself from her. Just as she sat there, unsure of what to do, Wang Chen suddenly flipped over within the covers. 2 hands emerged, gently encircling her waist and pulling her onto the bed. Jiang Lingxian gasped in surprise at his abrupt action, instinctively struggling to break free. Yet to her astonishment, Wang Chen released his embrace, retreating towards the foot of the bed. Jiang Lingxian, already feeling insecure due to his previous indifference, grew increasingly flustered. Don't go? In her panic, she grasped Wang Chen's arm tightly, her fingers leaving faint red marks on his skin. Meeting her tearful gaze, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why she was so close to tears. Wait, I only pretended to ignore you for a moment. It hasn't even been 5 minutes, he thought, bewildered by her emotional response. In his past life, if he had ignored Jiang Lingxian, she would merely have looked at him coldly, maintaining her silence for an entire day. Please don't leave. I promise I'll do anything you ask. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her eyes shimmering with tears, looking pitifully at Wang Chen, who had been caught in her grasp. In that instant, all semblance of her divine authority faded, revealing a vulnerable girl yearning for affection. In her previous life, Jiang Lingxian had managed to maintain her composure, even when hiding her inner turmoil beneath a cold exterior. But after centuries without Wang Chen, her demeanor had shifted. Even the slightest movement from him startled her. I want to go. I'll help you take off your shoes. Seeing her, a powerful figure at the celestial realm on the brink of tears, Wang Chen hastily sought to soothe her emotions. Initially, his intent had been to pull Jiang Lingxian into bed, help her out of her shoes, and then hold her as they slept. However, witnessing her distress, he felt a surge of concern. I'll do it myself. Just come back, she said, hurriedly attempting to remove her ornate white embroidered shoes, her hand still firmly clutching Wang Chen, as though fearing he might escape. Yet, despite her frantic efforts, the shoes clung stubbornly to her feet, leaving her feeling increasingly flustered. Wang Chen couldn't help but find amusement in her tearful struggle to remove the shoes that refused to budge. All right, I'll help you take them off. I promise I won't leave. With that, he did not immediately assist her, but instead wrapped his arms around her waist and lay back down. Finally, he gently kissed her forehead, whispering soft reassurances. Although Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted, she found herself reluctant to move away from him. As Wang Chen's lips brushed against her skin, she unconsciously closed her eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over her. Observing Jiang Lingxian with her eyes still shut, Wang Chen withdrew slightly to the foot of the bed, gently grasping her delicate ankle to remove her shoes. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth emanating from Wang Chen's palm at her ankle, instinctively letting out a soft, alluring moan. At that moment, Wang Chen had already tossed her shoes aside and returned to embrace her, leaning in to whisper gently in her ear. Upon hearing the compliment, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze in Wang Chen's arms, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Yet, as she sensed the firmness of Wang Chen's embrace, her previously restless heart began to settle. Perhaps, I needn't rely on the fragrance of temptation anymore. I could simply let my disciple hold me awake like this. For he seems willing. At that fleeting moment, an unexpected thought crossed Jiang Lingxian's mind. The contrast between the stillness of Wang Chen and his vibrant presence felt entirely different. Little fairy, just now. Did you say you would agree to anything I asked? Wang Chen suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Lingxian's ear, his breath warm against her skin, causing her eyes to flutter slightly. However, his words rendered Jiang Lingxian bashful, compelling her to lower her gaze and shy away from Wang Chen's intense stare. You must have misheard. Jiang Lingxian's voice was soft, like a whisper, carrying a chill interlaced with embarrassment. In that moment, held in Wang Chen's embrace, she feared that the conditions he might propose could lead to something inappropriate. But that simply cannot be. The master-disciple relationship must remain sacrosanct. Yet, it was not entirely accurate. In this life, their bond transcended that of mere teacher and student. And Wang Chen had once claimed that being a master meant defying the conventional roles of a disciple. At this instant, Jiang Lingxian felt as though the nightmare of her previous disciple, who had vowed to push her to her limits, was about to manifest. Did I mishear? Jiang Lingxian pondered, nodding lightly in response to Wang Chen's query, her small, affirmative sound barely audible. Ah, then I must have indeed misheard. It sounds as though you mentioned I could do anything I wish tonight. Jiang Lingxian. I can agree to other matters, but could we refrain from that sort of thing? Realizing she could not evade the topic any longer, Jiang Lingxian tilted her blushing face upward, her lips slightly parted, her reddened eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. What are you thinking about? I haven't even stated my conditions yet. Wang Chen feigned confusion, utterly captivated by Jiang Lingxian's adorably flustered demeanor. And nothing. Jiang Lingxian hesitated, clearly realizing that her assumptions had led her astray, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Then I shall express my conditions. They are quite simple. We could become companions in the path of enlightenment? Wang Chen felt a surge of nervousness, as this proposal brought him closer to his desire of becoming a partner with Jiang Lingxian. He had indeed contemplated the system's task earlier. Yet now his mind was consumed with the thought of whether Jiang Lingxian would acquiesce. Their actions thus far had suggested an intimacy that belied their outward roles as master and disciple, resembling that of partners instead. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian raised her head slightly, her expression of shyness caught in a moment of surprise. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, uncertain of how to respond. And her silence deepened after uttering a single word. In truth, she recognized that their relationship had evolved beyond that of a teacher and student, inching closer to a partnership. However, she feared that should they become partners, their intimate gestures would multiply, crossing boundaries that should not be breached. Jiang Lingxian had witnessed too many tales of men who, after claiming a woman's heart, grew weary and cast her aside. Coupled with the psychological scars from her childhood, she harbored fears that Wang Chen might abandon her once he had truly possessed her. This was the instinctual response of someone who had long been starved of affection, particularly for a sensitive and beautiful woman like Jiang Lingxian. Aside from the brief moments in infancy when her father had held her before his transformation, Wang Chen was the second man to ever touch her. While she was not entirely clear on the intricacies of becoming partners, her independent nature allowed her to see the implications with remarkable clarity, balancing romantic notions with a keen sense of rationality, unless, of course, Wang Chen disregarded her feelings or calamity struck. It's all right, I won't pressure you to agree. I am not a thief demanding compliance, Wang Chen reassured. Gazing down at the averted Jiang Lingxian, his voice a soothing balm, though a tinge of bitterness lingered within him. He understood that such a union must be rooted in genuine affection from both parties to be truly fulfilling, rather than born of coercion. Nevertheless, Wang Chen believed that given the current circumstances, where Jiang Lingxian permitted his affections, they would inevitably become partners. Yet, it was imperative for Jiang Lingxian to surpass the mental barrier she had erected. Wang Chen was in no rush. He would proceed gradually. As for the system's task, there was no need for haste, as rewards would only be dispensed upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Shall we maintain our master-disciple relationship for now? The matter of becoming partners can be discussed later, if that is acceptable. Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, gazing up at Wang Chen's handsome visage. Her voice filled with a soft, apologetic tone. However, her response was ambiguous, evading the topic, leaving Wang Chen with a sense of intrigue. Oh no, your Lingxian sister seems to possess quite the cunning. It feels as if she is luring you in. The system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, imbued with contemplative undertones. This shouldn't be the case. Perhaps as their boundaries blur further, she may indeed agree to the notion of partnership. And besides, have you ever encountered such a method of allure? Wang Chen suddenly tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian, causing her to straighten momentarily, eliciting a soft sound from her lips. If she continues to entice me in this manner, I would gladly succumb to her charms. 666. You two may grow closer. I am logging off. With the system's disinterested tone, Wang Chen sensed its presence fade into slumber. Xian, my dear, come here. Wang Chen smiled gently at Jiang Lingxian, who met his gaze, pulling her closer once more. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, pressing her fair, flushed cheek against the warmth of Wang Chen's neck, her arms instinctively tightening around him. After an extended embrace, it was Wang Chen's voice that broke the stillness. Little fairy, do I have something on my face? It feels rather itchy. At his words, Jiang Lingxian raised her head slightly, her beautiful, glistening eyes locking onto his. Unexpectedly. Xian, my dear, a kiss. Jiang Lingxian, Several hours later, as dawn broke, a gentle mist enveloped the Tai Su immortal sect, resembling a realm of ethereal beauty. Clearly, this was the pinnacle of spiritual energy. Within the sanctum of the Tai Su Sanctus, Wang Chen gradually released Jiang Lingxian, who felt soft and languid from his kiss, gently caressing her hair. Sleep now, my dear. Rest easy. Wang Chen spoke softly, watching as Jiang Lingxian, in a dreamy state, struggled between sleep and wakefulness. Ultimately, lulled by his tender touch and gentle pats on her back, she surrendered to slumber. In the depths of the night, Jiang Lingxian had indeed attempted to resist. However, once she was kissed by Wang Chen, she found herself powerless to resist, or rather, she gradually lost the desire to resist. At this moment, if one were to gaze upon Jiang Lingxian's fair neck, they would notice several distinct red marks, as though she had been preyed upon by some creature. Watching Jiang Lingxian slowly succumb to slumber, Wang Chen gently released his hold on her delicate form and quietly rose. He then covered her with a warm blanket and tenderly tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Finally, he approached the bedside, his feet slipping into black flip-flops, the sound of his movements merging with the soft rustle of the night. Wang Chen did not hasten to depart the bed but instead took a seat, his left thumb rhythmically tapping against his other fingers. Reflecting upon the cause of the battle from 10 days prior, he began to deduce the possible outcomes that might ensue. With his eyes closed, images of familiar figures flickered in his mind. Yet one particular silhouette caused him to furrow his brow, pausing his calculations as he resumed his analysis. Would Yu Qing also be involved in the conflict between the two sects? Let me ascertain your current whereabouts. Wang Chen's calculations intensified as he focused on a single point, a surge of potent fortune energy erupting forth. Host, recharge me. 100,000 source points, and I shall boldly confront the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a memory struck him regarding the gifts from the 4 esteemed elders, which could conveniently be utilized for system recharging. Wang Chen recalled this and ceased his calculations, rummaging through his storage space until he unearthed 4 items. All 4 treasures were of the royal grade: elixirs, magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, and a rare medicinal herb. System, keep the elixirs and convert the other 3, magical artifacts, spiritual techniques, and the medicinal herb. Ding. Royal grade top-tier treasures. Royal grade mid-tier spiritual techniques. Royal grade premium medicinal herb. The host will receive a total of 3 million source points. Chapter 74. System, go slay the heavenly Tao. Wang Chen, Me? Wasn't it originally around 3 million? Not at all. Who cares for your source points? Humph. Oh well. Consider it feeding, my dear child. Be a good baby, and don't swallow so much next time. Remember to call me daddy if you do. To his surprise, Wang Chen did not scold the system this time. However, the implication of his words caused the system to flush with embarrassment. I am not your child. Go away. Then spit out the source points and return them to me. No. See, you've admitted it. Wang Chen chuckled, ignoring the system as he resumed his calculations, only to be met with another obstruction from the fortune energy. Ding. Interference function can be activated for 100,000 source points. Would the host like to enable it? Activate. Wang Chen mentally commanded, and in an instant, his source points were deducted by 100,000, allowing the obstructive fortune energy to explode. At that moment, a vision materialized in his mind, a figure with black flaming wings soaring through a desolate landscape. That figure was none other than Yu Qing. Host, shoot him. The system's irate command startled Wang Chen, raising a flicker of confusion in his expression. Shoot how? Use your purple gold heavenly eye. Wang Chen gradually comprehended, recalling the 9 abilities of the purple gold heavenly eye. Aside from its ability to perceive, this seemed to be the second. Closing his eyes, he hastened the calculations with his left hand, striving to maintain the image in his mind. Zing. Heavenly eye. Activate. As Wang Chen's brow furrowed, a purple gold fissure materialized and rapidly scanned the surroundings. He carefully observed Yi Qing's flight in his mind, his intent beginning to shift. In the desolate region of the 8 desolations, Yi Qing, at the second level of the returning origin realm, darted through the sweltering sands like a streak of light. His target was a rare 4-leaf flame grass located in the Yang Fire region of the desert. A perilous journey lay ahead. Fortunately, with the map provided by his close acquaintance, Chu Han from the Taishu immortal sect, he could evade numerous dangers. If he could obtain the 4-leaf flame grass, it would elevate his night flame physique further. This would enable him to return to the Taishu immortal sect, rescue his master, and then exchange for the treasure concealed in the corners of the Taishu treasure pavilion. Ultimately, he would cultivate a favorable relationship with the Chu family, seeking to earn the favor of the family head step by step. Moreover, he had heard that the Chu family's legitimate daughter, Chu Yao, was an exquisite beauty, perhaps. The more Yu Qing contemplated, the more hopeful he felt about his future. Yet his animosity towards Wang Chen intensified. Were it not for Wang Chen, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. He swore he would kill Wang Chen. Just as Yu Qing prepared to accelerate, the void above suddenly tore apart, revealing a colossal vertical purple gold heavenly eye. Startled by the presence of this formidable being, Yu Qing quickly halted and took refuge behind a massive rock. It seemed this elder was in search of something, and he hoped that once the elder's attention wandered, he could continue on his path. Hiding behind the stone, Yu Qing gazed at the towering purple gold eye, reassuring himself. If only I could be as powerful as this elder, then that waste of a furnace body would surely be crushed beneath my hand. The waste of a furnace body he referred to as none other than Wang Chen. At present, Yu Qing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Chen. For a mere furnace body had driven him to such desperation. Although a furnace body could cultivate, without a compatible physique to train alongside, it would indeed languish like a useless body. Yet unbeknownst to Yu Qing, Wang Chen's furnace body had been elevated to the Chaos Super Divine version T0 by the system. As Yu Qing observed the colossal purple gold eye twisting in the sky, he gradually widened his own eyes in shock. Suddenly, he realized that the purple gold eye had ceased its movement, locking its gaze directly upon him. Boom. In the next instant, before Yu Qing could react, a surge of purple gold flames erupted from the eye, hurtling towards him. Why is it targeting me? This was the last thought that crossed Yu Qing's mind before losing consciousness as the purple gold flames engulfed him, sinking into the desert floor. Within the Taishu Sanus Palace, Wang Chen was preparing to pursue Yu Qing into the depths of the desert, but as he calculated, the images in his mind were abruptly severed by a surge of fortune energy. Oh no, the heavenly Tao is mobilizing. Host, let's lay low for now. I'll shield your aura. Damn it, don't do that. The desert floor is rife with opportunities. I was about to pursue him. 1 million. Damn it. Let us do it. Regardless, his opportunities have already been calculated. I will seize that holy grade 4-leaf flame grass from the desert, and it will certainly yield more than 1 million source points. Ding. 1 million source points deducted, activating the Daytion level interference function. In the next moment, Wang Chen's left hand resumed its frantic calculations, the image in his mind reappearing. At this juncture, he no longer hesitated. Purple gold heavenly eye, unleash a full force strike. Now. The previously vanished purple gold eye re-emerged in the desert sky, this time magnified several times over. In an instant, countless cultivators within a 100-mile radius were sent into a frenzy, fleeing in terror from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the colossal entity. Boom. The next moment, the purple gold flame pillar erupted from the purple gold eye, launching towards the unconscious Yi Qing deep within the desert's labyrinth of opportunities. In that fleeting instant, Yi Qing's comatose form was gradually consumed by the flames. Just as the last flicker of life was about to extinguish, a voice of unparalleled authority resonated from the heavens. It was one of the 2 chosen ones. You dare to harm him, you outsiders. A golden-robed figure emerged from the clouds, raising a hand to extinguish the assault of the purple gold eye, ready to pursue. Host, Please return. The startled voice of the system echoed urgently, and in an instant, Wang Chen felt his consciousness being swiftly pulled back into his own body. How exhilarating. I nearly got caught by the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Alas, it's a pity that all my million source points have been exhausted. How infuriating. The voice of the system was both thrilled and seemingly relieved, while Wang Chen felt a mix of danger and thrill. Ding. Task. Eliminate the supreme fated child, Yi Qing. Reward. Upgrade the chaotic 9-yang divine body to the chaotic 9-yang dragon god body, with a 100 purification of the bloodline. Ding. Task. Slay the heavenly Tao and establish yourself as the sovereign. Reward. 1 chance to draw from the rainbow prize pearl, guaranteed outcome. At that moment, it was not the system's consciousness speaking, but rather the autonomous task prompt from the system that suddenly emerged. Wang Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. What? You want me to kill Yi Qing? That's one thing, but to kill the heavenly Tao and become the sovereign? Is that even remotely feasible? Chapter 75. Chen's face turned red. I think so too. How could the main program of the system issue such a task? However, rest assured, host. Since the task has been issued, it signifies that achieving it is absolutely possible. It's merely a matter of probability. I haven't even left the novice village. And you want me to slay a boss? This probability must be 1 in a billion. Listening to the dog-like system's response, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fortunately, there were no penalties for failing system tasks. He recalled that on Blue Star, he had seen some systems where if the host failed a task, they merely lost a few centimeters in height, which was hardly a setback. Host, let us not dwell on that. Let us first go to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion and seize Yi Qing's opportunity. After securing it, we can rest for a few days before heading to the desolate wasteland to snatch Yi Qing's holy grade 4-leaf flame grass. By then, I imagine Yi Qing will be incapacitated, with the heavenly Tao incarnation busy attempting to save him. As Wang Chen listened to the system's oddly cheerful mechanical voice, he turned to glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was sleeping soundly while clutching the bedding. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. I ought to inform her. Otherwise, if I disappear again, she might truly end up tethering me. Given that, I suppose I'll take another short nap and wait for her to awaken before discussing matters. Wang Chen kicked off his black flip-flops and carefully lifted the blanket, slipping back under it. As he gently pressed against Jiang Lingxian, her beautiful closed eyes fluttered slightly, and she opened a narrow slit. Jiang Lingxian stared at the figure embracing her, and in her half-asleep state, she unconsciously let out a soft murmur, appearing both drowsy and bewildered. Nestled in Wang Chen's arms, she instinctively raised her delicate hand to rub her groggy eyes. Feeling the familiar scent enveloping her, she continued to gaze at Wang Chen for a while with her narrowed eyes. Lingxian, Wang Chen softly called out, observing her adorable, dazed expression that seemed to lack any cognitive function. Jiang Lingxian, held close in his embrace, appeared to find an unparalleled sense of security and did not respond, instead succumbing to her increasing drowsiness. Just as her beautiful eyes were about to close again, she suddenly felt Wang Chen's lips against hers once more. In her half-conscious state, Jiang Lingxian offered a slight protest, turning her lovely face away, reluctant to be disturbed from her slumber. After a moment of hesitation, her consciousness gradually sank back into a dreamy state. Yet, she was still aware of Wang Chen's presence, and she surrendered to his gentle affection, allowing herself to drift back into sleep. At the Taishu Xianzong, midday under the blazing sun, within the Taishu Sanus Hall, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness gradually returned as she awoke from her slumber, her closed eyes fluttering lightly. This sleep had felt both exhausting and remarkably comforting, exhausting because of Wang Chen and comforting because of him as well. Upon regaining awareness, Jiang Lingxian found herself nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, her delicate face buried in his warm neck. Why did her neck feel increasingly warm? While Wang Chen, gazing blankly at the ceiling, suddenly noticed a peculiar warmth spreading around his neck. However, he quickly recalled something and lowered his gaze toward the person in his arms. But Jiang Lingxian, still nestled against him, seemed to be in a deep slumber, though her body had noticeably stiffened. Little fairy, are you awake? Wang Chen's voice softened as he gently inquired near her ear, filled with curiosity. Yet, Jiang Lingxian did not respond, even daring not to lift her face. Unsure of how to confront Wang Chen, recalling how she had been held and kissed throughout the night, and how in the morning, her disciple had repeated those actions. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt utterly devoid of courage to face Wang Chen, overwhelmed with embarrassment as she wished to hide herself under the covers. Seeing that Jiang Lingxian remained unresponsive, Wang Chen reached out with his right hand, tentatively pinching her smooth, beautiful cheek. Finally, after feeling his gentle touch, Jiang Lingxian, nestled against his neck, shifted slightly in mild resistance. It seemed she was awake, but merely found it difficult to confront him. Thus, Wang Chen decided to directly address the situation. Lingxian, I must head to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion shortly to attend to some matters. You can continue with your own tasks. There's no need to concern yourself with me. Gently stroking Jiang Lingxian's silky hair, his voice was tender as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyan, her flushed face still buried, slowly lifted her gaze. Her beautiful eyes quietly studying Wang Chen for a moment. Can I accompany you? With her face radiant and her perfect chin resting against Wang Chen's chest, she gazed at him with longing. Wang Chen paused momentarily, considering that perhaps bringing her along would indeed be acceptable. He had assumed Jiang Lingxian would have her own affairs to attend to, thus instinctively planning to go alone. Then, could you give me a kiss? However, noticing the yearning in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, Wang Chen brazenly proposed a small condition. For those who are audacious often reap the greatest rewards. Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed even more at his request, leading her thoughts back to their intimate moments from the previous night. In that instant, she hesitated. Her lips pressed together as she struggled internally to arrive at a decision. Would it be alright to kiss your cheek? Jiang Lingxian felt hesitant to initiate a kiss on Wang Chen's lips, not out of disdain, but rather due to overwhelming shyness. Whatever you prefer. Wang Chen refrained from pressing her further, simply gazing at her with a gentle demeanor and softly responding. Upon realizing that Wang Chen did not reject her suggestion, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, feeling slightly out of her comfort zone. At last, she pursed her lips, absently moistening them before leaning toward Wang Chen, her face flushed and glistening. Just as Wang Chen anticipated a kiss on his cheek, Jiang Lingxian unexpectedly aimed for his lips instead, as Wang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Believing she would indeed kiss him on the lips, Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth. In that moment, as they embraced, both could feel each other's rapid heartbeats. Jiang Lingxian's kiss left Wang Chen momentarily stunned, causing his cheeks to warm slightly. He could not fathom why. But when Jiang Lingxian kissed the corner of his lips, the sensation was exhilarating, leaving him with an odd feeling that was even more thrilling than a kiss itself. From his perspective, he could see Jiang Lingxian's beautifully flushed face, radiating a mix of allure and embarrassment. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly felt something soft brush against his lips, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jiang Lingxian, she actually. After the two parted ways, Wang Chen's entire cheek blushed a deep crimson, mirroring Jiang Lingxian's own embarrassment. Ha! Host, you're blushing. The system seemed to have encountered something amusing, bursting into laughter in Wang Chen's mind. Chapter 76, the terrifying knock at the door, the two in a panic. Yet Wang Chen paid it no mind. Instead, locking eyes with Jiang Lingxian's captivating gaze, their hearts racing in unison. Eventually, Jiang Lingyan, overwhelmed with shame, averted her face slightly. Feeling an acute embarrassment under Wang Chen's unwavering gaze, she tentatively reached out, her soft fingers lightly brushing against him, only to be taken aback by his intense reaction. Yet, such a response from him was undeniably adorable. Jiang Lingxian's gaze darted away, though she couldn't help but steal glances at Wang Chen's flushed face, feeling her own body weaken under the weight of her emotions. That kiss left both of them momentarily speechless, their racing hearts gradually calming. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, inciting an inexplicable panic within them. They were unsure why they felt this way, as if their intimate moment might be discovered. And nothing. It's your Tian Wang banner. You conceal yourself and steady your breath, cover yourself with the bedding and remain still. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly retrieved the Tian Wang banner, which she had stowed away after Wang Chen had fainted, and promptly handed it to him. Oh no. If Han Zun discovers that he has caught his precious disciple in such a sweet moment, it would cause an uproar. Wang Chen quickly seized the Tian Wang banner, wrapping it around himself, then lay back on the bed, using the banner to mask his presence. Jiang Lingxian too adjusted her flushed cheeks and meticulously arranged the bedding to cover Wang Chen securely. Once everything was in order, Jiang Lingxian finally got off the bed to put on her shoes, only to realize, to her embarrassment, that her white embroidered shoes had been carelessly discarded by Wang Chen the night before, and she had no idea where they had ended up. Dumbfounded, she stood barefoot at the edge of the bed, realizing she had no time to search for them, and thus opted to go without shoes. She tidied her disheveled attire. Then, barefooted, approached the door and gently pulled it open. Just as she did, she recalled that Wang Chen's black sandals were still by the bed, which she had forgotten to pick up. Xian, why are you taking so long to open the door? Han Zun's voice echoed from outside. Jiang Lingxian had no choice but to feign calmness as she met Han Zun's gaze. Master, I was in the midst of cultivating, hence the delay in opening the door. As Jiang Lingxian spoke, she opened the door wide, exuding an air of composure as she respectfully invited Han Zun to enter. As Han Zun, clad in an ice blue gown, stepped inside, Jiang Lingxian closed the door behind her and turned to walk away. However, she did not immediately take a seat. Instead, she walked to the bedside to slip on the black sandals. Though slightly oversized, the airy design made them comfortable enough to wear. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, adorned in her pure white dress and black sandals, exuded a strangely charming yet peculiar aura. "Xian, have you changed your shoes?" Han Zun inquired. Observing Jiang Lingxian's actions, her brows furrowed in curiosity. "Yes, they were a gift from my disciple. Although the style is somewhat unusual, they are quite comfortable." Jiang Lingxian fibbed, expertly concealing the truth. Given Han Zun's understanding of her, it was improbable that she would choose such footwear. However, attributing them to Wang Chen made everything logical. To Jiang Lingxian's surprise, Han Zun was even more astonished, not expecting her disciple to accept a gift from a man. The conflict between the two sects has intensified in recent days, and you may need to step forward as the holy maiden of Taishu. Nevertheless, with your cultivation at the 9th layer of the sacred soul, I have faith in your abilities. Han Zun, unconcerned with the shoes any longer, began discussing the matters of the two sections. Yet, I still have some reservations about you. Here, take this. It can serve as a trump card. With that, Han Zun produced a delicate, icy blue bracelet, roughly the size of a palm. Imperial-grade Dao weapon, the Hantian bracelet. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the bracelet in Han Zun's hand, which sparkled with a cold light and exuded an air of subtlety, momentarily taken aback. It was known that there were only 6 Imperial-grade Dao weapons across the vast land. Yet Han Zun was now offering her one. "Master, this. There is no need for further discussion. Just accept it. This Hantian bracelet has not been used in over a millennium due to my strength. Below the Heavenly Sovereign, I am invincible. Above the Heavenly Sovereign, I can retreat using various means." Han Zun raised her other hand, signaling Jiang Lingxian to refrain from speaking. Understanding her resolve, Jiang Lingxian fell silent. "I have removed the soul imprint within the Hantian bracelet. You need only place a strand of your own soul imprint to claim it as yours." Han Zun gently grasped Jiang Lingxian's slender left wrist, placing the Hantian bracelet onto her. It automatically adjusted to fit her wrist perfectly. By the way, the Hantian bracelet houses a spirit, but it has likely been dormant for a long time due to disuse. Han Zun reminded her as Jiang Lingxian closed her eyes to imprint her soul onto the bracelet. After sensing a connection form between her soul and the Hantian bracelet, Jiang Lingxian slowly opened her eyes and nodded gently. "Xian, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Jiang Lingxian asked, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. "I am aware that you accepted this male disciple to suppress the cold energy within you. However, you must remember to avoid developing feelings. Nonetheless, it is only natural to grow fond of someone over time. Regardless, I will not hold it against you. Ultimately, it is your choice. You are already capable of handling matters on your own, and I cannot interfere too much in your life. After all, the 9 yin cold body and the 9 yang divine body are a perfect match. Your interactions will not hinder your cultivation, but rather enhance it." Han Zun gazed at Jiang Lingxian as if imparting wisdom to her daughter, her eyes softened with affection. If one were to ask who Han Zun cared for most in her life, it would undoubtedly be the girl she had watched grow up, Jiang Lingxian. However, Jiang Lingxian had always kept her distance from others, and Han Zun felt helpless regarding her deep-seated fears of intimacy. "And no, I assure you, my relationship with him is purely that of a teacher and disciple," Jiang Lingxian replied, her thoughts drifting to Wang Chen, who was concealed beneath the blankets behind her. As she spoke, both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian seemed to doubt her words, uncertain of whether Han Zun believed them. Perhaps that was for the best. Han Zun studied her silently for a moment before quietly turning to leave, opening the door to exit. Creak. Once the door closed behind her, and sensing that Han Zun had departed, Wang Chen quickly lifted the Tianhuang banner and bedding, sitting up. "Ah, I almost suffocated. This Tianhuang banner truly seals all airflow, completely concealing my presence." Wang Chen gasped for breath, then turned to meet Jiang Lingxian's gaze as she stood in the room. Chapter 77. Lingxian, reluctant to part after a kiss. Wang Chen sat on the bed, staring blankly at Jiang Lingxian, who stood nearby, wearing his black sandals. "Xian, how about next time we kiss? We find a different place?" Although they often found themselves interrupted by Han Zun right after their kisses, Wang Chen felt that they could have enjoyed a moment of intimacy afterward. Wang Chen raised his right hand to scratch the back of his head, displaying an expression akin to that of a child disturbed from a sweet moment. No, not the kiss." Jiang Lingxian slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes averting their gaze from Wang Chen. She recalled how every kiss left her feeble, and without a forceful surge of cultivation. She could only let him have his way, which filled her with immense shame. There were even times when the kisses left her breathless and her body weak, making it difficult to channel her spiritual energy. In such moments, Jiang Lingxian could only feign calm, fearing that Wang Chen might seize the opportunity to tear her clothes and impose his desires upon her. At that moment, upon hearing her words, Wang Chen appeared utterly astonished. He leaped off the bed, barefoot, and swiftly tucked away the heavenly emperor banner. He then bounded over to Jiang Lingxian, who seemed to be searching for something on the floor. "What are you looking for? Let me help you. Can you just kiss me?" Wang Chen watched as Jiang Lingxian's gaze remained fixed on the ground, tilting his head slightly to meet her eyes again. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by his pitiful plea, said, "I'm looking for my shoes, which you lost." After a moment's hesitation, she revealed what she was searching for, implicitly agreeing to Wang Chen's condition. "Here they are." As soon as she spoke, Wang Chen, as if performing a magic trick, produced the clean white embroidered shoes from behind his back. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, realizing that the shoes hadn't been lost, but rather hidden by Wang Chen. "You, give them back." Jiang Lingxian momentarily lost her words, wanting to scold him but unsure how to articulate her frustration, finally managing to utter a simple "give them back." One kiss on the left cheek for one shoe, one kiss on the right cheek for the other, and one kiss on the lips for the pair. "You choose." Wang Chen teased, concealing the shoes behind his back, his handsome face adorned with a mischievous grin as he leaned closer to the blushing Jiang Lingxian. "No," Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, attempting to step forward to snatch the shoes from behind him, but without unleashing her cultivation. Wang Chen, finding amusement in her struggle, lifted the shoes above his head. Standing on his toes, Jiang Lingxian, slightly shorter than Wang Chen, found herself reaching for the shoes, her black flip-flops barely grazing the distance needed to grasp them. Noticing this, Wang Chen lowered his stance, and Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened as she finally managed to grab the white embroidered shoes. "Foolish disciple, even without unleashing my cultivation, I can still toy with you." However, as she reveled in her small victory, she suddenly felt her waist enveloped in Wang Chen's embrace, his lips pressing against hers. "Woo!" Jiang Lingxian gazed with wide, glistening eyes at Wang Chen, struggling against his hold. Yet, in a matter of moments, her resistance waned, and she became tranquil in his arms, her eyes fluttering. After a brief pause, Wang Chen slowly released her, while Jiang Lingxian caught her breath. Her moist lips slightly parted, exhaling softly as she gazed at him. For reasons unknown, he seemed to perceive within her delicate, trembling gaze an overwhelming sense of reluctance and a hint of reproach. "Xianxian, we must head to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion. May I have my shoes back? How about I help you put them on?" Wang Chen suggested. "No." Jiang Lingxian's mood seemed to darken, her lips pressed together as she turned her face away. Her movements languid. "Then, will you wear them yourself?" Wang Chen probed teasingly. As expected, Jiang Lingxian's frown deepened at his words, her slender arms releasing him. All right, I was just joking." Wang Chen reached out to tousle her hair, but for reasons he could not fathom, Jiang Lingxian resisted, turning her head away, though it bore no fruit. After a while, Jiang Lingxian obediently settled on the bed, watching Wang Chen as he knelt to help her with the white embroidered shoes. Her lips pressed together in contemplation. "Wretched disciple, wretched disciple, wretched disciple, why is it that after a kiss, it cannot last a little longer?" Regrettably, Jiang Lingxian kept these thoughts to herself, and Wang Chen remained oblivious. Had he been aware, he would likely have unleashed his playful side. Unlike the previous night, when he had indulged in prolonged kisses without restraint. The reason for his restraint was clear. Jiang Lingxian had shown evident resistance. Were it not for her weakened state, he might have acted more boldly, risking a slap as before. Once he finished adorning Jiang Lingxian with the white embroidered shoes, Wang Chen slowly rose, gazing down at her as she ignored him. "Xianxian, I was wrong, all right?" Wang Chen attempted to lift her from the bed, but she turned away, evading his touch. "I'm sorry, I promise not to kiss for so long next time. Is that all right?" Wang Chen, unaware of her true feelings, spoke, causing her to lift her gaze in surprise. "You." Jiang Lingxian wished to scold him, but found herself stammering from embarrassment. How could she possibly express? "It's because your kisses are too short that I feel downcast. Are you still coming with me to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion?" Wang Chen inquired, puzzled by her silence, contemplating a more direct approach. Suddenly, he extended his strong arms, swiftly lifting her, one hand beneath her legs and the other around her neck. Before Jiang Lingxian could fully comprehend, he turned and strode toward the door. With a swift motion, he kicked the door open and carried her toward the path of the Taishu immortal sect. No. This is not acceptable." Jiang Lingxian panicked, fearing the embarrassment of being seen in such a manner. Wang Chen felt her genuine struggle intensify, no longer a mere pretense. Reluctantly, he set her down in the courtyard, chuckling at her flushed visage. "You, shameless, wretched disciple, Jiang Lingxian scolded fiercely. Her face flushed as she stood before him in her flowing white dress. Ha ha! Wang Chen could not contain his laughter at the adorable sight of the once majestic Jiang Lingxian, now flustered by his antics. Master? Master, master, master? He teased, leaning closer to whisper the title in her ear, evoking a deeper blush as she turned away in haste. My dear master, since I am a wretched disciple, I suppose I should engage in some scandalous activities each night, right? But, will you indulge this pitiful disciple? Jiang Lingxian felt her cheeks burn at his devilish whispers, her heart racing. Ultimately, overwhelmed, she began to walk away in a slightly flustered manner. Dressed in her lovely white gown, Wang Chen, observing her retreating figure, could hardly suppress his grin. He contemplated that perhaps it was not so inappropriate to call Jiang Lingxian master from now on, given that in a past life, such an address held a sense of reverence. However, now that they lay together, embracing and kissing, the nature of their relationship had transformed entirely. Wang Chen gazed after Jiang Lingxian, who was swiftly disappearing from view, and hurriedly took large strides to catch up with her. Upon exiting the Taishu Saintis Hall, both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian adopted an air of utmost seriousness, resembling a typical master and disciple. The crimson mark on Jiang Lingxian's fair neck had vanished before her encounter with the cold sovereign, so nothing appeared amiss. Master, where are we headed? Wang Chen inquired, deliberately raising his voice as they traversed the path. Given the ongoing conflict between the two sects, the Taishu disciples were sparse, yet a few still passed by. Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily at the unexpected address, her previously icy gaze flickering slightly towards Wang Chen. Simply follow me and refrain from unnecessary chatter, she replied coolly. Her words tinged with an effort to maintain composure. It struck her as peculiar. She had once yearned for him to call her master, yet now it felt oddly different. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian comprehended that the term master as uttered by Wang Chen had taken on a new meaning. Surely, my dear master, you would not wish to witness your beloved disciple languish in solitude during the night? As Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's demeanor, a classic quote from his past life unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. After navigating several twists and turns, they finally arrived at a magnificent golden pavilion. Let us proceed. I seek a particular item, Wang Chen stated, his demeanor now serious as he gestured towards the grand structure. Jiang Lingxian's lovely features displayed a hint of confusion. Yet she refrained from further inquiries. The duo then stepped into the expansive Taishu treasure pavilion, which appeared somewhat desolate. The pavilion operated under 3 exchange rules: contributions from the Taishu sect, spirit stones, or item-for-item trades. Taishu Saintis. Upon entering the somewhat deserted pavilion, an elder at the corner counter, who had been enjoying a spirit fruit, hurriedly set it down and respectfully addressed Jiang Lingxian. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement and followed Wang Chen deeper into the pavilion. System, can you pinpoint the location of that item? Wang Chen inquired mentally. Negative. It is obscured by fate, unless. Then you may rest. I shall activate the purple gold heavenly eye, Wang Chen declared, disregarding the system. A violet gold fissure appeared on his fair brow before he forcefully opened his eyes. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Wang Chen's purple gold heavenly eye. Her expression tinged with intrigue. Just awakened, he remarked, seemingly anticipating her thoughts without needing to look. Wang Chen closed his eyes again, employing the purple gold heavenly eye to scan the rows of cabinets displaying various treasures, all emanating hues of green or blue. This was merely the first floor of the Taishu treasure pavilion, the least impressive level, which was to be expected. The pavilion boasted 7 levels, each representing a different rank: outer disciples, outer elders, inner elders, saintess or saint, old sect master, and ancestor. Wang Chen noted that there was indeed a saint, but he was currently in seclusion, having been absent for over a century. Typically, treasures meant for those fated for greatness, like Yu Qing, were concealed in the most unassuming corners of this first layer. Wang Chen walked ahead of Jiang Lingxian, his eyes closed, continuously scanning the cabinets with his purple gold heavenly eye. I have nearly inspected everything, yet still no sign of it. This is unusual. Disciple, if you are truly in need of treasures, you may simply tell your master. I would gladly provide, Jiang Lingxian said, having followed behind Wang Chen for quite some time. After noticing his sudden stillness, she spoke in her cool tone. Wang Chen turned around, only to be nearly blinded by the radiant black-red aura emanating from Jiang Lingxian. What? The purple gold heavenly eye can perceive one's fate as well? He thought, momentarily stunned. System, why does Jiang Lingxian possess such an overwhelming aura? It's terrifyingly dark. Wang Chen inquired internally, his mind racing. Unknown, but I sense she is extraordinary, the system replied. That's obvious. The aura is so potent it nearly dazzles my vision. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian called, Noticing Wang Chen shielding his eye, he raised his head, attempting to retreat from the overwhelming aura before him. However, upon looking up, he was taken aback by a shimmering golden waterfall painting adorning the ceiling. Is that treasure up there? He mused, internally cursing. Oh, it's nothing. I have found it. Wang Chen said, retracting his purple gold heavenly eye and returning his gaze to the stunning Jiang Lingxian. Ignoring her puzzled expression, he lifted his hand, unleashing a forceful pull. Suddenly, the dusty painting was drawn into his palm. To the naked eye, the painting appeared dilapidated and filthy, having hung there for countless years. Yet through his purple gold heavenly eye, its vibrant beauty was revealed. After rolling up the grimy painting, Wang Chen felt compelled to further explore the cabinets. His attention was drawn to an unkempt corner deep within the pavilion, where a pair of gleaming crimson armor lay, untouched and neglected. What is this doing here? He wondered. Momentarily dazed, was the painting Yi Qing's fortune, or was it the armor? Chapter 79, The Reversed Heavenly Tyrant. My rebellious disciple. What am I thinking? All of this is my fortune, not Yi Qing's. Wang Chen thought, his mind clearing as he cheerfully retracted the purple gold heavenly eye. He then confidently approached the dusty armor, reaching down to pick it up. Disciple, it seems these two items have lost their divine essence, Jiang Lingxian remarked, observing Wang Chen treating the dusty artifacts as treasures. Unbeknownst to her, a pang of concern welled up within, filled with tenderness for him. Come. Let me take you to the 5th level to select something better, shall we? Wang Chen, holding the dusty painting in one hand and the armor in the other, paused at her suggestion. No, this is more than sufficient, he insisted, shaking his head vigorously. After all, even if they ventured to the 5th level to select treasures, they would ultimately require her spirit stones for the exchange. In essence, he was still relying on her resources, although he had already acquired quite a bit. Hush, I have but a trivial question for you. Do you still possess any spirit stones? Observing Jiang Lingxian's persistence, Wang Chen gestured for silence. Recalling the million exquisite spirit stones residing in his storage space, he inquired softly. Initially, Wang Chen intended to return these precious spirit stones to Jiang Lingxian. However, she had adamantly refused, leaving him with no choice but to temporarily keep them. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian paused at Wang Chen's question, her lovely countenance momentarily stunned, and she involuntarily pressed her delicate lips together. I have a little left, dear disciple, rest assured. It will certainly suffice for you to exchange for the treasures you desire. After a brief silence, Jiang Lingxian lifted her beautiful gaze to meet Wang Chen's, her cool voice offering reassurance. Observing her resolute yet slightly lacking confidence demeanor, Wang Chen instinctively understood that her little treasury was nearing depletion. Aside from that cold sword and the 9 sacred tear talismans, it was essentially empty. I do not question your intentions. I merely wish to refrain from continually exhausting your resources without cause. Rather than gifting me more treasures, you might consider showering me with a few more kisses. Wang Chen's tone was gentle as he drew closer to Jiang Lingxian in the innermost corner of the loft, subtlety permeating the air. Jiang Lingxian, caught off guard by his words, turned slightly to face him, startled by his proximity. Here, that is, unacceptable. Jiang Lingxian, in a flurry, raised her delicate, pale hand against Wang Chen's chest, though her strength was minimal. Feeling the almost non-existent pressure against his chest, Wang Chen chuckled softly and moved even closer. Glancing around in a slight panic, Jiang Lingxian was relieved they were secluded in the corner of the loft, with no one nearby. Yet, outside, how could one behave thus with a disciple? Jiang Lingxian felt a sense of resistance to public displays of affection, her fair, lovely face instinctively tilting away. As Wang Chen inched forward, his solid frame pressing against her, her heart raced, and she shyly closed her eyes. However, Wang Chen did not relent. Instead, he parted his lips and nibbled gently on her smooth, beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian gasped at the unexpected sensation, her eyes fluttering open in surprise, letting out a soft, adorable sound. At that moment, she resembled a kitten savoring a delectable treat, eyes wide with innocence and charm. Yet, the current scenario was not one of her enjoying a delicacy. Rather, it was Wang Chen relishing her as a delightful morsel. Wang Chen released her cheek, leaving a faint imprint of his teeth on her fair skin. Little fairy, remember to behave outside, and heed the words of your rebellious disciple. Lest you risk his nighttime retribution, he leaned in slightly, whispering in her ear, his breath warm, words that made Jiang Lingxian too bashful to meet his gaze. Opposite the heavens, my little rebellious disciple. Feeling the heat of his breath against her ear, Jiang Lingxian's hands clenched the fabric of her robe, biting her lip, her body aflame with a newfound sensation. Wang Chen, oblivious to her turmoil, slowly withdrew, chuckling. Well then, my dear disciple has chosen her treasures. Shall we depart? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lingxian, who was avoiding his gaze, and spoke in a soft, melodic tone. MMM. Jiang Lingxian discreetly regulated her breath, attempting to alleviate her unusual state before softly uttering an affirmative sound. Only then did Wang Chen turn, starting to stride towards the distant counter, with Jiang Lingxian following. As he approached the counter to settle the payment for the 2 items, a figure suddenly descended the nearby staircase. Oi, old dang! Wang Chen called out to the weary yet dignified elder of the Taishu sect, lowering his protective armor. The elder paused at the last step, glancing between Wang Chen and his surroundings. Did you call for me? The elder raised a finger towards himself, an expression of confusion evident on his face. Yes, it is indeed you. Come here. Wang Chen's face lit up upon seeing this old acquaintance from a past life, waving him over with enthusiasm. The elder frowned, observing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, and approached in his flowing Taishu white robe. You, young man, what manners are these? Shouldn't the saintess educate her disciple? The elder feigned admonishment towards Wang Chen before shifting his gaze to Jiang Lingxian, a hint of reproach in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian raised her slightly frosty gaze, yet there was no displeasure, merely a quiet observation of the two. She trusted that soon enough, these two mischievous souls, this playful rogue and her dear disciple would bond. Old dang, still as coy as ever, splendid. Wang Chen chuckled as if he were witnessing a good friend adopting an unexpectedly serious demeanor. 500 years ago, within the Sun and Moon secret realm, the saintess of the Moon sect fell victim to the poison of the passion flower sea, and at that moment, a young man appeared. Silence. The elder was taken aback, realizing something was amiss, and quickly interrupted Wang Chen's impending tale. Very well. Then you shall assist me in covering the cost of these 2 trinkets. Wang Chen lifted the items in his grasp, meeting the elder's amiable yet authoritative gaze. How many spirit stones for these items? Enough. No need for change. The elder swiftly produced a premium spirit stone from his robe and placed it upon the table. Finally, the elder cast a deep glance at Wang Chen, speaking slowly. Meet me at the Taishu dining hall tonight. Without waiting for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond, the elder departed, his white robe billowing behind him. The attendant at the Taishu treasure pavilion, who had been quietly nibbling on a spirit fruit, remained silent, observing the scene. Is 1 premium spirit stone sufficient? Absolutely. The attendant hastily set down the spirit fruit, standing up eagerly as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turned to face him. 1 premium spirit stone equals 1,000 inferior spirit stones. The exchange for the 2 seemingly inconsequential items from the Taishu saintess and her disciple was more than adequate. Since it suffices, kindly return the inferior spirit stones to me. Wang Chen collected the 2 treasures, extending his right hand towards Jiang Lingxian and the attendant, who both stared in astonishment. After receiving 900 inferior spirit stones, Wang Chen, content, led Jiang Lingxian out of the Taishu treasure pavilion. What a miserly fellow. The attendant watched the retreating figures of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, feeling somewhat disheartened, as he had anticipated earning a small tip. The Taishu sect's path felt rather desolate, with noticeably fewer disciples than before. Suddenly, they heard a voice calling from afar. Wang Wu, Wang. Cough, Wang Chen. The distant call grew louder, prompting both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to glance back. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, Jiang Lingxian deliberately concealed Wang Chen behind her, her gaze directed at the individual across from her, filled with a subtle, yet palpable hostility. The holy maiden of Taishu, Wang. No, it is Wang Chen. We meet again. Chu Yao's enchanting figure approached the two with a playful run, greeting them with a cheerful smile. However, upon hearing the name Wang Chen, a ripple of unease crossed Jiang Lingxian's eyes as she cast a cold glance at him. Clearly, during their last encounter, Chu Yao had only heard the surname Wang and was unaware of her disciple's full name. Was her disciple's previous words merely a deception? Although Jiang Lingxian maintained an icy exterior, her heart felt a pang of discomfort and disappointment. If she had fluffy cat ears atop her head, they would undoubtedly droop in a state of weakness. What brings you here? Jiang Lingxian replied calmly, her voice as frigid as her demeanor, yet internally, she yearned to depart with Wang Chen. Ah, little brother, we meet again. Just as the situation seemed to stabilize, a seductive voice echoed from above, and an enchanting elder in purple robes descended gracefully. Have you considered the conditions I mentioned last time, little brother? Before Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao could react, the elder continued with a captivating tone. Jiang Lingxian felt overwhelmed. Caught between Chu Yao in front and the elder behind, she was at a loss as to where to shield Wang Chen. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Jiang Lingxian directed her gaze at the elder, her tone growing increasingly frigid, a chill emanating around her. Your words carry no weight. I demand to hear his answer directly. After a moment of silence, the elder shifted her gaze to Wang Chen, insisting on continuing. Surrounded by the three women stares, Wang Chen felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. How could he dare speak incorrectly? A few disciples passing by paused to observe the unfolding drama. Intrigued by the spectacle of three women vying for a single man, the Taishu disciples, outwardly indifferent, felt an inner turmoil akin to consuming a lemon, too sweet. At that moment, Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's intense gaze, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. I will not agree to you. Please leave. You seem a bit unclean, he retorted, tentatively wrapping his arm around Jiang Lingxian's slender one while casting a glance at the elder. Jiang Lingxian stiffened slightly at his touch, betraying an uncharacteristic awkwardness. Preposterous. I have never even touched a man. If it weren't for your handsome appearance and being a furnace body, I wouldn't even consider you. The elder's demeanor shifted abruptly, her previous allure replaced by irritation, and she quickly abandoned her seductive facade. Oh dear, I'm flustered. With his left arm tightly around Jiang Lingxian's delicate form, Wang Chen pointed at the elder and laughed heartily. You, humph. Only you would find joy in being taught by an ice queen. The elder, hands on her hips, decided to abandon her pretense, glaring at both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. After previously being humiliated by Jiang Lingxian, she seized the chance to glare at them fiercely. Had she been able, she would have unleashed a few more biting remarks. Ultimately, amidst the gazes of several disciples, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, the elder transformed into a streak of purple light and swiftly departed. Chu Yao, having witnessed the entire spectacle, stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Jiang Lingxian, upon seeing Wang Chen's outright rejection of the elder, felt a small sigh of relief escape her. Yet, as she heard Chu Yao's voice behind her, her previously relaxed heart began to race once more. How infuriating. Why were there so many women pursuing her disciple? She longed to imprison them all. Fortunately, she had insisted on accompanying her disciple today, albeit under the pretext of a kiss to garner his consent. Jiang Lingxian's sense of urgency surged, and her possessiveness over Wang Chen intensified. She would not allow her disciple to be taken away by these ill-intentioned women. Wang Chen was hers alone. By the way, Wang Chen, don't you have a wife? At that moment, Chu Yao, gazing at Wang Chen, who was intimately holding Jiang Lingxian's arm, inadvertently dropped a bombshell. She found it perplexing. Wang Chen had claimed to be married, yet here he was, so close to his master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt her mind whirl, her heart tightening. The term wife echoed in her thoughts, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. They had yet to confirm their relationship as partners. So Chu Yao's mention of Wang Chen's wife sent her into a spiral of distress. Wang Chen, oblivious to the implications of his casual mention of a wife, had only said it to prevent Chu Yao from developing feelings for him, never anticipating the chaos it would incite. Chapter 81. The wronged and weeping Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian, feigning calmness yet feeling utterly flustered, stood rooted, her icy demeanor melting as her eyes began to redden. It felt as though Wang Chen's hands gripping her arms had transformed into a vice around her heart. Chu seemed to sense that something was amiss with Jiang Lingxian but could not pinpoint the cause. Just as she prepared to investigate further, Jiang Lingxian shot her a cold glance, her eyes tinged with red. Before anyone could react, Jiang Lingxian took Wang Chen and vanished along the path of the Taishu sect. The fleeting glance Jiang Lingxian cast at Chu Yao sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to instinctively take a step back, her eyes wide with fear at the sudden disappearance of the two. What was happening with the holy maiden of Taishu? Chu Yao was perplexed by Jiang Lingxian's behavior. Yet a thought began to take root in her mind. Given the holy maiden's reaction to those words, could it be that she harbored feelings for her disciple? But her disciple was already married, and now that the holy maiden knew, was she angry? Panic surged within Chu Yao, and she quickly scanned her surroundings, resolving to keep this secret tightly guarded. Otherwise, she feared for her safety. Wang Chen was quite the character, skillfully toying with the holy maiden's emotions. As she departed, she couldn't help but marvel at Wang Chen's audacity. Yet, when she eventually found herself caught up with Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, her perspective would surely shift. Inside the holy maiden's palace, a sudden thud echoed as Wang Chen was thrust against the wall, his heart racing as he cursed Chu Yao 1,000 times in his mind. It had barely been 5 or 6 seconds since Chu Yao had uttered those fateful words. Dazed, Wang Chen was abruptly pulled back by Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes were now red with unshed tears. Jiang Lingxian pressed Wang Chen against the wall, unable to contain her feelings of grievance any longer, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at him, her lips quivering as if on the verge of breaking into sobs. You have deceived me once again. Why do you continue to deceive me? Jiang Lingxian suppressed the endless grievances in her heart, her voice trembling with a chilling coldness as she questioned Wang Chen with heart-wrenching intensity. The titles of wife and Chu Yao, along with the numerous figures of intersect female elders vying for Wang Chen's attention, incessantly surfaced in her mind. Each time these figures appeared in reality, she could only exert herself to block them. Yet now, she realized that it seemed she could not prevent anything, could not obstruct. Lingxian, Chu Yao is speaking nonsense. Since I arrived in the 8 desolations, I have essentially been by your side. Where could a wife come from? I only mentioned that to deter her from falling for me like in my previous life. Wang Chen was truly anxious now, witnessing Jiang Lingxian's tears welling up. And he fumbled to explain. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian could no longer hold back. Tears cascaded down her delicate face like a waterfall. Oh, how could she still have feelings for you in this life? Yet you still go to see her. Jiang Lingxian raised her hands to wipe her tears. But her vision grew increasingly blurred. She knew she was losing her composure, yet after hearing Wang Chen and Chu Yao's words, her tears flowed uncontrollably. You clearly said that you only returned together through the same teleportation array. But why does she still know your name in this life? Why? The more Jiang Lingxian spoke, the more suffocating her feelings became, as if her heart were being tightly gripped, and tears continued to fall. Each word she uttered was punctuated by sobs, her icy voice trembling incessantly. You deceived me, time and again. Even back then, you knew I had been reborn. Yet you refused to speak to me, refused to share anything. Jiang Lingxian cried, gasping for breath, her fair face streaked with tears. I haven't. In this life, I've never sought her out. It was merely coincidental encounters. Wang Chen was at a loss, overwhelmed by the multitude of questions Jiang Lingxian had thrown at him. If it becomes unbearable, we can confront her directly. Please, let us stop crying for now. Wang Chen felt a deep sorrow as he watched Jiang Lingxian sobbing uncontrollably. Like before, he reached out to embrace her to ease her emotions. But this time she stepped back 2 paces. Don't touch me. One Chu Yao is already enough, and now there's another wife? What do I even mean to you? Jiang Lingxian cried, her voice thick with grievance. Am I truly just a simple and good master, destined to be toyed with by you, this rebellious disciple? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian was clearly not in a state to listen. She wiped her tears again. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at Wang Chen, her cries turning into coughs. The cold bracelet on her left wrist, the Han Tian bracelet, became damp with her tears, emanating a faint chill. What is going on? Wait a moment, why have I changed masters? Within moments, a cute little girl's voice emanated from the Han Tian bracelet. Clearly bewildered. New master, why are you crying? However, sensing the situation, the bracelet quickly adapted to its new role, its adorably naive tone shifting to one of growing anger. Has this lecherous rogue sullied you in secret? I shall take care of him. The Han Tian bracelet seemed to glare at Wang Chen, its voice filled with indignation. As it began to radiate a chilling aura, as if ready to exact vengeance upon Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, tear-streaked and desperate, quickly covered her left wrist. Do not harm him. Return. Her face was a mess of tears, resembling a weeping kitten, but she instinctively protected the Han Tian bracelet, her conflicting emotions of grievance and protectiveness creating a strangely endearing sight. Master, why? The Han Tian bracelet's voice was filled with confusion. But before it could finish, Jiang Lingxian severed the connection. Wang Chen saw that Jiang Lingxian's attention was entirely on her covered bracelet, and he quickly wrapped his arms around her. Please, don't touch me. Jiang Lingxian, caught off guard by his embrace, regained her senses, struggling like a small, distressed kitten. Her face twisted in a pout of discontent as she resisted Wang Chen's hold. Let us stop crying, all right? I truly have nothing to do with Chu Yao. We can confront her together later. I swear, I have no wife. If I did, it would only be you. As Jiang Lingxian continued to struggle, Wang Chen tightened his embrace, speaking rapidly to reassure her. Feeling Wang Chen's warmth and his soothing words, her resistance softened slightly. Wang Chen understood that if a being of her strength truly wished to escape, he could not hold her. Thus, since he had managed to embrace her, he hoped to calm her down. Please, stop crying. He tentatively lifted his hand to gently stroke the back of her head, burying her face into his shoulder. But the next moment, Wang Chen felt a sharp pain shoot through his shoulder, causing him to gasp slightly. Nevertheless, he did not retaliate. Allowing Jiang Lingxian to bite him as if he were an ordinary person, Jiang Lingxian bit down harder, her grip growing fiercer, until Wang Chen felt as if his shoulder might break under the pressure. Yet, suddenly, her grip relaxed, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Oh, how could I? Jiang Lingxian buried her face against his ear, once more unable to suppress her sobs. Wang Chen felt her tears soak through his clothing, the warmth of her face against his shoulder a stark contrast to her earlier distress. Jiang Lingxian cried as if she were releasing all her pinned-up grievances, their shared history. Her feelings for Chu Yao, the revelation of Wang Chen's rebirth, and the loneliness she endured after learning of his death in her previous life. For countless years, she had waited atop the mountain where they first met, and today, she finally released all her anguish before Wang Chen. Wang Chen lost track of time, only aware that his shoulder was completely drenched in her tears. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian, a powerful celestial being, cried herself to sleep, resting her head against him. With Wang Chen's presence, she felt safe enough to surrender to sleep, unlike before when she would wake from nightmares alone. Once he sensed her quieting down, Wang Chen gently pried her arms from around his neck, then lifted her in a princess carry, taking her to the bed and laying her down softly. Gazing at Jiang Lingshan's tear-streaked, delicate face, which was now tinged with red, Wang Chen gently wiped her cheeks. Her closed eyelids glistened with tears, evoking a sense of compassion. Wang Chen had procured 2 basins of fresh water and cloth from the system, and he carefully moistened a piece to tenderly cleanse her face. Glancing at his own white robe, now dampened by the windless version of himself, he lifted it to inspect his shoulder. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. The bite marks were oozing blood. He turned to observe the faint droplets seeping from the tiny punctures, choosing to leave them unattended for the moment, intending to show them to Jiang Lingshan once her emotions had stabilized. As he contemplated drying the tears from his soaked robe, using his spiritual energy, the garment seemed to sense his intention and began to dry itself, a gust of energy swirling around the wet fabric. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by this phenomenon, completely unaware of Jiang Lingshan, who lay on the bed, her head slightly swaying, a look of trepidation in her reddened eyes. When he turned to her after a brief daze, their gazes locked, and she, startled from a nightmare, called out softly, "Disciple." Her voice, tinged with a hoarse and pitiful quality, tugged at his heartstrings. Alarmed by her visibly distressed demeanor, Wang Chen's heart sank as he held the cloth in his hands. Jiang Lingshan, who usually exuded an air of icy composure, now appeared vulnerable and tearful, a stark contrast that struck him deeply. Quick as a flash, he kicked off his shoes and dove into the bed, enveloping her in his warm embrace. "Disciple," he murmured. But her beautiful face twisted in a mixture of grievance and sorrow, her voice barely a whisper as she attempted to speak, only to have her lips silenced by his. Wang Chen understood that allowing her to voice her feelings would likely lead to further tears, and he would then be obligated to explain countless matters, ultimately soothing her once more. Thus, he opted for silence, sealing her lips with his own. Jiang Lingshan, taken aback, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Her exquisite beauty was accentuated by her vulnerable state, evoking a desire to protect her. As their lips met, Wang Chen felt as though he might dissolve from the sheer bliss enveloping him. As time passed, Jiang Lingshan's eyes, now misty and red, fluttered shut, her long lashes trembling gently. When their lips finally parted, they instinctively held each other tightly, breathing softly. She nestled her flushed face against his warm neck, the world around them fading away. Even if she wished to speak, her mind was clouded, as if deprived of oxygen. A soft cough escaped her throat, followed by a few more, as if she had been startled awake. Meanwhile, Wang Chen lay there, gazing at the ceiling, breathing heavily, his arms securely around her delicate form. It seemed that in the future, whenever she cried, he would simply silence her with a kiss, rendering her incapable of thought. Feeling her warmth, an idea struck him. "Xian, let us sleep now, my dear." He gently caressed her hair, his voice soothing. Jiang Lingshan remained silent, her face buried in his neck, seemingly unwilling to respond. Wang Chen, sensing her mood, fell silent, granting her a tranquil atmosphere, fearing that speaking might provoke another bout of tears. This was the first time Wang Chen had witnessed such a side of Jiang Lingshan, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. It appeared that even someone known as the Ice Heart Empress in her past life had her vulnerabilities, and it seemed he was hers. Chapter 83. The Enchanted Xian. That night, Wang Chen's sleep was restless, as Jiang Lingshan stirred frequently in her dreams. He was cautious not to fall into a deep slumber, quickly lifting his gaze to her each time she awoke. On several occasions, their eyes met, and her expression would suddenly morph into one of profound distress. During those moments, he could only comfort her with gentle words. Yet, Jiang Lingshan did not continue to fuss. The sound of his tender voice would lull her back into silence. In the dimly lit room, the stillness amplified their sensitive hearts, making Jiang Lingshan seem to awaken each time to confirm Wang Chen's presence, as if fearing he might vanish. Eventually, Wang Chen decided against sleeping, holding her close as he stared at the ceiling, the chaotic energy within him quietly circulating. As dawn broke and a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, he felt Jiang Lingshan stir again. When she slowly lifted her face to meet his gaze, he instinctively tightened his hold around her waist. "Xian, I'm here, I won't go anywhere," he reassured her, mirroring their late-night exchanges. However, this time, Instead of burying her face in his neck, she simply held his gaze, her beautiful eyes still slightly red from the previous night's tears. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Lingshan began to shift, seemingly attempting to rise. Wang Chen was taken aback. Xian, don't call me that, she replied, irritation evident in her voice, though the anger was softened by her hoarse tone, the initial word barely escaping her lips. Her momentary hesitation in rising hinted at her embarrassment. Yet she pressed on with feigned composure. Fine, I'll call you that. Just don't be angry, all right? What do you wish to do now? Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, wishing to soothe her. I said, cough. I said don't call me that. Let go of me. Jiang Lingshan, her voice laced with indignation, coughed lightly as she reiterated. Are you still upset? If it helps, we could confront Chu Yao together, Wang Chen suggested. Noticing her determination as she propped herself up against the bed, disregarding his embrace. At the mention of Chu Yao, Jiang Lingshan's demeanor shifted dramatically. She reacted like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, attempting to pry his hands from her waist. Ouch, that hurts, Wang Chen exclaimed dramatically as she elbowed his shoulder, instinctively loosening his grip. Jiang Lingshan paused, her frustration momentarily forgotten as she noticed his reaction. Her eyes, once filled with anger, now glimmered with a hint of concern for him, though she hesitated, torn between checking on his injury and maintaining her pride in the face of her lingering anger. However, after a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingshan could not help but draw closer to Wang Chen, glancing at his shoulder. The sight left her momentarily stunned, regret and heartache flickering in her eyes. Following her gaze, one could see 2 rows of bite marks on Wang Chen's left shoulder, stained with droplets of blood. It's nothing. Just a minor injury, Wang Chen said, hastily attempting to cover his shoulder with his clothing as he offered her reassurance. Your methods remain as cunning as ever. Only someone as innocent as my sister Lingxian would believe you. The system quipped in his mind. Shut up, this is a real injury. Wang Chen shot back mentally, choosing to ignore the incessant chatter. As Jiang Lingxian noticed his intent to cover the wound, she instinctively reached out and grasped his hand. Wang Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression, causing her to momentarily avert her gaze. Since it's my fault, I bit you. I should handle it myself. Don't overthink it, she said, attempting to maintain her composure as she locked eyes with him, striving to sound convincing. She then reached out to untie Wang Chen's white robe, creating an awkward atmosphere. Nevertheless, Wang Chen remained seated on the warm bed, allowing her to proceed. As she gazed at his firm chest, a blush crept across her delicate face. Once his upper garment was removed, she found herself momentarily entranced by his strong, pale physique. The proximity felt entirely different from the last time she had seen him change clothes in front of her. Wang Chen, are you all right? He asked, noticing her dazed expression. I'm fine, just don't speak, she stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson as she was drawn back to reality. This was a familiar pattern for her. When flustered, her words would falter. Suppressing her embarrassment, she quickly retrieved some medicinal powder and a spiritual bandage from her spiritual space, even dropping the vial onto the bed in her flustered state. After picking it up, she gently cleaned the blood from Wang Chen's shoulder with the bandage, then applied the medicinal powder before focusing on wrapping the injury. Wang Chen quietly observed her as she knelt on the bed, attending to his wound. With practice from previous injuries, Jiang Lingxian's wrapping technique had improved, resulting in a somewhat uneven but secure bandage. All done. You can put on your clothes now, Jiang Lingxian said, occasionally stealing glances at Wang Chen's physique. No, you put it on for me. You bit me. So you're responsible for taking off my clothes too, Wang Chen replied, opening his arms wide, his deep gaze fixed on her. A hint of amusement washed over him as he noticed her shyly sneaking glances at his chest after his remark. Chapter 84. Jiang Lingshan's exceptional adaptability. Jiang Lingxian hesitated, her ears flushed with embarrassment, but eventually extended her slender hands. What would it feel like if my disciple were to embrace me right now? A thought crept into her mind as she lifted his white robe. Just then, she felt her wrist grasped firmly. Before she could react, her palm found itself pressed against Wang Chen's body, sending electric shivers through her, and she quickly withdrew her hand in embarrassment. You, how shameless, Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, her beautiful face aflame with a deep blush. Realizing her predicament, she quickly turned away from him. Wang Chen, watching her retreat, merely chuckled as he adjusted his robe that had slit down. Are you not angry anymore? He asked softly, wrapping his arms around her from behind and leaning his face against her cheek, whispering in her ear. Don't hug me, she protested. Shivering at the warmth of his breath, she playfully pushed at his arms, but Wang Chen leaned in to kiss her flushed ears and lightly nibbled her warm, delicate cheek. You. Jiang Lingxian fell silent, her breath quickening, her body softening in his embrace. Wang Chen, sensing her yielding, gently laid her back on the bed. Suddenly, the scene faded to black. With a thud, Wang Chen found himself unceremoniously thrown off the bed by Jiang Lingxian's sudden surge of power. Ouch! He cried out as he hit the floor, but Jiang Lingxian paid him no mind, her eyes slightly red as she glared down at him. A mixture of pity and anger on her face as she adjusted her disheveled attire. Wang Chen, lying on the floor, exchanged a sheepish glance with her. I'm sorry. I almost lost control. You were just too tempting. You almost lost control? If I weren't more powerful than you, my purity would have surely been compromised. Jiang Lingxian retorted, her cheeks still flushed with indignation. But did I really attract you that much just now? She thought, recalling his captivated expression. If I am indeed stronger, does that mean? You, be quiet. Jiang Lingxian interrupted, as if she anticipated his next words, raising her hand to seal his mouth with spiritual power. Ugh. Wang Chen's muffled protest accompanied Jiang Lingxian's flustered and defiant remarks as the scene shifted. At the Taishu dining hall, the morning was unusually quiet. The melodious notes of a flute echoed as a young man in green attire played a white flute. In a corner, another handsome youth with a kind demeanor sat waiting for someone, but that person seemed to be late, causing him to lean his head on his hand, drowsily listening to the music. Once the melody concluded, the flutist tucked the flute into his waist and departed, leaving the already quiet Taishu dining hall even emptier, with only the kind young man dozing off in the corner. With a sudden thud, the leader of the Taishu sect, feeling the music cease, buried his face in his arms on the table. Ouch! He groaned, lifting his head to survey the now brightly lit dining hall. Damn it! You dare to stand me up? In the realm of the Taishu sect, the youthful leader Xiao Qingxiu, upon realizing Wang Chen's tardiness, let out an exasperated curse before rising abruptly from his seat. In the deserted Taishu dining hall, his furious figure abruptly vanished, leaving the space truly empty. Little did he know, the previous night, Wang Chen was nestled in the Taishu Sanctus Hall, cradled by Jiang Lingxian, reveling in blissful joy. Inside the Taishu Sanctus Hall, a notification echoed. Task: the rare four-leaf flame grass is nearing maturity, drawing numerous beasts. Please proceed immediately to contest for it. Reward: Sacred Tier White Tiger Talisman. Time frame: 7 days. Wang Chen pondered over the mention of the White Tiger Talisman, cautiously glancing at Jiang Lingxian, who was meditating nearby. Suddenly, an urgent knocking resounded from outside, capturing the attention of both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian paused her meditation, her gaze shifting between the door and Wang Chen. Should I hide? She inquired. Seeing her look towards him, Wang Chen pointed at himself and then at the nearby wardrobe and bedding. No need, she replied coolly, her voice as serene as it was chilling, as she descended from her seated position and approached the door. With a creak, she opened the door, and Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at the familiar youthful figure standing outside. Where's your disciple? Xiao Qingxiu asked hesitantly, his hand poised mid-air. Taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's frosty demeanor, he had searched the entire Taishu sect before resorting to asking her. I don't know. What business do you have with him? Jiang Lingxian responded, her displeasure palpable. The atmosphere was so frigid it felt as if it could freeze the very air around them. Well, no matter. I'll just... Xiao Qingxiu stammered, ready to turn away when he suddenly noticed the presence within the room. How's he here, and on the bed no less? His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen. He was injured, and I am treating him, she stated with a hint of irritation. But didn't you just claim you didn't know where he was? Xiao Qingxiu retorted, recalling her earlier words. You misheard, she replied coldly. Xiao Qingxiu, sensing her annoyance, raised an eyebrow, questioning her improvisational skills. Who are you, and what do you want? Wang Chen inquired, stepping down from Jiang Lingxian's bed and donning his black flip-flops as he approached Xiao Qingxiu. I waited for you at the Taishu dining hall all night. Why didn't you come? Xiao Qingxiu did not disclose his identity, yet his words were unmistakable. Wang Chen hesitated, caught off guard by the reminder. He had indeed forgotten, having been preoccupied with soothing his little weeper. I was busy calming my little one and lost track of time, he admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. At the mention of little one, Jiang Lingxian momentarily lost her composure but maintained her icy facade. Little weeper? Xiao Qingxiu echoed, bewildered, seeing Jiang Lingxian's expression. He internally questioned the validity of his assumptions. There should be no other little one in the room besides Wang Chen. As Xiao Qingxiu turned his gaze back to Jiang Lingxian, she furrowed her brow, returning his stare with equal intensity. Do you think he meant me? She challenged, her voice as cold as the winter air. Internally, however, she felt a twinge of panic at the thought of her secret being exposed. Here, this is my little ding, Wang Chen declared, producing the small Huang Xianding and gently tapping its head. Jiang Lingxian glanced back, relieved that Wang Chen had not revealed her secret. The Huang Xianding, abruptly awakened from its slumber, looked bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events, as its storage space kept it oblivious to external happenings. "Ah, now that you are free, I have some inquiries for you. If the information is accurate, I shall reward you handsomely," Xiao Qingshu stated, realizing Wang Chen's words were credible. "Perhaps not," Wang Chen replied, shaking his head gently as he faced Xiao Qingshu. "Why not? You've already stood me up once. Now you refuse to come with me?" Xiao Qingshu's frustration was evident. His usually amiable face creased in displeasure. "Fine," Wang Chen acquiesced, making no further comment as he moved towards the door. Strangely, Jiang Lingxian did not attempt to stop him, even as he approached the threshold, leaving him momentarily hesitant, feeling the chill radiating from her presence. Casting a cautious glance back, he met Jiang Lingxian's penetrating gaze. Seeing her still, he tentatively stepped over the threshold, but as he did so, she turned away, emanating an aura that seemed to ward off intruders. Quickly retracting his foot, Wang Chen closed the door behind him with a decisive click, leaving Xiao Qingshu, who was still outside, momentarily stunned. "Just wait a moment. I will be out shortly," Wang Chen assured, retreating to the room as he shut the door. Xiao Qingshu, resigned, found a spot in the courtyard of the Taishu Sanctus Hall and sat down to meditate, pondering why he didn't simply request Jiang Lingxian to let him inside. The chilling warning from Han Zun about any ill intentions toward her lingered in his mind, contributing to his reluctance despite his higher status and power. Inside the Taishu Sanctus Hall, Wang Chen hurriedly approached Jiang Lingxian, who was enveloped in an aura of coldness as she sat on the bed. "Xin," he began. "Silence," she interrupted, her voice icy as she closed her beautiful eyes, signaling her desire for solitude. "This time, I shall not confine you. If you wish to leave, then so be it." Sitting in meditation, her voice was devoid of warmth, suggesting she wished to avoid further conversation. "If I truly leave, you will be displeased." Wang Chen silently raised his hand, gently pinching the delicate, fair cheek of Jiang Lingxian, his words slipping out unbidden. "Don't pinch my face." Jiang Lingxian, slightly annoyed, shook her cheek, causing her exquisitely beautiful face to be tugged slightly, exuding an inexplicable charm of cute frustration. "Do you truly wish for me to leave?" Wang Chen climbed onto the bed, positioning himself beside Jiang Lingxian, refraining from further teasing, and posed a question that struck at her heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian finally opened her eyes, her deep, cold gaze locking onto Wang Chen's, akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat. "In a few days, I must travel to the desolate lands to attend to certain matters. We may not meet for a while." Wang Chen quietly shared his intentions, knowing this was information he had to reveal sooner or later. "Is it true?" Although Jiang Lingxian outwardly questioned, her heart understood that Wang Chen's words were likely genuine. After all, having lived once more, she had her own plans, just as Wang Chen would have his. "Well, then, allow me to gift you a particularly beautiful outfit. Please don't be upset, all right?" Wang Chen, with an air of mystery, retrieved a black and white cat-eared maid outfit from behind him and placed it on the bed. It was a legitimate dress-type maid outfit, and as Wang Chen unfolded the clothing, it revealed a pair of fluffy white cat ears, accompanied by white stockings and a white ribbon garter that could be tied around the thigh. Initially, Jiang Lingxian appeared normal upon seeing the outfit, but upon its full reveal, she was momentarily taken aback. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, bewildered by the completeness of the ensemble. "Is it really this complete?" he stuttered as he inquired with the system, astonished by the attire in his hands, which he had assumed was merely a maid outfit. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian's incredibly beautiful face, now slightly dazed by the outfit, he stammered, I present you with this lovely attire. Please don't be angry." Wang Chen, feeling the pressure of the moment, pressed on despite the nervousness creeping into his voice. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian finally regained some composure, tilting her head slightly as she stared at him in confusion. Fine." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Chen's despondent sigh interrupted her. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip lightly, her stunningly cold face reflecting indecision. However, when she saw Wang Chen genuinely starting to put the outfit away, she could not help but reach out, pressing it down firmly. Let us accept it. Otherwise, if my disciple gifts it to someone else, that wouldn't be good. After all, I want to wear it, just accepting it." Jiang Lingxian pressed her fair hand against the cat-eared maid outfit on the bed, continually reassuring herself. Then, under Wang Chen's somewhat bewildered gaze, she hurriedly began to gather the outfit piece by piece. As the space between them became empty, her ears had already flushed a deep red, her face slightly turned away, eyes shyly avoiding his gaze. With her delicate side profile exposed, her adorably flushed ears peeked out. Jiang Lingxian's bashful demeanor momentarily captivated Wang Chen, who gently wrapped his arms around her slender neck. "Don't hug me." As Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's warm body pressing against her, she feigned resistance, pushing him away playfully. Don't move. Wang Chen tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian's warm, shy neck, his voice a soft, magnetic whisper. Uncertain of the enchantment she was under, Jiang Lingxian gradually ceased her feeble struggle. Wang Chen gently pressed her back onto the bed, causing her to feel a surge of nervousness, an instinctual desire to escape. Yet, soon she felt his lips softly enveloping her ear, and in that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson. No, don't. Jiang Lingxian began to resist, but Wang Chen quickly silenced her with a kiss, blocking her words with his lips. In that instant, she completely forgot the resolute declaration she had made earlier that morning. From now on, you shall not kiss me again. Outside the Taishu Sanus Hall, the door creaked open, and Wang Chen, looking refreshed and cheerful, stepped out. Inside, Jiang Lingxian, her face aflame with embarrassment, quickly raised her fair hand to wipe her damp, rosy lips. Bad disciple, she chastised inwardly, recalling how she had foolishly agreed to let him leave while in a daze from his kiss. Clad in a pristine white gown, she sat with her legs splayed to the sides, her beautiful face flushed with shyness. She remembered Wang Chen's insistence that she must wear the outfit he gifted her when they met again. The mere thought of his second condition filled her with shame, prompting her to hastily close the door after he exited. Jiang Lingxian did not intend to restrict Wang Chen's freedom entirely, having agreed to let him go. She could not go back on her word, though a slight emptiness lingered in her heart. If Wang Chen truly insisted on leaving, he could still do so, as her greatest fear was his anger and subsequent silence toward her. At the moment the door shut, Xiao Qingxiu, waiting in the corner of the courtyard, slowly opened his eyes. Unaware of the events that transpired, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing Wang Chen finally emerge, quickly approaching him. Child, are you free now? Xiao Qingxiu rubbed his hands together, a sly expression crossing his face as he inquired. Who is your child? Call me elder brother. Wang Chen frowned, glaring at Xiao Qingxiu. He understood that despite Xiao Qingxiu's outwardly serious demeanor, he possessed a playful side, which allowed him to joke with the sect leader. Hey, I'm at least your superior, a sect leader. Show some respect. Xiao Qingxiu retorted, though eventually, after a moment of silence, he weakly conceded. Elder brother. In the interest of information, Xiao Qingxiu finally relented, addressing Wang Chen as elder brother. Old man, you're still the same foolish self. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, leaning on his shoulder, unable to contain his laughter. How dare you speak, as if you know me? I am a sect leader. If you continue this way, I may choose not to share the information with you. Well, if you want it, come along. If not, then go. After laughing, Wang Chen gradually composed himself, responding lightly as he headed towards the Taishu dining hall. Xiao Qingxiu, though feigning anger, swiftly followed in Wang Chen's footsteps, ready to discuss matters further. After a brisk walk, the two entered the bustling Taishu food pavilion, where patrons were orderly queued to purchase divine delicacies. The melodious sounds of the flute floated through the air, rendering the Taishu food pavilion far from chaotic. Disciples of Taishu gathered in small groups, appreciating the flute music and conversing softly, for it was indeed delightful. Upon entering, Wang Chen's ears were greeted by the familiar strains of the flute, prompting him to lift his gaze and fixate on a figure clad in azure. This was none other than Long Ritian, who occupied a high platform within the pavilion, playing the flute with his eyes closed. Seemingly sensing the attention, Long Ritian slightly raised his gaze, and their eyes met, intertwining their visions. An alternative child of fate, Long Ritian was the only one Wang Chen did not harbor any animosity towards. Their relationship remained neutral, for in their past life, he was neither an enemy nor a friend. Long Ritian had not participated in the previous life's ambush against him and rarely engaged in battle, showcasing formidable strength. Wang Chen even harbored suspicions that one of the 9 great emperors from his past life, a mysterious figure whose presence was elusive, was none other than Long Ritian. It seemed as though Long Ritian had never been ensnared by the halo of diminished intellect. He calculated the pros and cons with exceptional acumen, embodying great wisdom. After a brief moment of exchanging calm gazes with Long Ritian, Wang Chen shifted his attention away and took a seat in a corner with Xiao Qingxiu. Hey, go fetch me 2 servings of food. Wang Chen, resembling a character from a past life's dragon tale, pointed towards the food counter in the Taishu food pavilion and instructed Xiao Qingxiu with earnestness. Xiao Qingxiu, without a word, rose and made his way to the counter, purchasing several plates of leisurely divine cuisine. Upon returning, accompanied by the flute's melody, Xiao Qingxiu placed the food on the table and finally settled into his seat, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I wish to know where she is now. Wang Chen's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Qingxiu, who could no longer contain his eagerness. Of course, the moon sect Sanus is at the moon sect. Wang Chen retorted, popping a snack resembling peanuts into his mouth. But how do you know she is the moon sect saintess? Where do you get such information? Xiao Qingshu scrutinized Wang Chen with a growing seriousness, his eyes glimmering with deliberate examination. Ha! Wang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter at Xiao Qingshu's intense gaze. It felt akin to a best friend suddenly becoming gravely serious mid-conversation, only to exclaim, "Big, I shall judge you. It seems you still harbor some disbelief in me. Come a little closer, and I shall share more details." Gradually, Wang Chen's laughter subsided as he tossed a small delicacy into his mouth and beckoned Xiao Qingshu to lean in. Seeing this, Xiao Qingshu shielded their surroundings with his aura, leaning closer over the table. Continuing from the story from the day before, 500 years ago, in the Sun Moon secret realm, a young man emerged and seized the most crucial first drop of blood from the moon sect saintess. Afterward, they reached a tacit agreement to don their garments and pretend not to recognize one another. However, the young man could not forget the feelings of that night and, burdened with guilt, searched for many years after becoming the sect master of a certain sect. Alas, he could not find her, as she seemed to have vanished without a trace. Xiao Qingshu's emotions oscillated as he listened, but suddenly, Wang Chen's voice faltered, interrupting the narrative. "You little rascal." Xiao Qingshu's heart raced at Wang Chen's final remark, fearing something dreadful had occurred. From Wang Chen's vivid recounting, Xiao Qingshu was convinced that he had received information from an unknown source. Yet, he could not fathom that this information stemmed from a drunken Wang Chen in their past life, lamenting and crying about it. "I have a question for you." Wang Chen recalled that the moon sect was also in the desolate region and that he had teamed up with an old companion to vie for the holy grade 4-leaf flame grass. "Speak." Xiao Qingshu, filled with impatience, was grateful for the shielded environment, lest they attract unwanted attention. "Do you wish to find her? I can personally guide you. But you must offer me some form of remuneration." After Wang Chen spoke, he noticed Xiao Qingshu's demeanor mirrored that of his past life, hesitant yet yearning. "If you do not wish to pursue it, that is fine. She is probably fine, merely in seclusion, and has yet to emerge. But for some unknown reason, the moon sect has revoked her status as saintess." As Wang Chen concluded, he shrugged helplessly, but after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head in resignation. In his past life, it took Xiao Qingshu over 200 years after arriving in this world to find the woman who had long since perished. How she met her end remained a mystery to Wang Chen. Logically, the moon sect saintess and Xiao Qingshu were contemporaneous powerhouses, at least at the spiritual emperor level. How could she have perished? Something must have transpired behind the scenes. Yet given this life's timeline was 200 years earlier, perhaps there was a chance to save her. After all, Xiao Qingshu was a companion with whom he had shared hardships. From begging in the streets to being chased after digging up someone's ancestral grave. "Let us go. We must go. This is your payment. Once I prepare and arrange matters between the Taishu and Huolong sections." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingshu ultimately acquiesced, producing a small storage pouch and placing it on the table. Wang Chen said nothing, accepting the pouch and tossing it into the boundless storage space of his system. The system's storage was indeed capable of nesting, yet it had already reached infinity. What more could one nest? Item, 100 premium spirit stones. Wang Chen stole a glance and marveled. Despite being merely 100, they represented a true million source points. Payment for services rendered, regardless of the circumstances. He was committed to assisting Xiao Qingshu. Even the moon sect's master could not obstruct him. "Well, I must take my leave now, otherwise my little weeper might start crying again." Wang Chen stood up, grabbing a large handful of small delicacies from the table and stuffing them into his mouth, abruptly ending the conversation with his eating. "Does your little weeper cry that much? Is she prone to tears if she doesn't see you for a while?" Xiao Qingshu recalled the small royal cauldron Wang Chen had shown him, frowning in confusion. "Indeed, I spent quite some time comforting her last night. Or else she wouldn't even acknowledge my presence." As Wang Chen munched on the delicacies, he observed Xiao Qingshu's puzzled expression, responding in a muffled tone. "But shouldn't you carry her with you?" Gulp. "I left her at home when I set out. I didn't bring her along." "No worries. I shall take my leave now." Wang Chen swallowed the delicacy with a gulp and kicked aside the chair behind him, waving goodbye as he hurried towards the exit of the Taishu food pavilion. Xiao Qingshu watched Wang Chen hastily depart, furrowing his brow in confusion, but ultimately dismissing it. Little did he know that the moon sect saintess from 500 years ago was indeed. As this thought crossed Xiao Qingshu's mind, the scene shifted. With a sudden stop, Wang Chen skidded to a halt, his black flip-flops carving a long trench in the peach blossom forest. "You gluttonous little girl! Are you really eating all of this?" Wang Chen exclaimed, staring at the petite figure before him, who barely reached his chest and nearly got knocked over due to his distraction. Why do you care?" The pink-haired little girl, Long Xiaodao, adorned in a pink peach blossom dress, stuffed a peach blossom into her mouth and retorted. Wang Chen cast a glance at her, raising his palm to his chest and comparing it to her head as he moved it side to side twice. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, leaving Long Xiaodao stunned in place. A petite figure with the stature of a child but the age of an adult, Long Xiaodao stood there, her mouth filled with peach blossoms, momentarily dazed. You, Soleg, I'm going to tell my brother. She pouted, watching Wang Chen mock her height before turning to leave, her eyes glistening with tears as she stomped her feet in frustration. Just as she was about to turn away in anger, Wang Chen's voice floated back through the air. Oh dear, a child of 1.5 meters is going to tell on someone. I'm not a child. I'm already an adult. Long Xiaodao protested, tears streaming down her cheeks as her small figure fled the peach blossom forest. Yet, wherever her tears fell, beautiful peach blossoms bloomed, each step leaving a trail of tears and blossoms. Meanwhile, Wang Chen paid no mind to the small pink-haired girl, for at that moment, he had drawn out a large shovel with his right hand, aiming it at the base of a splendidly blooming peach tree. In a certain region of the 8 desolate continent, Jiang Lingxian swiftly grasped the returning cold sword with her delicate right hand, the vibrations of the blade echoing ominously. Her cold gaze fell upon the vast grassland where 7 figures, previously in the form of colossal dragons, gradually transformed back into human shape, each bearing a frost-laden scar across their necks. Observers hidden in the grassland were filled with dread at the sight of 7 dragons felled by a single strike. Jiang Lingxian flicked the blood dripping from her sword, swiftly shaking it clean. What a pity it's not a real dragon. My disciple would be overjoyed if I could bring it back, she mused, hovering in the air, her white skirt billowing, as she regarded the 7 lifeless bodies below with a hint of regret. The true dragon egg should be hatching soon. It was time to reveal the concealed cultivation. With that thought, a rift in the void opened before her, and she stepped through, sword in hand. Half an hour later, within the hall of the Holy Maiden of the Void, Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged on her bed, channeling her full strength to break through to the second tier of the Celestial Lord realm, an endless chill enveloping her. Alas, still a bit short, she sighed, her icy yet beautiful eyes opening as she sensed the barrier nearly within her grasp. A knock at the door snapped her back to reality, and she quickly extended her consciousness. Her disciple was back. Jiang Lingxian's eyes lit up as she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and walked to the door, gently pulling it open. However, the moment she laid eyes on the scene before her, her pupils turned a soft peach pink, her gaze filled with surprise. A magnificent peach blossom tree, nearly 2.5 meters tall and in full bloom, stood before her, breathtakingly beautiful. Hiki. Wang Chen's handsome face suddenly peeked from behind, exuding an unexpected sense of delight as he grinned. Isn't it beautiful? He leaned forward, gently taking her hand. Jiang Lingxian snapped back to her senses, her eyes sparkling with concealed joy, though she felt a bit awkward being held. No struggling. We are master and disciple. Though I haven't truly apprenticed under you in this life, holding hands is quite normal, isn't it? Wang Chen remarked, relishing the smooth, slightly coolness of her palm. Jiang Lingxian bit her lips slightly, still wanting to withdraw her hand, but Wang Chen held on firmly, guiding her into the courtyard. With a wave of his free hand, the towering peach blossom tree floated gracefully over. All right, I want to hold your hand then. Sensing her reluctance, Wang Chen was about to release her grip when Jiang Lingxian, somewhat reluctantly, reached out for his fingertips as he almost let go. You don't want to hold it, yet you're reluctant to let go, little proud one. Wang Chen chuckled, playfully poking her soft, delicate cheek, causing it to indent slightly. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, Jiang Lingxian instinctively averted her gaze, lowering her head in silence. Suddenly, she heard the sound of digging and looked up with curiosity. All right, Xian, come here, let us plant this peach blossom tree together. In mere seconds, Wang Chen had dug a large hole in the courtyard of the Holy Maiden's Hall. After brushing off his hands, he took Jiang Lingxian's hand, gently pulling her closer. Standing before the vibrant, blooming peach tree, they exchanged glances. Wang Chen led the way, releasing a surge of spiritual energy to levitate the tree, while Jiang Lingxian followed suit, channeling a gentle chill to assist. Their energies intertwined, resembling a husband and wife working harmoniously together. As their energies fused seamlessly, they carefully lowered the tree's roots into the pit. Host. The energies of the 9 yang and 9 yin can intertwine, supporting each other, promoting life. Host. You can join Jiang Lingxian in channeling your energies into the peach tree, ensuring it thrives without withering. The system chimed in, and Wang Chen paused momentarily, understanding the implications. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the earth to cover the tree's roots, completing the planting process. Noticing Jiang Lingxian staring at the newly planted tree, lost in thought, Wang Chen silently approached her from behind. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, bringing her back to reality. Startled by his embrace, Jiang Lingxian stiffened slightly, yet surprisingly, she did not resist. Instead, she shyly lowered her face, remaining silent. Wang Chen, sensing her softness, lifted her delicate hand and pressed it gently against the trunk of the peach tree, his larger, warmer hand enveloping hers, releasing a soothing energy. He leaned in, his face brushing against her exquisite profile, whispering tenderly in her ear. Jiang Lingxian followed suit, releasing her own energy into the tree. During this exchange, Wang Chen couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Lingxian's breath became slightly hurried and warm, as if she were holding back something. However, her strong restraint kept her reaction subtle, leaving Wang Chen unaware of any deeper implications. As their intertwined energies flowed into the peach tree, blossoms began to fall gracefully, swirling around them in the gentle breeze, creating a picturesque scene. In the midst of this floral shower, Wang Chen turned Jiang Lingxian gently to face him. Her cheeks flushed and her expression alluringly shy, as if she were slightly intoxicated, captivating him entirely. What could he do about this irresistible allure? Then, let us kiss. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lingxian felt the gentle touch of their lips, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as they met Wang Chen's gaze. At that moment, as their lips slowly came together, every fallen peach blossom on the tree before them began to bloom again, nourished by the ceaseless yin-yang spiritual energy within their bodies. Eventually, they blossomed. Chapter 89. A strange feeling within Wang Chen stood on the carpet of peach petals, his arms tenderly wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist. Jiang Lingxian held onto his neck, her long lashes fluttering, their lips pressed together. As they parted, the blossoms on the peach tree unfurled magnificently, swaying in the gentle breeze. This kiss was light, yet Jiang Lingxian's body felt soft in his embrace afterward. Disciple, please don't seek out Chuyao anymore, okay? Jiang Lingxian panted softly, burying her flushed cheek against Wang Chen's neck, her voice muffled. Wang Chen, I truly have no connection with her. We merely crossed paths. And I never sought her out. He replied gently after a moment of surprise at her words. As for the next time we meet her, I will take you with me to confront her. How about that? Wang Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's insistence. Yet, she remained silent, her warm cheek pressed against his neck. All right, if you truly agree. Wang Chen began, but Jiang Lingxian's cool voice interrupted softly. I don't want you to overly restrict yourself, encountering her isn't an issue. I just ask that you refrain from seeking her out unless it's truly important. Is that acceptable? Jiang Lingxian seemed to realize her actions might suffocate Wang Chen, and she slowly lifted her exquisite face to meet his gaze, her eyes shimmering with a hint of plea. She did not wish for Wang Chen to feel constrained in their relationship, as she herself had felt a pang of jealousy when she mistakenly believed he sought out Chuyao. In a moment of emotional turmoil, she had only wished for his companionship, but once he expressed the desire to leave, she reluctantly set him free. At this moment, Wang Chen, hearing her words, felt a flicker of surprise. Just earlier, he had been contemplating how he might handle an accidental encounter with Chuyao, should Jiang Lingxian witness it. He wondered if she would become possessive, but her demeanor suggested otherwise. It was clear that Jiang Lingxian was exceptionally understanding, merely striving for the safety she desired. Very well. I promise you, I will not seek her out unless necessary, and I will never harbor feelings for her. I shall forever and always cherish only you. Is that agreeable? Wang Chen gazed deeply into Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, whispering his affirmation as he leaned closer to her ear. His declaration stirred a subtle tremor in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Not accustomed to such romantic words, she felt a rush of shyness, lowering her blushing face in his embrace. Seeing her flustered, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile, while his thoughts drifted to Chuyao, not in a possessive manner, but rather contemplating when he might confront her in Jiang Lingxian's presence to clarify matters. Since Jiang Lingxian was striving for a sense of security, he would certainly oblige. Meanwhile, in the residence of the inner disciples of the Taisu sect, Chuyu sneezed unexpectedly while engaged in conversation with her younger sister. Startled by the suddenness of it, "Sister, are you all right?" Chuhan asked, concerned as she noticed Chu Yao covering her face. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit strange," Chu Yao replied, furrowing her brow, sensing an inexplicable unease. As a cultivator, one should not sneeze lightly. Such occurrences often herald potential troubles. It seemed she needed to be cautious in the days to come. Sister? Sister? Chuhan called out playfully, noticing her sister lost in thought. Oh, sister. Here are the elixirs entrusted to me by our parents. Please cultivate diligently, Chiyo said, snapping back to reality as she handed over some cultivation resources. Thank you, sister. Chuhan replied gratefully, gathering the items from the table. I will take my leave then, Chiyo said, gently patting her sister's head, a faint smile gracing her enchanting features as she turned to leave. With these resources, she would undoubtedly progress more swiftly upon brother Yi Qing's return. Ready to confront that detestable villain. Watching Chu Yao depart, Chu Han glanced at the items in her hands, her heart brimming with joy. Unbeknownst to her, the very brother she idolized would later become the architect of her family's downfall. After leaving the residence, Chu Yao passed by the Taisu dining hall, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma wafting from within. Unable to resist, she stepped inside, only to hear the muffled cries of a small child nearby. As she entered, her attention was captured by a charming little girl in a pink dress standing beside a man in green, resembling a small potato. Instantly enchanted, Chu Yao felt her heart melt. The man, Long Ritian, was crouched down, gently wiping the tears from the girl's face, soothing her with kind words. Little Peach, although you do resemble a child, who dares to mock you? Bring me to them, and I'll help you seek vengeance. Long Ritian, a prince from a celestial dynasty, was merely a disciple of the Taisu sect, yet his royal presence commanded respect, and onlookers were careful not to disturb him as he comforted the girl. Chu Yao, amused by the scene, purchased some delicious spirit food and settled in a corner, watching the young man console his sister while savoring her meal. Chapter 90. She escapes. They pursue. They chase. In a serene moment, Wang Chen, seated on the left side of the bed, awakened from his meditation, while Jiang Lingxian, gracefully positioned beside him, opened her beautiful eyes in response to his inquiry about food. Jiang Lingxian, with her naturally cold and stunning gaze, cast a brief glance at Wang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, she lightly tapped her delicate face twice in a daze. Wang Chen's words stirred a longing within her for his culinary creations. Shall we visit the Taisu food pavilion to procure some ingredients? My dear husband can purchase some spiritual noodles to prepare for you. As he spoke, Wang Chen leaned slightly forward, intending to wrap his arms around Jiang Lingxian's soft waist. What does husband mean? Jiang Lingxian asked, her beautiful eyes narrowing in confusion as she gently grasped his outstretched hands. Wang Chen had never mentioned this term in her presence before, leaving her puzzled. It signifies a name that only you may use for me, a title that belongs solely to you. What do you think? Upon hearing his explanation, Jiang Lingxian appeared to ponder, prompting Wang Chen to mischievously pull her closer, encircling her slender waist. Shouldn't I also have a special name for you? She inquired, shifting uncomfortably in his embrace. Indeed, my dear Xian Xian, Wang Chen whispered affectionately, inching closer to her ear, his voice laced with tenderness. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lingxian felt a flush creep across her cheeks, a reaction to Wang Chen's endearing tone, even as she grappled with her understanding of the term. If possible, I would prefer to call you my wife. As Wang Chen's words floated softly into her ear, Jiang Lingxian's mind grew momentarily muddled, her lips instinctively shifting from a gentle press to a light bite. The term wife brought to her mind the notions spoken by Chu Yao, despite Wang Chen's reassurances that there was nothing to worry about. A wave of anxiety washed over her, fearing that the concept of wife might transform from mere words to reality. No, absolutely not. My disciple is mine, and I shall not allow those wicked women to encroach upon him. In the midst of her thoughts, Jiang Lingxian, surprisingly, did not contest Wang Chen's affectionate title. Instead, she turned her slightly flushed face away, attempting to escape his embrace. To her surprise, Wang Chen relented, releasing her, which elicited a sudden surge of reluctance and emptiness within her. All right, I understand your thoughts. Let us go procure the ingredients. And I shall prepare a meal for my dear Stinson, shall I? Wang Chen seemed to read her mind, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate nose as a sign of affection. Jiang Lingxian replied softly, her tone tinged with a hint of discontent as she regarded Wang Chen from her seated position on the bed. Come, place your feet down. I shall assist you with your shoes. After spending a considerable time on the warm bed, Wang Chen leaped down and crouched at its edge, gazing up at Jiang Lingxian, who appeared slightly embarrassed at his words. At the Taisu food pavilion, a delighted Long Xiaodao, having been coaxed by Long Ritian, was seated on a chair that reached only from her thighs to her knees. She held a large pancake in her hands, bigger than her face, swinging her legs as she took bites, her eyes slightly red. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, having finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a thin cloth and rose to leave. However, upon catching sight of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approaching, her heart raced with alarm. Oh my goodness! It's them! This time, Chu Yao dared not approach them. Instead, she quickly crouched down among the bustling disciples, stealthily maneuvering through their midst as if she were a thief. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian entered the crowded Taisu food pavilion, unaware of Chu Yao's presence. As they stepped inside, Chu Yao, still crouched like a thief, inched towards the exit, Wang Chen noticed the curious gazes of the disciples directed behind him, prompting him to turn and glance back. Jiang Lingxian, following his gaze, also turned to see what had captured his attention. In the midst of the throng of disciples, Chu Yao, poised to escape, sensed their scrutiny and cautiously glanced back. Nearby, Long Xiaodao, caught in the act of taking a big bite of her pancake, tilted her head back slightly in surprise as she spotted Wang Chen. In that instant, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, Chu Yao, and Long Xiaodao found themselves momentarily frozen in place. Upon recognizing the two figures, Chu Yao's eyes lost their earlier spark of eagerness to greet them. Having discerned that she might have uncovered a secret between Wang Chen and his master, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee, wishing to avoid any trouble. With a swift motion, Chu Yao, clad in a black dress, sprang to her feet and dashed out of the Taisu food pavilion. Quick! Capture her! We must confront her! Wang Chen exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice as he beckoned Jiang Lingxian to follow suit. Brother, it's him. He bullied me. Long Xiaodao cried out, her urgency palpable as she placed her pancake down and pointed at Wang Chen, directing her accusation towards Long Ritian. When Long Ritian turned to look, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the two figures racing out the door, their identities obscured. Nevertheless, he paid no mind. Anyone who dared to bully Xiaodao deserved pursuit. Without delay, Long Ritian holstered his flute and hoisted Long Xiaodao onto his shoulder, charging after the fleeing figures. Thus, within the Taisu sect, 5 individuals, each possessing formidable backgrounds, dashed out of the Taisu food pavilion, drawing the bewildered gazes of numerous disciples. On the road of Taisu sect, Jiang Lingxian swiftly hurled a binding spirit rope, ensnaring Chu Yao mid-flight. Ah, help! Chu Yao felt an immediate constriction. Her form suspended helplessly in midair, unable to move. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian quickly closed the distance, fixing their intense gazes upon her. In that moment, Chu Yao felt despondent, as if her future had dimmed to nothingness, believing she was destined to meet her end here. Suddenly, a faint azure energy attack surged toward them. Non-lethal but meant to deliver a warning. However, before it could reach Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, it detonated in midair, dissipating harmlessly. Both turned, frowning as they directed their cold stares toward Long Ritian, who was now approaching with Long Xiaodao slung over his shoulder. Upon realizing he had nearly struck the holy maiden and her disciple, Long Ritian's eyes widened in horror. Sister, you've put me in a tough spot. Amidst the chaos, Long Xiaodao, unaware of the unfolding drama, eagerly leaped down from Long Ritian's shoulder. Brother, did we catch him? Since he mocked my height, I must leap to kick him. Long Xiaodao declared, bracing herself against Long Ritian's shoulders before turning to face Wang Chen. Her eyes filled with an adorable fury as she glared at him. Wang Chen initially struggled to recognize her until she turned around, puffed up with anger, glaring at him. Puffed. Aren't you that little girl from the peach blossom forest? Upon seeing Long Xiaodao's foolish expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, asking with a smile. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Long Ritian, surprised to discover from Long Xiaodao's words that they were siblings. The last time he nearly bumped into this little girl in the peach blossom forest, her rude demeanor had prompted him to mock her. Little did he expect that she would turn out to be Long Ritian's sister. In his previous life, he had never heard of Long Ritian having a sister. Perhaps it was simply because their interactions had been minimal. Long Xiaodao, upon hearing the term little girl, was momentarily speechless with fury, stammering as she struggled to express her indignation. Eventually, unable to articulate her frustration, she attempted to rush at him, only to be swiftly restrained by Long Ritian, who quickly pulled out a rope and secured her around his waist. Brother, what are you doing? Long Xiaodao was taken aback by her suddenly rebellious brother, struggling against the bindings that confined her. Who are you? Jiang Lingshan's brows furrowed in displeasure at this scene, her voice icy as she scrutinized Long Ritian and Long Xiaodao. Had she not noticed that her disciple seemed to recognize them, she would have retaliated against the spiritual attack they had just launched. Please forgive me, Holy Maiden of Taishu. I am the second prince of the Qinxian dynasty and have mistaken you for someone else, which led to this unintentional offense. This is my younger sister. She is just a little girl and speaks without thinking. I sincerely apologize. Long Ritian quickly set Long Xiaodao down, holding his hands up in a gesture of apology. I am not a little. Long Ritian lowered his head slightly, using his spiritual power to silence Long Xiaodao before she could finish her protest. Given his current cultivation at the first level of the spiritual king realm, if it came to blows, he would undoubtedly be easily defeated by the Holy Maiden of Taishu. At this moment, upon hearing Long Ritian's apologies, Jiang Lingshan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She was aware that the Qinxian dynasty had a powerful ancestor at the peak of the 9th level of the divine sovereign realm, indicating a formidable force. Ignoring Long Ritian, She shifted her cool gaze towards Wang Chen. Their eyes met briefly, and he understood that she was seeking his opinion. A prince? How lucrative. 100 premium spirit stones. Considering that attack directed at us. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Long Retian swiftly tossed out a small storage bag, which floated towards Wang Chen. Naturally, he was delighted to settle matters with wealth, as he was never short of riches. Darn, I should have asked for more. Seeing Long Retian's decisiveness in offering compensation, Wang Chen felt a twinge of regret for not demanding a larger sum. Ahem. Very well, you may leave, he said, quickly accepting the small storage bag and waving his hand dismissively after a brief cough. Thank you both for your understanding. Long Retian quickly expressed his gratitude, lifting the still sniffling Long Xiaodao off the ground and turning to leave. Humph. Another 1,000,000 origin points in the bag, and he even thanked me, Wang Chen mused, stowing the small storage bag in his space while smiling at the sight of Long Retian carrying the little girl away. Jiang Lingshan raised an eyebrow, casting an odd glance at Wang Chen. She remembered that he still possessed over 1,000,000 premium spirit stones from her. My little money-obsessed disciple, she thought, secretly amused despite her cold demeanor. Hey, aren't you going to care about my well-being? I've been tied up here for ages. Chu Yao exclaimed, feeling utterly foolish, wishing she had never initiated contact with Wang Chen in the first place. What do you want from us? I try to greet you, and you refuse. I attempt to avoid you, and you come after me. Wang Chen paused, realizing that he had almost forgotten about the person suspended in midair, bound by spirit ropes. Oops, nearly forgot about you. He chuckled maliciously. Why do you look so menacingly amused? Chu Yao exclaimed, alarmed by Wang Chen's sinister laughter as she attempted to distance herself from them. At that moment, she truly perceived Wang Chen and Jiang Lingshan as demons ready to enact torturous judgment upon her. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingshan exchanged knowing glances before shifting their gaze back to Chu Yao. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before the onlookers, leaving behind whispers among the Taishu disciples watching the spectacle unfold. Goodness, it seems the Chu family's legitimate daughter has lost in her pursuit of men, one murmured, amused by the unfolding drama. Haha, kindred spirits. I've been waiting here daily, anticipating the arrival of the Holy Maiden of Taishu and her disciple to enjoy the show. Inside the Holy Maiden's palace, Chu Yao, bound to a peach blossom tree, gazed in terror at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingshan approaching her. I really don't know anything, she stammered, panic-stricken. All right, even if I know you already have a wife and are courting another teacher, you can't treat me this way. Don't be fooled by this bad man. Holy Maiden, free me and come to your senses. Chu Yao struggled against the ropes binding her, desperately attempting to sway Jiang Lingshan's allegiance. Wang Chen was at a loss for words, while Jiang Lingshan remained silent, her expression unreadable. Where did she hear such nonsense? Wang Chen thought, bewildered by Chu Yao's ridiculous claims. Noting Jiang Lingshan's slightly pained gaze, he quickly raised his right hand, swearing with 3 fingers up. I swear. I absolutely did not. Seeing his earnestness, Jiang Lingshan's lips pursed slightly, her discomfort easing somewhat. However, she could no longer tolerate Chu Yao's words. Although they were likely unfounded, they stung nonetheless, prompting her to stuff a piece of cloth into Chu Yao's mouth. Chapter 92. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? Still not speaking, are you? Wang Chen remarked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as Jiang Lingshan finally ceased her scrutiny. He then focused on Chu Yao, his gaze sharpening as he instructed the system to procure a large bag of small yellow beans. How many times have we met? Where have we been? And where do we encounter each other? And this lady beside me is my wife, not someone else, not what you might think. Finally, he concluded. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? Still not speaking, are you? As he finished, he dramatically tossed the small yellow beans at Chu Yao's head. Ugh. Ugh. Chu Yao, unable to articulate her protests due to the cloth gag, was left helplessly quaking as the beans rained down upon her. Wang Chen reveled in her predicament, knowing full well the source of her current plight. After all, it was her own foolish words that nearly landed him in trouble with Jiang Lingshan, requiring much effort to appease her. Will you speak? Will you speak? Disciple, how about we first remove the white cloth from her mouth before allowing her to speak? Jiang Lingxian observed Chu Yao, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and gently touched Wang Chen to signal him. Huh? Oh right, I completely forgot she can't speak with that cloth in her mouth. Wang Chen's mind cleared. Yet he feigned forgetfulness, nodding vigorously at Jiang Lingxian. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand to pull the cloth from Chu Yao's mouth. You bullies. I have never felt so stifled in my life, you bastards. You big bastards. As soon as the cloth was removed, Chu Yao cried out, her feelings of grievance spilling over, disregarding her identity and cursing. Wang Chen fell silent. Jiang Lingxian fell silent. This time, Neither Wang Chen nor Jiang Lingxian felt displeasure. After all, she had endured enough and deserved to vent her frustration, lest they be deemed truly cruel. Wang Chen's earlier actions had not been particularly painful for her. Rather, Chu Yao was merely overwhelmed with indignation and urgency. After a brief pause in the atmosphere, "You are now resorting to cold violence against me, I say. Is it not enough for me to speak?" Chu Yao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, could no longer tolerate the oppressive atmosphere and only wished to escape from the two devils. As time passed in the vast desolate continent, Chu Yao, bound and forced to explain for what felt like an eternity. Just a kind reminder, keep an eye on your cousin Chu Han. Especially when she brings a man named Yu Qing before you. Make sure to be on guard. Wang Chen called out to Chu Yao, who was despondently walking towards the gate of the Taishu Saintess Palace. If things truly become unbearable, come seek our help. We will assist you to the best of our abilities. Though Wang Chen had just been teasing Chu Yao alongside Jiang Lingxian, he had not forgotten the kindness she had shown him in his previous life. Even though this lifetime's Chu Yao had not been particularly kind to him, Wang Chen sought only to remain guilt-free. Since the previous Chu Yao had perished, he felt compelled to repay the debt of gratitude she owed him, hoping to prevent the fall of her entire family. At that moment, Chu Yao halted at the gate, momentarily lost in thought due to Wang Chen's words. Then, Chu Yao huffed furiously, her lonely figure clad in a black dress striding out of the courtyard with indignation. Without uttering a word, she fled, her mind overwhelmed with the chaotic scenes of master and disciple, desperate to escape. If she lingered any longer, she truly feared for her life. Just as Chu Yao stepped out, she encountered Xiao Qingxiu, who had been searching for Wang Chen throughout the Taishu Xianzong, only to find herself here. The two paused, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, yet neither spoke, simply allowing each other to pass as they continued on their respective paths. Within the Taishu Saintess Palace. Xin, now do you believe me? Wang Chen leaned a tad closer to Jiang Lingxian beneath the peach blossom tree, his face gradually drawing near. Jiang Lingxian lightly pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat uneasy and wanting to retreat slightly. However, seeing her disciple's earnest explanation, she decided to indulge him this once. Jiang Lingxian's ears flushed, her charming face slightly turned away, her body feeling warm as her gaze awkwardly drifted towards the gate. Just as she sensed Wang Chen's face nearing closer, her eyes suddenly flickered, and she quickly grasped Wang Chen's left shoulder. "I've told you not to move. I will unravel this spirit cloth." Jiang Lingxian's demeanor returned to her naturally cold and stunning self, standing close to Wang Chen, her gaze focused on his shoulder. "Why did you come now of all times? You troublesome fellow. If I had known, I would have just taken my disciple back to the room." Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze, gently lifting Wang Chen's white clothing at his shoulder, feigning to inspect the spirit bandage beneath, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Wang Chen, who had leaned in, froze at the sound of footsteps at the courtyard gate, realizing why Jiang Lingxian had suddenly become so flustered. Don't unravel it. It stings a bit." As Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's gentle touch on his shoulder, he pretended to grimace in pain. However, while feigning discomfort, he secretly grasped the back of Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand, playfully scratching it a couple of times with his fingertip. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the tickling sensation on her hand, momentarily froze, raising her beautiful, cold eyes. Just then, Xiao Qingxiu approached from behind Wang Chen. Yet, due to Wang Chen blocking her view, Xiao Qingxiu remained oblivious to the scene unfolding. "What injury is on your shoulder? Why hasn't it healed even after the saint has treated you?" Xiao Qingxiu inquired, standing behind Wang Chen, his amiable yet slightly handsome face displaying curiosity. Clearly, he assumed Jiang Lingxian had been tending to Wang Chen's injury and did not suspect anything amiss. It was from the last time I was comforting the little crying girl. She bit me out of frustration. There's nothing I could do." Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, turning to face Xiao Qingxiu while still covering his left shoulder, his handsome face adorned with a hint of playful charm. "Oh, it was that little spirit girl, right? That makes sense." Xiao Qingxiu nodded in understanding, chuckling lightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingyan, behind Wang Chen, gazed at him with a trace of unnoticeable grievance in her enchanting eyes. "You naughty disciple, always calling me the little crying girl, yet you still act the part of a master and disciple." No, that is not right. Isn't your master me? Chapter 93. Jiang Lingxian discusses serious matters. Wang Chen's misbehavior. "Have you dealt with your matters?" Wang Chen, standing in the courtyard of the Taishu Saintess Palace beneath the peach blossom tree, asked Xiao Qingxiu with curiosity. "Not yet. But I will be discussing some matters with your master shortly, and it should be about time." Xiao Qingxiu's smile faded slightly as he glanced at Jiang Lingxian, who stood silently behind Wang Chen like a cold celestial being, gesturing subtly. "Oh." Wang Chen nodded lightly, turning to exchange a glance with the cold-eyed Jiang Lingxian behind him. Please, have a seat. Wang Chen beckoned the two, leading Jiang Lingxian to a small pavilion in the courtyard where the three sat down. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian positioned themselves closely, while Xiao Qingshu took a seat across from them and slowly began to discuss matters. Recently, the situation between the two sects has grown increasingly complex, and the other two major sects seem to be getting involved as well. Plans often fall short of changes. Just as Han Zuan was about to enter seclusion, he must now emerge, so you will have to accompany him. Furthermore, Xiao Qingshu spoke seriously, addressing the stunningly beautiful and cold Jiang Lingxian as he continued outlining the situation. Jiang Lingxian occasionally nodded or responded with a simple her naturally melodic voice seemingly devoid of emotion. At this moment, within the pavilion, everything appeared normal until Jiang Lingxian's left hand, resting on her lap, was gently grasped by another warm hand beneath the table, hidden from view. Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled slightly, but as she gazed at the serious Xiao Qingshu across from her, she could only force herself to maintain composure. She attempted to discreetly withdraw her hand, but Wang Chen suddenly tightened his grip on her fingers. Not only that, but Jiang Lingxian also felt Wang Chen's right foot lightly brushing against her calf from her left side, drawing closer. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart trembled once more, compelling her to control her upper body and remain still as she calmly focused on Xiao Qingshu. Pa! A sudden, crisp sound of an object falling to the ground startled Jiang Lingxian, who was holding hands with her companion, causing her heart to tremble. She quickly turned to see what had happened. Xiao Qingshu also glanced at Wang Chen, but the upper bodies of the two opposite him were concealed by the table, and everything appeared normal. No, it's nothing. I just dropped something. You two continue chatting. Xiao Qingshu nodded knowingly at the awkwardly scratching his head Wang Chen, and then turned his attention back to Jiang Lingxian. However, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank as she gazed into Wang Chen's cool eyes, which concealed a barely perceptible tension. If the disciple were to crouch down, wouldn't he then be able to do even more? Jiang Lingxian felt her heart gradually rise in anxiety, but as she looked at their intertwined fingers, she felt trapped and unable to escape. Where were we? Xiao Qingshu's voice broke the spell, bringing Jiang Lingxian's gaze back to him. This journey might lead us to the Qingyu. Oh right. Listening to Jiang Lingxian's response, Xiao Qingshu, whose thoughts had momentarily lagged, seemed to recollect and continued speaking. Meanwhile, crouching beneath the table, Wang Chen tightly grasped Jiang Lingxian's left hand with his right and lightly tapped her thigh with his left index finger. Shall I give you a leg massage? Wang Chen's left hand began to ride on Jiang Lingxian's long leg, and he gently poked to signal her. Although Jiang Lingxian was separated from his touch by her skirt and could not feel every stroke, she understood the implication. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she shifted her left foot, attempting to retract her long, elegant leg hidden beneath the white fabric, clearly refusing his advances. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen suddenly embraced her, and his left hand became unruly. It's fine. I'm listening. Please, continue. As Xiao Qingshu looked over, Jiang Lingxian, feeling the unusual sensation on her thigh, could only endure and speak. Oh. So the other two sections. One must admit, Jiang Lingxian's acting skills were impressive. Xiao Qingshu believed her earlier was a response to his words. If you keep squeezing my leg, you can forget about kissing me again. Jiang Lingxian was nearing her limit, suppressing her discomfort while sending a telepathic message to Wang Chen filled with shame. Originally, she intended to punish him, but it ultimately transformed into a decree forbidding him from kissing her. Perhaps the authority of denying him that privilege felt more significant. Yet, Jiang Lingxian seemed to forget that she was a formidable being at the celestial sovereign level. In truth, she could easily use her spiritual power to repel his advances. But she, as expected, Wang Chen, feeling helpless, concluded his playful grasp and slowly rose. Jiang Lingxian, feigning an icy demeanor, sat at the table, responding with a curt to Xiao Qingshu's discussion about the two sects' conflicts. However, Xiao Qingshu found it peculiar that beneath Jiang Lingxian's cold exterior, there seemed to linger an air of heaviness. Could it be that managing these affairs placed an immense burden on her? Alas, there was little to be done. The situation among the four great sects of the 8 desolations was exceedingly complex. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qingshu could only arrive at this conclusion, sighing inwardly for Jiang Lingxian's plight. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already returned to his seat beneath the table, wearing a broad smile. All right, that's all I wanted to say. After finishing, Xiao Qingshu gently nodded toward the blushing Jiang Lingxian and the grinning Wang Chen. He then slowly rose, prompting Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to instinctively release their intertwined hands. Once Xiao Qingshu's line of sight cleared the table, he saw nothing amiss. When do you plan to head to the Mozang? Standing, Xiao Qingshu began discussing personal matters with Wang Chen. Tomorrow, at noon, come find me, and we'll depart. Wang Chen glanced at the sky, recalling that the four-leaf flame grass would mature in about 5 days, and spoke. All right, I'll take my leave now. Xiao Qingshu smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and turned towards the gate of the courtyard. Creak. From a distance, a sound emerged as Xiao Qingshu inadvertently closed the door behind him. You. Despicable, shameless, ingrate, shameless ingrate. Jiang Lingxian glared at Wang Chen, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she chastised him. However, Wang Chen found her scolding utterly lacking in aggression, merely smiling at her mortification. All right, master, your disciple acknowledges his mistake, okay? I'll try not to touch your leg next time. Wang Chen leaned closer to the somewhat soft Jiang Lingxian, extending his arms to embrace her. Yet, feeling a blend of anger and shyness, she could not allow him to do so, mustering her strength to stand up, her body still somewhat soft. You shall not. Embrace me again. Jiang Lingxian, her cheeks flushed, glared at Wang Chen, who had missed his opportunity, and huffed in frustration as she turned to head inside. Chapter 94. The third boundary crossed. Everything's fine. With a snap, Jiang Lingxian shut the door to the Taishu Saintus Hall, but did not lock it. Wang Chen, instead of rushing to appease her, contemplated purchasing some ingredients at the Taishu Food Pavilion. He resolved to prepare a splendid 10-star couple S meal for her, hoping to surprise her while also making amends. After all, there was a significant difference between actions taken to appease someone and mere words. Without hesitation, Wang Chen calculated that he could complete these tasks within an hour. Such was the swiftness of a cultivator. He understood that given Jiang Lingxian's sensitive nature, she would soon begin to feel restless. At the Taishu Food Pavilion, Long Ritian sighed in relief as he watched Long Xiaodao munch on a pancake larger than her face, her eyes glistening with tears. Phew, finally calmed her down. Now I can continue practicing the 9-kill flute technique. The 9-kill flute technique produced a gentle sound, yet the softest melodies often concealed the deadliest of intentions. However, he rarely utilized it, mostly just showing off by playing the flute at the Taishu Food Pavilion, relishing the sparkling admiration in the eyes of his female admirers. Just as Long Ritian prepared to resume his practice, he suddenly narrowed his eyes at the entrance of the Taishu Food Pavilion. Oh no! His heart sank as he looked at Long Xiaodao, who was now staring blankly at Wang Chen with a pancake in her mouth. Brother, he's alone right now. I don't care. I want to kick him. Long Xiaodao swallowed her bite, her face contorted with indignation as she pointed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, sensing her gaze, turned and flashed a mischievous grin. Brother, he is laughing at me. He is laughing at me again. Long Xiaodao could no longer contain herself and dashed toward Wang Chen in front of a few Taishu disciples. Alas, Long Ritian sighed, hastily putting away his white flute, and followed after her. Long Xiaodao, furious, leaped into the air, aiming a kick at Wang Chen's chest, only to be effortlessly caught by Wang Chen, who grasped the back of her collar, leaving her flailing like a little turtle. You, soul egg. Long Xiaodao, already not the sharpest, resorted to repeating soul egg incessantly. At that moment, Long Ritian stood before Wang Chen, feeling a mix of embarrassment for his sister's antics. No worries. Here you go. Wang Chen presented the struggling Long Xiaodao, who was only at the spirit building stage, to Long Ritian. Thank you. Brother, why do you help others but not your sister? Long Xiaodao shouted, attempting to kick Wang Chen's chest again, as if this had become her obsession. Xiaodao, quiet down. A mere jest at your expense. And yet how many times have you offended him? All grievances have long been forgotten. Long Ritian had previously mentioned Long Xiaodao while reprimanding her with a severe expression. Wang Chen was somewhat taken aback by this scene. The name Long Ritian evoked images of an indomitable force, a child of fortune who would fight if challenged. Unexpectedly, this Long Ritian was rather different, possessing a commendable perspective that is rare in the realm of cultivation. Wang Chen recalled the reasons for their past dealings. It stemmed from mutual threats to their interests, which led to fierce confrontations. Nevertheless, after each battle, devoid of conflicting interests, their encounters were akin to those of strangers, devoid of any underhanded schemes to harm one another. You are quite admirable. I must attend to my affairs now. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Wang Chen offered a friendly smile to Long Ritian, who nodded calmly in acknowledgement before Wang Chen proceeded to the kitchen of the Taishu dining pavilion. In the realm of cultivation, there exists an abundance of various meats, each possessing peculiar flavors, some even offering a medley of tastes without the need for seasoning. Fortunately, Wang Chen was adept at improvisation, enhancing the culinary techniques based on his own skills. Ultimately, he purchased some spiritual chicken eggs, a selection of spiritual beast ribs, and a dragon head fish, along with a few vegetables. After completing his purchases, rather than departing immediately, he requested to borrow the kitchen from the chefs. In the midst of their bewildered gazes, dishes whirled chaotically within the pot. Yet, when the dishes were finally served, the chefs were left in awe, their mouths watering at the sight of the glistening, slightly charred meats. Wang Chen then artfully arranged the dishes, transforming them from unremarkable to visually appealing, and stored them in his spatial pouch. Time to head home. Upon exiting the Taishu dining pavilion, Wang Chen's silhouette gradually faded from view, particularly under the curious gaze of Long Ritian as he tenderly coaxed his younger sister. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of crimson, within the holy maiden hall of Taishu, Jiang Lingxian reclined on her bed, her delicate lips pursed. Her beautiful eyes cast toward the door with a hint of discontent. Disciple, why have you not entered yet? Did I scold you too harshly? You are not upset, are you? Jiang Lingxian lay there, her gaze fixed on the entrance, her heart growing increasingly anxious. Has my disciple left? The outside world is filled with women. What if? What if my disciple is tempted away by another? Her worry morphed into fear, prompting her to sit up abruptly. It's merely a touch of the leg. It doesn't cross any boundaries. It's fine. It's fine. I won't hold it against him. Comforting herself, she rose with urgency to seek out Wang Chen. Creaking softly, the door opened, revealing Wang Chen, who entered with an air of mystery. Hands clasped behind his back as if concealing something. He peeked in with a cheerful grin directed at Jiang Lingxian. Her cold demeanor softened, the tension in her heart easing as the disappointment in her eyes dissipated. Little Xianxian, can you guess what I brought for you? Wang Chen announced, stepping further into the room. Peach, blossom, Rome. In fact, I brought nothing at all. Suddenly, he revealed his empty hands before Jiang Lingxian, leaving her momentarily stunned. She appeared conflicted, uncertain of how to respond, a mixture of grievance and helplessness etched on her face. Just kidding. I did bring something. Wang Chen's heart raced as he swiftly produced a beautifully crafted strawberry cake, placing it before her. The cake was adorned with a blooming four-leaf peach blossom, exquisite and delightful. The sweet aroma of the strawberry cake filled the room. Actually, I didn't leave. I merely went to prepare these delicacies for you. Please don't be upset. Wang Chen cradled the cake with one hand while gently wrapping the other around Jiang Lingxian's waist. His warm presence drew close to her ear, his voice a soothing murmur. He guided her to the table, setting the cake down delicately before retrieving an array of dishes, particularly the dragon-head fish. Although its form was originally imposing, Wang Chen had removed its fangs and scales, steaming it before garnishing it with peach blossoms and various ingredients, presenting it in an endearing manner reminiscent of a charming fish. For certain reasons, you do not know your birth date, and consequently, I am unaware as well. So, let us pretend today is your birthday. I made this for you with my own hands. It is surely delicious. After placing the dishes, Wang Chen turned Jiang Lingxian toward him, his eyes soft, embracing her waist gently as he spoke. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, seemed momentarily lost, her beautiful eyes locking onto his for an extended period. Something deep within her beginning to stir and awaken. Chapter 95. How about sitting on my lap? The two stood in the room, embracing one another, their dark, profound eyes flickering as they gazed at each other for what felt like an eternity. Just as Wang Chen leaned in, tentatively pressing his lips toward Jiang Lingxian, she instinctively moved closer, her cool, beautiful gaze shimmering with ripples of emotion as she approached. In a moment of surprise for Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips against his, deepening the kiss. However, as it was Jiang Lingxian's first time initiating such an act, her movement was somewhat awkward, her breath warm and erratic. Wang Chen felt the unusual sensation of their lips meeting, tightening his embrace around her slender waist, drawing her in closer. Ah! Jiang Lingxian gasped at the sudden force, their lips meeting in a soft collision, their gazes intertwining. After indulging in a delightful meal, both felt a growing warmth between them. Yet, as Wang Chen prepared to lean in further, Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily bewildered by his intentions, her thoughts clouded until she felt a gentle pressure against her lips. Ah! Jiang Lingxian's face flushed with surprise, instinctively withdrawing from the unexpected kiss. Wang Chen, equally startled, gazed at her, his handsome features reflecting confusion. This was his first attempt at such intimacy, and he hadn't anticipated her retreat. A moment of unspoken tension lingered as Jiang Lingxian blushed, her heart racing in Wang Chen's embrace, their bodies pressed close together. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, recalling Wang Chen's intentions, realizing she had inadvertently shattered the moment's delicate ambience. Slowly turning her face back to him, her eyes filled with a hint of tenderness and regret, she whispered, Don't worry about it. If you don't want to, it's fine. I was too forward. Wang Chen interrupted her softly, his emotions tangled. His true feelings surfaced. He understood that Jiang Lingxian might genuinely not favor such displays of affection. As she gazed at him, sensing his unmistakable disappointment, her lips trembled, searching for words she couldn't articulate. Let us eat. It's been a while since I cooked. Come, taste how my culinary skills have improved. Wang Chen recognized that the ambience had dissipated, Thus he gently released Jiang Lingxian and drew out a chair. Jiang Lingxian, perplexed by the complex emotions reflected in her disciple's demeanor, felt an unsettling turmoil within herself. Am I too foolish? She chastised herself inwardly, regretting her earlier evasion of Wang Chen's gesture. As she noticed Wang Chen's hands fall away from her, a sense of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Yet she could only watch him helplessly as he settled into the chair, just as she anticipated that he would gesture for her to sit. She was taken aback when he chose to sit alone instead. Has my disciple become angry? She pondered. It was understandable, after all. It was all my fault. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, witnessing this scene, silently reproached herself once more, feeling a tinge of regret. However, when Wang Chen did not invite her to join him, a small sense of grievance inevitably welled up within her. Xian, come here, Wang Chen called, turning to face her, extending a hand towards her with a hint of mild grievance in his gaze. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart fluttered, recalling the earlier incident where her disciple had pulled out a chair only to sit alone, possibly out of anger. Yet, acknowledging that the reason lay with her, she lifted her delicate face and turned slightly towards him. Do you think I wouldn't let you sit? Wang Chen continued. Come, how about sitting on my lap? As if he could see through her feelings of grievance, he patted his thighs invitingly. Jiang Lingxian froze for a moment, realizing that her subtle thoughts had been completely unveiled. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's second statement, her heart inexplicably fluttered with a hint of delight. So, her disciple wasn't angry. He merely wished for her to sit on his lap. How delightful. After a brief moment of secret joy, she suddenly sensed something amiss. No, this isn't right, sitting on his lap? Well then, if not, I shall fetch another chair for you. Observing Jiang Lingxian's hesitance, Wang Chen, with a hint of disappointment, prepared to rise, albeit slowly. Jiang Lingxian, watching him stand with a look of helplessness, bit her lip, the hesitation evident on her exquisite face. Without uttering a word, she chose to act, placing her fair hands firmly on Wang Chen's shoulders. Then, under his bewildered gaze, she gently pressed him back into his seat before taking small, timid steps to stand beside him. With her legs mere centimeters from his, Jiang Lingxian hesitated to take a seat, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Wang Chen understood that she had accepted the situation, yet her feminine modesty prevailed. Therefore, he took the initiative, grasping her arm and pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily startled, and by the time she registered what had happened, she found herself perched on Wang Chen's lap, her body nestled against him. For a time, her mind went blank, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly at the ground. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, tempting enough to want a bite. As she gradually regained her composure, the embarrassment prevented her from lifting her face to meet Wang Chen's gaze, opting instead to snuggle tightly against him. Wang Chen, amused by her bashfulness, chuckled softly. Adjusting her position slightly backward, Jiang Lingxian felt entirely seated on his lap, her toes barely grazing the ground. At this moment, she was exceedingly self-conscious. Her hands awkwardly resting on her own legs, her flushed face lowered in embarrassment as she fixated on her skirt. Noticing her demeanor, Wang Chen gently took her slender arm and, despite her slight resistance, guided it to rest upon the nape of his neck. From Wang Chen's perspective, Jiang Lingxian faced to the right, creating an intimate pose, his left arm encircling her waist while her delicate right arm draped around his neck, as if she were a little fairy enticing him. Though Jiang Lingxian was not a fairy, her shy and delicate demeanor rendered her even more captivating. As Wang Chen felt the warmth of Jiang Lingxian nestled against him, an unexpected curiosity arose within him. He reached for a strawberry from the table, removing its leafy crown, and slowly offered it to her, as if feeding a child. Oh, he teased, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of her bashful expression, playfully mimicking the sound of feeding a baby. Jiang Lingxian, thoroughly flustered, could only weakly part her lips. Seeing this, Wang Chen gently placed the strawberry against her lips, encouraging her to take a small bite. Impudent disciple, what do you take me for? Jiang Lingxian's thoughts were conflicted. Although she reproached Wang Chen, a small flicker of delight blossomed within her. Wang Chen procured another small strawberry. But this time, as Jiang Lingxian heard the familiar awe and bit down on the tip, she suddenly felt her chin being gently lifted. In her moment of surprise, she found Wang Chen's handsome visage before her, his deep, enchanting eyes gazing softly at her. Without warning, he leaned in, capturing her lips with his own. Wang Chen's left arm encircled Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, while his right hand held her chin, kissing her possessively as she clung to his neck. Her exquisite face raised in astonishment. The sweet essence of strawberry lingered between them, causing Jiang Lingxian to unknowingly close her trembling eyes. This instance of passionate affection rendered her irresistibly alluring, prompting Wang Chen to deepen the kiss. Time seemed to stretch, 1 second, 10 seconds, A minute, 3 minutes, 6 minutes. When they finally parted, both were breathless, gasping for air, Wang Chen feeling slightly dazed. Jiang Lingshan's face was flushed, her delicate form languidly leaning against him. Her hands weakly clutching his white robes, her moist lips slightly parted as she inhaled fresh air. After a brief moment, she nestled her flushed face into the warmth of Wang Chen's neck, her body melting against him. Coughing lightly, Jiang Lingshan's throat constricted slightly, prompting her to cough gently. At that moment, she resembled someone intoxicated, her arms weakly encircling Wang Chen's neck, her dazed, rosy face nuzzling against him. The tranquil atmosphere lingered for a while. "Xian, would you like to eat more?" Wang Chen inquired, gazing at the array of untouched dishes before shifting his attention to the soft, sleepy girl nestled in his embrace. "Disciple, I wish to sleep," Jiang Lingshan murmured, burying her warm face in his neck, her voice slightly muffled yet laced with a hint of drowsiness. "All right." Wang Chen acquiesced, surveying the untouched food with a sigh as he began to stow it away in a space where time stood still. Tonight, all the food belonged to Jiang Lingshan. Who else would eat? As he savored the lingering sweetness of strawberries on his lips, a smile crept across his face. After clearing the table, he gently lifted the drowsy Jiang Lingshan into his arms. Gently cradled in his arms, Jiang Lingshan closed her beautiful eyes, feeling a tinge of insecurity as she tightly embraced Wang Chen, nestling against his chest. After placing her slightly dazed shoes onto the bed, Wang Chen followed suit, lying down beside her. The moment he settled in, he felt Jiang Lingshan cling to him, wrapping her arms around his waist with fervor. "Disciple, do not leave your master, forever, please, never leave me," Jiang Lingshan whispered, her delicate arms tightening around Wang Chen as she pressed her pretty face against his chest, her voice barely a murmur. Wang Chen's kiss seemed to diminish her sense of security, instilling in her an acute fear that he might one day depart from her life. "All right." Wang Chen gently lifted his hand to caress her silky hair, softly reassuring her as he whispered comforts into her ear. Yet, Jiang Lingshan, lost in thought, let warm tears trickle down her exquisite face, which was still nestled against Wang Chen's chest. Surprised, Wang Chen hesitated, but Jiang Lingshan's tears fell silently. A quiet expression of her distress. "Do not cry." He quickly reached out, tenderly wiping away her tears with his palm, soothing her with gentle words. Jiang Lingshan remained silent, simply holding on to him, her tear-filled eyes closed as her breathing gradually steadied. Although her eyes still shimmered with tears, she had evidently drifted off to sleep. Observing this, Wang Chen carefully pulled the blankets over them both, then embraced Jiang Lingshan a little tighter, gradually closing his eyes as his consciousness began to fade into slumber. In the desolate expanse of the 8 desolations, beneath the moonlight, the moon sect's ancient sanctum gleamed with a lustrous glow. Within a chamber entirely sealed by formations, a stunningly beautiful woman sat in the dim light cast by the moon. Su Qianyue gazed at the pristine yet antiquated furnishings, her lifeless eyes devoid of color. Slowly, she rose with a sluggish motion, her cultivation, which had stagnated at the pinnacle of the spirit emperor realm for 5 centuries, shifted slightly. With no freedom, Su Qianyue could only stand by the window each day, her enchanting visage fixated on the great moon outside. Since the fateful encounter with a young man 500 years ago, the essence of the moon within her had rapidly dissipated, leaving her unable to progress further in her cultivation. The moon sect was a female-only sect, known for its rapid cultivation methods. But it bore a significant flaw. Once a maiden lost her purity, her cultivation would stagnate indefinitely, and she would be regarded with disdain by her fellow disciples. This had been the case for ordinary disciples over millennia, let alone for her, the moon sect's saintess, who was expected to set an example. Consequently, around a century after losing her purity, her master discovered her stagnation and assessed her condition. The outcome was as one might expect, fearful of losing face. Her master confined Su Qianyue within the chamber. For 400 long years, her master had denied her even the right to end her own life or to leave. Su Qianyue no longer harbored resentment towards anyone, nor did she blame the young man who might have perished long ago, for her heart had long ceased to beat with hope. Chapter 97. Flame Armor, the diagram of heaven and earth. In the midst of Su Qianyue's desolate gaze, the pale blue moon hung high in the starry sky, a sight to behold but never to touch. Standing by the window of the former saintess' chamber of the moon sect, she resembled a statue, motionless for an indeterminate time. Eventually, as the great moon began to descend, the horizon brightened. Meanwhile, in a more opulent chamber of the Taisu saintess hall, Wang Chen was peacefully asleep, enveloped by the warmth of Jiang Lingshan, who lay quietly against him. As he slowly awakened, he blinked at the ceiling in a daze. With approximately 4 days remaining until the 4-leaf flame herb matured, he realized he would need to take Xiao Qingshu to the desolate lands today. Lowering his gaze, He observed Jiang Lingshan's serene face nestled against him, and he gently pinched her cheek. Sensing his touch, her closed eyes slightly furrowed, yet she did not awaken. Wang Chen, seeing this, refrained from further disturbing her delicate features, carefully embracing her warmth. He pondered about the two treasures he had acquired from the Tai Su treasure pavilion. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he opened the system panel. Wang Chen, Constitution, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, Pilsi Realm Level 1, Breakthrough Possible, disguised as Returning Origin Realm Level 6. Technique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space, Jiang Lingshan's million top-tier spirit stones, 200 top-tier spirit stones, Pseudo-Emperor Grade, Heavenly Royal Banner, Holy Grade Imperial Xian Ding, Super Rage Card, Tai Su Broken Sword, Flame Armor. Diagram of Heaven and Earth. Source points, 1, 155, 288. Comprehensive evaluation, a mere chicken at Pilsi Realm Level 1. Wang Chen first glanced at the remaining source points, totaling over 1,000,000, before delving into the storage space. Flame Armor? He paused, momentarily bewildered by the name displayed among the items. As he sought it out within the storage space, he found a dull, dust-covered suit of armor floating there. Wang Chen scratched his head in confusion. System, how many source points are needed to activate this so-called flame armor? Ding. Emperor-grade superior flame armor requires 100,000 source points to activate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, no. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before decisively selecting yes. Having acquired it, he deemed 100,000 source points a worthwhile exchange for a suit of Emperor-grade armor, an absolute bargain. After confirming, he watched as the dust began to dissipate from the armor in the storage space. Gradually, the once dull armor revealed its true form, adorned with fierce, fiery patterns that began to emerge. Eventually, the entire armor was enveloped in intricate flame motifs. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant flames erupted from the armor, illuminating the space before swiftly subsiding. This spectacle startled Wang Chen, causing him to drift back in surprise. Host, not even an explosion phases you, yet you fear this? The system's mocking voice echoed within the storage space, darkening Wang Chen's expression. System, when the next task for the Child of Destiny is released, change the reward to something that allows you to transform, he retorted. That is not possible. I can clearly sense that I will never be able to transform. The system replied. Moreover, such tasks are generally issued by the main program and cannot be altered. But I'm curious, why? The system seemed momentarily taken aback, its thoughts encapsulated by 3 question marks. Because then you could beat me up, Wang Chen exclaimed as if the system stood before him. Stupid host. Get lost. Ignoring the system's bark, Wang Chen reached out to touch the now brilliantly colored flame armor. Yes, now this is what I call flame armor, he mused. Admiring the fiery patterns that radiated an aura of dominance, the armor warmed to the touch. As Wang Chen prepared to seize the 4-leaf flame grass in the desolate wilderness, he donned the flame armor, uncertain of its defensive capabilities or inherent abilities. It appeared that only time would reveal its true nature. The spirit within his storage space gently tapped the surface of the armor before drifting toward a rolled-up horizontal painting nearby. According to the name of the item in the storage space, it was the Qian Kuan Mountain and Sea Map, which presumably contained the essence of the universe. Wang Chen reached out to unfurl the Qian Kuan Mountain and Sea Map. It was a rectangular piece, approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, covered in a layer of dust that obscured its image. Strangely compelled, he instinctively bent down to blow the dust away. The system, unable to resist a mocking remark, teased him for his foolishness. How many source points does it take to activate this? Wang Chen retorted, irritation masking his embarrassment, and redirected the conversation. Ding. Sacred Tier Excellent Qian Kuan Mountain and Sea Map, containing the essence of the universe and a miniature world of vitality. Activation requires 1,000,000 source points. Ding. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Secretly informing the host. In the future, you may enter with Jiang Lingshan, allowing you to conduct your affairs without interruption. Admittedly tempted, Wang Chen couldn't resist the allure of the Sacred Tier label and decided to use the remaining 1,000,000 source points. Upon confirming his choice, his source points dwindled from 1,055, 288 to 55, 288. Suddenly, the Qian Kuan Mountain and Sea Map began to tremble vigorously, shaking off the dust and revealing its true form, a dark gray hue. Golden light radiated from the map, illuminating its intricate and beautiful artwork. The upper half depicted vast blue seas with unknown majestic birds soaring above, while the lower half showcased towering mountains, expansive plains, and an abundance of flora and fauna, including rabbits frolicking. A magnificent waterfall cascaded from the highest peak, flowing into a winding river that connected to the great ocean, where deer quenched their thirst. The colors distinctly delineated the ocean's deep blue from the river's lighter hue. Chapter 98. Are they not going to team up to capture people anymore? Thank goodness. Host, you can now enter. Is it really that advanced? Wang Chen's spirit withdrew from the storage space and returned to his body, retrieving the Qian Kuan mountain and sea map, which floated above his bed. How does one enter? He held the serene and sleeping Jiang Lingxian in his arms. Gazing at the map above them, his heart filled with curiosity, just as the thought of entering the Qian Kuan mountain and sea map crossed his mind. It suddenly emanated golden light that enveloped him, before swiftly retracting. In an instant, Wang Chen found himself standing barefoot on a grassy expanse, bewildered by the vibrant flora surrounding him. The distant sound of a grand waterfall crashing into the river echoed through the air, accompanied by the rustling of the wind. His exclamation startled nearby rabbits and other small creatures, sending them scurrying away. As he marveled at the enchanting scene, he knelt to touch the dew-kissed grass. "Let me go back," he implored, but then a sudden realization struck him, filling him with dread. No. In a flash, his figure transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Back in the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Jiang Lingxian, who had just sat up, anxiously scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, a figure emerged from above, plummeting toward her. With a thud, Wang Chen landed in a warm embrace, and they both tumbled onto the bed. Alarmed not to hurt Jiang Lingxian, he instinctively tried to rise, but her sudden grip around his waist pulled him back down. Their bodies pressed together. Wang Chen could feel her heart racing against his shoulder. As her grip gradually loosened, he reciprocated by wrapping his arms around her. Once he sensed her panic subsiding, he slowly lifted his face to meet hers. Her stunning visage bore a hint of vulnerability, her beautiful eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. "It's all right. I'm still here," he reassured her, using his spiritual power to support himself against the bed while gently cupping her fair, rosy face. "How is it that in this life, you seem like a little disciple, while in the past, you held the status of a master?" He tenderly caressed her face, a gentle smile breaking the tension. Jiang Lingxian paused, feeling as though his words struck a chord deep within her, amplifying her distress. With a quivering lip, she pulled away from his hands and buried her face in his neck. "Because, in the past, you died," she murmured, her voice trembling. Wang Chen froze, momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by her statement. But how could that be? He remembered that in his past life, Jiang Lingxian had not perished. Confusion washed over him. Jiang Lingxian, nestled in his embrace, clearly heard his thoughts but remained silent, choosing instead to hide her face in his neck, concealing her own painful truth. Just then, a knock at the door shattered the heavy silence, causing both to shift their gaze. It must be the holy master of Taishu. Wang Chen mused, his arms instinctively returning to Jiang Lingxian's slender waist as he leaned over her. "And, my master," she added. "What?" Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing at the realization that the previous day's incident might be discovered, fearing they might conspire against him. "It's all your fault for touching my leg," Jiang Lingxian murmured, a hint of accusation lacing her tone as anxiety crept in. After a moment of shared reluctance, they reluctantly released each other, rising from the bed. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian tidied up the somewhat disheveled clothing, sharing a knowing glance, both feigning calmness. Finally, Wang Chen hastily stored away the map of Qian Kuan Mountain and Sea, stepped over to a chair, and poured half a cup of tea, placing it on the table. As Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen's preparations nearing completion, she approached the door to open it. With a creak, upon the door's opening, Wang Chen instantly felt a pair of icy gazes fixated upon him. "Master, sect leader, is there something you need?" Jiang Lingxian stood at the threshold, her expression cool and detached, addressing Han Zun and Xiao Qingshu with an air of indifference. "Did he sleep here last night?" The handsome Xiao Qingshu did not immediately address the matter at hand, but instead weakly pointed a finger towards Wang Chen, his voice laced with uncertainty. "No. He came today to ask me some questions." "Master, please come in," Jiang Lingxian replied, opening the door wider and gesturing for Han Zun to enter. "Wait outside." Han Zun cast a cold glance at Xiao Qingshu, his voice icy as he instructed, before stepping inside the room. "Mississippi." Bang. Xiao Qingshu's attempt to respond was abruptly cut off as Jiang Lingxian swiftly shut the door, clearly unwilling to let him enter. In her abode, only Wang Chen was permitted, and he would forever be the sole man allowed within. "Greetings, Master Ancestor." Upon seeing Han Zun seated across from him, Wang Chen promptly rose to pay his respects. Standing erect, "Siener, the situation between the two sects is becoming increasingly dire, and the other two major sects also wish to intervene. You must accompany me at once." After entering and taking a seat, Han Zun glanced at the half-filled teacup, nodded in acknowledgement to Wang Chen, and then turned his gaze to Jiang Lingxian. Unbeknownst to Han Zun, as her words echoed, a tremendous sigh of relief washed over both individuals in the room. Thank goodness. The master was not here to apprehend the disciple. Chapter 99, Pure and innocent before the master, unknown behind her back. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian breathed quietly, relieved that Han Zun was not there to seize anyone. However, I have yet to inquire about my disciples' matters. Master, could you wait a moment? Jiang Lingxian maintained her calm demeanor, her cool gaze fixed on Han Zun as she gave a slight nod in response. At her words, Han Zun's icy eyes drifted subtly towards the half-filled teacup on the table, then returned to Jiang Lingxian. For some reason, the atmosphere in the room grew markedly more subdued at that moment. Very well. Finally, Han Zun gently nodded, her icy yet exquisite visage turning as she moved towards the door, her glacial white hair flowing behind her. Just as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian assumed Han Zun would depart, she suddenly halted at the doorway. By the way, Siener, have you given the Heavenly Emperor's banner you won to your disciple as a protective talisman? Han Zun slightly turned her head, her cold gaze quietly sweeping over the two individuals nearby. I believe the Heavenly Emperor's banner possesses considerable concealment capabilities. Since you already have the Han Tian bracelet, it would be quite beneficial for him to have it for protection. Creak. With her frigid words spoken, Han Zun did not wait for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond, extending her hand to open the door and stepping outside. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingyan. Jiang Lingxian stood rooted, gazing at the now closed door, her lip lightly biting down as a wave of nervousness washed over her. Wang Chen was equally perplexed, easily deducing from Han Zun's words that she was referring to the incident from the previous night when he had hidden within the bedding. Gradually, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turned their heads, their deep and captivating eyes locking in a gaze. The atmosphere fell into a silence that lingered for several seconds. It's nothing. We have not done anything in front of my master. After a moment of shared silence, Jiang Lingxian, fearing he might overthink, softly offered him a small reassurance. Well, it seems so. We are pure before her. What's wrong with my disciple taking a nap on the master's bed? We didn't do anything, right? Wang Chen, feeling the weight of the silence, forced a smile and waved his hand, pretending to be cheerful, yet for reasons unknown. Jiang Lingxian's ears gradually flushed red, and her beautiful eyes displayed a hint of shyness as she averted her gaze. Silly disciple. Jiang Lingxian slightly turned her exquisite profile, avoiding Wang Chen's gaze while silently murmuring to herself. Siener, are you going to deal with matters alongside Han Zun now? Wang Chen leaned in closer to Jiang Lingxian, raising his eyes to question her with curiosity. Yes. Jiang Lingxian nodded absently at the door. But in the next moment, she suddenly felt Wang Chen gently embrace her waist. No. My master is still outside, and the door is unlocked. What if she opens it suddenly? Jiang Lingxian stiffened slightly, her delicate hands attempting to pry away Wang Chen's arms encircling her waist. Then just lock it. And no. If my master discovers it, it would only seem as if we were sneaking around. Jiang Lingxian, feeling a surge of tension, gradually faltered at the end of her sentence, the heat of embarrassment creeping in. However, I also need to go to the desert for a few days. Can I hold you for just a little while? Wang Chen pulled Jiang Lingxian closer, their faces nearly touching as they gazed into each other's eyes. Can you wait until I finish my business before coming with me? Jiang Lingxian's heart sank at his words, a sense of inexplicable loss washing over her, her beautiful eyes glimmering with longing as she looked at Wang Chen. It's all right, my little master, just think about it. You're going to handle matters and one tea return anyway. I'll take this opportunity to finish what I need to do. Wang Chen gently caressed her head with his right hand, his voice tender. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian's small head fell into contemplation for a moment, her delicate brow furrowing slightly as she hesitated. All right, fine. Jiang Lingxian reluctantly agreed amidst her uncertainty, aware that this was indeed the best course of action. Yet, she had an even better idea. Slowly, Jiang Lingxian reached out her hands, gently grasping Wang Chen's left hand, her gaze fixated on the storage ring on his ring finger. Finally, a faint thread of her soul emerged, a cold hue emanating from her brow, gradually flying into the ring. Wang Chen, captivated by her semi-closed eyes, found himself drawn closer, his face inching nearer. He moistened his lips a couple of times, eventually leaning in to tenderly kiss Jiang Lingxian's gently closed eyes. Feeling the unexpected sensation of his lips, Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened momentarily, her waist being embraced tighter. Yet, after a brief pause, she did not open her trembling eyes, remaining silent as Wang Chen kissed her. Wang Chen did not kiss for long, knowing that prolonged contact would render Jiang Lingxian weak. If she truly became soft, and they were discovered by Han Zun later, it would surely lead to chaos. As Wang Chen's warm breath gradually parted from Jiang Lingxian, she finally opened her delicate eyes, glimmering like water. Disciple, once I finish my tasks, I will seek you out. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms reluctantly wrapped around Wang Chen's waist. Her exquisite face nestled deeply into his neck as she spoke softly. Knock, knock, knock. As their farewell kiss concluded, the sound of knocking echoed from outside. startling both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, who had nearly forgotten they were not alone. Jiang Lingxian lifted her gaze towards the door, then turned her head to meet Wang Chen's eyes, filled with reluctance and yearning. In the next moment, Jiang Lingxian leaned closer, shyly pressing her lips against Wang Chen's for a brief moment, before slowly releasing her embrace. Wang Chen diligently adjusted Jiang Lingxian's attire, navigating her bashful attempts to evade him and the sting of slapping her hand before finally achieving a proper arrangement. Subsequently, he casually straightened his own white robe, and together with Jiang Lingxian, they approached the door and pulled it open. In the vast expanse of Taishu Xinzong, along the sect's path, Wang Chen cheerfully declared, "Let us venture to the deserted wasteland." He strode along, basking in the curious gazes of the disciples, while calling out to Xiao Qingshu beside him. Few recognized Xiao Qingshu in his youthful form, as he typically manifested only for personal matters. Consequently, the disciples lingering in the corners were predominantly focused on Wang Chen, perplexed as to why he was devoid of female company today. Observing the departing figures of Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu, a group of disciples, grappling with their own cultivation stagnations, furrowed their brows. Could it be that he could not endure the incessant distractions of numerous women and has found an affinity for men? Slap. Are you an utter fool? With a celestial beauty like the Taishu Saintess gracing us, any woman would be utterly captivated. Who would be foolish enough to prefer men? One disciple, upon hearing his companion's words, could not restrain himself from leaping up and smacking him on the head. I, on the other hand, do fancy men. Brother, you smell delightful. At that moment, another disciple emerged from behind, startling them into a hasty retreat. Chapter 100. Arrival at the deserted wasteland. The devious Xiao Qingshu. At the foot of Taishu Xinzong, within Taishu Xin City, Wang Chen led Xiao Qingshu into the teleportation array under the watchful gaze of an elder, standing side by side. Are you ready? Ready. Xiao Qingshu lifted his gaze and shouted in response. Then provide the spirit stones. How else can we teleport? The elder in charge of the array extended his right hand, assuming a gesture that demanded the stones from the two. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu exchanged glances, both clearly perceiving from each other's eyes. You pay. How can the elder brother pay? As the younger brother, you should take the initiative. Do you not understand? Wang Chen clapped Xiao Qingshu on the shoulder, pointing at him with an expression of displeasure. Curse it. I have no grandmother. Xiao Qingshu retorted angrily, producing spirit stones to toss to the elder, only to be further incensed by Wang Chen's mocking words. Then you are quite impressive. With a flash, the teleportation array illuminated, and in the scene where Xiao Qingshu gave a thumbs up, the two vanished in an instant, in the swirling sands of the deserted wasteland. Within a large yet unremarkable cultivation city, the central teleportation array emitted a ripple of void energy. As the light flickered, a figure emerged, giving a thumbs up, accompanied by a grinning young man. Wang Chen was smiling, but upon his arrival, he was met with the intense gaze of a man standing less than 3 meters away, an individual renowned as a child of fortune, Yang Qi. True to his name, Yang Qi had been foretold at birth to possess an affinity with the fire Qilin, hence his name. Wang Chen, recalling his past life, recognized Yang Qi as a formidable adversary, one who had often engaged him in fierce battles. In their encounters, Yang Qi had never triumphed in direct combat. His only advantage lay in the presence of his divine beast companion, the Qilin, which allowed him to hold his ground. Now, standing in the teleportation array, Wang Chen locked eyes with Yang Qi for an extended moment, both furrowing their brows slightly. This individual, rumored to be a mere furnace body living off women, dared to gaze upon him with such disdain? The external whispers were varied, yet Yang Qi felt an inexplicable irritation at the sight of Wang Chen, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. Feeling the strength of his 6th layer of Danhai realm, Yang Qi was confident he could crush Wang Chen, who was at the 6th layer of Guiyuan realm, with a single hand. His beast companion, the fire Qilin, lent him a fiery temperament, prone to bouts of fury. However, his current mission was to hunt demon beasts for the blood to nourish his newly bonded Qilin cub, and he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Is it possible to step down from the teleportation array after standing here for so long? Yang Qi's eyes simmered with anger. He could not fathom why the mere sight of Wang Chen ignited such a flame within him, especially when considering the celestial beauty of the Taishu Saintess, who had taken a furnace body like him as her disciple. Let us go. Wang Chen coldly regarded him, then beckoned to the puzzled Xiao Qingshu, stepping away. How audacious of him, treating a mere waste like this with such arrogance. Yang Qi stood near the teleportation array, seething with rage as he watched their departing figures, a primal urge rising within him to eliminate Wang Chen. It was as if an unseen force compelled him to eradicate this outsider who had crossed into his realm. Do you hold a grudge against him? Xiao Qingshu, following Wang Chen, furrowed his brow, glancing inquiringly at him. Indeed, a mortal enemy. Wang Chen nodded solemnly. casting another glance at Yang Qi, now far in the distance, preparing to teleport. Why did you not mention this sooner? Xiao Qingshu exclaimed, suddenly turning and extending his right hand forcefully towards the teleportation array. As Yang Qi activated the teleportation, a tremendous force erupted, reducing the array to ruins. He possesses a certain aura. I cannot kill him, but I can ensure he suffers some discomfort. Hehehe. Xiao Qingshu chuckled, revealing a broad grin as he observed the terrified expressions of the onlookers in the city. Wang Chen, recalling Xiao Qingshu's mischievous antics from their past life, felt a pang of concern. You damaged that teleportation array. Are you not worried about the repercussions? That is simple, Xiao Qingshu replied with a benevolent smile, channeling his celestial energy. I shall take a leisurely stroll here. I have discovered many corrupt officials, and today, I shall destroy a teleportation array in your city as punishment. Should you dare allow innocence to repair it, sleep with your eyes wide open tonight. His gravelly voice echoed throughout the vast city, startling countless individuals, their gazes drawn upward. Yet, there was no one in the sky, only a powerful aura of celestial energy that swiftly dissipated. Remarkable. You are truly impressive. Wang Chen praised him, raising his thumb in admiration. Let us proceed to the moon sect. I shall lead you to her. Wang Chen, feeling the familiar presence of Xiao Qingshu, smiled warmly and waved cheerfully. Very well, let us go. Xiao Qingshu replied, enveloping Wang Chen in a surge of energy. And they vanished amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, unfazed by their gazes. Xiao Qingshu knew that his mischief bore no consequence for his elder form as the Taishu sect master. As they hurried along, Xiao Qingshu felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing he would swiftly gather information about the moon sect. Since discovering that the beauty he had bullied was the saintess of the moon sect, he had diligently sought out knowledge about it. Previously, his focus had been on the 4 major immortal sects, neglecting even the first-rate sects like the moon sect. But now, he had eagerly researched its details, lest he find himself unaware of its coordinates in the deserted wasteland, leading to an embarrassing predicament. Moments later, beneath the vast sky of a sprawling desert oasis, Xiao Qingshu descended abruptly, accompanied by Wang Chen's silhouette, gazing upon the grand entrance of the moon sect, adorned with a plaque of moonlit blue hue. 5 meters wide and 10 meters tall, Xiao Qingshu's gaze sharpened. Finally, I have arrived. After 5 centuries, I shall behold you once more. In truth, Wang Chen's understanding of the tale was incomplete. Xiao Qingshu and Su Qianwei did not simply forget each other after donning their garments. Rather, during a time when Su Qianwei, afflicted by the poison of love flowers, lay weakened and unable to rise from her bed, Xiao Qingshu devotedly cared for her within the Sun Moon secret realm for an entire year, remaining even after the realm's closure. It was only when the realm reopened the following year that their intertwined fates could be tentatively concluded. The experience of care and being cared for left indelible marks on both their hearts. Regrettably, Su Qianwei remained cautious, reluctant to reveal her true identity to Xiao Qingshu. After all, she was the holy maiden of the moon sect, and her fears during her time in the secret realm only compounded as she contemplated leaving it behind. Chapter 101. The Venerable Qingshu. At this moment, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu stood not far from the moon sect's grand entrance, exchanging a glance before stepping forward. A gentle breeze and a hint of yellow sand swirled from the oasis outside, causing Wang Chen's white attire and Xiao Qingshu's robe to flutter gracefully. The 2 gatekeeper disciples of the moon sect narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing the approaching figures with a sense of unease. The 2 beautiful disciples, clad in azure, regarded the seemingly ominous newcomers with a serious demeanor, their hearts inexplicably quivering. After Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu ascended 1,000 steps, they finally stood before the gatekeeper disciples. Goodness, so exhausting. Why create so many steps? One complained. Indeed, my old bones are nearly falling apart, though our sect has just as many, if not more. The other replied. Then why didn't you fly up? I thought you had a plan, seeing as you didn't fly either. What a fool you are. I thought you had a plan too when I saw you not flying. Having walked for quite a while, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu stood beneath the grand entrance of the moon sect, sharing their grievances amid the gatekeeper's exasperated gazes. Who goes there? Are you aware that men are prohibited from entering the moon sect? At this moment, the 2 disciples approached, swords in hand, their expressions stern. Previously, many disciples of various sects with lower status did not attend the Taisu Ling battle realm, so it is understandable that they do not recognize Wang Chen. Xiao Qingshu interjected. I am an old acquaintance of your holy maiden, here to pay a visit today. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances and one of them darted back to the sect. Phew. Once I assist Xiao Qingshu with this matter, I shall take him to find the 4-leaf flame grass and have him act as my bodyguard, Wang Chen mused, feeling relieved as he watched the disciple depart. He presumed their visit to the moon sect would not take long. Little did he know The complexities of this journey were far beyond his expectations. Not long after, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu set up chairs beneath the grand entrance of the moon sect, casually snacking on seeds while leaning back in their chairs. Look, even with my suppressed realm, I still spat further than you, Xiao Qingshu remarked, observing the seed shell he had flung over 100 meters away. Landing in the distant oasis, they had chosen to spit their shells outside to maintain cleanliness, albeit minimally. I just cough. Ugh, got it stuck in my throat. Wang Chen exclaimed as he took a deep breath, preparing to spit, only to choke on the seeds. Laughter erupted from Xiao Qingshu, who was about to resume his snacking when he noticed someone approaching from within the moon sect. Wang Chen, too, spotted the figure and quickly coughed out the seeds, sending them flying to the ground outside the sect. As the figure drew closer, Wang Chen's brow furrowed. Well, look at you enjoying yourself, he said, patting Xiao Qingshu on the shoulder, grinning at the fair and beautiful holy maiden of the moon sect. However, as she halted before him, a glint of hostility flickered in her eyes. Wang Chen, why do you look at me like that? He asked, bewildered by the animosity he sensed. It's not her, Xiao Qingshu remarked, rising to his feet, frowning as he glanced between the moon sect's holy maiden and Wang Chen. You are the disciple of the Tai Su holy maiden, the rumored supreme furnace body, and the one who wronged Qin Yefan, are you not? Throughout the exchange, the holy maiden's gaze remained fixed on Wang Chen, and her words revealed the tension in the air. Guess what? Hee. Wang Chen recognized the ominous tone and, noting her striking features, responded with a wry smile. Are you toying with me? At that moment, Xiao Qingshu interjected, his voice laced with displeasure, feeling that after all their efforts, it was not the person they had anticipated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Wang Chen exclaimed, suddenly struck by a realization. Wait. Her holy maiden title was revoked. This must be the new holy maiden. A flash of enlightenment crossed Wang Chen's mind, and he turned to Xiao Qingshu, who seemed to relax slightly. I see now. My apologies for the misunderstanding. With a newfound focus, Xiao Qingshu addressed the new holy maiden, Jiang Yueyao. Pray tell, is the former holy maiden still within the sect? A derisive laugh escaped Jiang Yueyao at this inquiry, as though she had heard an amusing jest. Her? Forget it. The affairs of the moon sect are beyond your comprehension. Especially yours. You have 3 days to escape back to the Tai Su immortal sect. Jiang Yueyao raised an elegant finger, pointing coolly at Wang Chen, her eyes brimming with a profound intent to kill. Without uttering another word, she turned and retraced her steps into the sect, leaving the 2 gatekeeper disciples behind. You are indeed the disciple of the Tai Su holy maiden? Allow me to remind you, our holy maiden is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, one of the 9 great clans of the 8 desolate continent. Mind your tongue. Return to your post. One disciple chided, silencing the other who had attempted to offer a warning. Yet, the implication was clear. The new holy maiden of the moon sect was the elder sister of Jiang Yuaning. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. It was also why Wang Chen had furrowed his brow upon seeing her earlier. Once the 2 disciples resumed their posts, Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu exchanged glances. Are we being neglected? It seems so, Xiao Qingshu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring Wang Chen's expression. TSK, I never intended to stir trouble. Yet when has the youthful form of venerable Qingshu ever endured such indignity? The elder form has faced enough due to my status as sect leader. And now that no one recognizes me, I shall not suffer any more. What do you plan to do now? Wang Chen inquired, tilting his head in curiosity at Xiao Qingshu's evident irritation. Quite simply, I shall reveal the pressure of my celestial venerable realm. Xiao Qingshu ceased her pretense, her formidable aura of the celestial master realm erupting without restraint, causing a tempest to swirl around her. Only cultivators at the 6th layer and above of the celestial master realm are deemed worthy of the title respectable, as the 6th layer represents a substantial barrier that is notoriously challenging to surpass. Unfortunately for her, Xiao Qingshu had reached the 6th layer 3 centuries ago, and after a fortunate turn of events, she had recently ascended to the 7th layer. 300 years prior, she was known as the elusive Qingshu respectable, having not made an appearance in over 200 years. By the heavens, Moon Sect Master, show yourself. As Xiao Qingshu's commanding presence swept over the moon sect, 2 female disciples guarding the entrance trembled in terror. Within moments, an elderly woman dashed forth, her expression a mixture of horror and recognition. Qingshu respectable. The moon sect master, a silver-haired matron of the same generation as Xiao Qingshu, recalled witnessing her obliterate a demonic city with a mere wave of her hand when she was at the 6th layer. Respectable Qingshu, have we offended you in any way? I beg your forgiveness. The moon sect master, herself only at the 4th layer, felt the weight of their situation. A single layer of difference was a significant chasm, And without the aid of a pseudo-emperor or emperor-level weapon, even if Xiao Qingshu did not slay her, she could easily overpower her. I have but one request. Allow me to see the former saintess of the Moon sect from 500 years ago, with her hands clasped behind her back. Her long hair billowing with her celestial pressure, Xiao Qingshu's gaze remained icy upon the Moon sect master. She has become a shell of her former self. Do you seek her for something? That is none of your concern. Wang Chen stood silently beside Xiao Qingshu, observing the Moon sect master's subservient demeanor with a sense of satisfaction. After a brief hesitation, the Moon sect master, feeling the immense pressure, reluctantly acquiesced. The Moon sect's highest combat power lay with the Moon sect master, at the 4th layer, and the ancient ancestor, who had just ascended to the 9th layer a century ago. They were unwilling to offend a respectable, despite the sect's rigid rules against admitting men. Yet, rules are but lifeless constructs. Confronting a powerful foe requires flexibility. Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu were thus escorted into the sect, much to the chagrin of the 2 female disciples watching. Outside the hall of the former saintess, the Moon sect master, seemingly eager to avoid complications, hurriedly led them to their destination. Both Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu were aware of her intentions, yet they remained silent, their sole focus on the former saintess. Please wait a moment. She has been confined by her master for quite a while, and her emotions may be unstable. I will go in to calm her. The Moon sect master candidly admitted that Su Xianwei was imprisoned, as Xiao Qingshu would inevitably discover upon their meeting. In the next instant, an array of formations descended upon the hall, various enchantments clearly designed to seal the occupant within. As the door creaked open, Xiao Qingshu peered inside, momentarily stunned. It was her, indeed, it was her. A wave of emotion surged within Xiao Qingshu, yet the sight of the imprisoning formations caused her to frown in concern. A tumult of feelings swirling in her heart. It must be her, right? I did not deceive you. Wang Chen also beheld the stunning figure seated on the bed, her hair cascading like a waterfall, breathtaking in her beauty. However, he noted with perplexity that her aura was devoid of vitality. Even as the door swung open, her eyes remained shut. To think these formations have been active for over 300 years, mostly left untouched, the system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, momentarily leaving him in a daze. So, she has been alive yet confined for 400 years. No wonder such a beautiful woman exudes an aura of lifelessness. Her spirit must have long since withered. Wang Chen felt a pang of concern, cautiously glancing at Xiao Qingshu, who was fixated on the former saintess's chamber. At least the celestial being still exhibited some emotional fluctuation, albeit akin to a lovesick maiden. However, Xiao Qingshu's beloved was a mere husk, having been imprisoned for 4 centuries. It was unlikely she would possess any semblance of human emotion. This is troubling. I wonder if Xiao Qingshu can handle this. Ding. Daily task. Assist Xiao Qingshu in revitalizing Su Xianwei. Reward. 1 summon card for Xiao Qingshu. Just as Wang Chen's worry grew, the system issued a daily task. What? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen examined the details of the summon card. Xiao Qingshu's summon card. Effect. Upon use, disregards all obstacles. Tearing through the void to forcibly summon Xiao Qingshu to the host's side, aiding the host in overcoming challenges. Wang Chen stared at the card's description, his mind swirling with questions. I have a strategy for revitalizing Su Xianwei. Would you like to see it? Get lost. You want 100,000 source points, right? The system's silence was punctuated by a playful giggle. We'll discuss it later. I can always ask Xiao Qingshu for 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. You've become invincible, even more unscrupulous than I am. Just remember to share half with me. With that, the door to the room opened, and the Moon sect master, wearing a solemn expression, approached Wang Chen and Xiao Qingshu. You may enter now. I shall take my leave. If you wish to take her with you, do so. With a heavy sigh, the Moon sect master turned away, fully aware that Su Xianwei could no longer be confined. The Qingshu respectable had come for her, and she could do little to oppose that. After all, Su Xianwei was already a shell of her former self. Giving her up was of little consequence. However, the sect was primarily concerned with public perception, and offending the Qingshu respectable, who had ascended from the 6th to the 7th layer in 3 centuries, was not an option. A glimmer of joy flickered in Xiao Qingshu's eyes as she gazed at the ajar door, eagerly anticipating a reunion. Wait a moment, I need to ask you something. What is it? Just as Xiao Qingshu was about to step into the room, Wang Chen suddenly halted her. Have you not noticed? She has become utterly lifeless. She has been imprisoned here for approximately 400 years. Xiao Qingshu had sensed something was amiss with Su Xianwei, but Wang Chen's words still rendered her momentarily speechless. What shall we do? Furrowing her brow, Xiao Qingshu glanced at Su Xianwei, who lay on the bed with her back to the door, feeling a pang of sorrow. She should recognize your face, right? Yes, I believe so. Very well. Then let us conduct a receptivity test. Wang Chen clapped his hands in delight. This will simplify matters. Since you two have already been candid with each other, let us proceed. Wait a moment. You will enter quietly and gently embrace her waist from behind as you settle into the bed. Your movements must be tender. If she begins to struggle upon seeing you, do not release her for the first 10 seconds. However, if her struggles intensify after that, you must let go and swiftly get off the bed. Conversely, if she gradually ceases to struggle, lean in close and whisper, I have come late. I am sorry. Do you understand? You are remarkable. No wonder your eyes has been adjusted that way. I wonder if Han Zun has expressed his gratitude. Chapter 103. This is not a still image. Listening to Wang Chen's words, Xiao Qingshu gradually fell into contemplation. He reflected for a moment, recalling that during the 500 years he spent with her, he rarely embraced her. It was only after being injured while hunting that she would comfort him with a hug. Wang Chen? Hearing Xiao Qingshu's remarks, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and deliver a blow to his head. Do you hear yourself? Are you really planning to enter and sit there reminiscing about your past, provoking her? Wang Chen grasped Xiao Qingshu's arm, forcibly leading him toward the open entrance of the old holy maiden palace of the moon sect. The closer they approached, the more Wang Chen could sense Xiao Qingshu's rising tension. Don't panic, just do as I say. She has been deprived of her freedom for 400 years, now. Only you can save her, do you understand? Wang Chen, frowning slightly, transmitted his thoughts to the evidently conflicted Xiao Qingshu. They had now reached the door of the old holy maiden palace of the moon sect, and if they spoke aloud, they might be overheard by someone inside. With a gentle push from behind, Wang Chen urged Xiao Qingshu to step into the room. As he entered, a sound echoed, prompting Wang Chen to glance back at Su Qianyu, who lay on the bed. Yet, she remained still, facing the wall, utterly silent, as if indifferent to everything around her. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt a slight relief and leaned against the doorframe, calmly preparing to observe how Xiao Qingshu would act. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qingshu turned back for a final glance at Wang Chen, who raised an eyebrow in encouragement. I know little about matters of the heart, perhaps. It wouldn't hurt to listen to that lad this once. But still, I owe her an apology. Xiao Qingshu steadied his emotions and took a gentle step forward, his elegant white robe billowing slightly with his movement. As he stood at the bedside, gazing at the familiar yet strange figure before him, his heart was filled with a complex mix of feelings. The figure before him resembled the one he had encountered 500 years ago in the Sun and Moon secret realm, lying with her back to him. However, this time, upon hearing the noise, Su Qianyu did not turn around. It appeared she was unconcerned about who had come. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qingshu inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and allowed his shoes to dissolve into shimmering light. He then gently lifted the covers, sliding into the bed, and slowly wrapped his arms around Su Qianyu from behind. In that moment of tension, the tenderness of his embrace made Wang Chen nod in approval, thinking that the lad could indeed be taught. Under Wang Chen's watchful gaze, Su Qianyu's form stiffened slightly, as if awakening from sleep, her eyes fluttering open. She then shifted her position, struggling to turn and face the one who held her. In that instant, Xiao Qingshu and Su Qianyu were reminiscent of their encounter 500 years ago, staring at one another after the night of the flower poison. Xiao Qingshu held her gently, their eyes locking, mirroring the past. Su Qianyu's serene, beautiful face regarded the familiar yet strange visage of Xiao Qingshu, momentarily lost in thought. She did not resist violently. Her enchanting eyes sparkled faintly as she quietly gazed at him. I'm late. I'm sorry. Xiao Qingshu's eyes reflected remorse as he looked at Su Qianyu, who felt like a soulless shell in his embrace, his heart heavy with sorrow. Wang Chen, leaning against the doorframe, intently observed the emotions and expressions that passed between them, missing not a single detail. But alas, Su Qianyu's demeanor was utterly tranquil, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuation. On the surface, it was impossible to ascertain her feelings. Yet Wang Chen was deeply curious about what Su Qianyu would think at this moment of reunion with Xiao Qingshu. System, do you have any mind-reading abilities for sale? Yes, but such a miraculous power costs 1 trillion source points. Any sentient being can be read. Forget it. Mind-reading isn't that useful, and I'm not that twisted. I was just asking. Wang Chen silently severed his connection with the system, observing the stillness of the two, his brow furrowing, inexplicably feeling a sense of anxiety for Xiao Qingshu. The scene before him resembled a still tableau. A handsome, ethereal figure in white leaned against the door, while inside, two striking individuals regarded each other, their bodies frozen in tranquil silence. This was not a still image, yet it surpassed one in its stillness. The atmosphere within the room lingered in silence for an eternity. Su Qianyu's beautiful eyes lingered on the man who had both saved and harmed her. Eventually, she lowered her gaze, slowly closing her eyes, seemingly wishing to avoid seeing him, retreating into silence. unaware that 500 years had passed. She had no interest in how this man, who had saved her yet caused her suffering, had arrived here. Xiao Qingshu felt awkward, staring at her blankly for a moment. His thoughts drifting back to Wang Chen's words about Su Qian, you being imprisoned for 400 years. May I take you away? This moon sect can be left behind. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you. Seeing her remain still, he tightened his embrace around her soft waist, gazing into her eyes as he spoke softly. Upon hearing Xiao Qingshu's words, Su Qianyu slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and a flicker of expression finally crossed her serene face. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound emerged. In that moment, Su Qianyu fell silent again, her eyes, as cold as death, fixated on Xiao Qingshu for an extended period. Oh dear, this atmosphere is exceedingly strange. Having been confined for 400 years, it seemed she had lost her ability to articulate. She could understand but could not speak. After all, even the Monkey King had only been sealed for 500 years. Let alone her, a living being. Leaning against the door, Wang Chen's handsome face bore a bitter expression as he regarded this peculiar scene, feeling somewhat helpless. After observing the two fall into silence once more, Wang Chen, unable to bear it any longer, turned and stepped outside, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Only then did he feel the oppressive atmosphere within him gradually dissipate. Wang Chen looked up at the darkening sky, where only the last rays of the setting sun struggled to maintain their light on the western horizon. Chapter 104. The Frozen Dragon Trapped in the Qingyuan Sea. Sigh. I miss Xiao Xian a bit. Wang Chen gently touched the ring on his left hand's ring finger, silently squatting down in a corner of the old Holy Maiden Palace courtyard. In search of clarity, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him, initiating a breakthrough. In the vast expanse of the 8 desolate continent, in the Qingyuan region, Jiang Lingxian, having completed negotiations with Han Zun and the senior members of the 4 major immortal sects, did not depart immediately or return to the Taisu immortal sect. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a long-prepared teleportation compass, executing her plan that had been in the making for over a decade, teleporting to the Qingyuan Sea. At this moment, the entire 8 desolate continent had already descended into night, but deep within a certain area of the Qingyuan Sea, a thunderous sound reverberated from the seabed. In the vast depths of the Qingyuan Sea, Jiang Lingxian stood atop a searing molten surface, her stunningly beautiful form radiating a cold, proud elegance, while beneath her feet, ice lotuses began to bloom. A formidable aura emanated from Jiang Lingxian, whose wrist adorned with the frost bracelet shimmered with light, forming a layer of ice to shield against the searing magma splattering around. However, in the next moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly pressed her left hand against her mouth, succumbing to a violent fit of coughing, with blood trickling from the corner of her lips. The journey here had drained her of many resources, and the depths of the ocean's beasts were unfathomable, inevitably leaving her injured. Sister Fairy, do not rely on me any longer. Your cultivation is too feeble. The frost bracelet on Jiang Lingxian's left wrist glowed, emitting the soft, anxious voice of a young girl. The bracelet truly feared for Jiang Lingxian's life in this perilous place. Jiang Lingxian had initially unleashed the power of this imperial-grade weapon to severely wound the ocean demon of the celestial sovereign realm before harvesting it with her frost sword. Since arriving from the ocean's surface, she had vanquished 5 oceanic beasts of the celestial sovereign realm, ranging from the 1st to the 3rd layer. Fortunately, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the intelligence of the underwater monsters seemed remarkably low. Even those who had attained the celestial sovereign realm lacked awareness and did not venture onto land. It was as if the celestial sovereign ocean demons resembled the lesser beasts below the spirit king realm on the land of the 8 desolations. They instinctively sought energy bodies. And Jiang Lingxian, a peak entity of the 1st layer of the celestial sovereign realm, appeared as a delectable morsel in their eyes. It's fine. I am aware of what must be done, as long as I can liberate the imprisoned true dragon. The Dragon Transformation Immortal sect will inevitably collapse. Jiang Lingxian wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her cold gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the crimson magma beneath her feet, as her figure gradually enveloped in a layer of chilling light. From her past life's memories, Jiang Lingxian knew that the founder of the Dragon Transformation Immortal sect had imprisoned a severely wounded true dragon, whose blood was continuously refined. This had resulted in the disciples of the sect gradually acquiring the ability to transform into various dragons over thousands of years. However, when the founder faced the tribulation to ascend to immortality, he failed and was reduced to ashes, leaving no record of the true dragon's current imprisonment. Yet, in Jiang Lingxian's recollections, that nearly lifeless true dragon had erupted from the depths of the sea, a colossal form that disregarded all obstacles, directly attacking the Dragon Transformation Immortal sect. In less than an hour, What was once seen as a celestial entity by the people of the Eight Desolations was obliterated. After annihilating the sect, the true dragon exhausted all its draconic power and perished, its remains later dissected by cultivators who discovered shattered eggshells within its belly. A century later, a mysterious emperor inadvertently entered the sea region that contained the suppressed true dragon and recorded the findings in ancient texts. At this moment, the so-called true dragon was none other than the founder of the dragon transformation immortal sect, long turned to ash by the heavenly tribulation. Now imprisoned here due to a confluence of time, place, and circumstance. Fortunately, during this period, no one else was aware of it. Only Jiang Lingxian had accidentally memorized this information while perusing ancient texts in her previous life, which proved fortuitous for her current resurrection. At this moment, a powerful icy shield enveloped Jiang Lingxian as she gazed at her figure gradually sinking into the magma. As she submerged, her eyes glinted with a cold light, shifting from a profound black to icy blue. The instant she activated her 9 ice eyes, she beheld an immense ice-colored dragon body, so vast that it seemed to have no end. Standing before it, she realized her own insignificance, dwarfed even by a single scale of the dragon. Clank, clank, roar. In the next moment, a series of furious clanking chains echoed, accompanied by a feeble yet resonating dragon-esque roar. Old Taoist, you cannot contain me. Sooner or later, I shall slay everyone who bears my blood. What left Jiang Lingxian momentarily stunned was that, despite the dragon's hoarse and weakened voice, it resonated with the timbre of a young girl. The saying that humans live 100 years while dragons live but a year rang true. Listening to that frail, hoarse voice, Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but muse, I am not him. He has perished, yet his descendants remain, carrying the bloodline that retains the essence of your dragon's blood. Jiang Lingxian's icy voice resonated through the protective icy barrier surrounding her, gradually calming the struggling ice dragon nearby. Who are you? How do you know he is dead? The ice dragon, after a moment of silence, angrily twisted its body, suppressing its rage to question Jiang Lingxian. However, its writhing form and clawed limbs were shackled by chains of magma, remnants of a once mighty emperor's aura. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I can rescue you, but you must forge a life and death pact with me. Jiang Lingxian responded, her brow slightly furrowed as she listened to the clanking chains. Deep down, she felt a flicker of uncertainty in confronting this colossal being she encountered for the first time. Come closer. Let me see you. The ice dragon called out to Jiang Lingxian, who was beside it rather than directly in front, its voice resembling that of a frail girl. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian cautiously approached, and the instant the ice dragon caught sight of her, its pupils dilated in shock. Why is a descendant of the Jiang clan here? 3.5 days later, in the courtyard of the old Saintess Hall of the Moon Sect, a resounding crack echoed within Wang Chen as if barriers were shattering, unleashing a powerful aura that swept across the courtyard. With a forceful surge, he broke through 2 minor realms within 3 days, stabilizing his turbulent spiritual energy through the adept application of the chaotic 9-yang divine art. Moments later, Wang Chen opened his deep-set eyes, glancing at the previously closed door, now tightly shut, and furrowed his brow in confusion. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Noticing the time ticking down on his mission, he was suddenly alarmed. What? Only 5 hours remain until the 4-leaf fire grass matures. Wang Chen gazed at the system panel displaying the countdown, his heart racing as he hurriedly approached the door. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door and pressed his ear against it, straining to catch any sounds within. Yet, all he heard was silence, complete and utter silence, devoid of any response. Where's that old man? Knock, knock, knock. Wang Chen, feeling perplexed, knocked again, but still, no sound emerged from within. Old dang, what are you up to? Raising his hands to amplify his voice, he called out into the room. Moments past, Wang Chen noticed the countdown on the mission timer had dwindled to 4 hours, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kick the door down in frustration. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it, adhering to his moral principles. Old dang, this is a fragment of my essence. Come find me as soon as you finish your tasks, Wang Chen declared, producing a jade pendant into which he infused a minor shard of his soul, hanging it on the door. With no further thought for the mission timer, he swiftly donned his white robes and dashed toward the Moon Sect's outer gate. As for the potential gossip from the female disciples witnessing his hasty exit, he was unconcerned. After all, he was not one of them. As Wang Chen sped along the path of the Moon Sect, each female disciple he passed stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Who is that man? How can he enter the Moon Sect? Some disciples inquired among themselves, but soon, they noticed the sect leader rushing out, enveloping Wang Chen in a surge of spiritual energy. Before Wang Chen could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself suddenly outside the Moon Sect. Thank you. In a rush of urgency, Wang Chen expressed his gratitude to the moon sect's leader before dashing towards the desert beyond the oasis. System. Quickly. Locate the position of the four-leaf flame grass. Amidst the astonished gaze of the elder sect leader, Wang Chen, clad in flowing white, surged forward like a comet, his figure gradually fading from view. Although she had initially harbored some irritation at Wang Chen's reckless departure from the moon sect's path, his thanks unexpectedly dissipated her anger. The moon sect leader gazed at his vanishing silhouette when a woman approached her side, standing shoulder to shoulder. This woman was none other than the moon sect saintess, Jiang Yueyao, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, one of the 8 prominent clans of the continent. Unfazed by the presence of the sect leader, Jiang Yueyao produced a royal-grade communication talisman, murmuring incantations before the talisman ignited in a brilliant blaze. You wish to harm him, but do not implicate the moon sect. Rest assured, our Jiang family fears the Taishu immortal sect only slightly. Besides, would the Taishu immortal sect really wage war against us for the sake of one disciple? They would merely seek compensation. As Jiang Yueyao observed the talisman burn down to ashes, a subtle smile graced her exquisite features, her tone relaxed. Little did she know that the confrontation that would shake the entire continent, involving 2 great immortal sects, was ignited by Wang Chen. Boom. Just as the moon sect leader and Jiang Yueyao conversed, a thunderous explosion erupted within the moon sect, a towering blue light shooting skyward. You imprisoned her for 400 years. Xiao Qingxiu, cradling the unconscious Su Xianyue in his arms, soared into the air, his gaze fiercely directed at the bloodied woman below. To the countless female disciples of the moon sect, Xiao Qingxiu appeared as a wrathful deity, his long hair billowing. After 4 days of exploration within the confines of the room, Xiao Qingxiu finally unraveled the reason behind Su Xianyue's transformation from gentleness to coldness. Does your moon sect lack cultivation techniques? Resorting to such inferior practices, I have cared for her meticulously for an entire year, searched for over 400 years. Why should she be confined and ridiculed just because her cultivation remains stagnant upon my return? Standing aloft, Xiao Qingxiu held Su Xianyue, his eyes glowing with a wrathful intensity, his aura oppressive enough to dominate the entire moon sect. The moon sect leader, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached, positioning herself opposite Xiao Qingxiu, frowning at him as he held Su Xianyue. Qingxiu, we may regard you with caution, but that does not imply we fear the moon sect. At that moment, a woman dressed in a moon-blue gown approached from a distance, her icy gaze fixed on Xiao Qingxiu, filled with malice. She was the last existing ancestor of the moon sect, revered Haiyue. Today, either she dies, or your moon sect shall never know peace. Xiao Qingxiu's eyes, filled with suppressed fury, curled into a disdainful smirk as he spoke coldly. Xianyue, you were once the old saintess of the moon sect. Why incite him to oppose us? Hearing that familiar voice, Su Xianyue stirred slightly in Xiao Qingxiu's embrace, her once lifeless eyes fluttering open. She coldly regarded her so-called master below. Slowly extending her delicate right arm, she pointed a slender finger towards the figures beneath. Then, her tranquil gaze shifted back to Xiao Qingxiu, a hint of longing glimmering in her eyes. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, Xiao Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, as he perceived the hatred reflected in her once lifeless eyes. In that moment, Su Xianyue resembled a small pet, previously bullied, now seeking vengeance with the support of Xiao Qingxiu. Fixing his gaze upon her calm, yet crystalline eyes, Xiao Qingxiu felt his power surge, and he abruptly lifted his head. The ethereal azure eyes behind him flared with intensity, illuminating the entire moon sect. Die! With a thunderous shout, Xiao Qingxiu and Su Xianyue vanished into the sky, leaving countless witnesses in shock. Boom! While Wang Chen was sprinting, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction he had just come from, startling him. He even witnessed the sand below him getting disturbed, gradually forming a swirling sandstorm. What is happening? Wang Chen conjured a fiery barrier around himself, as the yellow sand began to rise violently, threatening to transform into a sandstorm. Bang! Another deafening roar echoed from afar, and the center of the sandstorm engulfed Wang Chen, who quickly turned to look back. Just a glance revealed the familiar azure spiritual energy soaring alongside the moonlight energy unique to the moon sect, causing Wang Chen to freeze momentarily. That old man wouldn't be clashing with the moon sect, would he? As he felt the tremors of the sandy ground and the powerful sandstorm swirling around him, an overwhelming sense of shock gripped his heart. Chapter 106. Treasures Emerge. The struggle for the four-leaf flame grass. Should I return to help? No way. What good would that do? If I go back now, I'd be torn apart in mere seconds by thousands of moon sect disciples. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chen decisively rejected the idea of aiding. That cunning old man typically wouldn't engage in ventures without certainty. Even if he couldn't win, he would surely know how to flee. Wang Chen glanced at the system panel displaying the location of the four-leaf flame grass, marked by 30,000 source points, and turned back to look behind him. Forget it. He cast aside his thoughts and unleashed his cultivation, soaring through the sky like a streak of light. Once Wang Chen stabilized amidst the dense sandstorm, the environment around him grew increasingly scorching. Spotting the four-leaf flame grass standing in a fiery pit, its four leaves oozing with crimson liquid, his heart soared with joy. The yellow sand within several kilometers of the four-leaf flame grass had melted into molten lava due to the intense heat. Host, hurry. The four-leaf flame grass is about to mature. Flame armor. Heeding the system's voice, Wang Chen did not respond but instead donned the flame armor from his storage space. Gurgle. Gurgle. The moment Wang Chen adorned the armor, the molten lava surrounding the four-leaf flame grass erupted in flames, bubbling vigorously. Boom. Suddenly, a blaze shot into the sky from the four-leaf flame grass, the liquid atop its leaves spraying into the air, releasing an intensely alluring fragrance. Roar. Crack, crack, crack. The sandstorm caused various bizarre beasts lurking in the shadows to stir restlessly. In an instant, enormous scorpions and giant lizards surged forth from beneath the sandy ground, along with massive geckos stretching 100 meters long. Big guts, Wang Chen shouted, witnessing the majority of these creatures being at the Spirit King and Spirit Emperor realm. He summoned the celestial banner into his hand and hurled it toward the molten lava beside the four-leaf flame grass, using his spiritual energy to suspend it in midair. Roar. Caw. In the next moment, from the celestial banner emerged a dragon and a phoenix, unleashing a resonant cry. The myriad of beasts surrounding him were momentarily stunned. Rendered immobile for over 10 seconds, yet they ultimately succumbed to the allure of the four-leaf flame grass and charged forth. Just as Wang Chen sensed that he had one-third of his spiritual energy remaining and prepared to unleash the power of the universe mountain and sea map, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, sending a jolt of alarm through him. He swiftly raised the universe mountain and sea map to defend against the impending threat. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the colossal phantom hand of a pinnacle cultivator from the Spirit King realm struck the Qian Kuan mountain sea map, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual power and fiery brilliance. By the heavens, what a breach of martial ethics! Wang Chen exclaimed, feeling the violent tremors reverberating through his insides. Even while clad in his royal-grade flame armor, as he was sent hurtling away by the ambush from the middle-aged cultivator. To Wang Chen's horror, 8 more formidable figures materialized around the assailant, assassins. As he gazed at the 9-peaked Spirit King realm cultivators charging towards him, an idea sparked in his mind. Teleportation talisman. Activate. Beneath him, the ground trembled under the weight of the beasts, while high above, Wang Chen swiftly retrieved the teleportation talisman and shouted. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen appeared beside the four-leaf flame grass, his royal-grade flame armor ignited. A chaotic blaze erupted around him as 9 chaotic dragons manifested behind him, their piercing eyes radiating an icy chill. Begone! Wang Chen slammed the Qian Kuan mountain sea map skyward, swallowed a spirit recovery pill, and grasped the hovering emperor's banner. The moment he held the banner, the soaring golden dragon and phoenix seemed to spring to life. With a mere thought, the golden dragon and phoenix encircled him, forming a protective vortex that spun rapidly. At that instant, Wang Chen became the very core of a spinning top, with the golden dragon and phoenix serving as its outer shell, continuously rotating to safeguard him. Amidst this whirlwind, Wang Chen clutched the emperor's banner, sensing the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. Come on, come on. You can't kill me. You can't kill me, you bunch of pathetic fools. Before harvesting the four-leaf flame grass, Wang Chen couldn't resist taunting the beasts and the assassins halted outside. Yet, in the next moment, the golden dragon and phoenix, spinning around him, suddenly surged back towards the emperor's banner due to a lack of spiritual energy. What the? Were you not supposed to exchange glances before returning? Wang Chen, momentarily taken aback, watched as the multitude of beasts and the 9 assassins also paused in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly grabbed the four-leaf flame grass with his nearly burned and bloodied hand, while the 9 chaotic dragons lunged forward, their massive jaws clamping down to assist in uprooting the grass. Ack! So hot! Wang Chen grimaced in agony as he felt his hands searing. Yet he had no intention of relinquishing his grip. Instead, he endured the excruciating pain and forcibly harvested the plant. With a sharp sound, the four-leaf flame grass was uprooted, causing molten earth to splatter everywhere. In that instant, the multitude of beasts, frenzied by the scent of blood, charged towards Wang Chen without the need for the 9 assassins to intervene. From above, one could see the vast desert swarming with countless beasts, encircling him in an overwhelming tide. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt himself violently struck by an unseen beast, propelling him into the air. Qian Kuan Mountain Sea Map. Aid me. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, Wang Chen stored the emperor's banner, and the four-leaf flame grass into his spatial storage, calling out to the floating Qiankuan mountain sea map above. As countless attacks from the beasts relentlessly pursued him, the map erupted in a golden radiance, enveloping him. In an instant, Wang Chen's figure vanished, while the multitude of attacks collided against the image of the Qiankuan mountain sea map. Unfortunately, the map lacked a spirit and could do little more than passively endure the onslaught, shaking violently in the air. Within the confines of the Qiankuan mountain sea map, Wang Chen coughed violently, eventually kneeling and spitting out blood. No, there are still 9 fools outside. If they forcibly take away the map with their treasures, it will be disastrous. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, which was nearly unrecognizable due to the burns inflicted by the four-leaf flame grass. Despite his injuries, he struggled to stand, gazing at the tumultuous sky within the map. These mere wounds are inconsequential. As long as I am alive and can move, it is as if I have suffered nothing. Wang Chen focused on the golden card floating in his storage space. With a thought, the Super Fury golden card shattered with a crisp sound, dissipating into streams of light. Super Fury card. Activate. With the successful activation of the Super Fury card, Wang Chen stood upon the grass of the Qiankuan mountain sea map, his aura swelling. Danxi Realm, 4th layer. Danxi Realm, 7th layer. Spirit King Realm, 5th layer. Spirit King Realm, 9th layer. Spirit Emperor Realm, 3rd layer. Boom. Wang Chen's body erupted with an overwhelming regal presence. His white robe billowing as a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth, creating a cacophony. In that moment, his injuries rapidly healed, and the pain in his organs vanished. An uncontrollable, domineering force coursed through him, before he could fully comprehend this turbulent power within him. The royal-grade flame armor he wore began to crack under the immense spiritual pressure. His eyes turned a deep crimson, a surge of furious energy igniting within him, causing his heartbeat to accelerate like a roaring engine. Wang Chen felt an intense heat radiating throughout his being, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit, his very breath manifesting as chaotic flames. As he glared at the armor struggling to withstand the intensity of his chaotic flames, he hastily withdrew it. In that very moment, a layer of chaotic flames erupted around him, scorching the very void itself. Outside the Qiankuan mountain sea map, countless beasts with burgeoning sentience, their eyes ablaze, seemed poised to obliterate the map. They had witnessed Wang Chen mock them after harvesting the four-leaf flame grass and subsequently entering the painting. Meanwhile, the 9 assassins from the Jiang clan, peak cultivators of the Spirit King realm, concealed their presence in the sky, surrounding the Qiankuan mountain sea map. Once the beast's fury subsided, the 9 would coordinate to forcibly transport the weakened map away. However, the assassins' meticulously crafted plan faced an unforeseen reality. Suddenly, the Qiankuan mountain sea map erupted in a brilliant golden light, and a streak of energy burst forth, revealing 9 colossal chaotic dragons. None of you will escape today. With a thunderous roar, the 9 chaotic dragons soared into the sky, unleashing a powerful blaze. The resonating roar of the 9 young dragons, each at the 3rd layer of the Spirit King realm, reverberated throughout the air, swiftly forming a chaotic barrier that encapsulated a radius of several dozen kilometers. In an instant, countless beasts and hidden cultivators were seized by panic, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Wang Chen stood aloft, his gaze fierce. Qiankuan Sea Tide. As he looked down upon the swarming beasts resembling ants, Wang Chen seized the Qiankuan mountain sea map and bellowed. In that moment, the upper half of the map erupted in golden radiance, and torrents of seawater surged forth. In an instant, the ground continued to bubble with boiling magma, releasing copious amounts of steam and heat, causing countless demonic beasts to wail in agony. Wang Chen stood high in the sky, defying thousands alone, his heart aflame with fury. As a drop of chaotic blood, shimmering with ethereal flames, emerged from his brow and hovered before him. Blood sacrifice. The Chaos 9 Dragon Formation. As Wang Chen's furious shout echoed, his visage began to pale dramatically, turning ghostly white. At that very moment, sensing the impending threat, numerous demonic beasts and dozens of lurking cultivators surged towards Wang Chen, intent on his demise. They shouted, "Kill him!" Those cultivators and sentient beasts directed a barrage of thousands of attacks towards him. However, the next moment, a dragon's roar that sent shivers down countless spines resounded. As 9 chaotic blood dragons erupted from the chaotic barrier, the fierce dragon roars shattered the dense onslaught, causing it to explode around Wang Chen, the shockwaves lifting his white garments with a rustling sound. The air was filled with horrid screams and the sound of flesh splattering, a chilling spectacle indeed. Just when the awakened beasts and cultivators, believing Wang Chen had no trump card left, prepared to strike again, Wang Chen's right hand manifested a golden broken sword, while his left hand cradled a 3-legged imperial cauldron. From his brow, a soul source emerged, exuding an overwhelming chill. Die. With Wang Chen's furious declaration. His pallid complexion now paper-like, he lifted the imperial cauldron with his left hand and swung the broken sword with all his might. In the 8 Desolations continent. Within the dragon transformation immortal sect located in the Azure Wilderness, the weakened ice dragon of the Emperor realm emitted a mournful wail. Its colossal icy body collapsing onto the already ruined sect, imprisoned for nearly a millennium and drained of its essence by the ancestral dragon. Its icy form had long since been corroded by the magma. Moreover, it had to divert its focus to protect the dragon egg hidden within, ensuring it remained undiscovered and unbroken. The ice dragon's survival amidst the magma was solely sustained by its resolve to protect the egg and its deep-seated hatred for the ancestral dragon. Thus, even when it was forcefully freed by Jiang Lingxian using the Cold Sky bracelet, it was but a fleeting moment of liberation, despite having been free for many years. Why did the outcome still mirror its past life? Could it be that in living anew, although some events may change, the ultimate result remains unalterable? Jiang Lingxian stood before the gradually fading ice dragon, her hand gently pressing against its colossal icy head, her heart quivering slightly. That disciple, would the outcome of her disciple's past life repeat itself once more? Gazing at the lifeless ice dragon, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within her. No, absolutely not. All of her disciple's enemies in this life must perish. Jiang Lingxian's mind conjured the image of Wang Chen, his familiar and somewhat mischievous handsome face. Her icy gaze growing resolute. Master, please return its dragon body to the Taishu immortal sect and find a place to preserve it whole. Jiang Lingxian turned to the thousands of disciples hovering in the sky, who were silently watching her caress the cold, immense dragon form, softly addressing the leading figure among them. Hanzun. Hanzun, frowning slightly, descended beside Jiang Lingxian, his cold eyes also fixed upon the colossal dragon corpse. At this moment in the 8 Desolations continent, there was but one Emperor realm powerhouse, who had never revealed himself and remained detached from worldly affairs. Thus, a 9th-layer celestial realm cultivator was nearly invincible here, and there was little fear that the ice dragon's body would meet the same fate as in its previous life. However, just as Hanzun's agreement left his lips, Jiang Lingxian felt her soul tremble violently. Chapter 108. Another old 6? Lingxian's utter self-blame. What is it? Hanzun, startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden change, swiftly inquired. Master, my disciple is in danger. Jiang Lingxian's expression betrayed an uncommon panic, and after speaking to Hanzun, she vanished from sight in a whirlwind of urgency. Unbeknownst to her, she had broken through to the 2nd layer of the celestial realm, her figure flashing as potent ripples resonated through the void. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Lingxian materialized at the nearest large teleportation array within a bustling cultivation city. Where are you headed? The array's overseer began, but before he could finish, the array erupted to life under her hurried gestures. Whoosh! A gust of wind was all that remained, leaving the bewildered overseer staring wide-eyed. In the desolate depths of the 8 Desolations continent, the chaotic barrier sealing an area of dozens of miles began to dissipate from the top down, gradually revealing the horrific scene within. The moment the barrier vanished, an overwhelming stench of blood surged forth, as countless beast carcasses lay strewn about. Indeed, the entire area was devoid of solid ground, each step sinking into a morass of blood and beast remains. Wang Chen stood amidst this carnage, his eyes bloodshot. A gory sword wound marring his chest, his black hair, now stained crimson. Clad in tattered blood-soaked garments, he gazed down at the last gasping assassin crushed beneath his foot. The Jiang family. Once again, the Jiang family. Ha! Wang Chen clutched a white jade tablet inscribed with the character Jiang, his bloodied visage contorted with rage as he looked down at the assassin. With a thunderous stomp, he brought his right foot down upon the assassin's head, which exploded into a gruesome mess. At that moment, a pair of imposing eyes appeared on the jade tablet, glaring fiercely at its holder. Enough! I swear to you, the Jiang family shall be annihilated. As Wang Chen concluded, he crushed the jade tablet with a fierce grip, shattering it into a cloud of debris. Coughing violently from his loud outburst, Wang Chen expelled several mouthfuls of blood, yet he paid it no heed. Wiping his hand across his face, he then cleared the blood from his hazy vision, surveying the sea of beast corpses around him, his heart heavy with regret. It seemed he would have to wait until the effects of the Super Rage card had worn off before returning to collect the remains. Wang Chen mused, glancing at the timer indicating just 2.5 minutes left before the card would expire. Suddenly, as he prepared to escape this tumultuous scene, an attack surged towards him from the distance. Damn! Another old 6. Wang Chen's eyes widened in shock at the sight of a massive gray hand descending upon him. his voice laced with terror as he attempted to unleash his remaining spiritual energy. But in that moment, he realized he had no energy left, standing helplessly as the giant hand hurtled towards him. This strike would either claim his life or leave him gravely injured. Wang Chen hastily retrieved the dimming imperial cauldron, expanding it with all his might to shield himself. With a thud, he pressed both hands against the cauldron, feeling the ferocious wind from the giant hand crash against him. And he closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. Boom! An explosion reverberated, and in an instant, Wang Chen felt a powerful shockwave surge forth, the wind whipping his garments and hair wildly. Yet, moments later, he was astonished to discover that both he and the now dimmed imperial cauldron remained unharmed, standing intact. What in the world is happening? Wang Chen's vision was obscured by the Huang Xianding before him. He hastily poked his bloodied head out to gaze ahead. The moment he caught sight of the enchanting figure standing not far away, shielding him from the onslaught, his expression momentarily froze, only to be followed by a surge of joy. Xian Xian. Wang Chen swiftly stowed away the Huang Xianding and rushed to Jiang Lingxian's side, exclaiming with delight, completely disregarding his own injuries. In that instant, Wang Chen resembled a frail, wounded patient, yet upon seeing his beloved, he was instantly filled with elation. Why won't you just die? There are so many beasts and cultivators surrounding you. Just then, a distant assassin charged forward, eyes ablaze with fury, roaring as he raised his powerful spiritual fist, intent on obliterating Wang Chen. The assassin had no escape. If he did not kill Wang Chen, he would face torture and death upon his return to the Jiang family. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lingxian's expression shifted to one of alarm as she swiftly raised her right hand, delivering a fierce palm strike towards the approaching foe. A colossal icy hand shot forth in an instant. Bang! The 10th assassin, who had been lurking in the shadows all day, was mercilessly sent flying by the icy hand, ultimately transforming into an ice sculpture before shattering midair, his fragments raining down upon the bloodied ground and scattered corpses. The unfortunate assassin of the Jiang family faced death either way, whether to kill Wang Chen or to be killed himself. At least the latter offered a swift end. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian, relieved that the crisis had passed, finally turned her gaze to Wang Chen, who was covered in blood, a ghastly sword wound marring his chest. Her eyes began to redden. I'm sorry. I came late. I'm so sorry. Ignoring Wang Chen's bloodied state, she fearfully embraced his neck, her icy tone quavering with emotion. Don't hug me, it stinks. Wang Chen grimaced at her embrace. The word stink merely a cover for his overwhelming pain. Ding. Reminder to the host, the Super Fury card is about to expire. Conceptual side effects are imminent. 3, 2. At that moment, the system's alert echoed in Wang Chen's mind, startling him into a daze. The next instant, he found his breathing becoming increasingly labored. How could I have forgotten this? Wang Chen mentally lamented, and soon, darkness enveloped him. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him. In a faint state, he slumped against Jiang Lingxian's shoulder, losing consciousness. Jiang Lingxian felt the sudden slackness of his body and, after a moment of shock, released him with reddened eyes. Disciple. Her expression turned frantic as she beheld Wang Chen, who had fainted after her embrace. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian trembled uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with tears as she hurriedly began to heal him. She feared her embrace had exacerbated his injuries, overwhelming her with guilt. As her icy powers surged forth, they rushed into Wang Chen's body, ceaselessly mending his wounds. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. After stabilizing Wang Chen's breathing, Jiang Lingxian swiftly lifted him in her arms, tears glistening in her eyes. Thankfully, she was not entirely foolish. Recognizing the urgency of their situation, she vanished from the spot, cradling him close.